Chapter 1. Unable to pay rent, let me build a rocket. Splash. Please pay the rent for this month along with last month's by the end of the month, or the contract will be terminated. Midnight. In an office building in Pengcheng, Jiang Chun picked up the rent notice and sighed. His parents had an accident last year, and by the time the ambulance arrived, it was almost too late. His father's last words were to run the tech company well. His father, Jiang Yukai, had a dream of developing technology for lunar immigration, allowing humanity to travel freely between Earth and the Moon. But the couple had just discussed a major cooperation when they got into a car accident while seeking investment, and they couldn't be saved in his dying moments. Jiang Yukai, unwilling to let go, asked his son if he could continue running the company. Run the company well, use technology to enrich the nation, and let our dragon country thrive. Father, I will do my utmost. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and promised with determination. In college, he was a top student, extremely obsessed with technology research, to the point of madness. If it weren't for his father's dying wish, he might have gone to work at Lonka Institute right after graduation. Running a small company shouldn't be difficult, right? He aimed for greatness. However, once he actually started managing the company, he realized that having capability wasn't enough. If he couldn't sell those rocket models in the warehouse, he would probably have to leave the office building in disgrace by the end of the month. Buzz. At that moment, his phone vibrated and a message came through on social media. Opening his phone, it was a new friend request notification. A chance. He looked at the avatar and saw a cute girl sitting in a Maserati. After adding her as a friend, she quickly sent a few voice messages. Mr. Jiang, I found you on Xinyu. I see your company can make various aerospace models, and you graduated from Tsinghua University with a major in aerospace. I'm planning to acquire a large rocket from your company, about 5 meters tall. I need it urgently. The teaching department needs it by tomorrow. If you can deliver, we can negotiate the price. A 5-meter rocket model? It needs to be delivered by tomorrow. Hearing these somewhat demanding conditions, Jiang Chun suddenly felt excited. This is a rush order. Must charge extra. The cost is about 200,000, and ideally, he should charge around 300,000. Then, 1 million, not a penny less. I'll pay 2 million, and you deliver it to the school tomorrow. The cute girl not only didn't negotiate, but offered double the amount. Jiang Chun was stunned. A definite rich woman. The rich woman's demand was his motivation. Jiang Chun quickly and cautiously asked, do you have any specific requirements regarding the details? Make the appearance as realistic as possible, and it should be able to take off, flying as high as possible. Then, she sent 3 pictures. They were rockets launched by several countries in the past 2 years. The Long March 6th rocket from Dragon Country, the Large Falcon rocket from Eagle Country, and the Zenith rocket from Bear Country. Jiang Chun swallowed hard. He had seen these powerful tools in the news before. He indeed ran a tech company, but it had always been small R&D projects. A 5-meter rocket? He actually had one in the warehouse, but to make it realistic and capable of flying would take at least a month, even if he pulled all the resources. Not good. Was he going to lose this juicy opportunity? At that moment, he heard a mechanical voice in his head. Detected host's urgent need to manufacture high-tech products. Yanhuang Technology System is starting to bind. System binding successful. Newbie gift pack issued. Strengthened Tech Inventor LV1. Initial 1,000 tech points issued. Suddenly, information about the system and the Strengthened Tech Inventor flooded Jiang Chen's mind. Strengthened Tech Inventor enhances technology, uses technology to gain shock values, and converts them into tech points. Tech points can be exchanged for items in the system and can also be used for a lottery. Jiang Chun was overjoyed. He had a system now, and he was definitely on his way to wealth. Now, planetary immigration finally had a glimmer of hope. For a moment, he felt confident and assured, replying to the other party with a voice message. All right, please pay a deposit of 1 million, and we can settle the rest upon delivery. But there was no response from the other side, making Jiang Chen's heart tighten. Had he been too arrogant? 1 minute later, buzz. A notification indicated that 1 million had been credited to his bank account. Seeing the money, Jiang Chun was overjoyed. He replied with a received and quickly drove to the company warehouse. At Pengcheng University of Technology, in a teaching laboratory, Lu Xia was holding a lesson plan and teaching her students. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt, and a knee-length black pencil skirt, she smiled as she scanned the classroom. Today, we talked about rocket structure and launch principles. Do you all understand? Yes. The students responded with laughter and seeing the time was getting late, Lucia reminded them, "Tomorrow, there will be a practical class on rocket knowledge, and school leaders will come to observe, so be on your best behavior." This practical class was said to not only have school leaders inspecting, but also foreign guests attending. For this inspection, Lucia had put in a lot of effort. She had paid for the rockets needed for the teaching experiment out of her own pocket. If she could seize this opportunity and gain the leader's recognition, her year-end promotion would be a sure thing. But just getting a promotion wasn't worth spending $2 million. It was also because of a bet she made with her father that if she couldn't get promoted within a year, she would have to obediently go home and inherit the trillion-dollar family fortune. Since she was a child, being called so-and-so's daughter, she was unwilling to lose. She also wanted to be seen differently through her own hard work. Ding, ding, ding. Class is over. With the ringing of the class bell, Lucia picked up her teaching tools. As the students bid her farewell, she left the classroom, but she still felt uneasy about tomorrow's practical class. She wondered if the tech company she found on Xinyu was reliable. After thinking it over, she sent Jiang Chen a message. "Mr. Jiang, please make sure to deliver it on time tomorrow." In the warehouse, Jiang Chen's mind stirred. Suddenly, dozens of round robots floated before him. The round robots opened their colorful eyes, looking towards Jiang Chen. "Enhance the rocket." Jiang Chen instructed a small rocket in the corner of the warehouse. Ding! Strengthened tech inventor activated successfully. Target scanned. Advanced rocket technology successfully loaded. Technology reading complete. All information data enhanced. Liquid methane equivalent calculation complete. Vector propulsion device data verification complete. Rocket recovery parameters verification complete. All data corrections successful. Material scanning successful. Costing 998 tech points. Estimated time needed, half an hour. The mechanical spheres, floating in midair, moved in an orderly fashion throughout the warehouse. The rocket, which had been covered in dust, began to radiate a blue light under the transformation of the mechanical spheres. Chapter 2. Over 60 meters. Isn't this considered big? During the enhancement process, only the faint sound of electromagnetic buzzing could be heard, making it extremely quiet. The scene before Jiang Chen was astonishing. This was definitely black technology. Originally a small 5-meter rocket, it slowly transformed into a massive structure standing around 60 meters tall. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of this giant still took him by surprise. Half an hour later, accompanied by the system's prompt sound, ding dong, liquid methane rocket reinforcement completed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly trembled. He widened his eyes and looked at the giant in front of him, muttering, "A 60-meter-long rocket. It should be fine for a lecture, right?" After a whole night of effort, it was finally completed. Using a spherical robot, he secured the rocket onto the heavy truck. To protect the client's privacy, Jiang Chen covered the rocket with an oilcloth. After locking the storage room, he drove the heavy truck away. Pengcheng Aerospace University. Following the received coordinates, Jiang Chen drove the heavy truck to the location that he had previously agreed upon with Lucia. After turning off the engine, he placed the rocket upright in the center of the launch site. He confirmed once more that the rocket was well covered. Only then did he leave, feeling satisfied he hadn't slept all night and was quite tired. He went straight home. Before going to sleep, he sent Lucia a message. "I made the rocket a bit larger, but I won't ask you for more money." Pengcheng Aerospace University. Aerospace teaching launch site. The sound of athletes' march echoed all around. Class was about to start, and students were arriving one after another. Lucia's students were already aware that it was a practical class and had gathered at the launch experiment site. The launch site was similar to a soccer field, with a large oval green area in the center and a circular grandstand around it. The aerospace program at Pengcheng Aerospace has always been a cradle for aerospace talent in Longhua and even the world. Therefore, this time, not only the school leaders came to observe, but also representatives from some well-known tech giants. Wow! Principal Zhang is here too. People from Longhua Institute have come. Wang Lao is a special consultant for Walking into Science. The students who arrived early found their spots in the venue, holding breakfast and occasionally speculating about how many big shots would show up for today's practical class. Soon, a beautiful teacher holding a lesson plan, dressed in a smart professional outfit, walked over. "Hello, teacher." Lucia smiled and greeted each student. Today, she was the main character. as long as she could successfully teach the theory of rockets in the practical class. She was sure to win the bet with her father. Now, she only needed the rocket. She looked around aside from the large object covered in oilcloth at the center of the venue. There was no sign of her customized rocket. Time was running out, and there were no props. That guy couldn't be a fraud, could he? Just as she was about to urge him, she noticed a message Jiang Chun had sent her earlier. The rocket was a bit large. Was it over 6 or 7 meters? A little bigger was fine, as time was indeed a bit tight. Lu Xia felt relieved as long as it was there. It should be on the road now, right? At that moment, a woman's sarcastic voice came from behind. Ah, Teacher Lu, you better work hard in the practical class, or else no one will be able to compete with me for the advanced selection at the end of the year. Lu Xia paused for a moment. Turning around, it was Wang Tsuitsue. Not far away, some school leaders and several research personnel from the Aerospace Bureau had also come over. Lu Xia's expression darkened, and she coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" Wang Tsuitsue wasn't angry and replied with a smile. "I'm a teacher too, so why can't I come? I especially came to audit the class, wanted to see for myself how you teach this lesson. But from what I see, you might as well give up on the annual advanced selection. There's only one spot, and it's definitely mine." Lu Xia furrowed her brow, clearly unhappy. "Please don't disturb my class." Wang Tsuitsue scoffed. "Do I even need to disturb you? I checked the useless company you hired on Xinyu. They have no capability at all. You better take care of yourself. You investigated me?" Lu Xia's anger surged. Wang Tsuitsue, in her shameless competition with her, had actually resorted to some means to spy on her privacy. "And so what if I did? What do you do about it?" Wang Tsuitsue said nonchalantly. At that moment, a group of gray-haired old men approached. Leading them was Zhang Tianfang, the president of Pengcheng Aerospace University. He stepped forward, smiling broadly as he introduced, "This is our school's special grade teacher, Lu Xia, who has strong teaching abilities in the aerospace program. Teacher Lu, these two are experts in aerospace technology from Longhua. Wan Lao, Jian Lao." The surrounding students were incredibly shocked. Top-tier experts have been invited. These individuals are all contributors to Longhua's aerospace industry. People who could only be found in the news. The school's emphasis on this practical class truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Zhang Tianfang glanced at the venue. Only a giant object over several meters tall was present. Aside from that, it was completely empty. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was this construction waste left over from the launch site? He needed to report this back to the Academic Affairs Office. But that didn't matter. What was most crucial now was this practical class. "Teacher Lu, how is it? Where are the teaching props?" As soon as President Zhang said this, everyone turned their attention to Lu Xia. Today's launch site was her stage. But where was the rocket now? Lu Xia was also confused. She had sent several messages to Jiang Chen earlier, but had not received a response. The gaze of the crowd made her ears turn red. She really wanted to hide. Wang Tsuitsue noticed something was off and teased, "Teacher Lu, what's going on? If you're not prepared, just say, so honestly don't waste everyone's time. The leaders and scientists are all here. Their time is precious. Do you want to delay it?" This made everyone murmur among themselves. Zhang Tianfang frowned and cautiously asked, "Teacher Lu, is there a problem? Speak up, and we can figure it out together." How could she explain that there were no props for the class? For a moment, Lu Xia felt extremely heavy-hearted, clenching her jade-like hands. That bastard Jiang Chun actually dared to deceive her. He truly put her in a bind. If this continues, she would definitely report him. At that moment, a message came through on her social media. She looked down. "Big sister, how did I deceive you? The thing in the center of the venue covered with oilcloth is the rocket, right? Isn't it over 60 meters? I told you, once the goods are out, we can't bargain." Lu Xia suddenly raised her head and looked at the giant object in front of her. Wow, she took a deep breath. That covered with oilcloth was actually the rocket. It was over 60 meters, and this was called a bit larger. Even the rockets currently equipped by Longhua were not this big, right? Chapter 3, Waiting for Launch. Lu Xia couldn't believe it, but the practical class was about to start, and she had no choice but to hesitate. Suppressing her astonishment, she pointed to the big object in the center of the field. There, in the center of the field, was today's teaching model. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes towards it. They saw a cylindrical object wrapped in oilcloth, standing majestically in the center of the field. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. This was actually a teaching rocket. My God, this is too exaggerated. The model was at least several dozen meters tall, truly impressive. The school leaders and researchers from the Dragon Science Institute were equally excited. Old Wang exchanged glances with Old Chun, both curious. The streamlined design, no nut connections, perfect proportions. All signs indicated that the rocket was exquisitely crafted, especially Zhang Tianfang, who was beaming with pride. Lucia was showing off, which was also a point of pride for the school. Wang Suitsue, on the other hand, was gritting her teeth in resentment. According to her investigation, the company Lucia found was completely unremarkable. What kind of good model could they produce? But now, the teaching rocket was so enormous. Could it be that her investigation was wrong? However, she thought carefully, and the level of technology wasn't just about size. This rocket might just be a pretty but useless thing. Thinking this, she relaxed and sneered. Teacher Lee, if the teaching tools have arrived, let's get started. Everyone is waiting for you. She was eager to see the awkward appearance of the female teacher who was competing with her for the year-end award. Teacher Liu, you need to introduce your masterpiece well. Principal Zhang Tianfang, with a beaming smile, was the first to head towards the center of the field. Everyone echoed in agreement. Lucia felt a bit uncertain, but had no choice but to follow. What could be achieved in just one day? She could even imagine that when the oilcloth was lifted, it would reveal a rough object, disappointing everyone. Soon, the group arrived in front of the rocket. Open it. Let everyone see. Wang Tsuetsue looked at Lucia gleefully, urging her on. Yes, hurry up and take a look. The teachers and students were all very eager, wanted to see this prop for themselves. Xia, start. Don't be nervous. Zhang Tianfang thought Lucia was feeling a bit awkward due to the large occasion and comforted her. Lucia's heart was racing, and she gritted her teeth. There was no other way. She lifted a corner of the oilcloth and gave it a hard tug. Whoosh! The oilcloth fell away completely. Then a rocket, gleaming with a metallic sheen, emerged in the sunlight, exquisite and heavy. The massive rocket created a strong sense of pressure for everyone. It was suffocating. For a moment, the air around seemed to freeze. The gigantic rocket looked powerful and imposing, showing no signs of seams. This big guy before them could rival the real rockets currently in service in Longhua. Everyone's spirits soared. It was as if they could see the rocket soaring into the sky the next moment. How is this possible? Wang Tsuetsue's pupils shook, and she nearly stumbled. Feeling a bit dazed, students rushed over, looking in awe at the big rocket. Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. Wow, this is so cool. My God, how is this different from a real rocket? In the future, I definitely won't miss a single one of Teacher Liu's practical classes. Everyone in the launch site was stunned by the rocket. But at this moment, Old Wang and Old Chen's expressions were somewhat serious. Outsiders watched the excitement, but insiders saw the details. Just as everyone was still marveling at how realistic the rocket was, the two aerospace experts sensed something was off. The rocket in front of them seemed to be the real deal. Old Wang and Old Chun stepped forward, with the former tentatively asking, Teacher Liu, may I ask where this rocket came from? With the two aviation experts speaking up, everyone quieted down. They were all curious about what kind of team had produced such an impressive rocket. From the materials and craftsmanship, it was definitely not simple. A few who knew about Lucia's situation were already guessing in their hearts. Could it be that she used her family's connections? I found this company on Xinyu. The boss is named Jiang Chun, and I had never heard of him before. Lucia blinked her big eyes and explained to everyone. Oh, I see. That was almost saying nothing. Old Wang thought this needed to be kept a secret, and Lucia's evasion made him casually agree. Then let me ask one more question. Is this rocket definitely capable of flying? Old Wang thought for a moment and voiced the question on many people's minds. It should be, I guess. Lucia couldn't be certain. However, what she had previously agreed upon with Jiang Chun was that it would definitely be able to fly for a while. But now that the rocket was so large, how much fuel and powerful technology would be needed for propulsion? Could a small company found on Xinyu achieve that? She felt uncertain. However, when Lucia confirmed her answer, everyone instantly became excited. Then let's start the launch. Let it take off. Principal Zhang also patted Lucia on the shoulder, smiling as he said, if it can take off, then launch it. Wang Tse finally regained her composure and steadied herself. Upon hearing that the rocket could actually be launched, she immediately became anxious. How is that possible? This girl must be putting on a show. When the rocket can't launch later, she will be in big trouble. Teacher Liu, hurry and launch the rocket. Everyone is waiting. Wang Tsuetsue urged. She wanted to see how this girl would gloat later. Lu Xia was in a bind. Launch? How could she launch it? She couldn't just say it out loud. Just as Lu Xia was at a loss in the face of everyone's expectations, her phone dinged with a notification. It was a message from Jiang Chun, sending an app installation package. Install this software, then connect it to the rocket, and you can control the rocket's launch. Lu Xia was overjoyed and quickly downloaded the installation package and clicked to install it. Soon, the installation was successful. Opening the app, a miniature rocket appeared on the screen, along with various corresponding data written beside it. Then, a prompt appeared on the page. Rocket detected, connect. Click to connect. The next second, buzz. Zing. A stream of transparent liquid sprayed around the rocket, and 4 mechanical anchors landed firmly on the ground beneath the rocket, firmly anchoring it. Boom, boom, boom. Several caps were ejected from the rocket's nozzle. Then, a mechanical prompt sound came from the rocket's body. Signal connection successful. Permission confirmation successful. Rocket self-check successful. Liquid methane status check successful. Super engine startup successful. Yanhua Glory number 1 self-check successful. Waiting for launch. Chapter 4. Liquid oxygen and methane. Suddenly, a faint blue glow appeared on the surface of the rocket. Everyone clearly felt a surge of electromagnetic energy activate. Lu Xia's beautiful eyes widened with excitement, and her scalp tingled. It really connected? Successfully activated. People gradually gathered around, looking up at the gigantic rocket in front of them. My goodness, what an eye-opener. It's still controlled by a smartphone? That's too advanced. So impressive. There's even voice control. Let's launch it. With hundreds of students and teachers present, everyone was buzzing with excitement. The atmosphere at the launch site was ignited. Originally, Lu Xia was hesitating, but being pushed to this point, there was no turning back. Launch. Following Lu Xia's command, the rocket emitted a prompt sound again. All data indicators are qualified. Attention, attention, attention. Please evacuate the surrounding crowd. The tail end of the rocket began to ignite. Then, the ground trembled violently. Old Wang realized the danger and shouted, "Everyone, quickly retreat to the perimeter of the launch site, away from the rocket." A chill ran down everyone's spine. Everyone hurriedly turned around and left as quickly as possible. They felt a deep sense of fear and didn't dare to stay for a moment. Only Wang Tsuetsue was still dazed, unable to believe it. She had mocked Lu Xia before, but now running away would be like slapping her own face. At this moment, the rocket began its countdown. 10, 9, 8. Everyone continued to move away without stopping, and some had already reached the perimeter of the site. Wang Tsuetsue started to panic. Gritting her teeth, she decided to run. She couldn't risk her life. In her high heels, she hurriedly rushed, but in her haste, she stumbled. The rocket's countdown entered its final stage. 3, 2, 1, boom! With the ignition, dust flew everywhere. A surge of energy blasted out from behind the rocket, and blue flames roared. Wang Tsuetsue was instantly covered in black soot. She was directly blown away by the shockwave, landing awkwardly on the ground. Those who ran slowly clearly felt the shockwave. Those on the outside all dodged the shockwave. Soon, the area calmed down. The first people to reach the edge of the site gradually saw clearly. With the assistance of the thrust from the rocket's tail, it had begun to ascend slowly. Everyone held their breath, watching with excitement. They stared intently at the center of the site. Wow, it really can fly. This gigantic rocket can rise. The propulsion system is truly impressive. This practical lesson really makes me want to kneel. The students cheered excitedly. What teenager doesn't have a dream of space travel? Seeing the rocket launch was incredibly exhilarating. The teachers were also visibly excited, feeling proud to have such colleagues. Principal Zhang Tianfeng nodded repeatedly, very satisfied. Old Wang and Old Chun were both in awe. Others might not understand, but they both knew very well how difficult it is to manufacture a rocket. They were increasingly curious about the manufacturer of the rocket. When did such an impressive manufacturer emerge in the private sector? The two old men unconsciously looked in the same direction. Lu Xia gripped her phone tightly, panting beside them, thankful she had run fast. She never expected that such a gigantic rocket could actually fly. The 2 million spent was truly worth it. Soon, Old Wang and Old Chen approached, very curious. Teacher Lu, is this rocket really just a teaching model? It looks no different from a real one. When we bought it, it was indeed just a model, Lu Xia replied honestly. Buzz, as if to counter the claim of it being a model. The rocket at the center of the site suddenly emitted a more intense, buzzing sound from its vector thrusters. The flames at the tail changed from blue to deep purple. Unlike the previous slow ascent, the rocket suddenly accelerated. It shot upwards rapidly. A large gap was torn open in the clouds. At the launch site, the crowd continued to cheer. Applause thundered. Many took out their phones to capture and record the moment. People were shocked, breaking out in goosebumps. They were dumbfounded, as if they were dreaming. Old Wang trembled as he looked at the rocket in the sky, exclaiming, "My goodness, you say this is a model? This is actually a model rocket." Lu Xia smiled bitterly. She knew very well how much a real rocket costs. It couldn't possibly be just 2 million. But now, the model seemed to be no less capable than an active rocket, and might even be better. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Wait, if it's just a model, it can't last long. If it runs out of fuel in the middle, it could fall, and that would be very dangerous. Seeing Lu Xia so certain, Old Wang thought of something. His expression changed, and he said urgently at this moment. The disheveled Wang, Cui, also got up. Holding her waist, she angrily said, "It's so dangerous. If this practical lesson goes wrong, because of you, our school will be finished. Not only will we lose the advanced award at the end of the year, but the school will also expel you. Can't you just admit defeat? Why do you have to compete with me? You're just overestimating yourself." People nearby looked over. Thinking of the possible accidents with the rocket, they all felt a bit worried. Zhang Tianfang frowned and asked, "Can we pause it now?" "I'm afraid not," Lu Xia said helplessly. Even if it were a real rocket, it wouldn't have the ability to pause. The principal was truly inexperienced. She instinctively glanced at her phone. On the software, the data that was supposed to stop had already shown signs of activity, especially the energy, liquid oxygen and methane, current remaining, 99. 99, current speed, 2 Mach, current status, continuing to accelerate. Liquid oxygen and methane? She was instantly stunned. As a teacher, she knew very well how powerful liquid oxygen and methane were. Compared to other fuels, they provided more power and were more efficient. Say that again. Is it really liquid oxygen and methane? Old Wang's eyes widened, stunned and somewhat incredulous. This material was still in the experimental stage, even at Lonka Institute. Yes, look, this is the software sent to me by the manufacturing company, and it shows the status. Lu Xia handed her phone to Old Wang. On the screen was a scene of the rocket ascending. The data of the rocket was displayed. Energy, liquid oxygen and methane. It really is liquid oxygen and methane. Old Wang was so excited that his hands trembled. He recalled the color of the flames that had blasted out from the rocket's tail. Combined with the data on the software now, his pupils shook. This represented that the standard of this manufacturing company was actually above that of Lonka Institute. Old Chen sighed. Truly impressive. He also leaned in to see the data. He was astonished to see that the speed of the rocket's ascent was continuously increasing. Chapter 5 Unidentified Flying Objects 2 Mach 2 3 Mach 2 4 Mach. This represents not just the most advanced fuel, but also a powerful propulsion system. He was extremely excited and said to Wang Lao, "We must find a manufacturer of this rocket." Wang Lao nodded in agreement. The most critical thing now is to observe the rocket's data carefully to prevent any accidents. We should return to the Lonka Institute to monitor the rocket, to avoid any unexpected incidents. All right, time is of the essence. It would be best if Teacher Lu joined us as well. Even if the fuel is sufficient, there will come a moment when it runs out. We need to use the best observational equipment in the Institute and take precautions in advance. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia hesitated. This experimental class was crucial for her, as it related to her entire teaching career. If she left at this moment, she might have to go back to inherit her family estate. She immediately sought help from the principal. To her surprise, she received an affirmative response. Zhang Tianfang smiled and waved his hand. "You should go. The influence you bring to the school has taken a step forward in evaluating advancements." Hearing this, Lucia was overjoyed. Without further ado, she got in the car parked at the school gate with Wang Lao and Chun Lao and left. A rapid sonic boom erupted above the school. It shot into the clouds. People in the school and passers-by were all attracted by the rocket. Someone outside quickly parked their car and began to watch. Wow, what's going on? A rocket is being launched from the school? My goodness, this is amazing. Incredible. The rocket ascended rapidly, getting higher and higher. Eventually, it disappeared from everyone's sight. This incident began to spread rapidly. People continuously posted videos of the rocket launch and various images on social media. Soon, tens of thousands of people had seen it. The developed internet stirred up excitement among the crowd. Major media outlets followed suit. Moments in friend circle. Family, look quickly. I passed by Pengcheng Aerospace University today, and they were actually launching a rocket. Weibo. On August 31st, 2023, a rocket was launched from Pengcheng Aerospace University. I saw it with my own eyes. X-Wave. Breaking news. Pengcheng Aerospace University was fooled, and an unidentified flying object was spotted, suspected to be a missile. Fox. What exactly happened at the university? Does it affect our lives? Video posted. Netizens began to discuss heatedly. Wow, that really is Pengcheng Aerospace University, not Lonka Institute? Are universities this powerful now? They just launch a rocket. I reasonably suspect this is a video edit, but I have no evidence. One netizen commented, "This video is definitely not real. Although technology has advanced, it hasn't reached the point where schools can independently develop rockets." Immediately, another netizen disagreed, saying, "I was there at the scene. I saw it with my own eyes." More netizens joined in, saying, "Yes, I live nearby, and I also saw a rocket rise from Pengcheng Aerospace University." Some dissenting netizens immediately disagreed, saying they already had a launch center for experiments. Do you really think that was a rocket and not a model? This statement made some eyewitnesses start to doubt. At this moment, a netizen named Little Zhuga, who clearly understood aerospace knowledge, appeared and explained the difference between model rockets and real rockets. In the video, the rocket's size, acceleration, and flame color were all beyond what a typical model could achieve. Especially at the moment it burst into the clouds, it accelerated sharply and shot up into the sky. Only then did the crowd realize that Little Zhuga's explanation was correct. However, the netizens who had previously insisted it was a model became even more unconvinced and immediately angrily declared, "If that's a real rocket, I'll drink urine standing on my head. But if it's fake?" Many netizens found that reasonable. Normally, that should be the answer. Otherwise, they wouldn't be gambling so big. But what everyone didn't expect was that Little Zhuga showed no fear. He immediately replied, "If it's fake, I'll drink cola standing on my head." This bet excited the netizens. They divided into two camps, following the two and waiting for the outcome. Regardless of whether it was true or false, there would be entertainment to watch. On the other side, some small bloggers who obtained the information began editing videos. They immediately posted the video of the rocket launch, excitedly paired with thrilling text and audio. Longwa is powerful. Our Pengcheng Aerospace University is powerful. It really launched successfully. I saw it with my own eyes. It's so amazing. The account immediately attracted a lot of traffic, and the video became popular. At the Pengcheng Military District Camp, the Information Security Department was in an uproar. An alarm suddenly sounded, startling everyone. Just now, the air defense troops reported that an unidentified flying object had appeared over Pengcheng. Report: the unidentified flying object's altitude is still rising. The voices of the officers trembled slightly as they reported back. A middle-aged man in a uniform covered with medals frowned and paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the flashing lights on the surveillance screen. This is his jurisdiction, but there must not be an incident. However, this suddenly monitored, unidentified object made everyone anxious. Can we find out which unit it belongs to? Zhao Wei was stopped and asked sternly. Report: Sir, there is no record in our country's database, and there is no relevant filing. After thinking for a moment, he still reported the results found to Zhao Weigua. In China, if there's a launch plan, it must be entered into the database in advance. Even for a launch drill, this is required. Zhao Weigua's brow furrowed deeply, filled with questions. No fighting? Could it be a civilian act? Can we roughly determine the launch location? The officer agreed, saying, "Okay, I'll give it a try." Then, he operated on the computer. Longwa's air surveillance, once activated, can monitor historical trajectories in real time. Based on the trajectory, it can estimate the launch site. The earlier the launch, the more accurate it is. Snap. After inputting the data, a location circled in red appeared on the map. Report. The estimated launch area is around Pengcheng Aerospace University. Zhao Weiguo was stunned for a moment, then became somewhat enraged. Who can launch a rocket at a university? There are residential areas all around. Should we ask Pengcheng Lonka Institute? But the response was also negative. Zhao Weiguo was filled with doubts. What kind of force could create such a big commotion? Could it be spies? If they caused trouble in Pengcheng, that would be disastrous. Chapter 6. Revolt or Not. Snuffing out the lit cigarette in his hand, Zhao Weiguo used a military phone equipped with signal encryption to dial a mysterious number. Comrade, hello, this is Zhao Weiguo, the commander of the Air Defense Army District in Pengcheng. The situation is urgent. Please quickly connect me to the office of the president of Lonka Institute. In the office of the Lonka Institute in Pengcheng, a middle-aged man with glasses, looking somewhat amiable, was focused on an important document. It was not until the phone rang in front of him that he was pulled back to attention. President Su, this is Zhao Weiguo. An urgent voice came through the phone, and Su Zheng couldn't help but be taken aback. But he quickly reacted and couldn't help but ask, Little Zhao, you actually took the initiative to contact me today? The two had been assigned to work in Pengcheng in the same year, and had developed a unique tacit understanding and deep feelings for each other through their work. However, due to their respective tasks, they would never contact each other unless it was a critical moment. After some small talk, Zhao Weiguo could no longer hold back and said seriously, President Su, something big has happened in Pengcheng today, and the situation is urgent. Before that, I have something very important to verify with you. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Su Zheng straightened up. What is it? Zhao Weiguo's gaze instinctively shifted to the surveillance screen, especially when he saw the bright object suddenly accelerate, causing his brows to furrow even tighter. For a moment, he didn't know where to start describing it. After reorganizing his thoughts in his mind, he finally spoke. Just now, our air defense troops detected an unidentified flying object over Pengcheng. Upon verification, it does not belong to any unit, and most importantly, there is no relevant filing in the database. After he finished speaking, noticing the apparent silence on the other end of the phone, Zhao Weiguo continued. The purpose of this call is to verify whether Lonka Institute is aware of this matter. In front of the desk, after Su Zheng heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. He shook his head. No. Could it be something from the civilian sector? Is it possible to find out the specific range from which this flying object was launched? Near Pengcheng Aerospace University. Upon hearing this, Su Zheng suddenly stood up. What a joke. How could rockets be launched from there? Although the aerospace program at Pengcheng Aerospace University is a cradle for aerospace talents in Longwa and even the world, Su Zheng would absolutely not believe that they could manufacture rockets that could reach the air defense inspection range. He simply could not and would not dare to believe it. Zhao Weiguo opened his mouth to explain, but just then there was a knock on the door. Report. Kumin, a researcher from Lonka Institute, said, President, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen are here. They say they have important matters to report. Then let them in. The researcher hesitated slightly, obviously feeling troubled. He couldn't just tell the president that Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen had brought outsiders directly into the observation tower. Seeing the other party's prolonged silence, Su Zheng frowned and said sternly, What are you hesitating for? Is there something you can't say? Yes. Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen brought a female colleague into the observation tower. Quick, take me there. In a rush, Su Zheng ended up pressing down the receiver in his hand, thereby hanging up the call with Zhao Weiguo. But he didn't have time to worry about that now. After all, the observation tower of Lonka Institute not only housed top-notch aerospace observation equipment, but also many confidential documents. Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen were internal personnel of Lonka Institute, so it was fine for them to go inside, but bringing outsiders was absolutely not acceptable. Realizing the call had been disconnected, Zhao Weiguo stared at the receiver in his hand in silence for a long time. After inquiring for so long, it seemed they didn't know anything. Now he was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do next. After entering Lonka Institute, Mr. Wang and Mr. Chen rushed with Lu Xia to the observation tower. This is the best equipment for monitoring aerospace, Teacher Lu, we still need your mobile phone. Okay, no problem. At this moment, Lucia was praying in her heart that nothing would go wrong. If the more than 60-meter-high rocket were to fall from the sky, it would certainly cause considerable harm. At that time, she would really be in big trouble. Mr. Wang and Mr. Chun were so excited that they naturally didn't notice Lucia's reaction beside them. Excitedly taking Lucia's phone, they observed the rocket that was continually ascending while also checking the relevant data displayed on the phone, especially the rapidly increasing speed, which had now reached 2.7 Mach. What does this mean? Even compared to Longwa's active rockets, this was comparable, not to mention that the rocket's fuel was liquid nitrogen methane as a fuel for combustion. The energy generated by liquid nitrogen methane would be greater than that produced by their commonly used rocket fuels, and it would last longer. Longwa was always looking forward to the successful application of liquid nitrogen methane in aerospace, and they were eagerly anticipating it. Of course, in related research, Longwa had only stayed at the theoretical stage regarding this proposal. Under the observation of Mr. Wang and Mr. Chun, they reached a conclusion that would shock the entire aerospace community. It was not a rocket model at all. It was a real rocket. Upon hearing this, Lucia was stunned. To say she wasn't surprised would be a lie, especially with the response from the two titans of the aerospace field on site. She had only placed an order for a rocket model from Jiang Chen's company. How did it turn into a real rocket? It was truly unexpected. Even I have witnessed the moment when liquid nitrogen methane was applied in aerospace. Just as Mr. Wang finished his sentiment, there was a loud bang at the door. Someone kicked it open from the outside. Immediately, a squad of guards burst in with weapons drawn, surrounding the three, including Mr. Wang and Mr. Chun, at the observation equipment. What are you doing? Are you all trying to revolt? Or have you forgotten who we are? Mr. Chun stood at the front, angrily rebuking the guards, exuding an imposing presence. Mr. Wang turned around and handed the phone to Lucia, also standing in front. It's not us trying to revolt. It's you. The guards parted to let a path through, and Su Zheng walked towards the three. His sharp gaze swept back and forth over them before finally landing on Lucia. The two elders were key figures at Lonka Institute. Didn't they know the rules? Mr. Wang and Mr. Chun blushed with embarrassment and momentarily forgot about the matter in their excitement. But thinking of their discovery, they immediately became agitated. President, we have made a significant discovery, and we're just about to report to you. Mr. Chen also stepped forward to explain, today we were at Pengcheng Aerospace University. Chapter 7 Experts Shocked. Su Zheng raised his hand and directly interrupted the other party. Don't give me that nonsense. I just want to ask you, do you remember the rules of the Long Institute? Originally, he intended to teach Wang Lao and Chun Lao a lesson. But when he arrived at the location mentioned by Chun Lao, he was dumbfounded. He stood there, stunned like a wooden chicken. His mouth trembled slightly, and after a long time, he finally found his voice. Why, you just said you were at Pengcheng Aerospace University? Chun Lao, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his head. Pengcheng Aerospace University. After hearing this clearly, Su Zheng was momentarily taken aback. As veterans of the Long Institute, Wang Lao and Chun Lao could not possibly be unaware of the Institute's rules. Their actions must have had a special reason. Recalling what Zhao Weiguo had said during the video call earlier, Su Zheng suddenly had a strong premonition. His heartbeat quickened sharply. He held his breath, waiting for Chun Lao's response. Dean, here's the thing. With the joint explanation from Wang Lao and Chun Lao, along with Lucia's testimony, they recounted everything from the moment they participated in the practical course at Pengcheng Aerospace University to the successful launch of that rocket model. At first, we suspected that the rocket was a real thing, and it was only when it launched that we confirmed it. Not only that, but the manufacturer accidentally created a rocket powered by liquid nitrogen and methane. This accidental creation was Wang Lao's last insistence as a senior aerospace consultant at the Long Institute. Although the fact was right in front of him, he still found it hard to believe that such technology was produced by civilians. Suppressing his emotions, Wang Lao glanced at the screen of the phone in Lucia's hand, current remaining 99.64. If it weren't for liquid nitrogen and methane powering it, the endurance time couldn't possibly be this long. This was simply unprecedented and shocking. What? Liquid nitrogen and methane. Even the usually composed Su Zheng turned red with excitement upon hearing this news, almost jumping up on the spot. Why, you're serious, right? Before he could voice his doubts, Chen Lao took over Lu Xia's phone, the screen facing Su Zheng. His gaze instinctively focused on the screen. Energy, liquid nitrogen and methane, current remaining, 99. 64. Current speed, 3 Mach, current speed, continuing to accelerate. Looking at the data displayed, Su Zheng was stunned. In what was originally over 30 degrees weather, he felt a chill down his spine. Holding the phone, his excitement was evident, and unable to contain it, he could only pace back and forth. Wang Lao and Chen Lao exchanged glances and then looked back at Lu Xia. They indeed saw the girl slightly shrinking back behind them. Clearing his throat, Jian Lao Xiknan Su Yang. Dean, since the truth has come alight, can we? Chen Lao pointed at the gun in front of them, the implication clear. Su Zheng immediately reacted, raising his hand. You all withdraw first. Yes, Dean. The guard with firearms left, and Lu Xia finally felt a bit more relaxed. Although she came from a wealthy family and had seen many grand occasions, being under so many guns for such a long time was a first in her life. To say she wasn't scared would be absolutely false. After a moment of thought, Su Zheng looked at Lu Xia again. Teacher Lu, may I ask if you could conveniently provide us with Mr. Zhang's contact information? Compared to his earlier seriousness, Su Zheng's amiable demeanor now made Lu Xia feel a bit uncomfortable. She blinked her big eyes, stunned for a few seconds. Considering this was an opportunity, after all, he was the president of the Long Institute. Mr. Jiang shouldn't mind me leaking his information, right? She pointed at the phone Su Zheng was holding, and he understood, quickly handing it back to her. Lu Xia quickly operated it and found information about Jiang Chen's tech company and his personal details on Xinyu in just a few clicks. She handed it to Su Zheng, recalling that Wang Lao and Chen Lao had called him Dean, and said, Dean, this is Mr. Zhang's contact information. Upon hearing this, not only Su Zheng, but even Wang Lao and Chen Lao widened their eyes and leaned in closer. This was the contact information of a genius capable of producing liquid nitrogen and methane-powered technology, almost surpassing national rocket research capabilities. The old folks at the Long Institute had poured their hearts and souls into researching and updating China's rocket technology. To say they weren't excited would be impossible. Hey, Chen Lao, why are you pushing me in such a big place? Shoo, don't talk. When the dean turned around and saw a string of numbers, don't interrupt. I can still remember some. On the other side, in the Pengcheng office building, Jiang Chun was lying on the sofa, using half of the 1 million deposit he had received the night before to pay the overdue rent. Now, free from debt, he felt much lighter. Thinking back to the suddenly bound inventor system, he had only seen similar situations in novels. Although Jiang Chun didn't know why the system had chosen him, it had indeed helped him out of a tight spot. For him, wasn't this a powerful external aid? Moreover, he was a bona fide super scholar, particularly focused on technology research. If it weren't for needing to inherit the family business, he might have joined the Long Institute long ago, before obtaining the system. He had been worried about various company operations, but now the situation was completely different. He not only had strength, but also technology. Even now, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with images of those dozens of circular robots emitting colorful lights, jointly enhancing and transforming the rocket. That technology, those methods, they could undoubtedly be considered the most advanced in all of China and even the world. With technology, he need not worry about other aspects, especially the need for funding. Last night's order was a perfect example. Just as Jiang Shan was about to rest for a while, he had just closed his eyes when he heard a noise. At first, it wasn't too obvious, and he couldn't find the source until a cloud of dust fell from somewhere, covering his face. He wiped his face. Peh. Looking up, he noticed that the ceiling seemed unstable, and the chandelier was swaying, giving Jiang Chen the feeling that it could fall at any moment. He turned his head and looked around, unable to help but sigh. Yes, now that his tech company was left with only him after his parents passed away, all the employees had successively resigned, leaving him as the sole commander. Reluctantly getting up, he sighed, forget it before this small company rises. I'll have to rely on myself. Detected the host's urgent need for assistance. The Yinhuang technology system has begun allocation. Chapter 8 Awakening. Take off from the spot. System is allocating. Please do not transfer. Please do not transfer. Allocation successful. High-tech simulation machine butler assistant has been issued to the host's backpack. Please check in time and bind the assistant. Before Jiang Chun could even stand up straight, and before his words had fully settled, relevant system prompts had already appeared in his mind. In the novels he had read before. Although the systems also helped the protagonist soar, he had never seen such an intelligent system that he owned. It could even automatically sense the host's needs. For a moment, Jiang Chun was overjoyed and immediately checked the relevant equipment in his backpack. A semi-transparent light blue page suddenly appeared before him. The assistant that the system had just equipped for him was automatically at the top. After clicking on the assistant package, a small pop-up window appeared. Does the host choose to awaken the high-tech simulation machine butler assistant? Yes. Jiang Chun responded decisively. With the high-tech butler assistant by his side, even the most complex company management issues would be resolved, and he could even become a hands-off manager who just counts money. Thinking of this, he was full of confidence. This was definitely a path to wealth. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chun watched as the color of the assistant package gradually changed from gray to blue gold. He heard a voice say, "Loading complete. Butler assistant awakened." Suddenly, without any preparation, an assistant that was almost as tall as him appeared before him. Its appearance was exquisite beyond criticism. Jiang Chun stood up and walked around the assistant several times. Rubbing his chin with one hand, he thought, this system is impressive. Even the machine assistant it provided is so refined. "Hello, Master. I'm the first-generation butler assistant of the Yanwang technology system, code name 01. The Master can also change it as you wish." Jiang Chun, who was observing the robot assistant, never expected that the machine would directly speak. He was so startled that he took 2 steps back, staring blankly at the robot as he sized it up. You could just call me 01. Yes, Assistant 01 officially becomes the Master's assistant from September 2nd, 2023. The machine assistant 01 had not finished speaking when Jiang Chun raised his hand to interrupt her. "Stop. Don't call me Master from now on. Call me Director Jiang." "Yes." Jiang Chun nodded, turned around, and sat back down on the sofa, crossing his legs as he did so. "Then why don't you show me your capabilities?" In the next moment, Jiang Chun saw with his own eyes that after 01 received the task he conveyed, her eyes faintly sparkled with light. Then 01 began to scan the office building. Jiang Chun was somewhat stunned and couldn't help but follow behind, watching as 01 quickly surveyed the surroundings, whispering to himself, "Wow, this is simply a bug scanner." In less than a minute, 01 returned to Jiang Chun's side, and the internal renovation and structural improvement plan of the company had been sent to Director Jiang's phone. Director Jiang only needed to sign his name on it, and the relevant orders would be automatically paid. Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment, and the lump in his throat instinctively rolled up and down as he hurriedly picked up the phone on the table. His fingers quickly slid across the screen, and for a moment, Jiang Chun stared dumbfounded at the flawless plan. What is this? 01 handled everything for him in a flash. He was being taken off like a rocket. After checking the improvement plan, he scrolled to the end, and a signature box popped up. Without thinking, he scrawled his signature. Order transaction completed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As he felt a vibration in his palm, Jiang Chun saw a notification of a transaction from his bank card pop up at the top. Is it empty? After spending so much to revamp the company, has he exhausted his savings? He couldn't help but gasp. Assistant 01 is indeed the most advanced high-tech machine butler assistant in the world. She can even. But then he thought, these all require his approval and signature, and there is still 1 million not yet deposited, so there is no need to panic. Taking a deep breath, his mood finally stabilized a bit. Just as his butt touched the sofa, the phone notification sounded, and Jiang Chun instinctively thought it was the payment from the Ferrari rich girl that had arrived, his spirits lifting immediately. His eyes lit up, but when he looked closely, he found it was actually a friend request for Xinyu. He was greatly disappointed, pouting as he clicked in. The page loaded, and the profile picture of the person requesting to be his friend had a logo that said Technological Powerhouse. Could it be that there's another opportunity? But he only had 2 tech points left in the system. He couldn't conduct any business at all. Or is it a competitor from Pengcheng? With curiosity, Jiang Chun accepted the friend request. The other party quickly sent several messages. "Hello, Director Jiang. I am Su Zheng, the president of the Pingqing Lonka Institute. There are some matters I would like to understand from you. Do you have time? Of course, if it's convenient for you. I can also personally visit your company. I have an urgent matter that needs verification. As he watched the messages pop up one after another, Jiang Chun quickly browsed through them. Pingqing Lonka Institute? And the president? If he is a president, then I'm the alliance chairman. Jiang Chun casually tossed his phone onto the sofa and lay back, muttering to himself, "How could such a good thing find me?" Lonka Institute's lookout tower. Su Zheng, Old Wang, and Old Chun stared at the phone screen for quite a while. However, after the other party accepted the friend request, there was no further response. Su Zheng's brows were almost twisted into a rope. He slowly raised his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Teacher Liu, is this contact information really correct? Why hasn't there been a response until now?" He hesitated and pushed his phone towards Liu Xia. She took it, frowned, and looked at it, from the profile picture to the account and nickname, then compared it with her own phone. This is fine. It must be Mr. Jiang Chun himself. As for why he hasn't responded, I'm not sure." As she spoke, her voice grew quieter, clearly feeling a bit guilty. The air suddenly fell into silence, and the three of them bowed their heads, not knowing what to think. 2 minutes later, Old Wang slowly spoke, tentatively guessing. Could it be that young Director Jiang doesn't believe in the president's identity? Hearing this, Su Zheng immediately refuted. "How could it be? I introduced my identity first. How could it? Could it be that he really misunderstood? Thinks I'm a scammer?" As he spoke, Su Zheng began to doubt whether his introduction had issues. Turning back to check it again. Chapter 9, The Golden Application, going viral. With a snap, Su Zheng frowned and lit a cigarette for himself. He took a deep puff and exhaled several smoke rings. Just as Su Zheng was engulfed in self-doubt, Liu Xia lowered her head and tapped her phone screen. Ding! Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in frustration, suddenly standing up to grab his phone. Are these scammers really this brazen now? When will it ever end? Just as he was about to retort, a chat box popped up on the screen with the avatar of Ferrari Little Rich Woman. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened, instantly changing his expression. The corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. "Mr. Jiang, due to the rocket situation, I am currently at the Lonka Institute. The friend request I just sent you was indeed from the dean himself. I also want to apologize here. Your information was given to the dean by me." After 2 messages, there was no further response from Liu Xia, while Jiang Chun, after reading the messages, became increasingly agitated. He jumped up from his sofa. Opening the chat box sent by Su Zheng, he saw Su Zheng, Dean of Lonka Institute. How could he not know this name? What was he just doing? He was still suspecting that the person was a scammer, but it was the message from the Dean of Lonka Institute. Such a scene, whether in the past or now, was something he had dreamed of. A golden application, an active invitation from the Dean. How did it slip through my fingers? He slowly ran his fingers through his hair, and the more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. He paced back and forth in front of the sofa. But when his gaze fell on the busy 01 steward assistant in the distance, Jiang Chen's anxiety gradually stabilized. He slowly returned to the sofa, and, after sitting down, he murmured to himself, "With my Yinhuang technology system in hand, am I still afraid there won't be a second chance for such an opportunity?" Nodding, he felt that his analysis was extremely correct. Since binding the system, his most important task now should be to better understand the technology, point reward mechanism, and exchange mechanism of the system, especially after last night. The circular robot manufacturing liquid nitrogen methane rocket had cost him 998 technology points, which was a severe shortage for someone who had not fully understood the technology point accumulation plan. This also intensified his determination to increase technology points. Only in this way, when people from Lonka Institute found him, could he better provide advanced technological knowledge for Longhua and Lonka Institute. Unlike the few at Lonka Institute who were gradually realizing the truth, the Information Security Department at the Pingqing Military District Camp was in complete chaos. Zhao Weigua frowned as he waited by Su Zheng's phone at his desk, but he received no response for a long time, making him anxious. He kept pacing back and forth. Is anyone there? What is the situation now? The air defense soldier, who was monitoring the rocket launch, took off his headset and stood up. Report, sir. The rocket is still in a state of continuous acceleration. It won TB long before it could fly into outer space. Of course, the latter part of his statement was merely a guess. After all, in the entire world, Not just any rocket could fly into outer space. Moreover, since this rocket was not recorded in the national database, a civilian rocket would not reach such heights. At that moment, the alarm sounded as if it had heard the air defense soldier's thoughts, immediately providing a rebuttal. Alert! Alert! An unidentified object is accelerating into the sky and is expected to break through the atmosphere of Blue Star in about an hour and a half. Before the air defense soldier could finish, the nearby instruments began to sound the alarm. Coupled with the flashing red lights on the instruments, it was blinding to Zhao Weigua, causing his head to buzz. He even felt he might faint at any moment. His body swayed violently. Seeing this, the air defense soldier quickly stepped forward to support Zhao Weigua. Sir, Zhao Weigua struggled to regain his voice, barely managing to speak. What did it just say? He was so anxious that his local accent almost slipped out. It said that the rocket is about to leave Blue Star. On the military network, comments from military enthusiasts surged like a tidal wave. Wow, is this rocket really launched from Pengcheng Aerospace University as mentioned in the V-blog? Impressive indeed. No wonder it's a leader in the aerospace field. The technology level has reached this extent. Brothers upstairs, the news is a bit delayed. We can't be blamed. Who would have thought such explosive events would happen in the time it takes to eat a meal? They had been following the reports about Pengcheng Aerospace University online for half a day, and some well-equipped and precise military enthusiasts had even monitored the rocket-related data. This thing's speed had already exceeded 3 Mach, which no active rockets in our country could match. Moreover, its energy source seemed different from normal rockets. It was accelerating. The military enthusiasts connected online suddenly fell silent. The only sounds in their headsets were scribbling and calculation noises. After about 10 minutes, a group of them spoke in unison. Based on calculations, this is indeed a big one, at least 60 meters tall. I'm really curious about what its power source is that can support such a large rocket flying for such a long time, and still in a state of continuous acceleration. If it was made by our country, that would be fine, but if not, just thinking about such a situation is terrifying. A voice in the headset murmured, I really hope it's made in our country. Only among themselves could they feel how excited they were. Suddenly, one voice joined in, directly elevating their current excitement to a climax. This rocket is going to exceed our equipment's detection range. What? Although their equipment wasn't as good as the specialized monitoring equipment of Longwa's Lonka Institute, it was still among the most advanced on the market, especially since the observable limit of this set of equipment was within the Blue Star range. If that's the case, then it would break through Blue Star and head into outer space. The air fell into silence as pairs of eyes, in different locations, stared at the monitoring screens before them. Meanwhile, in the office of Longwa's leaders, the man sitting at the desk wore a serious expression, his brows tightly knitted, exuding an air of authority stronger than ever. He radiated a sharp aura, especially the soldier reporting in front of him, who hung his head and dared not make eye contact. In front of him, a machine was whirring rapidly, and the data on it was the key to his current emotions. Just a few minutes ago, he received an alert from the Central Monitoring Department. An unidentified rocket was continuously accelerating within the monitoring range. Chapter 10 Heavy Equipment Strikes the Launch Site is the Pengcheng Aerospace University of the Dragon Country. For the Dragon Country, these two sentences carry profound implications. An unidentified rocket. This made the leaders subconsciously think that this rocket had not been included in the National Information Database. There are only 2 possibilities for such a situation. Either this rocket was privately manufactured and had not yet been reported, which would be a good situation. However, the other worst-case scenario is that this rocket was likely carefully designed by another country to be launched from the Dragon Country. This is not a good omen for the Dragon Country. Considering the current aerospace technology of the Dragon Country, the leader Longhua almost instinctively leaned towards the second point. He speculated in a deep voice, why was the launch site chosen to be Pengcheng Aerospace University? Is it a show of force? A dangerous glimmer flickered in his eyes. Longhua rubbed his thumbs together, pondering for a long time before finally looking up and ordering. No matter the reason, this rocket cannot stay in the airspace of the Dragon Country any longer. Upon hearing this, the soldier was taken aback. Instinctively looking back at the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country who were silently drinking tea behind him, The latter slowly placed the teacup on the table. Shooting it down is currently the most direct method, but this brings up another problem. He paused for a moment, furrowing his brows as he looked at Longhua. What if it injures innocent civilians when it falls? Longhua took a deep breath, walked to the window, and asked, "What can we do?" Huiran, do you have any other methods? If this is indeed a rocket from another country, it would already be a bomb threatening the lives of our dragon country. Faced with this situation, the soldier was momentarily at a loss, his gaze wandering back and forth between Longhua and another senior official, Zhou Huiran. The air suddenly became tense, and for a moment, no one spoke another word. After a long while, at the moment when Zhou Huiran and Longhua's eyes met, it was a loud clap. He slammed the table and said, "Then let's shoot it down. We cannot gamble with the lives of the common people." That rocket seemed to have been flying for some time. Ordinary missiles would likely struggle to catch up with its speed. Zhou Huiran naturally understood the meaning behind this. "You mean, to launch that thing?" Seeing that the other party nodded without saying anything, Zhou Huiran felt his heart bleed. That thing is the most advanced missile currently in service in the Dragon Country, codenamed DF-41, powered by a 3-stage solid propellant rocket. And combined with a computer-controlled inertial guidance system, it significantly improves its accuracy while greatly extending its range. But correspondingly, launching at this time would cost at least 200 million. However, given the current situation, they could only swallow their teeth and endure it. Damn! Which bastard dares to cause trouble on the territory of the Dragon Country? If I find out it's related to the Imperial spies, they will definitely not be spared. As soon as this order was issued, the commanders of various military districts received the relevant notifications in succession. As the cradle of the aerospace industry, Pengcheng was naturally the first to know. Upon hearing that the higher-ups were taking action to intercept the rocket, Zhao Weigua immediately breathed a sigh of relief, sitting in his chair and awkwardly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. However, in stark contrast to his reaction, Su Zheng was somewhat confused. What does this mean? The higher-ups want to launch the DF-41 to intercept that rocket? He knew how precious it was to launch a DF-41 missile. It seems the higher-ups are putting in a lot of effort to shoot down the rocket. Thinking this, Su Zheng casually dialed a mysterious phone number. "Yi Yun, bring your team and prepare to come to the observation tower for data monitoring." After saying this, regardless of the other party's reaction, Su Zheng hung up the phone directly. 3 minutes later, a capable woman in a white professional coat with a high ponytail walked in with long strides. She was followed by a group of staff dressed similarly to her. "Dean, Old Wang, Old Chun." Her voice was cold with a hint of seriousness. After a brief exchange with the three, she quickly understood the ins and outs of the situation. "Then I will leave the monitoring here to you, Old Wang, Old Chun. I think it is necessary for you two to meet with that young General Jiang in person." On site, Lu Xia felt a bit flustered when she saw the 3 people she knew were about to leave. Stepping forward, she nervously asked, "What about me?" Upon entering, Ji Yun had noticed this unfamiliar woman, but the situation was special, and she did not have time to ask. At this moment, as Lu Xia spoke, Ji Yun's gaze followed. After all, the Dragon Academy is not a place anyone can enter casually. "Oh, it's like this, Teacher Lu. I think they will need your help while monitoring the data, so I must ask you to stay a little longer." Su Zheng tried to make himself appear more amiable, softly explaining, "It seems this matter does indeed relate to her. If she and T found Jiang Chun on Xianyu and ordered the rocket model, this series of events wouldn't T have occurred. Moreover, this matter is directly linked to her evaluation for her position at school, and if not handled well, she would never let it go. She didn't want to go home to inherit property." So, reluctantly responding, "Fine then." Ji Yun turned back to continue assigning work to her subordinates, and by the time everything was arranged, Su Zheng and the others had already left the observation tower. Although she didn't know what a young girl like her could help with, "I don't like any noise while I'm working, so please cooperate," she said coldly, casting a faint glance at the buzzing phone in Lu Xia's hand. With Lu Xia's keen perception, she naturally noticed the other party's indifference. For a moment, she was taken aback. However, having been here with Old Wang and Old Chun for a while, she knew how important the data connected to the rocket on the phone was. Blinking her big eyes, she appeared somewhat innocent. "I'm really sorry. I also want to turn it off, but the 3 who just left specifically instructed me that it would help you. In fact, the most helpful thing for you is this." After saying this, Lucia pushed the phone towards Ji-yun. Ji-yun originally planned to just glance down, not believing that this girl had anything that could assist them. However, after that one glance, she couldn't pull her eyes away. She even reached out to take the phone. This is data from the rocket? Lucia nodded. What else would it be? You think I could help you in some other way? Realizing her earlier inexplicable hostility towards this girl, Ji-yun found it amusing after some thought. She shook her head self-deprecatingly, and when she looked up again, she said, I'm sorry, comrade. I misunderstood you earlier. I apologize. Lucia waved her hand. It's Xiao Wang. Prepare the screen-sharing equipment. Chapter 11. They've all gone to space, and you call this a model? Yes. The staff member named Xiao Wang took the phone that Ji-yun handed him and plugged the data cable into the computer. His fingers danced over the keyboard, almost leaving a blur in their wake. The glow from the computer screen reflected off his glasses, and in that moment, Xiao Wang exuded sharpness. Soon, the relevant data from Lucia's rocket control app was projected onto the large screen embedded in the wall. On the screen, the rocket was seen moving at nearly supersonic speeds. Suddenly, another colleague of Ji-yun spoke up. Report to the team leader. The DF-41 launched by the country has successfully entered the monitoring range. Ji-yun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, walked over at the sound, placed one hand on the desk, and leaned slightly to look at his colleague's screen. Sure enough, there was an additional moving red marker on the screen, accelerating to catch up with the rocket ahead. Good. Keep an eye on the data monitoring. Comrade, please go rest over there. Lucia was assigned by the three leaders to assist, so she couldn't be overlooked. Ji-yun gestured towards a makeshift resting area nearby and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. After chatting for a while, Ji-yun learned from Lucia that the top missile launched by their dragon country was actually chasing just a rocket model. Not only her, but even the small team behind her had their mouths agape, stunned. Unknowingly, their heartbeats quickened. Nothing excited them more than hearing such shocking news. To hear the conversation between Lucia and Ji-yun clearly, the staff member typing on the keyboard slowed down his fingers. Rocket model? The data monitoring staff exchanged glances. Has the world changed? Or is my perspective too narrow? Their attention returned to the screen, focusing on the red dot at the front, which was continuously accelerating. This speed exceeding Mach 3, along with its surging power. That girl actually called this a rocket model? Whose rocket model can reach such heights? Ji-yun was engrossed in listening when a staff member suddenly reported loudly, Team leader. Ji-yun was startled. He shot a sharp look at the person. The staff member swallowed hard, reorganized his words. The rocket has already flown out of Blue Star and has entered space. What? Just as Ji-yun stood up, ready to move over, he heard the staff member continue reporting. And what? Speak quickly. After years of working at the Dragon Academy, Ji-yun had never encountered such a miraculous situation, and he could hardly contain his impatience. And the DF-41 launched by our Dragon Country has started to slow down, and the distance between it and the rocket is increasing. It seems it won't catch up. Hiss. As the words fell, all the staff present except for Lucia couldn't help but gasp. They all put down their original work and crowded in front of the large screen, their eyes glued to it, wishing they could see through it. On the screen, the two red dots, which were increasingly separating, became the sole focus of everyone's gaze. They were stunned, even a bit bewildered. That was their Dragon Country's most advanced missile. Damn, this rocket is almost ridiculously powerful. Who designed this thing? After saying that, they turned their heads to look at Lucia, who was holding her phone and also watching the screen on the wall. Once she realized, she felt somewhat at a loss. No, don't all look at me. I don't know what is going on either. Report. A loud voice broke the silence in the leader's office. Kumin, the soldier who entered the office, met the gazes of Long Hua and Zhou Huiran. Just thinking about the result of their DF-41 intercepting that rocket made the soldier break out in a cold sweat. In the end, he steeled himself and reported. Report to the two leaders, the DF-41 missile has failed to intercept. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. It wasn't that Long Hua and the others didn't believe the soldier's words, but the result was far beyond their imagination. What was even harder to accept was that their Dragon Country's most advanced missile, which had never suffered defeat, faced its first failure against an unknown rocket. As leaders of Dragon Country, They had seen all kinds of storms, but everything happening before them truly left them at a loss. After stabilizing his emotions, Longhua said in a deep voice, "Then use fighter jets. Use the fastest fighter jets. I refuse to believe we can't catch that rocket." Seeing the soldier dazed, Longhua's sharp gaze immediately turned to him. The soldier quickly responded, "Yes." He didn't even know how he left the leader's office. Thinking back to the terrifying scene at that time, his heart raced. Along the way, he kept murmuring to himself, "In my whole life, I've never seen a rocket fly this fast." Zhao Weigua, who also received the news of the missile interception failure, felt the ease on his face replaced by tension. He even choked on the sweat in his mouth, coughing heavily, his face turning red. Without time to calm down, he immediately ordered the soldier beside him, "Quick, connect to the president of the Dragon Academy." "Yes, sir." Zhao Weigua followed along, standing nearby, his anxious gaze fixed on the phone. After dialing 2 or 3 times, the call didn't go through. Zhao Weigua watched anxiously and waved his hand. "Forget it. I'll call his private number." While saying this, he took out his phone, hurriedly flipping through his contacts to find Su Zheng's number. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Su Zheng, hurry and answer the phone." "Hello, is it you, Lao Zhao? Why are you calling my private number?" Su Zheng, in the car, was looking at the navigation for Jiangchen Company when the incoming call display replaced the page. God knows how anxious he was to see Jiangchen right now. But thinking of Zhao Weigua's temperament, he guessed he must have urgent business with him. So he tried to suppress his anger. "Hey, Director Su, the missile we launched not long ago to intercept the rocket actually failed. This rocket was launched in my jurisdiction. How can I not be anxious?" Upon hearing this, Su Zheng slightly narrowed his eyes, carefully pondering the implications of his words. Wait, you said the missile interception failed?" "Yes. I don't even know what this rocket is. You know the strength of the DF-41. He initially thought Su Zheng would agree with his viewpoint, but the tone on the other end suddenly shifted. "Sigh, as expected, that rocket is indeed formidable." Chapter 12 Alarm. You have entered a state of Level 1 readiness. "Hey, you took the wrong turn. It should be this road." Su Zheng saw that the driver was about to turn the car into a dead end, which was completely contrary to the navigation he had just seen. He opened his mouth to remind him. Turning his head, he continued to ask, "Old Zhao, you go on." The person opposite was stunned for a few seconds. Zhao Weigua finally reacted. How come Su Zheng sounded completely unconcerned? Was he waiting for him here? "Su Yang, Director Su, my hat is almost gone. And you're playing dumb with me here? What do you mean that the rocket is powerful? Do you know about that rocket? Speak. Do you have any news?" On the other end of the phone, Zhao Weigua's serious and angry voice came through. The sudden increase in volume caught Su Zheng off guard. The sound near his ear was piercingly painful. He instinctively held the phone a bit further away. "Why are you angry? I just found out about this too, and was about to tell you. Didn't you just call me? Here's the thing, I forget it. Let Wang Lao and Chen Lao explain it to you." Su Zheng handed the phone to the 2 people in the back seat of the car and casually took the navigation from Wang Lao's hands. Right now, what was foremost in his mind was to hurry and find Jiangchen. "Come on, follow my lead." The rocket, after leaving Blue Star, suddenly snapped in half with a crack, breaking into 2 pieces. The rear half slowly fell, while the front half shot upward with flames spewing from its tail, and then it began to rapidly ascend. It soon disappeared into the depths of the universe. As for the falling half, it quickly vanished without a trace. The likely final outcome was being crushed upon collision, turning into a speck of dust in the vastness of space. In space, inside a certain space station, 3 tall figures in spacesuits floated cautiously within the cramped cabin. Even in Blue Star, the simplest actions like drinking water, eating, or moving became particularly difficult. "Hey, brother, you better not come near me while I'm drinking water." Kate raised one hand to signal stop, carefully trying to drink water. He had to be cautious. In the space capsule, even a slight error could cause him to choke on water. In severe cases, he might suffocate. The other 2 didn't even look at him, absorbed in their own ping-pong game. Ding! A prompt sound rang out, and both of them stopped and retrieved their ping-pong balls. One floated slowly to the training device, secured itself, and began exercising. In this weightless environment, the most important thing was to constantly train their muscles to prevent atrophy. "I really want to go home and see if our Eagle Nation's technology is more advanced now than when we left. Michelle gazed out the window toward the direction of Blue Star. Soon, according to the calendar, if we can hold on for another month, we can go back. Kate took a sip of water, and the cup floated around the cabin. The three fell silent, and no one spoke another word. However, at that moment, everything in the space capsule, which had been normal, suddenly changed. Red lights flashed, and alarms sounded. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified object is approaching at high speed. Alarm! Alarm! Please devise a response plan immediately. Michel initially didn't react, but as he looked forward, a black that was rapidly enlarging in his line of sight. More astonishingly, the tail was still burning. What the hell? What is going on? I haven't heard about any new launch missions in the country recently. In a flurry of panic, Kate accidentally knocked over the nearest cup of water, which began to float uncontrollably in the cabin, obstructing their vision and movement. Alarm! An unidentified flying object is rapidly approaching the cabin. Please evacuate immediately. Collision with the cabin is expected within 1 minute. What? 1 minute? If they were on land, they could escape, but right now they were in space. The weightlessness here was severe. In such a short time, let alone escaping, even opening the cabin door would be difficult. Moreover, to survive in this universe, they needed to be fully equipped. Forget it. Hurry up. That black mass is coming in fast. It looks like our Eagle Nation-S research didn't aim properly before launching. Hurry. Otherwise, we might really perish in this universe. 50 seconds. They activated all their physical potential and put on their full gear. 10, 9, 8. The cabin's machines had started the countdown. The three hurriedly opened the cabin door and hooked their gear to the rivets outside the cabin. They were gambling, betting that the black mass wouldn't hit the cabin directly. 3, 2, 1, fire. That SA rocket. Michel's pupils suddenly contracted. The enormous rocket body nearly brushed past the tip of his nose. For a moment, he truly felt that without his gear, he would be melted by the flames from the rocket's tail. My God, this rocket is huge. It's my first time seeing such a large rocket. Kate frowned and looked on. In his peripheral vision, the original cabin was almost penetrated, leaving only some fragments of the broken space capsule floating in space. Kate, why aren't you speaking? Are you scared, silly? Michel floated in front of Kate and joked, Shut up. You're so noisy. That's not our Eagle Nation-S rocket. With that one sentence, the other two were stunned, their smiles instantly freezing. If there's any country on Blue Star with first-class space technology, it's undoubtedly their Eagle Nation. That rocket just now clearly looked like a world-class masterpiece capable of dominating the entire Blue Star. If it wasn't team-made by their Eagle Nation, they wouldn't believe it even if you killed them. I'm serious. I saw the red flag emblem on it. It's not ours. It's the emblem of the Eastern Dragon Nation. Hurry and report this news back to headquarters. Michel rushed back into the cabin, but upon seeing the exposed wires flickering from the violent impact, he was stunned. First, send a distress signal back to the country. Let us go to the nearest Imperial station. When they arrived at the Imperial station, the scene before them was even worse than what they had just experienced. Damn it. If I find out which country launched that rocket, once we get back, I will definitely persuade the Emperor to give them a lesson. Chapter 13 Screen Sharing. Is there such an operation? Following the navigation prompts, Su Zheng and the others drove around most of Pengcheng. Director, didn't you say we would reach Mr. Jiang's company in half an hour? It's been almost an hour now, right? The driver stepped on the brake, leaned back in his seat, and then twisted his wrist. Old Wang also took off his reading glasses, wiped them briefly, and rubbed his forehead. He looked a bit tired. Why do I feel like we've been going in circles around here? Exactly. Which company keeps changing locations like this? This is simply unheard of. Su Zheng looked down at his phone, clearly seeing a distance indicator that was still half an hour away from them. He sighed deeply. It seemed he was deliberately preventing us from finding his company. The more this happened, the stronger Su Zheng's determination to bring him into the Lonka Institute became. Let's head back for now. It seems we still need to contact Jiang Chun through Teacher Liu. Upon returning to the Lonka Institute, the three of them headed straight for the observation tower, but when they arrived, the place was already empty. The three of them became anxious, with Old Chun and Old Wang striding straight up to the guards. Guard, Where are the Ji-Yun team and teacher Lucia? Report. They are currently at the aerospace laboratory. Whoosh. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the next moment, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. The three people in front of him vanished instantly. The guard scratched his head, a bit confused. When did Old Wong and Old Chun run so fast? At the Lonka Institute Aerospace Laboratory, Ji-Yun and her team stood in line, neatly in front of the big screen. Their eyes were glued to the screen, wide with astonishment. Their mouths were agape, as if they might drop to the floor any second. Incredible. This is truly incredible. It has to be said that although Lu Xia was just a university teacher, she had never seen a scene like this in her lifetime. When Su Zheng, Old Wong, and Old Chun entered, the windows around the laboratory were tightly covered, hardly letting any light in. Su Zheng stood up and pulled open the curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, about to reprimand them for not following the rules. But before he could say anything, Old Wong and Old Chun, disregarding their status, exclaimed, "What the hell? This is simply damaging the image of the Lonka Institute." Su Zheng frowned and followed their gaze. On the big screen in front of them, a scene of the blue planet appeared. It started with oceans, land, forests, and vegetation, followed by creatures swimming in the water, running on the ground, and climbing in the trees. What shocked them even more was that even an ant on the ground and a bee flying in the air could be seen clearly, as if the screen was in 8K mode. I've lived so long and never really looked at these little guys closely. Old Chun chuckled, stroking his imaginary beard. Soon, he realized something was off and suddenly asked, "Wait, where did you find these videos?" Ji-Yun and the others were so captivated that they hadn't reacted yet. Lucia stepped forward, accidentally touching the screen of her phone. Suddenly, the image on the big screen changed. This time, the person appearing was Old Chun himself. His wrinkles, hair, and even his pores were visible. Now not just Old Chun. Even Su Zheng and Old Wong were stunned for a moment. After taking a deep breath, they barely pulled their thoughts out of the shock of seeing the image on the screen. Their speech became a bit stammered. What? What is going on? The staff members who were in the know exchanged knowing smiles with Lucia and Ji-Yun. Just a few minutes ago, we discovered during monitoring that the rocket already in space had established a screen-sharing connection with the app. With Ji-Yun's brief explanation, Su Zheng, Old Wong, and Old Chun finally understood the sequence of events. Old Wong silently stared at the phone in Lucia's hand, then turned to look at the big screen in front of him. He had words stuck in his throat, unsure of where to start. His heart was sinking into deep self-doubt. From the beginning, they said it was a rocket model, and now it had shot into space. Now they were telling them it could also share screens with a domestic mobile app. With all these features combined, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could surpass satellites. With such equipment, what we have to fear from those powers eyeing Longhua? Old Chen's face turned red with excitement. Yes, with this, we can know their every move, even the number of pores on their faces. This kind of equipment must be incorporated into our Lonka Institute. We can't afford to be late. Struggling to calm his excitement, Su Zheng rubbed his hands and walked up to Lucia. After all, there was one question he had been holding back for a long time. "Teacher Lu, is this rocket customized by Comrade Jiang Chun?" Lucia nodded. These matters were clearly documented in her chat history with Jiang Chun, and there was no need to hide anything. "Yes, but at first, I thought Mr. Jiang only customized a 5-meter rocket model. That night, Mr. Jiang also reminded me that he made it a bit larger, and since it was our first collaboration, he wouldn't charge me extra." Upon hearing this, the people present couldn't help but twitch their mouths subtly. Are you kidding? They had all seen the monitoring data report. A 60-meter rocket compared to a 5-meter rocket model. Was it really just a bit larger? Jiang Chen's description made them question their understanding of numbers. As if he thought of something, Old Wong stepped forward. "Mr. Jiang said he wouldn't charge you extra, but may I ask, Teacher Lu, what was the final price you settled on?" Upon hearing this, Lucia couldn't help but exclaim. The few people closest to her jumped in shock. What happened? Lucia quickly found her chat interface with Jiang Chun. As she swiped the screen, she murmured, "I've been so busy here that I forgot to pay the final payment to Mr. Jiang." Out of respect for Lucia's privacy, the others turned their backs while she entered her payment password. However, they inadvertently glanced up and saw the big screen displaying a prominent transfer of 1 million. Su Zheng had just picked up his cup of water and hadn't had a chance to take a sip. Bang! It fell to the floor. He almost choked in shock. What? How is it only 1 million? Chapter 14, just enough to buy a piece of iron plate. After Su Zheng caught his floating voice, he turned his head back and forth. Seeing this, Elder Wang took a step forward and quickly added, "Is it because of the limit that you transferred 1 million at once?" Although he said this, Elder Chun, who witnessed the entire process, noticed the tremor in his voice. The few people in front suddenly became excited, and Lu Xia was momentarily at a loss on how to respond. "No, it's not. How could it be only 1 million? After hearing Lu Xia's words, the staff all breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Wang even patted his chest, saying, "I told you. How could 1 million buy a rocket?" The price I finally settled with General Jiang was 2 million. Suddenly, as soon as these words were spoken, the staff on site couldn't help but gasp. They turned to look at the clearly visible pores on the big screen. This was a view from space. It could be said to sweep across the blue planet. As for Elder Wang and Elder Chun, the two clearly felt their feet becoming unsteady, as if they were about to faint at any moment. "Elders, are you all right?" Su Zheng quickly reacted and stepped forward to steady the two. This sudden situation left Lu Xia feeling helpless. What she said was true, so why were they reacting this way? Moreover, at the beginning, she didn't even know that what Jiang Chan created would actually be a real rocket. Do you know? 1 million, 2 million, even a piece of this rocket's skin can't be bought. Listening to Elder Chen's drifting voice, even our Lonka Institute, in terms of expenses for researching rockets, is definitely among the top of the military research. While speaking, Elder Chun raised his thumb. However, his expression was not one of pride. Even Su Zheng, who had been silent for a long time, stepped forward at this moment. Elder Chun was right. The cost for the Lonka Institute to research and manufacture a rocket, all included, would need at least hundreds of millions, not to mention the design and manufacturing of satellites. Now, do you understand the significance of this rocket? Lu Xia was also feeling distressed in her heart. How could she know that her original intention was just to customize a model, and Jiang Chun, that sly guy, actually sent her a real rocket? If it weren't for Jiang Chun taking matters into his own hands, how could there be so many subsequent issues? She could only nod along. At this moment, in the current situation, could she still say no? Then at this point, what should we do? Lu Xia tentatively asked. After thinking for a long time, Su Zheng proposed, "The most important thing for us right now is to find Jiang Chun as soon as possible, to reach a collaboration with him." They all understood Su Zheng's meaning, and everyone nodded in agreement, more than happy to comply. Although things here weren't going very smoothly, the atmosphere was much more relaxed compared to the leaders of Long Country and Longhua. 10 minutes ago, the Eagle Sauce and Empire received important information sent back from the space launch. Long Country had mastered a rocket with a higher level of new technology, and at the same time, it easily penetrated their established observation station in space. The leaders of the two countries were immediately enraged. The reasons were twofold. How could Long Country develop a more advanced rocket before them? Who gave Long Country the audacity to destroy the observation station of Eagle Sauce and the Empire? At this moment, the leaders of Eagle Sauce immediately announced two orders. One was to hold an international alliance meeting to put Long Country in the spotlight. As for the second, he secretly dispatched elite troops to find an opportunity to smash Long Country's rocket. How could you, Long Country, possess something that we Eagle Sauce don't even have? The air defense alarm of the International Alliance's Information Monitoring Department was sounded. The relevant countries immediately became tense. After all, the Alliance's alarm would not sound unless it detected a major threat. Moreover, the duration of the alarm varied according to different levels of danger. But this time, the alarm echoed for a long time, as if it had no intention of stopping. The leaders of various countries, led by Eagle Sauce, immediately held an online meeting. Before the meeting, each country notified its own to investigate this matter, especially concerning the launch source of this unidentified flying object. They also needed data regarding its flight. As for the leaders of Long Country, before receiving the meeting notification, they were unaware that the rocket had penetrated the observation stations of Eagle Sauce and the Empire. This led to the fact that once the meeting began, Long Country was subjected to a joint verbal attack from Eagle Sauce and the Empire. according to the requirements of the international alliance. Attacking another country without reason would incur corresponding punishment. Sometimes, it is better to be low-key in doing things, Mr. Long, don't you think? Suddenly being named. Long Hua furrowed his brow subtly. What you two said is naturally correct, but I don't quite understand why I was suddenly pointed out. Smack. Still pretending. The rocket launched by your Long country directly penetrated our Eagle Sauce and Empire space station. Our soldiers nearly faced total annihilation. What else do you have to say? The leader of Eagle Sauce, furious, glared with bulging eyes, staring hard at Long Hua on the screen. But he didn't know that Long Hua was completely unaware of the inside story. Just when all the leaders on the screen focused their attention on the video frame belonging to Long country, the other party smiled faintly. Then, without haste, he said, "How can you be so sure that it was our Long country's rocket? Every rocket of ours has relevant records. Sometimes, without evidence, you shouldn't make wild accusations." Although Long Hua's words were slow, even through the screen, they still carried a strong momentum. The leaders of Eagle Sauce and the Empire immediately fell silent. The two ignored the camera and exchanged glances. See, without any evidence, there's no need to make wild accusations, lest we hurt everyone's feelings. Beep, beep, beep. During the meeting, a piece of information broke the serious atmosphere. The leader of Eagle Sauce glanced down, just a glance. The next second, he let out a loud laugh. He picked up his phone, took a bite, and faced the camera. A familiar and eye-catching red flag suddenly appeared on the screen. Now what do you have to say? We need you to provide a reasonable explanation. On Long Hua's side, upon seeing the emblem on the rocket, he was already stunned. He even stood up and leaned forward. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This rocket that even the DF-41 intercontinental missile couldn't catch up to was indeed from their Long country. God knows how excited he was inside at this moment. But fortunately, he knew that the current occasion was not suitable for him to show it. Chapter 15. Stirring internationally. Leave us a way out if I were to express the emotions in my heart. Wouldn't that just infuriate the two major leaders of the hardware and the Empire? He raised his fist to his mouth, barely suppressing his laughter, and cleared his throat. After stabilizing his emotions, he looked painfully at the two victims on the screen opposite him. "I'm truly sorry, gentlemen, but this rocket..." Report. In the meeting, reports were coming in one after another. Such a situation was extremely rare. The leaders of various countries were encountering it for the first time. In helplessness, with everyone's consent, the meeting could be paused for a moment. The aviation monitoring instruments displayed that an unidentified flying object was free-falling back to Blue Star. The speed was continuously increasing. It was speculated that it was caused by the detachment of its propulsion system. The most serious issue was that the aviation monitoring instruments could not accurately predict the landing location and time of the unidentified flying object. The International Alliance never expected to receive the same news they were now facing. Instead, a few countries that had always been friendly with the Eagle country communicated before the meeting resumed. However, after flattering the Eagle country, these nations received surprisingly consistent information. Seeing this situation, Long Hua felt a mix of emotions, both amused and helpless. He never expected to become a recognized opponent by various countries. Until the long-silent Bear country finally spoke up. "All right, now, the urgent matter is that we should unite against the common enemy. Since we cannot predict where that rocket will land, we must arm ourselves comprehensively." As he spoke, the expression of the Bear country leader instantly became serious. A free-falling object hitting the ground would surely increase in speed to a terrifying extent. Coupled with its weight, no matter where it finally lands on Blue Star, the consequences would be unimaginable. After saying this, perhaps to relieve his own pressure, the Bear country leader took a deep drag on his cigarette, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Finally, he cast a sharp gaze towards the camera, showing Long Hua. "Mr. Long, what do you think of this approach?" The online meeting space fell into a sudden silence. Only some intermittent electrical noises could be heard. Long Hua's brows were almost twisted into a knot. The cost of doing this would mean that Long country would completely lose the opportunity to study this rocket afterward. Alas, what a pity. I haven't even been able to bring it back to the Research Institute for study, and it's about to sacrifice itself. At this moment, even though he was trying hard to control his emotions, the frustration on Long Hua's face couldn't be suppressed. His somewhat heavy voice slowly came through the voice connection. Actually, I had already dispatched our fighters to intercept it. We just haven't received any news yet. Longhua only mentioned the fighters and did not disclose the failure of the missile interception. After all, that was not something to be proud of. This time, for the safety of Blue Star, I agree to the plan of the International Alliance. Good. Upon hearing this, the leaders of various countries all breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, before Longhua could say anything further, the meeting was hurriedly concluded. Among them, the ones that left the fastest were the Eagle Country and the Empire. They could not wait to shoot down Long Country's rocket. As for the Pengcheng Garrison's Information Security Department and the Dragon Institute, they received the news later. Lu Xia, being directly related to this matter, would naturally be implicated if anything went wrong. She was jumping anxiously on the spot. Before all this, she simply wanted to evaluate a vocational education, not wanting to return to inherit the family fortune. How did it turn into this? Just thinking about that 60-meter-high rocket free-falling back to the surface of Blue Star, the destructive power was beyond her imagination. It's over, it's over. The losses caused by that rocket would be enough to ruin her financially. Suddenly, after scratching her head and failing to come up with a solution, Lu Xia set her sights on Su Zheng. Since he was the president of the Dragon Institute and had a close relationship with the head of the Pengcheng military region, they must have some way to prevent this from happening, right? It seems that this time, you must take action yourself. It's a task that ordinary people simply cannot accomplish. As she spoke, Su Zheng raised his hand and slapped his chest firmly. Don't worry. During your interception of that rocket, we will provide you with its trajectory at all times. So, please keep our communication devices open. On the other end of the phone, amidst a crackling sound of electricity, Zhao Weigua's bold voice came through. Leave it to me. I will definitely complete the mission. To be honest, when Zhao Weigua said this, his eyes were clearly a bit unfocused. His heart skipped a beat. After all, he had heard that the rocket couldn't even be caught up to by the DF-41 intercontinental missile. Could he really intercept it in a fighter jet? Clearly, that seemed impossible, especially since the rocket was currently free-falling towards the ground. If he was unlucky, he could be smashed back to the surface of Blue Star in an instant, turning into a pile of flesh. Of course, the urgent matter, given the reality of the situation, clearly left no room for him to be cowardly. Zhao Weigua and Su Zheng had just agreed to take strong military measures to intercept the falling rocket when he received a task from the highest leader of Long Country. Standing straight, he shouted loudly, "Yes, I guarantee to complete the mission." As he hung up the phone and stepped out of the military district, Zhao Weigua felt as if he had changed into a different person. The missile troops were to be on standby to receive information from the Dragon Institute, constantly monitoring the trajectory of the falling rocket. Soldiers, follow me, strike hard, protect Blue Star. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, the passionate voices gradually faded away as Zhao Weigua looked up at the sky. Their battle was about to begin. Inside the Dragon Institute, the staff were busy, with figures swiftly moving around the aerospace laboratory. They were holding various data and forms. In the corner, Lu Xia, who knew she could only be quiet and not be of any help, was also anxious. She clasped her hands together, silently praying that everything would be safe and that this matter would pass quickly. If her father found out that she had caused such a huge mess outside, she would probably never have the chance to reason with him or negotiate conditions again. Military bases of various countries were filled with alarm sounds. Tower, tower. The missile calibration is complete. All data is normal. Requesting superior instructions on whether to launch. A string of fluent foreign language came through the intercom, and before the words even settled, the response came back. Launch. Chapter 16, No One Capable Across the World. Missiles of different models were launched towards the same target at the same time, especially the troops led by Zhao Weigua, who took the lead in this mission. However, the subsequent Eagle Sauce missiles quickly surpassed them, leading by a wide margin. During the interception of Longwa's rockets, they even left other countries' missiles far behind. Very good. This state of affairs is fitting for our Eagle Sauce's position in the international arena. What deep space and penetrating our space station's rockets. Today, I will make them completely disappear from this world. The Eagle Sauce leader stared coldly at the screen in front of him. fixing his gaze on the super missile from Bear Country, trailing closely behind the Eagle Sauce missile. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. He slowly turned his head and glanced coldly at the old man behind him, sneering, "If you don't work harder, you might soon be surpassed by those brutes from Bear Country. By then, I don't think you'll need to stay here anymore." Hearing this, the elderly men with high noses and gold-rimmed glasses behind him felt a wave of embarrassment. "Yes, we will definitely resolve this issue as soon as possible." Upon hearing this response, the Eagle Sauce leader's expression softened slightly. Looking at the Longwa fighter jets left far behind, many countries secretly felt relieved. "Fortunately, we launched the rockets that were originally bought back at a high price from Eagle Sauce and Bear Country. Otherwise, wouldn't we be just like Longwa? What a disgrace." Longhua and Zhou Huairen also noticed this. They shook their heads helplessly. There was no need to care about their thoughts. A few hours earlier, we had already lost a DF-41 intercontinental missile. Saying this, he added meaningfully, "I hope Zhao Weiguo has a smooth mission this time." After thinking for a moment, he worried that the competitive Zhao Weiguo might recklessly charge forward. How could fighter jets compete with missiles, especially those developed by Eagle Sauce and Bear Country? Pressing a button in front of him, he directly connected to the fighter jets under Zhao Weiguo's command. "Pay attention to conserving strength, don't push too hard." Received. The speed of Longwa's fighter jets noticeably slowed down, but they were not thrown further behind by the missiles ahead. After an unknown period, the instruments in front of them buzzed. The leaders of various countries looked at the displays on their national instruments, their faces filled with astonishment. Because on the screen, as the rocket fell, it dodged the pursuing missiles, and even as it passed over those missiles, the flames at its tail suddenly turned dark purple. In just 3 breaths' time, the leading Eagle Sauce missile disappeared from the monitoring screens of various countries, followed by Bear Country's Zenith rocket. Soon, everyone realized that the situation was not simple. What was Longwa really up to? "Quick, quick, quick! Alert! Alert! Turn on the air defense weapons. All of them." Longwa hurriedly called the fighter jets of Longwa to inform the soldiers. "Quickly move away from that rocket. Use the maximum speed of the fighter jets to evacuate as soon as possible." In the aerospace research room of Lonka Institute, no one expected that the rocket would be this powerful. That was Eagle Sauce's missile and Bear Country's Zenith rocket. Just like that, it was annihilated. Those gathered in front of the big screen observed the entire process and had just witnessed how the missiles were melted by the rocket's tail flames in the blink of an eye, unable to suppress their gasps. "Wow, this rocket is simply ridiculously strong." The connection with Zhao Weiguo, notifying the fighter jet soldiers, caused the scene to fall into chaos. In the midst of the panic, Old Wang immediately thought of the app in Lu Xia's hand that connected to that rocket, rekindling hope in his eyes. "Teacher Lu, I wonder if the app on your phone can control that rocket and prevent it from falling?" As soon as this was said, other staff members also cast their gazes over. But the more they thought about it, the more they felt something was off with Old Wang's statement. Old Wang didn't hold back at all. "Old Wang, you old fellow must be crazy. Even if that app can control the rocket's launch, it can't pause it in midair." Old Wang was taken aback, forcing a bitter smile as he shook his head helplessly. "Yeah, what am I saying?" Standing beside them, Lu Xia felt a bit helpless. She certainly understood the seriousness of the situation. She hurried forward to explain, "Actually, the launch of this rocket was taught to me by President Jiang. I don't know much about it either. How about I ask President Jiang?" Her voice carried a tone of inquiry. Okay. Upon hearing that Lu Xia wanted to contact Jiang Chun, Old Wang and Old Chen disregarded Su Zheng's presence and hurriedly squeezed forward. They also wanted to see the prowess of President Jiang. On the other side, it turned out that obtaining technology points was this simple. Then I can just keep taking orders, and the rewards, calculated by technological difficulty, would easily exceed the technology points I paid. Having just finished understanding the system process, Jiang Chun was preparing to browse carefully on Xinyu, but before he could settle into the sofa, he received a frantic call from Lu Xia. Before he could speak, Lu Xia's anxious voice came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Jiang, something bad has happened. That rocket is falling on its own, and it won't be long before it hits the ground." By then, before Lu Xia could finish, Old Wang and Old Chen couldn't help but lean in closer. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. We are staff and aerospace consultants from Lonka Institute. Yes, the situation is urgent. We want to know if you have any solutions to this problem. When they said this, the two were not very hopeful, as according to the technology they currently possessed, it was indeed an impossible task, unless they made the rocket self-destruct in midair. However, the next moment, Jiang Qin's response astonished them. The voice coming through the phone was calm and even somewhat leisurely. Falling back so soon? It hasn't been too long, huh? He paused and said, "All right then. Miss Liu, please open the app on your phone, and I will send over an automatic recovery control command shortly. Please keep an eye out for it." After saying this, Jiang Qin hurriedly sought his next business without caring to hear the other party's response and hung up the phone directly. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, many staff members, including Su Zheng, were twitching uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths after hearing Jiang Qin's words. Chapter 17. Terrifying. Can this guy really recover it? Was I just dreaming? What did he say? Automatic recovery control command? Hearing the questions from the side, Su Zheng stammered and briefly repeated what he had just heard. "I think I heard him say something about a recoverable control command. Wow, does this thing really exist?" Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the large aerospace laboratory looked at each other in disbelief, followed by a series of gasps. Such a statement was clearly hard to believe. Although Su Zheng was the president of the Lonka Institute, he certainly couldn't compete with Wang Lao and Chun Lao when it came to aerospace knowledge. Especially seeing the look of astonishment on their faces made him even more curious about the command that Jiang Qin was about to send. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the big screen in front of them. Hands clenched together, even their hearts raced. The next second, ding, ding, two message alert sounds rang out in succession. Jiang Qin's voice was the first to be played. "Miss Liu, the automatic recovery control command has been sent to you now, and I have also received the final payment. Looking forward to our next cooperation." It was better not to mention the final payment. But once the topic of that 1 million payment came up, the faces of the staff darkened. They couldn't help but feel that Jiang Qin was being taken advantage of, and silently thought that the price wasn't worth the rocket. What a loss. Ji Yun's thoughts were very simple. All his energy was focused on the rocket's recovery control command. His eyes were glued to the computer in front of him, which was connected to the projection equipment, and his slender fingers were rapidly tapping on the keyboard. A few minutes later, Ji Yun swallowed hard and looked up at Wang Lao, Su Zheng, and Chun Lao. "Should I press it?" The few of them remained silent and nodded. Their expressions suddenly became serious. The many staff members on site didn't dare to breathe, fearing they would disrupt Ji Yun's actions. Liquid methane advanced rocket recovery system loading complete. Technology reading complete. System data verification complete. Recoverable data matched successfully and activated. Expected in 3 seconds. The liquid nitrogen methane rocket will begin recovery. Countdown begins. 3, 2. The large screen in front also displayed a countdown, and during this countdown, the aerospace laboratory was exceptionally silent. Watching the scene before them, not only were Su Zheng and the staff of the Lonka Institute dumbfounded, but even Liu Xia never expected that the rocket could actually be recovered. For a moment, everyone found it hard to accept this answer. With a deposit plus the final payment, they had spent only 2 million to acquire this recoverable liquid nitrogen methane rocket. It was absolutely impossible for the many professionals present, who specialized in aerospace technology, not to envy Liu Xia. After the countdown ended, their eyes automatically turned to the screen. At the moment the button was pressed, the rocket, which had been in free fall just a second ago, suddenly came to a halt in mid-air, as if someone had slammed on the brakes. The experts and staff at the Lonka Institute were startled. Even leaders and professionals from international alliance countries, such as Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, and the Empire stood frozen in place for a moment after seeing the red dot indicator on the screen abruptly stop. It took a long time for them to digest this event and barely come back to their senses. Can someone tell me? How could that rocket stop so abruptly? What the hell? They must have done something to that rocket, intentionally doing this just to ruin our missiles. The thought that the rocket had effortlessly swallowed their most advanced missiles made the leaders of Eagle Sauce feel like their hearts were bleeding. It is known that researching such a missile is not an easy task. Dragon Country had easily swallowed dozens of their missiles, leading to losses that were absolutely incalculable for these alliance countries. Dragon Country, I hope you can still digest after swallowing so many missiles. The Eagle Sauce leader's face was dark. with a strange smile creeping up the corners of his mouth as he looked out the window at the dark clouds gathering towards the center, resembling a storm that could arrive at any moment. Report. The data reflected on the monitoring instruments shows that the rocket is in recovery. The staff member who stood up to report was unable to contain his excitement. He had just seen the scene described by his brother stationed at the Lonka Institute in Pengcheng. A sea of missiles had originally been sent to intercept the rocket, but they hadn't even touched the rocket before being melted down to nothing in the blink of an eye. If his brother hadn't run fast, he might have been vaporized as well. Since this rocket has such capabilities, doesn't it mean that Dragon Country has the power, whether in the past or present? Strength is always the ultimate truth. After all, being backward means getting beaten. Hearing the soldiers' report, the people in the laboratory couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then they excitedly raised their arms and cheered, "Long Country forever!" Experiencing this event alongside these big shots at the forefront of scientific research, Lucia finally understood her own heart. What she wanted was not the promotion and teaching evaluations from school, but to persist in her own choices and forge her own path in life. To live for herself, rather than having everything arranged by her father, living like a tool. Just as everyone was cheering, Su Zheng's phone rang, breaking the lively atmosphere. When he saw the caller ID, it was Zhao Weiguo. Swallowing hard, he raised his hand to gesture for everyone to be quiet, then walked away a bit to answer the call. Old Zhao. Su Zheng had just started to speak when the irritable voice on the other end directly interrupted him. "Don't tell me that. I call you Director Su because of our years of friendship. Su Zheng, you old rascal actually try to fool me? I really misjudged you. The higher the official rank, the more pressure it brings. To be precise, Zhao Weiguo is actually a superior." At this moment, Su Zheng felt a bit flustered, especially since there were many staff members and Lu Xia watching. As the president of the Lonka Institute, it was one thing in front of his own people, but he couldn't lose face in front of outsiders, right? Covering his mouth with one hand to lower his voice, he quickly apologized. "This time it was my fault. I didn't consider it thoroughly. How about this? Tell me what I should do to make it up to you." Chapter 18, The Chief Calculation, setting off again. Upon hearing this, the anger that Zhao Weiguo had suppressed in his heart instantly dissipated. A hint of shrewdness flashed quickly in his slightly cloudy eyes. He forced down the smile at the corner of his mouth and coughed lightly, pretending to be serious as he continued. "This is what you said. A gentleman does not go back on his word. If you want to know what you should do, I actually have a method. I hope that after you hear it, you will be able to follow through." Seeing that the person opposite him finally eased up a bit, Su Zheng dared not refuse. Although he still felt that something was off, he ultimately kept agreeing, of course. Seeing the other party's quick agreement, Zhao Weiguo smiled. "Then, in a couple of days, during the military exchange with the Empire, can you lend me that rocket?" Upon hearing this, Su Zheng's brows furrowed tightly. He could no longer control his emotions and shouted angrily, "Impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. You'd better not even think about it." The people in the laboratory, including Lu Xia, suddenly turned their attention to him, realizing that his voice was too loud and his attitude a bit agitated, especially after meeting Lu Xia's gaze. Su Zheng bit his lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "That rocket belongs to teacher Lu Xia. We at the Dragon Science Institute have no authority to decide its fate." "Su Zheng, you're going back on your word. Now you want to play tricks openly, right?" Zhao Weiguo stood up and walked to the desk, looking at an old newspaper on the table, involuntarily recalling the mocking tone and scenes of the Empire towards the Dragon Country back then. A humiliation that the Dragon Country could never erase. Even if he had to sacrifice his reputation today, he had to get that rocket. Seeing that the other party was silent, Zhao Weiguo pressed on. "Su Zheng, can you just treat it as your old brother begging you? Or do you have to wait until I come to visit in person?" Su Zheng looked very troubled. Had he known this guy would be so difficult, he shouldn't have answered the phone. That was a real headache. He snorted coldly. "Forget it. I can only say I'll try my best. I can't guarantee that they will agree to the transfer, so you better be prepared for failure. After all, that rocket cost them $2 million to acquire." The other party, under his soft persuasion, finally loosened up a bit, and Zhao Weiguo also breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I understand all this. At most, I'll give her what, $2 million? This time, It was Zhao Weigua who was surprised. His eyes widened, and as soon as his butt touched the chair, he sprang up again. You better explain what you mean by 2 million. Don't tell me that rocket was bought for just 2 million. Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't until he heard the busy tone from the phone that Zhao Weigua took it away from his ear, his brows nearly knitting into a shape. His expression like he had just swallowed a fly. In their military, let alone a rocket, even an upgraded tank wouldn't cost just 2 million for a shell. Not to mention, the rocket she bought for 2 million was powered by liquid nitrogen and methane, and most importantly, it was reusable. Moreover, after his subordinates reported back to him, that rocket had effortlessly melted and devoured dozens of missiles from Eagle Sauce, Bear Country, and other nations in the blink of an eye. Zhao Weigua felt that 2 million was simply not worthy of that rocket. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Finally, after several rounds of contemplation, he made up his mind. No, I must go see it in person. Who in the world managed to drive the price of this rocket so low? Don't these young people today fear losing out? Guard, prepare a car for me. I want to go to the Dragon Science Institute in person. On the other side, after Su Zheng hung up the phone, he might have been getting closer to Lu Xia with a very clear purpose, feeling somewhat uneasy when locking eyes with her. After several hesitations, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Teacher Liu, would you be willing to temporarily hand over that rocket to the state for research? Worried that the other party might suspect them of using power to pressure, he quickly explained, you can rest assured about one thing. After we finish the research, we will definitely return it to you. Lucia looked around and smiled calmly. Of course, that's not a problem. I bought it for teaching purposes in the first place. Now that the teaching task is over, as a university teacher, keeping it doesn't serve much purpose. Now that the teaching is finished, the potential safety hazard it poses to the Blue Star people has also been eliminated. I am willing to hand it over to the state for research without charge. Lucia's response was clearly unexpected by everyone present. Her background could be said to have been thoroughly documented from the moment she stepped into the Dragon Science Institute. Born into a family of merchants for generations, this girl was worldly wise, yet not worldly, completely different from the merchants they usually dealt with. Old Wang and Old Chun immediately burst into smiles. That's great. Then I and Old Chun will personally escort you back to Pengcheng Aerospace University and clear your name in front of the teachers and students. Lu Xia knew that Old Wang was referring to the arrogant Wang Tsuitsue, who had been picking on her throughout the practical course. This was indeed a bit necessary. After all, she had been away from Pengcheng Aerospace University for so long and had no idea how Wang Tsuitsue had been scheming against her behind her back. Hearing that someone was still thinking for her, she nodded gratefully. Thank you very much, both of you. I appreciate your efforts. After personally sending Lu Xia to the gate, Su Zheng didn't look back and directly ordered, prepare a car. I want to find Comrade Jiangchen to talk. I don't believe that I can't find a company. You keep monitoring the situation regarding the rocket recovery and entering the city. Report anything promptly. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. The staff members stood at attention and shouted. As soon as the words fell, a shout came from not far away. I'm going with you. The car door slammed shut. Zhao Weigua strode over to Su Zheng. Where you go to see? I'm coming too. Su Zheng moved his mouth, thinking to himself, why is this guy here too? Didn't I already agree? Does he not trust me? Well, having one more person means more strength. Just remember to be polite when you meet them. Zhao Weigua frowned and asked, so, who are we going to meet? The person who made this rocket. Chapter 19. The entire internet is shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of buzzing sounds came from the slightly heavy clouds. Passers-by on the road all looked up at the sky, where a massive object suddenly appeared before their eyes. Wow, is that a rocket? It looks just like the one that was launched near the Aerospace University in Pengcheng a couple of days ago, right? Is this for real? A man riding a heavy motorcycle raised his hand and took off his helmet, excitedly looking over. Some even abandoned their vehicles in the middle of the road, rushing to the roadside to pull out their phones and start filming the scene in front of them. This incident was widely spread online by these pedestrians. Soon, those videos and images were posted on various social media platforms. Initially, it was thought that once the rocket was launched, people would forget about it in no time. Even if it came up in future conversations, it would just be small talk after a meal. No one expected that new information would emerge so quickly. Even more surprising was that the rocket after being launched, could actually return by itself. This event was shocking not just in Longwa, but also around the world. More and more people began to pay attention to the matter. Soon, the number of netizens following this event reached millions. When did the technology of these universities become so advanced? A rocket can be launched and return home by itself? By the way, did you see the flames at the tail of that rocket? Blue-purple flames. I remember a netizen named Huge who popularized a lot of aerospace knowledge online. Does this mean it's a real rocket? I recall someone online challenging Huge, insisting that it was a model. Many netizens brought up the bet between those who insisted the rocket was a model and Huge. There's no one in the world who doesn't enjoy watching the excitement, especially someone else's excitement. Someone immediately reacted and brought up the matter online. Naturally, many wanted to see this netizen's performance. Many netizens began to tag the person who bet against Huge. In a basement in Pengcheng, in a cluttered room filled with various items, everything was in disarray. Bottles and jars were scattered all over the floor, perhaps due to the lack of ventilation. The entire room emitted a strong, foul odor. In the corner, a young man with a scruffy beard leaned back on a single bed, holding a phone in his hand, playing a game while cursing. On the top of the screen, notifications continuously popped up, tagging him. He saw that his game page displayed a game over message. Damn! He cursed loudly and threw his phone against the wall. This was a ranked match. Who the hell kept bothering him at such a crucial moment? After thinking for a moment, he reached out and picked up his phone again. After unlocking it with his fingerprint, he swiped down and tapped into the notification. His eyes darted around as he quickly browsed the content on his phone. His fingers incessantly zoomed in and out on the screen. He stood up in disbelief. Wow, that thing is actually a rocket? How was that possible? When did an ordinary university manage to build a rocket, and they even boldly launched it near the school? What if something went wrong? Looking at the comments from netizens on his phone, tagging Feichai Wansan, when are you going to fulfill your bet with Huge? Everyone is waiting to see your live stream. You're not scared, are you? Wansan frowned, suddenly remembering the bold words he had said when he saw the rocket launch. If that's a real rocket, I'll drink my urine standing on my head. This sentence kept replaying in his mind as he slumped back down to the foot of the bed. His phone fell from his hand with a thud onto the floor. Drink my urine standing on my head? I'm not an idiot. Director, we have already investigated the exact location of Jiang Chen's company. This time it's absolutely foolproof. As soon as the words fell, Su Zheng's phone buzzed. He reopened the navigation to Jiang Chen's company and clearly noticed the differences. His eyebrows raised slightly. As expected of our Lonka Institute's top software expert, Team Leader G, you will get credit for this. For Su Zheng, every second delay in finding Jiang Chen was a sign of his lack of recognition of his abilities. After understanding the navigation clearly, he immediately ordered the driver to turn the steering wheel and step on the gas towards the target. Half an hour later, the dedicated car of Lonka Institute suddenly braked in front of an office building in the northern district of Pengcheng. Su Zheng got out and looked at the office building in front of him, then glanced at his phone. The navigation displayed that the destination was just 20 meters ahead, ending the navigation with a welcome for next time. For some reason, both Zhao Weiguo and Su Zheng felt their hearts race after hearing the navigation impromptu. Zhao Weiguo took a deep breath and instinctively tilted his head towards Su Zheng. Lowering his voice, he said, "To be honest, I wasn't this nervous even when I went to the battlefield. After all, this was a genius capable of developing rockets that are ahead of the world. And it's not just you. I'm also very nervous right now." After Su Zheng replied, he raised his phone again and dialed the number displayed. As for Jiang Chen, he was busy in the company's warehouse counting equipment. He finally realized a flaw. If he were to do everything from start to finish by himself, he might not be able to record everything completely. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he slapped his hand. Don't I have a high-tech butler assistant? For her. Isn't this a piece of cake? Why waste time doing this myself? 01. I'm assigning you a new task. Originally organizing various materials in the office, 01 raised her head sharply after receiving Jiang Chen's command. Her eyes momentarily flashing with blue light. Yes, Mr. Jiang. 01 stepped towards the warehouse. Just after she left, someone pushed open the company door. Expecting to see busy figures in the company, Su Zheng and Zhao Weiguo were stunned when they entered and saw the empty and slightly chaotic scene. We should have gone to the wrong place, right? This is definitely Jiang Chun's tech company. Isn't it? Chapter 20 meeting. Zhao Weiguo's scheme on the floor were the recently removed and damaged ceiling tiles and the chandelier that was originally intended to be replaced. In the center were several buckets of wall putty and paint brushes. Su Zheng and Zhao Weiguo carefully maneuvered around the renovation tools as they walked inside. A technology company that developed liquid nitrogen methane rockets? Zhao Weiguo scratched his head and decided to take a look. It certainly didn't look like a tech company at all. It resembled a small studio that was about to be renovated. Zhao Weiguo and Su Zheng surveyed the small tech company. I didn't expect that after handing this task to you, you would complete it in less than a minute. Thank you for the compliment, President Jiang. This is all part of 01's responsibilities and what should be done. Not far away, a closed door slowly opened. Upon seeing the two strangers suddenly appear in his company, Jiang Chun frowned and scrutinized them. Their eyes met. Who are you looking for? Perhaps sensing Zhao Weiguo's serious yet bloodthirsty gaze, 01 almost instantly lay down in front of Jiang Chun. She met Zhao Weiguo's gaze with a cold expression. The direct impression she gave him was that her imposing aura was not at all inferior to that of this commander, who had been battling on the front lines and dealing with death for years. In fact, it felt even more formidable. Su Zheng did not want to make the first meeting between the two parties so awkward. If possible, they hoped to cooperate with Jiang Chun more in the future, ideally bringing him into the Lonka Institute. That way, it would be a win-win situation. With this in mind, he hurriedly stepped forward to position himself between the two parties. Raising his hand, he explained, misunderstanding everyone stay calm. Jiang Chun pressed down 01's arm that was raised in front of him. He walked in front of 01, frowning as he scrutinized the middle-aged man who looked radiant. He looked so familiar, almost too familiar. His appearance overlapped directly with someone from his memories. Jiang Chun tentatively asked, "Are you the president of the Lonka Institute, Mr. Su Zheng?" God knows how excited Jiang Chun was when he said this. Before inheriting this tech company and fulfilling his parents' wishes, he had always wanted to join the Lonka Institute. Among the three armed forces of Longhua, Jiang Chun was most knowledgeable about the Lonka Institute. So, it was not just President Su Zheng he recognized, even a soldier from the Lonka Institute. As long as they stood in front of him, he could basically name them. As for Su Zheng, the reason he stepped forward was partly to stabilize both parties' emotions, making it easier for him to discuss future cooperation with Jiang Chun. The second reason, which was equally important, was that he hoped the Lonka Institute and the military district stationed in Pengcheng could leave a good impression on Jiang Chun. Therefore, he was undoubtedly very shocked that Jiang Chun could immediately say his name, his entire face lighting up with excitement. You know me? Jiang Chun was unaware that, in Su Zheng's eyes, this was entirely due to his persistent efforts in sending private messages to Jiang Chun. After a few seconds of astonishment, Su Zheng remembered Zhao Weiguo, who was standing behind him. He quickly brought him to the forefront, introducing, "This is our chief of the Information Security Department at the Pengcheng Military District, Zhao Weiguo." Jiang Chun nodded, controlling his excitement. "I know him." 01. Go prepare some tea and properly entertain President Su and Chief Zhao. To outsiders, 01 appeared to be a normal person, but only Jiang Chun knew her true nature. Jiang Chun graciously raised his hand, leading the two to the sofa. An order printed from Xinyu not long ago was casually tossed onto the desk by Jiang Chun. Right now, the priority was to establish a good relationship with the people from the Lonka Institute. Of course, the arrival of Chief Zhao Weiguo from the Information Security Department of the Pengcheng Military District was something he had not anticipated. "Please have a seat." After spending more than 10 minutes in the company, their conversation with Jiang Chun revolved around official platitudes. However, after being there for so long, Su Zheng and Zhao Weiguo had already noticed that this so-called tech company only had one employee and one boss. Furthermore, during the conversation, both sides seemed to tacitly avoid the topic of rockets. The content of their discussion was dry and boring. It was clear that their visit had a very specific purpose, yet it was never mentioned. Zhao Weiguo was anxious. They were about to compete with the Empire. They couldn't afford to lose to their small endeavors. Despite Zhao Weiguo signaling Su Zheng repeatedly with his eyes, the latter seemed oblivious. In the end, he couldn't hold back, standing up Mr. Jiang Chun. To save us both time, I'll be frank with you. We came here primarily for two reasons. First, we want to confirm whether the rocket launched in the last 2 days was indeed manufactured by you. Second, we want to ask if there is a possibility for us to collaborate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun leaned back against the sofa, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, they were interested in the liquid nitrogen methane rocket modified by Yanhuang technology. His long fingers began to rhythmically tap on the side of the sofa. His expression remained neutral, showing no signs of emotion. Based on this question, Jiang Chun did not intend to hide anything from them. Instead, he smiled calmly. Indeed, that rocket was developed by me. I wonder if it has caused you any unnecessary trouble. If so, I will do my utmost to cooperate with you to resolve it. He had been in seclusion for the past 2 days, and he was not very clear about what had happened outside. Just then, Su Zheng quickly waved his hand. No, it hasn't caused us any significant trouble. It just melted a dozen foreign missiles. Hiss. Though Jiang Chun knew the rocket had definitely been launched, he had not expected the foreign losses to be this severe. He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm really sorry. I didn't anticipate that such a situation would arise. By the way, has the landing site for the rocket recovery been selected? Although I set the recovery control commands, I hadn't specified a landing site before. I can't lose control after it lands. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weiwen nodded, his eyes lighting up. If that's the case, I actually have a good location in mind. Chapter 21, Is There Such an Operation? Modifying landing parameters. This was the first time Su Zheng had seen Zhao Wei was so excited, but after their earlier discussion, he knew very well what calculations his old friend had in mind. Jiang Chun, seeing the two of them looking so amicable, couldn't help but clear his throat. After organizing his thoughts, he responded in an orderly manner. Well, I don't know what a good location would be. If possible, I can modify the parameters right now and let the rocket land there directly. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Weigua and Su Zheng's eyes. Are you serious? Generally, during the rocket development process, researchers would set all the procedures uniformly. Especially after the rocket launch, it would be even more unthinkable to modify any program. This left them astonished. The military district in Pengcheng has a large enough area. You can rest assured to land it there, Zhao Weiwa said, not forgetting to clench his fist and pat his chest firmly. Of course, he had his own selfish motives in saying this. In a few days, he would lead the soldiers of the military district to participate in a competition against imperial technology. And the location was Taichung, on the territory of Longhua, right at their doorstep. There could be no possibility of losing. Having the rocket land in the military district would make preparations before their departure much more convenient. After hearing this, Jiang Chun initially did not agree directly, but instead turned his gaze to Su Zheng. The latter nodded slightly, showing no displeasure on his face. He couldn't help but estimate that the two must have discussed this in advance. Since this was the case, it was likely that Teacher Liu had also reached some kind of agreement with them. In that case, let's settle on this. Understanding the considerations of both, Jiang Chun nodded, signaling them to relax. He then started walking towards the small storage room. When the round robot manufactured the rocket, the relevant control instruments and equipment were also present. Although Jiang Chen's operations were not as meticulous as those of the Yanhuang technology system, he was equally proficient in research operations. Moreover, as long as he was willing to shift his focus from company operations to research, he could achieve nearly perfect results. Seeing this, the two exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed him. Upon entering the small storage room, what came into their view was a seemingly ordinary machine tool with a simple and single functional structure. After that were various pieces of equipment covered in dust. To think that such a high-tech liquid nitrogen methane rocket could come from such a shabby storeroom. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Perhaps noticing the awkwardness of the two, Jiang Chun glanced around the storage room. It was fine now, but if they had come a few minutes earlier, they would have seen the most chaotic scene in the storeroom. He scratched his head for a moment, forcing a smile, and said, "This is our company's research room and storage. Please make yourselves comfortable and don't mind the mess." After saying that, Jiang Chun walked over to the control position. He opened the computer, and the edges of the screen began to flicker with a circle of shimmering blue light. Jiang Chen's fingers quickly fell on the keyboard. causing the blue light to change continuously. Zhao Weiguo and Su Zheng couldn't help but be astonished. Among them, Su Zheng felt even more deeply affected. Even during inspections at the Lonka Institute, he had never seen the staff operate with such skill as Jiang Chen did. He couldn't help but think, if such a simple machine tool could be used by him to this extent, wouldn't the quality of the rockets improve if he were given more precise machine tools? Thinking of this, Su Zheng's expression turned to one of shock. His desire to recruit Jiang Chen became even more resolute. After finishing the final code input, Jiang Chen leaned back, waiting silently for the result of the rocket landing. The Rocket Recovery Command has been modified. Yanwan Technology is planning the best return route for you. Please be patient. When Jiang Chen received the voice prompt, he raised his eyebrows, showing no significant reaction. He folded his hands behind his head and began to softly count down 10, 9, 8. In the small storage room, apart from Jiang Chen's quiet countdown, it was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Even their breathing became cautious, fearing that their breaths might disturb him. Meanwhile, at the Pengcheng Military District in the Information Security Department, the officers responsible for monitoring the airspace stared at the screen. Watching the cursor's changes, they couldn't help but be stunned for a few seconds, and then rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Excitedly, they stood up, their hands pushing through their hair. Oh my, is this preparing to land in our military district? The officers hurriedly rushed to the microphone. All personnel on alert. Evacuate the open area and surrounding areas within 30 seconds. All attention. Immediate compliance with orders. Within 30 seconds. The numerous soldiers originally active in the military district's open area began to scatter as soon as they received the order. The massive object blotted out the sun, instantly blocking the light above the military district's open area. Look, that's the rocket launch from Pengcheng Aerospace University. Oh my goodness. I didn't believe it when they said that rocket could be recovered at first. Ha ha. With this big guy, our competition against the Empire is practically guaranteed to win. Residents near Pengcheng watched in disbelief as the massive object landed in the military district. They didn't understand what it meant for a rocket to be launched and then recovered, but they knew that this big thing was a rocket. Many began to urge Wan San to quickly fulfill the bet. As time dragged on, netizens gradually lost their patience. Among them, some computer-savvy netizens began to showcase their talents. Eventually, after an unknown amount of time, when Wanson logged back online, he saw some basic information about himself in his private messages. Below it was a note. If you want to continue mingling online in the future, come out and fulfill the bet. You know how hot the topic of this rocket is right now. My good intentions don't mean everyone else has good intentions. Wansan's hands trembled. Yeah, the internet is so developed now. Anyone can fight for power in this online space. But in this field, a soft tongue is the most powerful weapon. With the strongest lethality. Wanson gritted his teeth. Damn it. Drinking urine upside down is still better than being cyberbullied. Didn't I mistakenly drink someone else's urine when I was a kid? Damn it, I'm going all in. Chapter 22, Smooth Landing. Having made up his mind, Wanson immediately got up. He picked up his phone again, logged in, and posted an announcement. Tonight at 8 p.m., live stream Drinking Urine Upside Down. As soon as this topic was announced, the internet exploded. Wow, Wanson is serious. I don't care about anything else. I just want to watch the excitement. Tonight, let's see how it goes. Wang Lao and Chen Lao sent Lucia back to school. At the entrance, the principal and several leaders saw the rocket slowly descending. In excitement, Chen Lao, even forgetting his leg injury, hurried over. Old Wang, look, the rocket. It really landed safely. Chen Lao's eyes were filled only with that rocket, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Great, great. Everyone present was stunned at this scene, their faces flushed with excitement. Especially thinking about how Long Country could have this rocket, Wang Lao's nose couldn't help but feel a bit sour. Great. If the dean can persuade General Jiang, that would be even better. It would be like adding wings to a tiger. As if thinking of something, he suddenly turned around. Principal Zhang, we have urgent matters to attend to, so we won't stay long. Without time for pleasantries, Wang Lao quickly caught up with Chen Lao. The remaining school leaders were also staring in shock at the rocket. Among them, a department head who understood Long Country space history couldn't help but ask Lucia. Teacher Lu, are you preparing that rocket model? Oh no, that rocket for recovery? As soon as this was said, Everyone around shifted their gaze to Lu Xia, surprised and curious. Only Wang Tsuetsue scoffed. Recovery? Now, not to mention long country, even looking at the whole world, have you heard of recoverable rockets? I suspect Teacher Lu is just putting on a show, having bought 2 rockets from start. Lu Xia frowned slightly, her expression darkening. After a moment, she smiled in understanding. Why would I bother with you? People with dirty hearts see the world as dirty. Suddenly, her tone changed, and she wore a smile again. Leaders. Principal, this is the rocket I launched at that time. Through these gazes, Lu Xia could tell that these leaders wanted her to continue speaking. However, if it were really a model, it would be okay to talk about it. But now the situation was different. After national verification and the scenes at the Long Science Institute's aerospace laboratory, the information about this rocket would soon be classified at the national level. Lu Xia believed it wouldn't be long before, after obtaining Jiang Chen's technical permission at the Long Science Institute. All related information about this rocket would be comprehensively sealed off. As someone to know, she would naturally become a special subject of concern. In this situation, she couldn't cause trouble for herself or the Lu family. She then explained at the Long Science Institute, I have signed confidentiality agreements with those leaders, so I trust you understand, Principal. The school leaders, including Zhang Tianfang, couldn't help but crack a smile at this. But in the end, they managed to maintain their composure. Of course, Teacher Lu has prepared very thoroughly for this practical lesson. It's really hard work. At the evaluation meeting, I will make sure to let teachers from all colleges take this as an example. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia smiled brightly. It seemed that her evaluation was secured. Nodding happily, she thought that the leadership of Pengcheng Aerospace University was great, and she still had much to learn from the seniors in the institute. This remark made many leaders present happy, and before leaving, they looked at her with satisfaction. Only Wang Tsuetsue, furious, left with a green face and couldn't help but stomp her foot hard as she passed Lu Xia. You wait. I don't believe you don't have any other weaknesses. Lu Xia shook her head at her departing figure, softly muttering 2 words. Idiot. On the other side, in an office building in the northern district of Pengcheng, Jiang Chun stretched and stood up. Gentlemen, the rocket has landed smoothly at the location you provided. After saying this, Jiang Chun clicked a few times on the computer screen, then turned the screen towards Su Zheng and Zhao Weiguo. The two saw the red marker flashing, indicating the location of the Pengcheng military district. Zhao Weiguo couldn't help but laugh, the heavy stone in his heart slowly easing. Great, really great. He took a quick step forward, directly in front of Jiang Chun, catching Su Zheng by surprise as he suddenly felt a shadow dart past him. By the time he reacted, Zhao Weiguo had already grasped Jiang Chen's hand tightly. Comrade Jiang Chen, thank you so much. You've helped us at the Pengcheng military district a lot. You've helped Long Country a lot. Standing closest, Jiang Chen felt the most moved as he saw this leader's eyes start to redden, his gaze shimmering. However, for some reason, the tears only lingered in his eyes. Jiang Chen forced a smile, feeling as if his hand might be crushed. Su Zheng, standing a short distance away, noticed Jiang Chen's awkwardness. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he said, Director Zhao, while we're excited, let us not scare our comrade Jiang Chen. Oh, right. I got carried away and overlooked this. Zhao Weiguo let go of his hand and took a couple of steps back, smiling a bit sheepishly. General Jiang, someone is looking for you outside. They say they are from the Long Science Institute. Pengcheng Aerospace University was only a couple of miles from his studio, and even walking wouldn't take much time. The voice of 01 echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. He looked up at Su Zheng and Zhao Weiguo. Gentlemen, I've changed the location as you requested. If there is anything else, let us talk outside. After all, my little storage room. As they listened, the two surveyed the small storage room. Nodding, they agreed that it needed improvement, given the harsh conditions here. If they could persuade Jiang Chen to join the Long Science Institute, this small storage room would definitely need to be renovated. Great. Just in time. We have other matters we'd like to discuss with you, Comrade Jiang Chen. Zhao Weiguo nodded silently. His issue was resolved, and now he needed to fully support the Long Science Institute in securing this technological genius. He believed Jiang Chen's addition would surely elevate Long Country's future technological development. As they exited the storage room, Su Zheng was taken aback. Wang Lao and Chen Lao were sitting in their original spots, drinking tea. Chapter 23. Conditions casually mentioned. Old Chun, Old Wang, how did you two find your way here? Su Zheng was clearly shocked by their arrival. After all, according to his own impression, he had never told them the location of Jiang Chen's company. Now that they arrived at Jiang Chen's company, Old Wang and Old Chen clearly threw Su Zheng's words to the back of their minds. Their eyes were tightly fixed on the young man beside Su Zheng and Zhao Weigua, their gaze growing increasingly fervent. This should be the General Jiang who developed the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, right? Hello, I am Wang Zhong from the Lonka Institute. You can also call me Old Wang. Lonka Institute Chen Yong. You can call me Old Chen. After Jiang, Chen shook hands with the two. He gestured for Su Zheng and Zhao Weigua to take a seat. He then pulled over an office chair and respectfully sat down in front of the four. If he had chosen to enter the Lonka Institute back then, these few in front of him would have been his superiors and seniors. Suddenly, the air in the office fell silent. The few of them exchanged glances, each one staring wide-eyed at the other, and no one spoke first. The atmosphere became awkward, leaving Jiang Chun, the owner of the office, somewhat at a loss. After all, he was just a 26-year-old who had recently graduated. If it weren't for the system backing him, he wouldn't have had such an opportunity to interact with high-ranking officials from the Longwa military region, the president of the Lonka Institute and senior advisors. He bit his lip and took the initiative to speak. If you have anything else you need, just let me know. If there's something I need to do, I will definitely do my best. Jiang Chen's words hit the mark for the few of them. Su Zheng pondered for a moment before cautiously speaking up. I heard that the liquid nitrogen methane rocket purchased by Teacher Liu from you was ordered within just one night? Jiang Chen nodded. After all, this was true, as it was indeed his dozens of round robots that completed it in one night. For those engaged in scientific research, hearing about it is one thing, but seeing it with their own eyes and hearing it with their own ears is completely different. Upon hearing this, the two senior research big shots, Old Wang and Old Chun, couldn't help but gasp. Well, if it's not too much trouble, may I ask what your total expenses were? This question was undoubtedly the most concerning and important one for everyone present. After all, excluding the satellite aspect, developing a liquid nitrogen methane rocket would require at least hundreds of millions of dollars to barely support it. If the costs were even higher than that, then the current development and economic level of the Lonka Institute would indeed be unable to bear it. All eyes focused on Jiang Chun, holding their breath and waiting for an answer. Jiang Chun had no intention of misleading them. He was seriously calculating his expenses. Watching Jiang Chun in front of him, counting on his fingers, the others fell silent. After a long while, he slowly responded to rush the work. I had 2 meals of instant noodles, and I won't count the travel expenses. The electric bike's cost can just be considered as a bit of electricity. The materials I used for the 60-meter-high rocket, altogether it was only about 100,000 or so. After all, most of the materials were obtained through exchanges within the Yanwang technology system, so he didn't need to spend much money. If pursued further, there was quite a bit of leeway in that 100,000. However, once he said this, Old Wang and Old Chun stood up in shock, their mouths opening and closing as if they were experiencing a lack of oxygen to the brain, and they soon rolled their eyes and fell back onto the sofa. Fortunately, Su Zheng and Zhao Weigua reacted quickly, unhesitatingly pinching the acupoints of both men. The two gasped and regained consciousness, their eyes wide open as they pushed Su Zheng and Zhao Weigua away. They stared blankly in Jiang Chen's direction. You must be joking, right? You must be joking. How could a liquid nitrogen methane rocket be built with such a low investment? Moreover, it's a 60-meter-high rocket equipped with an 8K microsatellite. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten. Feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of the four in front of him, Jiang Chun thought he shouldn't lie. He frowned and tentatively said, well, around 90,000? It was better not to say this. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two passed out again. It took more effort to wake them up the second time, using the essential oil that Jiang Chun had prepared in the drawer. Only then did they slowly come to. When Su Zheng and Zhao Weigua helped the two back up against the sofa, they were still panting heavily, their chests heaving violently. But now, when they looked at Jiang Chun, it was as if they were examining a monster. They occasionally reached down to pinch their own thighs. The sharp pain sent signals to their brains, and they took quite a while to digest this information. A genius. This is simply a super genius. We must secure him. Hesitating for half a second is disrespectful to geniuses. Old Wang, who was quick to speak, couldn't hide anything in his heart. After glancing at Su Zhang, he disregarded the title of director and blurted out, "It's like this, the liquid nitrogen methane rocket is currently still a theoretical project in our Longhua. Since you have already developed it, and the results are there for all to see, we were wondering if you would be willing to sell the technology for the liquid nitrogen methane rocket to our Lonka Institute. Of course, you can name any conditions, and we will meet them." To be honest, even old Wang, who usually acted decisively, felt that his chances of success were not high after saying this. He even nervously clenched his fists, fearing that the other party would reject his invitation in the next moment. However, imagination is abundant, while reality is stark. Upon hearing their proposal to buy the liquid nitrogen methane rocket technology, Jiang Chen's face instantly darkened like a pot bottom. He didn't hesitate for a moment and directly replied, "Sorry, I refuse." Faced with Jiang Chen's firm and uncompromising refusal, the few of them panicked. Each one was somewhat puzzled. Offering any conditions was not something the Lonka Institute could casually promise. For anyone, that was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. "Comrade Jiang Chen, you really need to think this through. The promises of the Lonka Institute are worth their weight in gold. As long as you are willing to sell the technology for the liquid nitrogen methane rocket." "Enough. Don't say any more." Before Zhao Weiguo could finish speaking, Jiang Chen raised his hand to stop him. Chapter 24: Disappointment. Refusal to a certain extent. Why? Faced with Jiang Chen's straightforward and decisive questioning, Old Wang almost instinctively asked. No reason. Upon hearing this, the few people present were clearly taken aback, and Zhao Weiguo squinted his eyes, reevaluating the young man before him, secretly thinking this kid, although he has some achievements, is being a bit too arrogant right now. Coupled with the anger on Jiang Chen's face, the group instantly fell silent, exchanging glances. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen, who had finally stabilized his emotions with great difficulty, slowly stood up. "I will not sell the technology for manufacturing liquid nitrogen methane rockets. If what you want to discuss with me is this matter, then I think there is no need for us to continue the discussion." Jiang Chen spoke. No one knew how disappointed he was with these people. The talents of Longhua are emerging in droves, and high-paying technology will always be available. It's just a matter of time, especially since he now has a system that can transform existing technological equipment into high-tech. The Yanwang Technology Inventor System. With enough technology points, promoting and developing Longhua's technology will no longer be just a dream. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute back, Zhao Weiguo and the others opened their mouths, about to say something more, but Zhao Weiguo couldn't help but speak up, lowering his voice to advise, "Let's leave it at that for today. It seems our young General Zhang's mood is not very good right now." After saying this, Su Zhang silently shot him a glance. He thought to himself, "So you've already resolved your issues and now don't care about ours? Good, good. No wonder you're an old fox. Let us see if I can help you in the future." "Old Wang, Old Chen." Su Zhang nodded slightly towards the two and gestured towards the door. He walked at the back, and it could be said that he was looking back 3 steps at a time. After thinking for a moment, not knowing what he recalled, heavy breathing came from his nostrils. With determined eyes, he turned back towards Jiang Chen's position. As for Jiang Chen, he was currently sulking and, even knowing someone was coming back behind him, he showed no intention of turning around. However, through the glass in front of him, he saw the person's figure, though blurred, was still recognizable. "Dean, may I ask if there is anything else you need to clarify?" Jiang Chen's indifferent voice carried a clear sense of detachment, causing Su Zhang to frown slightly. He no longer had the excitement he felt when he first learned of their identities. But Su Zhang couldn't understand why this was the case. "Comrade Jiang Chen, Old Wang tends to be direct. Please don't take it to heart. We were originally hoping to invite you to join the core research team at the Lonka Institute headquarters, where you would have the best resources and the best research environment." The core research team at the Lonka Institute headquarters? I have to say, when Su Zhang mentioned this, the previously angry Jiang Chen was somewhat tempted. If entering the Lonka Institute after graduating from university and becoming a part of it was his goal throughout his university years, then joining the core research team at the Lonka Institute headquarters was the dream he wished to pursue for his entire life. Of course, before he had the system, before his parents were settled, and before this technology company was operating normally. These were all things he aspired to. But thinking about it now, what he needed wasn't the best resources or environment. With the system, he only needed to consider technology points, and everything else was completely outside his consideration. If he really agreed to join the core research team at the Lonka Institute headquarters, he could produce complete research results out of thin air without any development process. Furthermore, all research projects within the Lonka Institute must go through approval and reporting to receive corresponding funding for research. Through those, he would never be able to engage in high-tech. Therefore, for him now, there was no hesitation in refusing. Moreover, he knew that entering the Lonka Institute and becoming a part of it in this lifetime would never be realized. He thought that after saying these things, the others should have left, but the voice behind him continued to linger in his ears. If it's convenient for you, I'd like to ask you to manufacture another rocket of the same type. But now that things have escalated like this. Su Jing shook his head and sighed helplessly. He didn't know how many times he had scolded old Wang in his mind. This straightforward personality has been able to step on landmines with everyone he talks to for so many years. There has never been an exception. It seems that next time if they come to find Jiang Chun, they definitely cannot bring him along. With this thought, Su Jing had already made up his mind. As for old Wang, who had already stepped onto the military vehicle, he couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Wiping casually, he casually remarked, "Who has cursing me behind my back?" Zhao Weiguo and Old Chun had each gotten into the driver and co-driver seats, and at this moment were thinking about what had just happened, completely ignoring him. As the engine started, just as Zhao Weiguo was about to step on the gas, Old Wang urgently called out, Hey, Chief Zhao, don't rush. Our dean hasn't gotten on yet, wait a bit longer." After hearing Su Jing's words, the furrows on Jiang Chen's brow relaxed quite a bit. He could imagine Su Jing's intention behind wanting him to create another rocket. Besides allowing the Lonka Institute staff to research it, he couldn't think of a second purpose. However, what he didn't see was Su Jing casting a disappointed glance at Jiang Chun before turning to leave. In his view, if Longhua could obtain the relevant technology for liquid nitrogen methane rockets this time, it would significantly enhance not only rocket-related technology, but also the overall strength of Longhua. But what they had to consider was that this Jiang Chun, such a top-notch scientific genius, obviously had no intention of doing so. Even so, this was just what he thought in his heart. After all, he had no way and no right to criticize him, even in the days to come. Whether it was their Lonka Institute or the military district, they would need to invest more effort and attention into Jiang Chen's technology company and build a good relationship with him. Who knows? Longhua might even do some business with him in the future. So, Comrade Jiang Chun, what we really mean at the Lonka Institute is this. As for whether the rocket is built or not, we won't force you. We just wonder if we could consult you if we encounter difficulties in this area in the future. Having learned from previous lessons, Su Jing was also unsure of what attitude Jiang Chun would hold now. He was also uncertain. After waiting for a while, with no response from behind, Su Jing shook his head and walked towards the door in complete disappointment. The rocket will be delivered to the Lonka Institute tomorrow. You just need to wait to receive it. Chapter 25. Long live to see. Placing an order with the Dragon Science Institute. As Su Jing's hand was just about to touch the doorknob, he heard a voice behind him. He was momentarily stunned, his body stiffened, and he slowly turned around. The darkness in his eyes was gradually replaced by light, but before he could feel happy, the voice behind him continued. However, before that, you need to go through the relevant order process on Xinyu. After all, only in this way can I exchange the corresponding technology points with the Yanwang Research Scientist System. Moreover, the most important thing is that his technology company is still in its infancy, lacking the necessary funding, connections, and even the most basic guarantees. He also needs to do business to survive. He even has to fulfill his father's wish of developing technology for lunar immigration. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun slowly turned around, his expression easing, and he no longer spoke with the previous arrogance. Of course, if you want to purchase in bulk, I can also accept that. Though my company is small, it is fully equipped. At that time, I will definitely sell to you at factory prices. The smile on Su Jing's face had not yet faded, but upon hearing these words, it slowly froze. It was better before this conversation, but now, Jiang Qin's pragmatic image had firmly taken root in his mind. At this moment, Su Zheng's mood was complex and hard to describe. He even felt a bit displeased. No wonder he had so readily agreed to build another rocket just now. It turned out he was waiting for him here. He wanted to refuse. But Jiang Qin's technology was right there. There was simply no reason for him to decline. At this moment, he felt both angry and resentful. And it must have resonated with Jiang Qin, who seemed to enjoy the fact that they found him displeasing but couldn't shake him off. However, just as he was feeling somewhat irritated, Jiang Qin smiled at him. Of course, I will share the technical issues without reservation with the researchers at the Dragon Science Institute. You can rest assured about this, Director. I have to say, Jiang Qin's 2 consecutive moves left Su Zheng speechless. The words he wanted to curse at him hadn't even fully formed when this kid pulled another stunt on him. For a moment, Su Zheng frowned, somewhat stunned. What do you mean by that? Jiang Qin smiled. It means just what it says, Director, you'll understand. The sunlight outside streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows and cast a glow on Jiang Qin, inexplicably giving Su Zheng the feeling of a sage in a clear moonlit landscape. After hesitating, he tentatively asked, Then, why didn't you agree to sell us the rocket technology earlier? Now you're willing to share it with the staff of the Dragon Science Institute regarding rocket research technology. This is simply inconsistent. Jiang Qin had his own thoughts on this. Now that Su Zheng had asked, he had no need to hide, because whether now or in the future, he would only implement his own ideas, and no one could change that. Su Zheng's gaze was fixed on Jiang Qin, and he even forgot that he was supposed to leave. So eager was he to know his answer that he forgot his original movement. Jiang Qin walked back to the sofa at a leisurely pace and sat down slowly. How could it be the same? If I wanted to sell technology, anyone could buy it, not just you. No matter how high a price I offer, there will be buyers. That's why I was unwilling to meet that old Wang's request. In a daze, looking at Jiang Qin in front of him, Su Zheng seemed to understand him a little, but that thought quickly vanished and he couldn't grasp it. He recalled the vast knowledge he had obtained from the system at that time, which included everything about liquid nitrogen methane rockets, from parts, materials to technical processing. He believed that just pulling out any single one of these would shock the whole world. However, with the current level of technology, without his guidance, these technologies would only become incomplete frameworks in the hands of professionals. So it wasn't Jiang Qin being arrogant. Without my explanations, they wouldn't easily absorb and accept some of the technologies related to liquid nitrogen methane rockets. Looking at Jiang Qin, who was thoughtfully gazing upwards, Su Zheng had nothing to say. He only knew that his brain and body were vaguely in a state of confusion, and he didn't even know how he finally walked out of the office building of the technology company. It was only when he came to his senses that his phone buzzed in his hand. Old Wang personally opened the door for him when he got into the car. He didn't hear a single word from Wang and Chun after he got in. Only one sentence echoed in his ears. As a citizen of Longhua, whatever I contribute to the country is justified, and I do it willingly, not wanting to get involved with money. Until he returned to the director's office at the Dragon Science Institute, Su Zheng didn't say a word. The staff at the Dragon Science Institute only knew that the director had been in seclusion for several days after returning from outside. He looked at the 8 big characters on the wall. Ambition and wisdom, words and actions lead to results. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and feel ashamed. In the end, he still underestimated the patriotism and dedication of contemporary youth. He understood Jiang Qin's implied meaning. He was making rockets and was willing to explain related technologies to more professionals. From start to finish, he never thought of asking for a single penny. However, they were the ones who began this negotiation with a heavy smell of money. From his reaction at the time of rejection, he didn't like it. He even hated it. Linking his technological achievements with money was a disrespect to him and his work. Looking back now, he had previously doubted and looked down on him, wishing he could slap himself twice to vent his anger. After pondering for a long time, he shouted, "Assistant!" With a sound, the office door responded. A woman in a white lab coat, holding a folder, rushed in. "Director, what can I do for you?" "Find Jiang Qin's technology company on Xinyu. Place an order for a custom rocket, and no Dragon Science Institute." Huh? At first, the assistant didn't react to these words. After all, she was in a place that produced scientific equipment. It was indeed a rare sight for the Dragon Science Institute to order rockets from other companies. People probably wouldn't believe it if she said out loud. However, since the director had given the order as an assistant, her job was to obey and get things done. Yes. 5 minutes later, after cleaning up the mess in the warehouse, 01 returned to the office to report to Jiang Chun. Mr. Jiang, you have a new order on Xinyu. Please check it. Hearing this, Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh. So fast, they started moving. Just as he was about to open the mobile app, the familiar translucent page appeared before him the next second. Chapter 26. Rewards with Honor. Ding. The first rocket of the Yanwang Research Scientist System successfully returned. Ding. The rocket has successfully landed. Yanwang Technology System rewards are being distributed. Upon hearing the news of the rewards, Jiang Chun suddenly felt a jolt of excitement. He remembered the information prompt he received after binding to the system. Use technology to gain true net worth, which could be converted into technology points. After that, he could exchange any items in the system with technology points, even participate in a lottery. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but rub his hands together, feeling a surge of anticipation. The next moment, reward information flooded into his mind. Congratulations, host. The rewards have been successfully issued to your backpack. Please check. As the voice fell, Jiang Chun was initially stunned. Is that it? No way. Shouldn't they inform me about what rewards I received? This is so hasty. After waiting for more than 10 seconds and realizing the system had no intention of continuing, he helplessly frowned and opened his backpack. At this moment, upon seeing his rewards, Jiang Chun couldn't help but widen his eyes. Shock value from Lu Xia, 500. Shock value from Zhang Tianfang, 500. Shock value from Wang Suitsue, 800. Shock value from Wang Lao and Chun Lao, 2,000. Shock value from Zhao Weigua, 3,000. Shock value from Long Hua, 2,760. Looking at the nearly endless detailed bill, even Jiang Chun, who had seen a lot under the influence of the technology system, was momentarily dumbfounded. This, just from one rocket launch, it shocked so many people? Oh my gosh. The detailed bill could scroll down with Jiang Chun's thoughts. He even saw many names from other countries on it and nodded in approval. Not bad at all. Scroll to the bottom directly. As soon as he thought this, the details rolled to the end. First order, liquid nitrogen methane rocket. Total shock value, 9,386,000. Seeing this long string of numbers, if he disregarded the introductory content, Jiang Chun felt like he was looking at a landline phone number. He couldn't help but gasp. Wow, 9,386,000. I didn't expect such a fruitful result from my first battle. Thinking about the exchange ratio of technology points to shock value in the system being 1,000, Jiang Chun felt a bit proud of his achievement. However, this pride gradually faded away when he saw the shock value automatically converted into 9,386 technology points. Ding dong. Host technology points balance, 9,388. Strengthen technology inventor LV2. Upgrade reward package will be issued 24 hours later. Please pay attention to check. After hearing this prompt, Jiang Chun suddenly remembered that he had an upgrade package as well. Not bad at all. Leaving the technology points balance page, the semi-transparent screen began to flicker with another notification. It displayed the rocket order demand from the Lonka Institute. Only a simple character was marked on it, with no other extraneous content, not even a symbol. Who would have thought that the system could now connect with my orders on Xinyu? Does that mean I won't have to check myself in the future? The system will automatically notify me of order updates. Plus, after the order is completed, the system will directly issue rewards and automatically convert them into technology points, along with the fact that the company now has its own awakened butler assistant 01. Doesn't this mean I won't have to worry about anything and will be raised to be a hands-off manager? Jiang Chun looked at the system page in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was about to put his phone aside, a new message suddenly popped up at the top. Comrade Jiang Chun, these two are the material suppliers I recommend to you. Reliable and trustworthy. You can cooperate with confidence. Material suppliers? In the technology business, material suppliers are indeed essential. However, Jiang Chun was puzzled as to why someone would suddenly recommend this to him. Exiting the chat box, he glanced at the note. Su Yang. With a raised eyebrow, he quickly understood. 01. Help me investigate the background of these two material suppliers. It's not that Jiang Chun didn't trust Su Zheng. It's just a necessary process in selecting partners. Moreover, he wanted to carry on the technology company left by his father. To exchange for technology points in the Yanhuang research scientist system, he had to complete the corresponding order process. Yes, Mr. Jiang. After receiving the order, 01 directly sat on the sofa opposite Jiang Chun, slightly lowering its head, with a flicker of icy blue light in its eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. 2 minutes later, he received the response. Mr. Jiang, both material suppliers have no issues with credibility and can be trusted for cooperation. This answer was within Jiang Chen's expectations. He leaned back, stretched lazily, got up, and picked up his coat, heading outside. 01, if there are any customers, please attend to them first. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Walking on Pengqing Avenue, the bustling atmosphere hit him. After his parents passed away, he seemed to have forgotten that apart from doing research, he used to love wandering around like this. Following his past memories, Jiang Chun unconsciously stopped at a bus station, looking around, only to see the waiting passengers all looking down. It seemed they were watching something. Here it comes. Here it comes. This Wan San actually dares to do this? ISNT it? Drinking urine upside down, TSK. That difficulty index has to be at least 5 stars. Suddenly feeling a bit worried. He didn't know who in the crowd said this, but the others immediately looked up and shot glares at him. What is there to pity about such a person? Didn't you see him arrogantly saying online that our recyclable rocket was just a model? Oh, don't get me started, it's infuriating. Exactly, he deserves it. A person should at least pay the price for his mouth. Listening to their back and forth, Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder if the recyclable rocket they were talking about was his first order. He really wanted to know which hero from our dragon country made this rocket. It was simply amazing. Following the sound, Jiang Chun saw an elderly man giving a thumbs up. His face wore a proud expression as if he was honored. Suddenly, something collided harshly with his heart. An indescribable feeling surged from within. Yes, to be honest, I'm just a space enthusiast. Anyone who could design such a rocket is definitely a genius. Amidst the praises, Jiang Chun successfully squeezed onto the bus. Chapter 27. Su Zheng. I'm really not a person. Welcome passengers aboard bus 285. Next stop, Lonka University. He unexpectedly woke up after getting on the bus. This familiar environment, this familiar announcement. Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly and casually found an empty seat near the corner. He murmured to himself, how'd I end up on this bus? Looking out the window at the pedestrians coming and going, many of them were students from Lonka University riding their bicycles in groups. He raised his wrist to check the time. Forget it. Since I'm already out, I might as well go back and take a look. I wonder how old Gong is doing. As soon as Jiang Chen's head rested against the window, he heard 01's voice in his mind. Mr. Jiang, 01 has detected that someone is trying to access your information. Would you like 01 to encrypt your personal data? After the message ended, Jiang Chun replied decisively, no need. Let them check. A bitter smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. I have nothing left but myself. What is there to be afraid of? Is there really someone who would target a recent graduate orphan like me? Understood, 01 received. After the response from the other side, Jiang Chun clearly felt the connection between them was cut off. For a moment, he wondered how 01 knew. But after thinking it over, he quickly understood. After all, it was a butler assistant that surpassed modern technology. Its functions surely surpassed the entire technological network of Blue Star. Any information would be easily accessible. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chun suddenly decided to contact 01. Prohibit investigations from countries outside of Longhua. Yes. In the office of the president of Lonka University, Su Zheng was anxiously pacing in front of his desk. He occasionally glanced towards the door, seemingly waiting for some important news. Half an hour ago, he had just returned from Jiang Chen's tech company and received a call from a leader. After that, he reported the content of his private conversation with Jiang Chun to Longhua. He only knew that the other side remained silent for a long time before conveying the desire to obtain all information about Jiang Chun as soon as possible. In addition, they hoped to conduct confidential interviews and investigations on Jiang Chen's former friends and family. Every detail, he had already assigned the confidential investigation, and for the basic investigation about Jiang Chun, he directly handed it over to his assistant. Thinking about the contact details of the two material suppliers he had already sent to Jiang Chun, Su Zheng felt a bit regretful now. If he had known this would happen, he should have waited until the investigation was over before proceeding. What if this kid has some issues? That would be a huge mistake. The material suppliers recommended to Jiang Chun were reliable businesses that had been supplying materials to Lonka University for decades. A typical leading enterprise in the red industry. Now the information has leaked. Jiang Chun, you must give me some face. Don't get involved in anything shady. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, and only heaven knows the mental pressure Su Zheng was under right now. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su Zheng rushed to the door in a single stride. He personally turned the handle. The moment the door opened and he saw his assistant, he let out a sigh of relief. But just a second later, the tension returned. He looked at the assistant with a nervous expression. How is it? What's the result of the investigation? As he said this, Su Zheng didn't even realize his voice trembled slightly. The assistant remained silent, her lips pressed tightly, and her expression was difficult to decipher. Seeing this, Su Zheng felt his heart skip a beat. What? What do you mean? Is the result bad? President, you might as well see for yourself. After all, I haven't opened it. The assistant didn't say this last part out loud. She didn't know that her words had the power to directly shatter Su Zheng's psychological defenses. Su Zheng lowered his gaze and took the folder from the assistant's hands. His hands trembling. After taking a deep breath, he finally managed to find his voice. You can leave now. Let me digest these materials slowly. When a folder was in the assistant's hands, he didn't feel much weight. Now that it was in his hands, he instinctively touched the thickness of the folder. He muttered, "There is so much?" This was clearly beyond his expectations. Sitting back at his desk, he mentally prepared himself before slowly opening it to check. He pulled out the materials inside. The first thing that caught his eye was an outstanding graduation certificate from Lonka University and a shiny first prize medal. The Longwa University Student Independent Research and Creation Award. Fuzzy memories began to resurface. Su Zheng remembered that this event was co-hosted by Lonka University and Lonka University. At that time, he was not there and handed it over fully to Wang Lao and Chun Lao. That competition was regarded as one of the most important by universities across Longwa. Although he wasn't present, he had heard from Wang Lao and Chun Lao that the scientific research project competition had produced many talents. If they could bring in the winners of the first and second prizes to Lonka University, it would surely be like adding wings to a tiger. He remembered that the second prize seemed to be from an external department of Lonka University, while he hadn't seen the first prize winner. So he hadn't asked further. But now that he thought about it, it turned out to be Jiang Chun. Lowering his gaze, he flipped through the other materials. They were various certificates of excellence from different stages of Jiang Chun's education, including practical competition awards, until he finally saw a page of proof. Su Zheng, the glaring words stunned him into silence. It was his parents' death certificate. Looking down, the date was marked as a few months ago this year. Associating this with a technology company that looked somewhat dilapidated and even destitute, he couldn't help but consider a possibility. From now on, with those competition medals and certificates, based on Jiang Chun's achievements, as long as he wanted to, he would definitely be able to enter Lonka University. But in the end, he didn't succeed. Besides his parents' unfulfilled wishes, Su Zheng couldn't think of any other reason. Turning to look at Jiang Chun's current situation, he found that he was either being pursued for debts or on the way to collect debts. How had he been living these days? Suddenly, Su Zheng felt some resentment towards himself. Even a second before learning about his file, he had been doubting him and even resenting him for not handing over the technology related to the liquid nitrogen methane rocket to the country. Damn it, Su Zheng, you really aren't a person. He was still just a kid. If it weren't for the 2 million order for the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, he probably wouldn't even be able to pay off his debts and would likely face a life of hunger and fullness. How could you be so heartless? Chapter 28, blocked at the door. He had previously misunderstood Jiang Chun. Just thinking about this made Su Zheng's hands tremble. He almost wanted to slap himself a few times on the spot. His breathing became rapid. Such a genius should not be treated unfairly. Suddenly, the image of Jiang Chun's tech company's small and messy storage room flashed in his mind. It seemed he had made a decision. Su Zheng placed the documents in his hands on the table and shouted outside. Arrange for the core research team at the Lonka Institute headquarters to hold a meeting immediately. At the entrance of Lonka University, as Jiang Chun expected, before he could step inside, a security guard in uniform raised his hand and stopped him. Nonchalantly, he said, "Go away. No outsiders are allowed in the school." "Sir, I am." Just as Jiang Chun was about to explain, the guard interrupted him. "You're an outstanding graduate from Lonka University, right? Oh, your excuse is so old. Can you come up with something fresh?" While saying this, the security guard tapped the retractable door with a small stick in his hand, and then simply sat down on a bench he had placed at the door. "Let me think, just a few days ago, some people said the same thing. Half a month ago, there were 3 colorful heads who came to me saying this. When did this situation start? Let me think." The guard tilted his head and gazed somewhere, one hand rubbing his chin thoughtfully. He scratched his brow. Suddenly, he jolted. There was a kid named Huang Tian, TSK. He looked quite good, but why did he have to sneak into the school? What is so special in the school that he asks after? The guard shook his head, trying to dismiss those thoughts. "So you don't waste time here with me. I want to let you in." Looking at Jiang Chun, the guard casually crossed his legs. He then rolled up his cigarette and took a deep puff. The smoke rings slowly rose, obscuring Jiang Chun's face. As for Jiang Chun, upon hearing the name Huang Tian, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. He didn't remember a single word the security guard said afterward. He slightly moved his lips and murmured, "Huang Tian?" The memories of the past began to assault his mind. That Huang Tian, who was known as the second best in his cohort, especially during that technology competition. He had plagiarized Jiang Chen's original idea. If Jiang Chun hadn't discovered it in time, he could have been bitten back on the spot. Jiang Chen's expression suddenly became somewhat unnatural, and he appeared a bit stunned. "Is that you, Jiang Chun? How did you get here?" A slightly old, yet familiar voice came from behind. Jiang Chun instinctively turned around. "Oh, it really is you, Jiang Chun." The person directly let go of the bicycle he was holding and reached out to support Jiang Chen's arms, looking him up and down. "Old Pang." Jiang Chen noticed that Old Pang's eyes were somewhat misty. In that moment, it was a touching scene of old friends reuniting, but the next second, Old Pang raised his hand and unceremoniously slapped Jiang Chen's arm. "You little brat, you didn't completely forget about this old man, and you still know to come back to see me? I thought the next time I see you, it would be in another life." Jiang Chen didn't retaliate, wearing a silly smile as he silently endured Old Pang's emotions. The security guard watched their interaction and slowly stood up, a bit stunned. "Wait, Old Pang, you know him? He really is a graduate of this school?" Old Pang nodded, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and after stabilizing his emotions, said to the security guard, "That's right, he was the best one 2 years ago. Old Wang, I'll take him in. If anyone from the school questions your responsibility, I'll take the blame." "What are you talking about, Old Pang? Since he is your student, I naturally trust you." The security guard took out a remote control and pressed a button. As the retractable door opened little by little, Jiang Chun proactively helped Old Pang with his bicycle, keeping pace with him. Along the way, Old Pang introduced Jiang Chun to the changes at Lonka University, from the greenery to various trees and then to the teaching buildings. He also occasionally responded to Old Pang's remarks. As the atmosphere between the two gradually quieted down, Jiang Chun finally dared to ask Old Pang, "How have you been these past 2 years?" As soon as he spoke, he clearly felt that the elderly man, who had been walking ahead of him, stopped in his tracks, sighed deeply, and turned to look at Jiang Chun with a gaze full of regret. "How can an old man be doing?" "Quite well. No need to worry. But it's a pity for you. If you had been able to persist back then, you would have been a key training target at Lonka University by now." "Old Pang, I have never regretted any decision I made." Upon hearing this, Old Pang looked at Jiang Chun with a frustrated expression. He raised his hand to point, but didn't know what to say. Turning around and walking away with his hands behind his back, Jiang Chun wasn't worried about him being angry and followed behind. The two entered the library, where nearly all the study spaces were occupied by students. They automatically quieted down. As the librarian of Lonka University, Old Pang returned to his workstation. As for Jiang Chun, he casually pulled up a chair and sat down beside Old Pang, not caring about his mood, sitting quietly without speaking. After a while, Jiang Chun got up to pull a book to read. Throughout this whole process, Old Pang, with his glasses perched on his nose, kept a watchful eye on him from the corner of his eye. This atmosphere lasted until 7 in the evening, when he and Old Pang walked toward the cafeteria along with the flow of students. "You still having tea?" said, "How you been recently?" This question had been building up in Old Pang for quite some time. After all, Jiang Chun was not in the same state as he had been during school. Unless he had experienced some deeply impactful change, Old Pang couldn't think of anything else. Sensing Old Pang's gaze, Jiang Chun forced a smile. "What else?" "I just took over my father's company not long ago. You know, my dad and mom have always been keen on the technology research of immigrating to the moon." In front of Old Pang, Jiang Chun almost shed the facade of strength he had been wearing, allowing the other party to see his vulnerability at a glance. Chapter 29, Back to School, watching the exciting live stream. "No, something's off. You shouldn't be in this state. Did something happen at home? What's going on with him now? What on earth happened?" He firmly believed that Jiang Chen's father would never entrust a technology company he regarded as vital to Jiang Chun. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Old Pang's heart trembled, afraid to think too deeply. He just quietly watched Jiang Chun, whose steps were slowing down. After a long silence, he hadn't said a word. Old Pang frowned, shook his head, and thought, "Fine, whenever you're ready to talk, let me know, old man. Let's go. Let's grab something to eat. I heard there's something exciting happening in the cafeteria tonight." Exciting? Speaking of excitement, Jiang Chun couldn't help but recall something. While on the bus, he heard that there would be a very thrilling live stream tonight. He wasn't sure if it was the same one. Everyone settled down. Students eating in front. "Can you please not stand up? We can't see the screen." "Exactly. Hurry and sit down. The live stream is about to start." Jiang Chun and Old Pang, with their meals ready, casually found a seat where they could see the screen clearly. It's starting, someone in the crowd exclaimed, and the students from Lonka University all turned their attention to the screen. On the screen appeared a scruffy-looking man with a live stream background that looked like a small, dirty basement room. When did the students of Lonka University become interested in this? Jiang Chun frowned in confusion, shoving a mouthful of rice into his mouth. As for Old Pang, he turned around without looking back, holding his bowl of rice. "You and T understand this, right? By the way, have you been following the internet lately? I heard that Pengcheng Aerospace University launched a rocket, and it's a reusable rocket powered by liquid nitrogen and methane. TSK, TSK, TSK. I must say, today's young people are really remarkable, but unfortunately, I tried to get in today and was kicked out. The security at Pengcheng Aerospace University is nowhere near as understanding as the security guards at Lonka University." This netizen named Wan San initially bet with little Zhuge, claiming that the rocket was a model. Now he lost and has to fulfill his promise. Just wait and see. It's definitely going to be exciting. Old Pang didn't he notice the surprise on Jiang Chen's face and turned around to see more clearly. Jiang Chun couldn't help but be curious and looked up at the big screen. He saw Wan San setting up a tripod, stepping back a few paces, leaning against the wall, glancing sideways, as if assessing something. "Family, I admit I lost the bet with little Zhuge. That was indeed a real rocket. Today, Wan San is here, drinking urine while doing a handstand." As soon as these words came out, the live stream's viewers erupted. "What? I didn't expect this guy to actually go through with it. I take back what I said about him online. I'm already impressed that he dares to show up here." Many viewers agreed with this statement, as just a few days ago, they thought this netizen, Wan San, would back out. Now, whether he could actually complete the handstand and drink urine seemed completely unimportant. However, more viewers were still joking in the comments. Regardless of whether the live stream could continue, they were in for some entertainment. On the other side, many viewers had already prepared their recording devices, waiting for Wan San to start his demonstration. They firmly believed that if they could get the video of him drinking urine while doing a handstand, they could easily create a corresponding caption and audio, and it would blow up on major platforms, making their name known. "Let's get started. Come on, streamer, stop wasting time. We're all waiting." The viewers' excitement brought a massive influx of traffic to Wan San's account, and his live stream quickly became popular. Wan San looked at the viewers' cheers on the screen, barely managing to control his growing anger. Even his facial muscles were twitching. But considering he was in public, he had to suppress his anger and forced a cold smile. "Everyone, don't worry. I'll start the performance soon. But before that, I'll invite my assistant to help." As soon as he said this, many viewers in the live stream began to refute. "What? Is the handstand and drinking urine you mentioned different from what I'm thinking? Aren't you self-sufficient? At this moment, the students of Lonka University couldn't hold back and instinctively sprayed their food out. Realizing their loss of composure, they quickly tidied their tables, and the group fell silent, staring at the live stream video. Suddenly, Old Pang's voice rang out. I wonder if the person who made that rocket is watching the live stream right now. Jiang Chun. After hearing this, the bite of rice he had just picked up with his chopsticks fell back into the bowl. He opened his mouth, but seeing the serious expressions of those watching the video, he forcibly held it back. In a live stream, the man named Wan San had leaned against the wall and was doing a handstand. A person walked out from behind the camera, and, from the viewer's perspective, they could only see him holding a transparent jar filled with a yellowish liquid. Facing the camera, Wan San said, "Family, we're starting now." Perhaps because he was upside down, his voice trembled a bit as he spoke. His assistant poured some of the liquid towards his mouth. At this moment, Jiangchen also set down his bowl and chopsticks, watching intently. However, all his attention was focused on the comments in the corner. Frowning, he noticed that the viewers didn't seem too pleased with this live stream. A faint sentence in his ear made Old Pang turn to look at him. This is the power of the internet. Do you think they would dare say such things in real life? Definitely not. Jiang Chun shook his head. But if they post these comments, won't the live stream get shut down? As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, the screen in front of them turned pitch black. The crowd hadn't even reacted yet when they heard Jiang Chun say, "What is so interesting about this? It's just a rocket launch." Although his voice wasn't loud. At that moment, all eyes in the cafeteria turned towards Jiang Chun and Old Pang. The murmurs of discussion rose and fell. Who is this guy? Who gave him the courage? Does he even know what he is saying? Chapter 30, Difficulties, Challenges. Jiang Chun never expected that a single sentence of his could attract so much attention. Even though he was forcing himself not to look up at the moment, he could still feel the hostile gazes directed at him. He raised his hand to sip the sour plum soup, pretending to be calm. What he didn't know was that during the days when the liquid nitrogen methane rocket launch was gaining traction, the students at Lonka University had been deeply impressed by the masterminds behind the rocket. Now, hearing someone who looked utterly ordinary and was relatively unknown, sitting there making casual remarks, their anger flared even more. Among them, those with slightly more fiery tempers directly threw down their bowls and stepped up to Jiang Chun. Perhaps in their heated state, they overlooked the imposing figure of Old Pang, who was sitting with his back to Jiang Chun. "Kid, you don't look like a student from Lonka University," one of them said, while several classmates began to scrutinize Jiang Chun from head to toe. They didn't see any Lonka University emblem hanging on his chest or arm, nor did they notice him wearing the university's uniform. The smirks on their faces deepened. "You didn't sneak in, did you? Do you even know you're in Lonka University?" "Of course," Jiang Chun replied nonchalantly after taking a sip, his calm demeanor directly irritating the two students questioning him. The prestige granted to them by Lonka University was so heavy that, aside from being absorbed in their research in the resource-rich school, it seemed they had even lost their basic ability to discern. It seems that Wan San's live stream was terminated due to a violation report, a female classmate nearby exclaimed. The surrounding students briefly focused their gazes on her before returning to Jiang Chun. "Kid, it can't be you who did this, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only Jiang Chun, but even Old Pang, who had initially planned to stay out of the matter, couldn't he help but furrow his brows. He began to silently criticize these guys, thinking they must have been cooped up in school for too long and had become foolish. If Jiang Chun could hear Old Pang's inner thoughts, he would definitely give a thumbs up in agreement. Listening to the incessant discussions around him, even though they were small, Jiang Chun could still hear them all. The next moment, he calmly set down his bowl and chopsticks, took a final sip of the sour plum soup until it was completely empty, and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Only then did Jiang Chun begin to confront them. "Hello, junior brothers and sisters. I am Jiang Chun, a graduate of Lonka University for 2 years. I'm here today to... I don't care who you are, but you need to apologize to the great master who made the liquid nitrogen methane rocket." Jiang Chun had only spoken half of his sentence when he was interrupted by a student sitting next to him, who looked rather brash. He even arrogantly added, "Yeah, you must apologize. Many students around echoed in agreement. Yes, exactly. You must apologize. Looking at these somewhat aggressive elementary school students, Jiang Chun's mouth twitched. Did they want him to apologize to himself? What kind of logic was that? He had never heard of such a thing. Enough. At some point, old Pang had turned his body around, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through the students who were causing a ruckus. With a stern expression, he reprimanded. He is someone I invited back, so what? Do you have any objections? He continued. He is here by my invitation. Are you suggesting that you want to kick me out as well? Hearing this, Jiangchen also looked over. At this moment, even while sitting at the dining table, old Pang exuded an undeniable authority. His presence was impossible to ignore. Everyone at Lonka University knew that although old Pang was currently just a librarian and appeared ordinary, his background was anything but simple. Many students had witnessed old Pang interacting closely with high-ranking officials in military uniforms adorned with medals. Though he kept a low profile, he was undoubtedly a significant figure. Realizing this, those who had been making noise immediately fell silent, slowly taking steps back with faces that wore a hint of ingratiation. What are you talking about, old Pang? We were just at a loss for words. The two students exchanged pleading glances with their peers. The female classmate who had mentioned the live stream being reported stepped forward with a smile, explaining, Old Pang, you should know the importance of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket. Students remember that you were quite excited about it back then. But from this senior-esque perspective, it sounds like a trivial matter. The students are just upset. Please don't get angry. They mean no harm and are not targeting the senior, just seeking fairness. Jiang Chun looked at the girl in front of him, who spoke softly yet confidently, her argument well-founded and unaffected by the tense atmosphere. He also sensed the change in old Pang's demeanor, which prompted him to raise an eyebrow. Then he heard a resigned sigh from old Pang. This is not a trivial matter. You, having been involved in research before, should know that if the technology for liquid nitrogen methane rockets can be advanced, it would be extremely shocking for our country and the world. With old Pang's words, the students seemed to gain a sense of purpose. Their gazes were filled with pride. Upon seeing this situation, Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled faintly. Rockets are something all of us here can create, but if you want me to apologize. Jiang Chun pouted and shook his head. How could I apologize to myself? After seeing Jiang Chun's attitude, the students who had calmed down began to frown again. But this time, their gazes shifted toward old Pang, whose expression was gradually becoming serious, revealing worry in his brows as he looked at Jiang Chun. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Since everyone can do it, then this excellent and proud senior, I, Wang Ming, would like to challenge you. Let us compare making rocket models for a month. Are you willing to accept the challenge? With this statement, the atmosphere reached a climax. Shouts of challenge erupted as if they were about to break through the ceiling of the cafeteria. As for old Pang, he truly did not expect that a meal and a live stream could escalate to this level. He opened his mouth to say something, but Jiang Chun preempted him. Sure. Chapter 31. Wait. This is my student Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun spoke in a low voice, and although it wasn't particularly loud, it was filled with confidence. Enough for the students present to hear clearly. In his tone, there was even a hint of nonchalance, as if this matter was not difficult for him at all. Even old Pang, who was originally with him, looked increasingly surprised, especially when he looked at this little guy, who used to spend all his time in the library and occasionally engaged in academic exchanges with him. He now felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Suddenly, he found that he could hardly understand him. The surrounding students from Lonka University were initially taken aback by Jiang Chen's quick agreement. Wang Ming, who had issued the challenge, smiled and said, How about this, senior brother? I'm not trying to take advantage of you. Choose 5 people from among us to form a team with you, and then let us compete in a month. As fellow students in research, they naturally understood the difficulty of building a rocket. It was absolutely impossible for one person to create a rocket in a month, even a model rocket. Huh. He gets to choose. He's already graduated for 2 years, and it seems he hasn't pursued further studies. Can he really complete a rocket model? Someone muttered. I think it's unlikely. While specialization is important, one must be diligent at all times. Is that so? In that case, I'm not willing to join his team. I want to join Wang Ming. Me too. The whispers of the students filled the air. Jiang Chun listened without getting angry, as if he hadn't heard anything. He casually glanced at the several students standing in front of him, and without saying much, he just observed them. He noticed their eyes began to shift away, avoiding eye contact with him. Some even took a few steps back. Seeing this, old Pang frowned, knowing that the current situation was not good for Jiang Chun. He also understood that students from Longkou University were known for their stubbornness. Once they said something, they wouldn't easily change their minds until a conclusion was reached. Worried that he would be left to fight alone and embarrass himself, he was about to assign a few students to Jiang Chun when Jiang Chun smiled and said softly, "There's no need for a team. I'm off campus and it's not easy to contact you all, so I'll go solo. Also, a month is too long. If it takes a Longkou University student a whole month to make a rocket model, that would be really embarrassing if it got out." He added, "Besides, I know that the rocket launched a couple of days ago came from Pengcheng Aerospace University. Longkou University can't back down, right?" The crowd around the cafeteria grew larger, especially after the challenge was issued. Even a few class instructors who hadn't left the school yet adjusted their glasses and walked over. Zhang Ye, tall in stature, spotted Jiang Chun from a distance. "Hey, Lao Zhang, ISNT that your former student Jiang Chun? Why is he back?" Hearing this, Zhang Ye squinted his sharp eyes and moved closer. "What is going on?" He noticed old Pang was also there and nodded at him. "Instructor, what brings you here?" Wang Ming looked surprised. As for Jiang Chun, the moment Zhang Ye appeared, he recognized him. With a respectful smile, he said, "Instructor Zhang, long time no see. Student Jiang Chun is back." Zhang Ye raised his hand and nodded, saying nothing. After understanding the general situation from the surrounding students, he smiled. "I didn't expect this. Jiang Chun and Wang Ming, both my students, are going to compete? Good. I can be a witness for you. A month is indeed a bit long. How about 20 days? I think that works." Old Pang chimed in. His slightly cloudy eyes were not shrewd, but were keenly assessing the Longkou University students in front of him. These kids need a good push to unleash their potential. Although Pengcheng Aerospace University is known as the cradle of aerospace technology, there was a time when Longkou University was far more brilliant. Hiss! As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp. 20 days? That's right. As for the specifications, I won't impose any requirements. All the rules and regulations are meaningless. As his words fell, Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Old Pang observed his demeanor and thought he was retreating. He patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, and that brought him back to reality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of his phone vibrating in his pocket broke the quiet atmosphere. "Hello, 01. Mr. Jiang, someone has come to our company. He says his name is Mo Chung, and he asked with Zhang Tianfang and Lu Xia." Jiang Chun knew Lu Xia and Zhang Tianfang. They were teachers and the principal of Pengcheng Aerospace University. Given the previous incident with the rocket launch and recovery, it wasn't surprising they had come to him. "Okay, I'll be right back. Please entertain the clients first." After hanging up, Jiang Chun turned serious as he looked at his former instructor Zhang Ye and Wang Ming and the others. "I have business to attend to at the company, so I want to stay longer." "What? Now you're leaving? Are you giving up on our challenge?" Wang Ming smirked at his senior brother, crossing his arms in a teasing manner. Jiang Chun frowned and turned to him. "Wang Ming, right? I'll be at Longkou University on time in 20 days. With that, he nodded at the several instructors and old Pang and stepped outside. At the entrance, Jiang Chun looked left and right, worried about how to get back when he heard a shout from behind. "Wait for me. I'll go back with you." Old Pang was pedaling his bicycle, chasing after him. Just as he was about to bump into Jiang Chun, he suddenly braked to a stop. Jiang Chun had just made a phone call, and since he was closest, while others didn't hear, he did. That old guy, Mo Chung, went to Jiang Chun's company. He didn't care about the others. But Mo Chung had always been his rival. Normally, he rarely even stepped out of the tech company, so if he went to Jiang Chun's company, it couldn't be anything good. Jiang Chun's father, Jiang Xinji, was once his most prized student. He couldn't let his disciple's son be exploited. However, Jiang Chun had no idea what old Pang was planning. "Old Pang, are you going back with me?" "Yes, hop on. I'll take you. We'll be at your your company in no time." Looking at old Pang's kind face, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat, tears welling up in his eyes hidden in the darkness. Steadying his emotions, he softly took the handlebars. How can I let you carry me? Old Pang, you're older. Let me carry you instead. Chapter 32, Your Company. Bankrupt? Pengcheng North District. Inside a certain office building. When Jiang Chun brought Old Pang back downstairs. It was just the time when those white-collar workers who were working overtime were leaving the office building. Watching them go from energetic and spirited in the morning to tired and dispirited in the evening, he couldn't help but shake his head. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest when one is successful. He really didn't understand what they were thinking. Isn't it enough to go to work on time? Why work overtime? Just after he finished complaining, he felt a light pat on his back. He instinctively covered the back of his head. Old Pang, why are you still doing this? I'm not a kid anymore. Old Pang squinted and smiled, stroking his air mustache. The tides of fortune turn. I believe that for the next 20 days, your life will be worse than theirs. Jiang Chun secretly thought, you are wrong, I can finish it in 2 days. Do I really need 20? Let's go, I also want to see what the current Jianglin technology looks like. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's previously bright eyes instantly dimmed. He murmured, Jianglin technology. Memories surfaced in his mind. Dad, why did our family as company hand over to Jianglin technology? We don't seem to know anyone named Jianglin. A tall and strong figure in his memory reached out to rub Jiang Chen's fluffy head. Because Mom's surname is Lin. She's the most important person to both of us. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Chun seems to understand. Dad, Mom, I will definitely fulfill your wishes. Xiao Chun, what are you dazed about? Hurry up and catch up. The familiar address stunned Jiang Chun for a moment. But when his vision cleared, he saw Old Pang waving his hand. After sorting out his emotions, Jiang Chun quickened his pace, coming. Ding! The elevator took the two of them straight to the 18th floor. Look, I said back then that this number is not good luck. Your dad just wouldn't listen. Old Pang, what's the big deal? I actually think it looks pretty good. When the business grows, who cares about these details? Old Pang was taken aback. You actually share the same thoughts as your father. He said the same thing. The air suddenly fell into silence. The two walked into the tech company. The deeper they went inside, the more chaotic the company appeared, and Old Pang's brows furrowed tighter. He couldn't help but worry more about Jiang Chen's challenge with that student from Lonka University. Given the current conditions, it would be good enough just to not be in debt. How would the kid complete the rocket model manufacturing? Jiang Chun had no idea what Old Pang was thinking and was explaining to himself, the company is being renovated these days. When you come next time, it won't look like this. Come, this is my office. 01. Preparate. Just as Old Pang was still unsure, the office door opened, and a tall, capable-looking female colleague walked out. She wore a standard professional smile, and her demeanor and spirit were worlds apart from the high-level white-collar workers they had seen outside the office building. Hello, President Jiang. Jiang Chen nodded and walked straight into the office. Old Pang followed and said, this employee is really good. She looks so sunny, but you too. Don't be like those bosses and make employees work overtime. While saying this, Old Pang quickened his pace to catch up. Don't take what I said too lightly. Upon entering the office, Old Pang looked at the 1, 2, 3 people sitting neatly on the sofa. His words came to an abrupt halt. The smile on his face immediately faded. Pulling a long face, he sat down beside Jiang Chen across from them. Obviously, the old man across from them didn't he expect to see Old Pang here. He quickly put down the teacup in his hand. Oh, isn't this my foul-tempered old comrade who was demoted? Why aren't you staying well in the Lonka University library and came out instead? Just as Jiang Chun sat down, he was momentarily stunned by the voice. He glanced over at that person. You old ghost can come out to scare people. What is wrong with me, a normal person being out? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhang Tianfang looked at this one and then at that one. Especially when he saw Jiang Chun's expression darkening. He discreetly tugged at his teacher Mo Cheng's sleeve. He whispered, Teacher, maybe you should say less. Don't forget the main business we came for this time. Seeing this, Lucia also pulled at the corners of her mouth, stood up voluntarily, leaned slightly forward, and extended her right hand. Hello, President Jiang, I am Lucia, the teacher from Pengcheng Aerospace University who customized the rocket model from your company. Jiang Chan retracted his gaze and stood up to shake hands. Hello, Teacher Lu, I am Jiang Chen. The two brief exchanges made Old Pang, who was immersed in a verbal duel with Mo Cheng, suddenly look up. His eyes darted back and forth between the two. although his face appeared calm. His heart was already in turmoil. Pengcheng Aerospace University. Customized rocket model? Connecting it to the rocket model that was supposedly launched by Pengcheng Aerospace University a few days ago. Old Peng was stunned. For a moment, he even felt a rush of blood to his head. It felt like he might faint at any moment. He subconsciously grabbed Jiang Chun's arm, and after stabilizing his emotions, he slowly turned to him. Xiao Chun, the rocket model? Is it coming from your company? Jiang Chun nodded, just about to say something when he heard Zhang Tianfang explain. Old Peng, we are here for this matter. After the Ministry of Education learned about Teacher Lu's practical class, they awarded banners to both Teacher Lu Xia and Mr. Jiang Chun. As he spoke, Zhang Tianfang turned to look at Lu Xia. The latter took out a certain brand leather bag from behind her and carefully pulled out a banner. That practical class can definitely be considered the most outstanding and shocking class in the history of our Ministry of Education. All right, the rest also this. A bonus of 10,000. Looking at the heavy brown paper-wrapped cash being pushed towards him, Jiang Chun could smell the money from far away. He raised his hand to block its path. His eyes looked across, as if he could easily see through everything. Lu Xia's qualifications were nowhere near those of Mo Cheng and Zhang Tianfang, and she was the first to be unable to withstand the scrutiny. This is the bonus sent to me from above, but I thought, if it weren't for President Jiang's rocket, there wouldn't even be a banner and medal, let alone the year-end evaluation for excellence in vocational education. So, this is my small token of appreciation. Please accept it. While speaking, Lu Xia pushed the bonus towards him. Upon hearing this, if Jiang Chun hesitated, it would be his problem. Who would refuse money? Then I will accept it. Seeing this, the smiles on the faces of the few people opposite grew even wider. Only Old Peng's expression turned grim. Old Ghost, you didn't come here to stir up trouble, did you? Chapter 33. What? That rocket was really made by you? Old Peng's sharp gaze scrutinized Mo Cheng across the table, as if trying to see two holes in him. Based on his understanding of this old rival, anything that could make him come out personally to handle was definitely not simple. Mo Cheng took a shallow sip of tea, leaning back in his chair. Old pal, what are you talking about in front of General Jiang and these juniors? Besides, I'm here to discuss business with General Jiang. What does that have to do with you? And didn't you learn enough from your impulsive lesson back then? Do you really want to go through that again? Bang! Old Peng slammed his palm on the table and stood up angrily. Mo Cheng. Jiang Chun had never seen Old Peng this furious and couldn't help but feel suspicious. Who exactly was that old man across from him? Just a couple of words could make Old Peng so angry. Ding! The system has detected the host's need to identify characters, scanning and analyzing. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, a system prompt echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. His tea-drinking motion froze. 3 seconds later, the voice came again. Character profile. Mo Cheng, male, 58 years old, height 181 centimeters, weight 74 kilograms, a prominent figure. Colonel of the 1st Military District of Long Country. Blah, blah, blah. The old man across the table, who was smiling, had no idea that all his information had been completely exposed to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun never expected that such an old man would actually be a colonel in the Military District of Long Country, and even more unbelievably, in the 1st Military District. Truly unexpected. Perhaps his gaze lingered on Mo Cheng for too long. The other party lightly approached. The earlier confrontation with Old Peng had completely dissipated. Trying to make his voice sound calmer, Mo Cheng said, Comrade Jiang Chun, I am just a small official of the 1st Military District. You can call me Old Mo. I heard that you developed a liquid nitrogen methane rocket by yourself, and it's even reusable. I wonder if you would be willing to join our Long Country Military District? If you agree, various quality resources will definitely start being allocated from you. Jiang Chun opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Old Peng interjected. Get lost. Put away your tricks. Don't try to fool our little Chin here. What he said wasn't wrong, but only Old Peng knew that even though everyone said so, he subconsciously still didn't believe that the rocket came from Jiang Chen's company. Now hearing Mo Cheng's words, he believed even less that the rocket was made solely by Jiang Chun, and he didn't dare to believe it. Old Peng, how could my teacher fool General Jiang? We came here to... Old Peng raised his hand to interrupt him. What do you have to say as a junior when your elders are speaking? The imposing aura he emitted made Zhang Tianfeng instantly silent. Pang Yun, do you think I'm a sick cat just because I'm not showing my power? I'm asking Comrade Jiang Chun for his opinion here. Whether he wants to join is up to him. What qualifications do you have to interfere here? Hey, you old mo. If you say that, then I have to manage this. If you're not convinced, let us try it out. During their exchange, the two had already quietly moved to a nearby open area, rolling up their sleeves. It looked like they were about to have a serious fight, but no one dared to step in to stop them. They raised their arms and swung them vigorously. Even Jiang Chun, who was far away, seemed to feel the gust of wind from their movements. General Jiang, are you sure you won't intervene? Lu Xia and Zhang Tianfeng nervously turned to look at Jiang Chun, only to see him leaning back on the sofa, casually sipping tea with an attitude of indifference. Seeing him not moving, Zhang Tianfeng frowned tightly and got up to rush over. Lu Xia glanced at Zhang Tianfeng and then at Jiang Chun, feeling a bit at a loss. 01, I'm here. Suddenly, with a whoosh, 01, who had been brewing tea in the lounge, appeared between Old Pang and Old Mo. Her palms opened towards both men. In the next second, their movements were easily halted when they realized they were being held down by a woman, and more importantly, that she was able to hold both of them at the same time. They were stunned. They tried to move, but couldn't succeed. 01 pulled the two of them, slowly walked to Jiang Chen's front, and then forcefully pushed them back to their respective seats on the sofas. Now it was their turn to be dumbfounded. Until 01 left at Jiang Chen's signal, both of them remained in a daze. On the other hand, Zhang Tianfeng and Lu Xia, who had planned to mediate, now seemed somewhat unnecessary. The air gradually quieted down, and only then did Jiang Chen speak. Thank you both for sparing my little temple. What I value most is freedom, and a strictly disciplined place like the military district is not suitable for me. However, if there are any business tasks in the future, I would still be very willing to accept them. Jiang Chen's words were naturally directed at Old Mo. His expression changed slightly, wanting to negotiate, but with Old Pang present, and now also that extraordinary young lady. Mo Chung had to reconsider the matter. Standing on the street, after leaving the office and looking back, Old Mo felt indescribable emotions. Shaking his head, he thought, this was the first time I was so decisively rejected. Teacher, this General Jiang might just be temporarily unable to react. After some time, when he thinks it over, he will naturally be willing to join the military district. Zhang Tianfeng took the initiative to comfort him. Old Mo silently glanced at Zhang Tianfeng from the corner of his eye, but said nothing. However, he felt very uncomfortable, especially recalling Jiang Chen's words. If there are any business tasks in the future, I would still be very willing to accept them. I am willing to lower the price to the minimum. He really didn't expect that today's young people focused all their attention on making money. They are not forward-looking enough, which is very disappointing. In the office, Old Pang chatted with Jiang Chun from time to time, but his eyes were always on 01's movements. Swallowing hard, he quietly asked, Little Chun, where did you find this girl? Her strength is too great. My wrist still hurts from how she held me. Seeing Jiang Chun just smile without saying anything, Old Pang couldn't help but continue, Ahem, Little Chun, tell me the truth about that rocket recovery that is currently trending online. Jiang Chun slowly turned his head, fixed his gaze on Old Pang, and then nodded seriously. He saw Old Pang lean back, his pupils suddenly constricting, his face filled with disbelief. After pondering for a moment, when he raised his head again, he pulled Jiang Chun to one side and circled around him, finally saying the words he had been holding back for a long time. You can't be telling me that reusable liquid nitrogen methane rocket was really made by you? Chapter 34. Can't lose, need to add money. After receiving a positive response from Jiang Chun, Old Pang left the office, not even knowing how he walked out. He turned around slowly, looking up at the lit window on the 18th floor. He couldn't help but recall the challenges posed by the students back at Lonka University. They had to create a rocket model in just 20 days, TSK, TSK, TSK. Shaking his head, he found it hard to look at. Well, I was worried about this kid before, but I didn't expect him to hide so much from me. As he left, the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be concealed. In the Pengcheng business district, Lu Xia had just exited Jiang Chen's company when she was invited into a car by a butler sent by her father. At the entrance of a villa that looked luxurious from the outside, The car came to a stop, and the butler walked straight to the other side, opened the door, and bowed in a gesture of invitation. Immediately, 2 rows of bodyguards stood at attention on either side of the car door, greeting in unison, "Miss, welcome home." Taking a deep breath, Lucia grabbed her Nair bag and got out of the car. The closer she got to the luxurious yet cold villa, the tighter she gripped the medal in her hand. Walking into the living room, she glanced at the maid working at home and softly asked, "Where's old Lou?" The maid, lost in her own world, initially did not respond. Turning around and seeing Lucia, she then replied, "Miss, you're back? The master has been waiting for you in the study for a long time." "Okay, thanks, Sister Zhang." Watching Lucia walk towards the stairs, the maid smiled and turned back to her work, telling her colleague, "I just saw the miss come back. When we have time later, let's go chat with her to relieve some boredom." "Really? Sound good. Knock, knock, knock. Come in." A deep voice with the authority of someone long in power came from inside. Lucia twisted the doorknob and walked in. Sitting at the desk, facing the computer and seemingly busy, Lu Yuanhang knew his daughter had entered and pointed to a chair beside him without turning his head, continuing to look at the screen. "Today's meeting ends here. You all better come up with a proposal I can accept in the next few days. Otherwise, don't wait for me to say anything. Just roll out the tech company." The documents slammed shut, and Lu Yuanhang instinctively rubbed his forehead. In the past 2 days, with the liquid nitrogen methane rocket launch, he felt a constant throbbing at his temples, as if he couldn't control it. What? Are old Lu's employees really this ineffective now? Hearing his daughter's sarcasm, Lu Yuanhang smirked. Once his emotions calmed down a bit, he finally looked up at his daughter, his eyes filled with resentment. "Since you know they're not doing well, why don't you come back to help me manage?" "What? Do you have to personally come to ask me, your father, every time before I'm willing to come home? Besides, what is so good about living in that broken school of yours? The environment can't compare to home. It'd be better to come back early and take over my..." Lucia knew that as soon as she got home, she would inevitably hear Lu Yuanhang's nagging. She stood up to stop him. "I came back today not to listen to your nagging." Slap! A medal slid directly from the desk to Lu Yuanhang's front. "Here, this is for you. From now on, don't keep asking me to come back to inherit the family fortune." Lucia pulled out the chair opposite Lu Yuanhang and sat down directly, ready to have a serious talk with her old father about resolving the issue at its root. Across from her, Lu Yuanhang, not looking at her, crossed his hands in front of him on the desk and looked meaningfully at his daughter. "Xia, your father is not joking with you. Why do you think I'm working so hard? You are my only daughter, and in the end, all my assets will belong to you, no matter what. You have to come back to inherit them." "Dad, this is not the life I want. You won't pressure me after I get the award. Didn't we already agree on this?" Lucia was getting anxious, frowning, her voice trembling with stubbornness. "Award? Do you think getting an award at Pengcheng Aerospace University is easy? This is just a medal. Look, we didn't even look at it, but I've already accomplished it. I will not come back to inherit the family fortune. I want to pursue my own life." Lucia leaned against the edge of the desk, turning her back to Lu Yuanhang. The latter followed his daughter's gesture to look at the medal and was taken aback. He trembled as he picked up the medal, incredulously saying, This is the National Ministry of Education's Senior Excellence Certification Medal. How did you get this? Where did you steal it from?" Of course, Lu Yuanhang didn't say the last sentence out loud. He was well aware of the rigorous education system in Longhua. He never expected that one day such a medal would be presented to him by his daughter. This was even prouder than receiving an award at Pengcheng Aerospace University. "How about it? According to our previous bet, doesn't that mean I won now? Stop asking me to come home to inherit the family fortune. A teacher as outstanding as me must shine in the school and cultivate more excellent talents for Longhua. Old Lu, do you remember? If you do, I'll head back to my room first. I have to prepare for practical classes these days. I'm exhausted." Saying this, Lucia yawned and walked out. By the time Lu Yuanhang reacted, Lucia had already left the study. An hour later, when she passed the study to get some water, she saw Lu Yuanhang holding the medal and talking on the phone. "Old Wang, our daughter has made it big. Of course, that SA medal that only those who receive national-level certification as excellent teachers can get." Lucia shook her head. Returning to her bedroom, She finally believed she could escape the fate of inheriting the family fortune. Lying back on her bed, staring at the starry ceiling, she blinked and murmured this time, "It's all thanks to Jiang Chun. Otherwise, the award would still be far off." Suddenly, Lucia sat up straight from the bed, hurried to the bedside cabinet, picked up her phone, and opened Jiang Chen's contact page on Xinyu. After pondering for a long time, her slender fingers began to type rapidly. "Mr. Jiang, having gone through the witness of those experts and the subsequent awards from the Ministry of Education, I still feel that this time the business cannot let you lose." Chapter 35, Eagle Sauce. Recyclable? They don't have that ability. Jiang Chun, who was meditating while sitting on the bed, heard a slight movement in his ears. He opened his eyes and looked towards the bedside table. He took a quick glance at the private message sent by Lucia. Without any reaction, he put his phone back down. Adjusting his posture, he was about to get back into the zone when suddenly a notification from his mobile banking app rang out. This time, Jiang Chen's desire to meditate was completely extinguished. He simply lay sideways on the bed, stretched out his long arm, and picked up his phone again. "Mr. Jiang, your bank card ending in 6877 has received a deposit of 300,000 yuan. The current balance is..." Jiang Chun was taken aback. Wow, are these little rich women doing things so efficiently now? Feeling like he had struck a bargain, he was surprised that she even volunteered to add more money. He had to admit that in his entire life, he had seen people bargain, but he had never encountered someone with such special requests. It seemed that this Miss Lucia was quite a character. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. If he were to receive orders like this from wealthy second-generation individuals on Xinyu in the future, how could his Jianglin technology company lack operating funds? Wasn't this a solid path to wealth? Perhaps out of a whimsical impulse, Jiang Chun reopened Xinyu and scrolled through the orders. Apart from the rocket order from Lonka Institute, which was noted as the same, he didn't see any other extra words appear. Looking over at the other side, Fengshua Technology Company had almost filled the entire page with orders. Although one or two of them didn't match the large amounts of his own orders altogether, they didn't know how many times they exceeded his order. Sigh, can the gap between people be any larger? Is this a test from heaven for me? Jiang Chun felt deflated and rolled over onto his side. He stared at the ceiling, and as he looked, his eyelids grew heavier. Eagle Sauce Technology Strategic Information Headquarters. A young blonde man was lounging on a soft sofa, holding a delicate goblet. A maid beside him bent down and poured a shallow layer of whiskey into his glass. He gently swirled it, smiled, and tilted his head back to drink it. "Miss Yajia, could you play some more refined music for me? Life should be filled with a sense of ceremony." "Of course, Mr. Smith." Soft yet cheerful music immediately filled the entire room. The moment he closed his eyes, his expression was one of pure enjoyment. He crossed his legs and leaned back further, crossing his hands over his abdomen and tapping to the rhythm. Ding, ding, ding. The harsh ringing of a phone on the coffee table abruptly interrupted his harmonious rhythm. Smith furrowed his brow, making his originally prominent nose appear even sharper. He felt a surge of frustration. However, the moment he answered the phone, his expression transformed in the blink of an eye, and a professional fake smile appeared on his face. "Hello, this is the Strategic Information Headquarters. I'm Smith. How may I assist you?" The other side clearly did not accept this insincere greeting and continued. "This is the Eagle Sauce Space Base. Our rocket was recently heavily damaged by the Long Kingdom's rocket. We have received information suggesting that the Long Kingdom's rocket may be recoverable. The space base is verifying this with you." The voice on the other end was both official and cold, making Smith roll his eyes. But due to the other party's identity, he had to play along. "Oh, dear Commander Trenlu, you can rest assured about this matter. Based on our comprehensive analysis of Long Kingdom technology a month ago, given their understanding of rockets, let alone making their rockets recoverable. Even if they were to add satellite functions to their rockets, they wouldn't even be able to touch the edge of this technology in another 50 years. As he spoke, Smith gestured to the maid beside him to refill his square glass with whiskey. When it came to discussing Long Kingdom, the mockery on his face was completely unmasked. But the Long Kingdom's rocket was able to burn and melt our rocket in an instant. This is something countless eyes have witnessed. How could it be fake? Smith fell silent for a moment, slowly directing his gaze to the newspaper that he had not had time to finish reading, which was still tucked in his pocket. And many countries in the International Alliance have their rockets too. Oh, Commander, your statement truly makes me doubt whether your mind is in a clear state. After all, it's working hours now. How about this? Our Strategic Information Headquarters will soon provide everyone with a perfect answer. In the meantime, I wish you a pleasant day. With a snap, Smith hung up the phone without giving the other party a chance to respond. His deep-set eyes frowned, and his sharp features were mumbling something he couldn't quite hear. The next second, he irritably pulled out the newspaper from his pocket. Leaning back, he reached for his gold-rimmed glasses from another pocket, put them on, and squinted to read. Soon, Smith realized something was off. The newspaper featured events that had occurred in the International Alliance just yesterday. The joint meeting, the obstruction plan passed by various countries. When he saw the central image of the newspaper, depicting the melted halves of various rockets with their respective country logos, his pupils almost shattered. Oh my God, this happened yesterday? How come I haven't received any information about it? Smith could no longer sit still and began pacing back and forth in the room. The soft, cheerful music in his ears only added to his irritation, and he turned it off. The maid pursed her lips, her eyes darting around. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward. Actually, you received an invitation to watch the rocket obstruction plan yesterday as well. The maid took out a beautifully crafted invitation from her pocket and presented it to Smith. He froze for a few seconds, his gaze fixated on the invitation. Trembling as he picked it up, the furrow in his brow deepened. Then why didn't you inform me? Oh, my esteemed Mr. Smith, you were sleeping at that time. I called for you, but you responded that no one should disturb you. On the other end of the line, Commander Trenla, realizing he hadn't received crucial information and had been hung up on, suddenly stood up and kicked the wall. Damn it, this Smith. One day, I must personally report him to the president. He really didn't understand how such irresponsible and perfunctory people could be hired. Trenla sat back on the sofa, his hands buried in his hair, lost in thought. Chapter 36. The Sea of Knowledge is Boundless. The next morning, the sun shone brightly on the earth. In the northern district of Pengcheng, white-collar executives hurriedly walked towards their respective companies. A small electric scooter was parked in an inconspicuous corner. Jiang Chun took off his helmet, yawned, and headed towards the company. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 01 waiting for him at the entrance. Good morning, President Jiang. Jiang Chun nodded, but really couldn't muster much energy. Once inside the office, he hadn't rested long before he remembered the order placed by the Lonka Institute. 01, check the inventory of materials and give me a detailed report within 3 minutes. Ding! Just as Jiang Chun finished speaking, relevant information was already received in his mind. At the same time, a detailed report appeared on the computer in front of him. President Jiang, the detailed report has been transmitted to your computer. Please check it. Raising his eyebrows, Jiang Chun opened the computer and scanned through the details. He walked back into the storage room, and with a thought, the dozens of circular robots he had previously made for Lu Xia floated in front of him again. This time, unlike last time, the robots did not require Jiang Chun to issue commands personally. Connecting to Jiang Chun's account, they automatically entered order execution mode. Strengthen rocket manufacturing. Watching the diligent little circular robots in front of him, along with the busy 01 assistant outside, Jiang Chun felt a sense of being uplifted by high technology. He thought he could sit back and enjoy everything, but after a while, he suddenly felt he shouldn't be so idle and complacent. Before receiving new scientific knowledge transmitted by the Yanhuang Technology Scientist System, he should at least consolidate and pick up the previous research-related knowledge. Thus, while 01 organized renovation personnel to participate in the technology company's renovation, he sat in the office studying. President Jiang, do you have any other requirements for the company renovation? So absorbed in his studies, he didn't notice when the office door opened. Suddenly, a voice appeared, startling him. He looked up at the person and said lightly, I have no requirements. You can ask my assistant for the specific plan, the one outside. The person seemed taken aback by his words, but eventually nodded with a forced smile and prepared to leave. As he turned to exit, he couldn't help but mutter, the company isn't big, but I didn't expect there to be only 2 people. That is too shabby. It would be strange if there is any business. However, what the person didn't expect was that Jiang Chun easily heard this little mutter. He paused for a moment, thinking it was time to hire some employees to work, as it would be necessary to expand sooner or later. His first reaction was to hope he could awaken some high-tech intelligent assistants within the system. But after checking around, he found no robots meeting his criteria. There were a few robots similar in function to Zero One, but Jiang Chun could recognize them as robots just from their appearance, let alone keeping it a secret from clients. Moreover, the requirement to exchange 10,000 technology points was enough to make Jiang Chun give up on that thought. Never mind, let us hire some employees. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of his stomach caught Jiang Chun's attention. He looked up at the clock hanging on the wall and exclaimed, "Wow, how is it already noon?" He slowly turned his gaze to the documents on his desk, seriously doubting his study progress. This doubt only lasted a few seconds, as in Jiang Chun's mind. Nothing was more important than eating. At noon in the northern district of Pengcheng, Jiang Chun walked out of the office building, pondering what to have for lunch. Suddenly, a group of white-collar employees who had also finished work rushed out, like a tide flowing down from the building, disappearing into the food street in a flash. The sounds of chopping from the food vendors in the street were suddenly accompanied by the sizzling of food, the white-collar workers competing for tables, ordering dishes, and waiters serving food, creating a lively atmosphere. The entire food street instantly buzzed with activity, and the aroma of food wafted through the commercial street. Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but smile. How could he forget that he had experienced the hustle of lunch with his father before? His gaze wandered over the various snacks, and in the end, he chose a specialty noodle shop that wasn't too crowded. "Boss, one order of specialty noodles." "Okay, please wait a moment. It will be ready soon." At this moment, a long luxury car that seemed somewhat out of place pulled up. Shiny leather shoes stepped out first, coming into view. Bang bang. Accompanied by the sound of two car doors closing, the sound of hurried footsteps followed. A stunning woman in a professional short skirt suit, with wavy blonde hair and black stockings, walked up to the car. "President Liu, it's just a company acquisition. Do you really need to come in person? Let someone else handle it. It can be done just as well." Xia Shui lifted her briefcase, casually flicking her hair back, and surveyed the surrounding environment. "Besides, it's so crowded here with so many people." Liu Yuanheng glanced at her silently, not speaking. "If you want to eat somewhere else, I won't stop you." With that, he stepped into a pig trotter rice restaurant, ignoring Xia Shui's reaction behind him. Seeing this, Xia Shui froze for a few seconds. Realizing that her boss had entered the most crowded restaurant, she sighed, brushing her forehead with her hand, and walked in with her long, straight legs and high heels. "Excuse me, coming through, you're really a good person? Thank you." Her voice unconsciously carried a charm, and coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, many employees made way for her. However, after squeezing in, she didn't see her boss Liu Yuanheng inside. After looking around for a long time, she noticed several male employees behind her were also eyeing her. Although they tried to control their gazes, they couldn't help but be attracted by her alluring figure. "Miss, do you still want to get your food? If not, let us just have a meal. It's on me." Xia Shui suppressed her disgusted gaze, forcing a professional smile. Suddenly, she spotted Liu Yuanheng, who had been squeezed into a corner. His gaze was also directed toward her, his expression somewhat dark. Chapter 37, Adding Money? Sure, who would go against money? Xia Shui naturally knew what Liu Yuanheng was thinking. She herself felt helpless, being beautiful, having a good figure, and being well-liked. Was that her fault? She raised her hand to signal for a moment, turned back to the boss, and said, "Boss, 2 portions of pig trotter rice, please." "Thank you." The way she called out made the boss's face light up with a smile. He responded enthusiastically, "Sure. Just a moment, young lady, it will be ready soon." There seemed to be some kind of magic, as the boss's movements were much quicker than usual. The customers nearby couldn't help but tease, "Hey boss, when you make mine, don't slow down." Exactly. No preferential treatment. Hearing the customers' banter, the boss didn't get angry and responded cheerfully. His hands didn't slow down. And in just a few moments, he had packed up the 2 portions of pig's trotter rice that Xia Shui ordered. Just like before, the employees automatically made way for her. This made Xia Shui's exit very smooth. She raised the 2 portions of pig's trotter rice in front of Liu Yuanheng and proudly said, "How about that? Boss, my skills are pretty good, right?" Liu Yuanheng took his portion and walked out. He couldn't help but feel grateful that she had come along, otherwise looking at the crowd at this time. He didn't know when he would get to have his lunch. It was strange whenever he encountered such peak times, as long as his assistant was Xia Shui. He always finished his lunch early. She served food exceptionally smoothly, and everyone made way for her. He looked down at the footprint on his leather shoes, wondering when it had been stepped on. He felt a bit envious. Boss, let's go to that one. There are fewer people. Following Xia Shui's finger to a noodle shop, Lu Yuanheng took a look. Okay. Once they entered, they found that the fewer people was just an illusion. From the inside, there were actually quite a few people, at least all the seats were taken. Xia Shui smiled a little awkwardly. Her gaze caught sight of the corner where Jiang Chun was sitting, but unfortunately, there was only one empty seat opposite him. The rest were all occupied, so this was the only reference point available. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Boss, I have an idea. You wait here, and I'll make sure you get a hot meal. Saying that, she walked over to Jiang Chun's opposite side and slowly sat down. At first, standing far away, Xia Shui hadn't noticed, but now that she was closer, she found that Jiang Chun was actually quite handsome. He had that kind of look that could debut with just a little packaging. Having seen countless men, she couldn't help but feel her heart flutter at Jiang Chun's appearance. She casually set the pig's trotter rice aside, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at Jiang Chun with flirtatious eyes. Her voice was soft like a kitten's. Handsome, I see you're almost done eating. Can you let me have your seat? As soon as her voice came out, even the employees sitting nearby felt a shiver. In that instant, they even felt like their bones were about to crumble. If it weren't for his girlfriend sitting opposite him, he would have given up his seat without hesitation. But with his girlfriend present, he dared not make a move. He couldn't even think about it. No, he couldn't have those thoughts. Just as he was thinking this, he saw that Jiang Chun showed no reaction, as if he hadn't heard a thing, continuing to slurp his noodles. He pursed his lips, wanting to remind him, but he vaguely noticed a sharp gaze from Jiang Chun and suppressed his impulse, reminding himself, right, he shouldn't meddle. Impulsiveness is the devil. Xia Shui saw that there was no response from Jiang Chun, thinking he hadn't heard her, and was about to repeat her words when a cold voice rang out. No. The tone was sharp and left no room for doubt. Moreover, Jiang Chun didn't even lift his head. This response left Xia Shui somewhat stunned. Lu Yuanheng was the first to react, bursting into laughter. He never expected that the ever-accommodating Xia Shui would encounter a day of setback. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was witnessing it firsthand. Xia Shui herself couldn't believe what was happening, trembling as she asked, what did you just say? Jiang Chun finally looked up, meeting her gaze. I said no. After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued eating his noodles. It was Xia Shui's first experience of being rejected, and her face showed some cracks of disbelief. Faced with her first rejection, she felt somewhat at a loss. Jiang Chun kept his head down, eating, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Who do you think you are? You think just because you say so, I have to give you my seat? He had already noticed the two of them when they entered the noodle shop, judging from their attire that they were not ordinary. Did he not want to eat? Why should he give up his seat? He thought girls would have thin skin and would definitely retreat after one rejection. Moreover, this girl had already been rejected twice. Surely, she wouldn't stay any longer. Unexpectedly, the next moment, there was a loud slap. Suddenly, several large red bills appeared in front of him. He frowned, casually pulling out 2 napkins to wipe his lips. Leaning back, he looked over with a calm gaze. What does this mean? You think taking out 300 yuan will make me leave? What were they thinking? Was this girl's brain kicked by a donkey? Or was she one of those smart and beautiful girls, unmatched by anyone in the entire Blue Star? What is wrong with 300? Not enough. I can add more. Her boss is right behind her. They have important tasks to do today and can't waste time eating. Then came 1, 2, 3 bills. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, seeing that the girl still intended to add more money. He raised his hand to stop her. Enough. Stop. How wealthy was she? Looking like a nouveau riche, how bad would that influence be? Jiang Chun stood up, tidying his bowls and chopsticks, ready to leave. Just as he was about to step out, he took half a step back, facing Xia Shui's surprised gaze. He reached out and stuffed the 600 yuan bills into his pocket. All right, now the seat is yours. He patted his pocket as he walked out, feeling satisfied. Only a fool would go against money. Chapter 38 this time. It seems like I've latched onto a golden thigh. What Jiang Chun didn't know was that as his figure left, Lu Yuanhong's gaze darkened. He walked step by step to the seat that Xia Shui had bought for a hefty price. He sighed deeply, saying, the quality of today's young people really isn't that great. All they see is money. Back in the day, if we encountered someone like that, they would be criticized by everyone. How many times have I told you this, boss? Hurry up and eat. Xia Shui opened the pig's trotter rice, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the open window towards Lu Yuanhang. The greedy bug in his stomach was instantly aroused. But thinking of Jiang Chen's behavior, he couldn't help but complain a bit. No matter how we develop in the future, young people still need to learn to remember hardships and cherish the sweet times. Otherwise, how is society supposed to progress? After lunch, feeling full, Jiang Chun took out the 600 yuan from his pocket and carefully counted it. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. At a critical time, before receiving a big order, he still needed to be frugal. After all, even a fly's leg is meat. After putting it back into his pocket, he headed back to the tech company. Upon entering, the scene before him left Jiang Chun stunned for a moment. He stood still for a while, unable to comprehend the sudden change in the environment. If he were to describe the company he took over from his father as minimalist, then the company before him now could be termed as a Pongbo Sake style, showcasing high-tech brilliance everywhere, full of a strong sense of technology. This was practically a real-life version of black technology. With such decor, it seemed that in the future, this prime location would be frequented by those wealthy second-generation kids who love to show off. Welcome back, General Jiang. A chorus of welcomes made Jiang Chun turn around. Originally, there were only him and 01 in the company, but now the staff had expanded to 6. At first, Jiang Chun didn't react. But after seeing 01's reaction and recalling the previous experiences, he instinctively checked his phone. On the job recruitment notice board for the North District of Pengcheng, there was suddenly a new job posting belonging to their Jianglin Technology Company. Jiang Chun smiled with satisfaction and couldn't help but sigh. Having a high-tech smart assistant around during the early stages of the company was truly a blessing. Ding! The Enhanced Inventor System has completed rocket enhancement and manufacturing. After receiving the system notification, Jiang Chun called over 4 staff members and headed straight for the warehouse. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly stopped. Turning to the 4 behind him, he asked, "Who can drive a large vehicle?" "Go prepare." "I can." "General Jiang, I can." The one speaking was a bright and cheerful-looking young man. He had a smile on his face that made it hard to refuse. "Go ahead." "All right." The boy responded briskly and was about to rush out. Jiang Chun called him back. "What's your name?" "Zhao, Isa." "Remember to get the keys from 01 and be careful while driving." Jiang Chun nodded and couldn't help but remind him. After giving his instructions, he turned back and continued leading everyone towards the warehouse. As the warehouse door opened, dozens of round robots that had completed the rocket enhancement and manufacturing work were still in the area, finishing the final arrangements. They were moving a 60-meter-high rocket. Although there were quite a few of them, and the colorful lights were dazzling, their actions were clear and orderly. This made the 3 employees, aside from Jiang Chun, widen their eyes in astonishment. They stared at the automated round robots before them, looking utterly shocked. One of them couldn't hold back. "Wow, are these things really supported by modern technology? I've only seen this in movies." Another shook his head and quickly added, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe everything in front of me." "Yeah, I thought the decoration outside the company was already very cool, but compared to this, it's just the tip of the iceberg." The exclamations around him seemed ordinary to Jiang Chun. He even welcomed their reactions, because at that moment, in his mind, the systems page displayed sparkling light blue data that kept flashing. Shock value from Zhang Xian, 3,000. Shock value from Huangya, 3,000. Shock value from Wang Peng, 3,600. We VE struck it rich. If this trend continues, then 1T is technology points be something he can spend freely without worry? It seems that joining Jianglin Technology Company was a great decision. I told you. Just the name of this company sounds promising, right? It's a pity that Isa isn't here. He would love this high-tech scene. Isn't this better than watching a movie? All right, everyone stop talking. Let us lend a hand and help out. Jiang Chun guessed that if he didn't interrupt them quickly, they might start flattering him. Lend a hand? The three employees hadn't reacted to Jiang Chun's words and were staring blankly at the front. They saw the dozens of round, glowing robots effortlessly lifting the rocket and moving it out. Don't just stand there, open the door. You'll follow the vehicle and take this rocket to Lonka Institute. Watch them pay, then come back. That's your task. After assigning the task, Jiang Chun turned to leave the warehouse. After all, besides this task, he had a 20-day challenge to complete. Sometimes when lying in bed and meditating, even he couldn't figure out why. Despite not doing anything and not provoking anyone, he ended up attracting so much trouble. The three were left in shock. Their lips trembled. Is it an order from Lonka Institute? ISNT Lonka Institute, the place with the highest technology in Long Country? How could they place an order with a small tech company? They couldn't understand, and it was even harder to comprehend. The same few words floated in their minds. It seems like we've latched onto a golden thigh this time. At the same time, the large vehicle finally came to a stop. Zhao Iza got out and saw a huge object wrapped tightly in a curtain, secured in the back of the truck. Just as he was about to ask, his companion, unable to contain his excitement, put an arm around his shoulder and walked towards the driver's seat. Brother, don't ask too much right now. When we get to the destination, you'll know everything. Chapter 39. No way. Payment on delivery. Zhao Iza drove the big truck according to the route provided by few people. But he wasn't a fool. As he drove, he felt that the route he was following based on their hints was unusual. He turned the steering wheel and stopped directly by the side of the road. He looked seriously at his three companions and said, "Where exactly are we supposed to deliver this thing? I may not know this route, but I haven't been here before." Looking at the enormous object in the back of the truck, he had a vague, bad premonition, and his left eyelid started twitching. It was becoming more intense, showing no signs of stopping. The companions exchanged glances, and the person sitting closest to him in the passenger seat leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Zhao Iza's pupils suddenly contracted, and even his expression changed drastically. "Are you serious? Are we going to Lonka Institute? Haven't you ever seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork?" Even a random person from Longwell would know what Lonka Institute signifies. What's in the back? Technological products for Lonka Institute? This big? The response from his companion made Zhao Iza's mind buzz. He felt as if he was about to float into the clouds. If that were the case, his concerns would almost completely disappear. He restarted the engine. As he hit the road again, his mood was no longer as heavy as when he was completely in the dark. At the entrance of Lonka Institute in Pengcheng, the four responsible for escorting the rocket were stopped at the gate by the guards who raised their guns. These young men had just stepped into society. When had they ever seen such a large display? Even if they had seen guns before, it was only on TV. Moreover, boys, whether as children or grown-ups, who hasn't had a hero dream of protecting their country? However, what was different from their imagination was that in this reality, looking at the black hole-like gun barrel, it felt as if their lives would be swallowed up the next second. Their legs were trembling uncontrollably at that moment. They forgot to get out of the car, even forgetting to breathe. The guard frowned and walked steadily toward the car door. One of them raised their weapon, pointing it directly at them through the glass, looking more like they were guarding them, fearing they would make any unusual moves. Another cautiously opened the car door and shouted sharply, "Get out!" The few of them swallowed hard. How could they dare to resist? Almost at the moment the command fell, they complied voluntarily, with two even putting their hands on their heads and slowly crouching down. The guard watching them was taken aback. He couldn't help but think that these two would definitely need a thorough check later. Watching their skilled movements, who knows if they had any criminal records? He silently took note. He nodded toward his companion, indicating to check the truck. After receiving the message, the latter called over a few comrades via radio. They all walked towards the truck together. 3, 2, 1, lift. With a tearing sound, the curtain that had tightly wrapped the rocket was suddenly ripped apart. The 60-meter-high rocket was revealed before everyone. They were stunned, their mouths agape. Wow, is this a rocket? Not only the guards at the gate, but even Zhao Iza, who had not witnessed this giant object at the tech company, was also taken aback. On the way here, he had only speculated about what technological product was in the back, but had never focused on the idea of a rocket. His head turned repeatedly to his companions. Seeing the awkward smile on the latter's face, Zhao Iza already guessed that they must have known in advance what was in the back. Everyone knew, yet they kept it from him. His expression shifted from questioning to resentful, as if to say, "You guys, I'll remember this debt. We'll settle it later. You, go report to the director." Yes. The guard ran towards the office building of the Lonka Institute's director. Zhao Iza and the others stood obediently by, waiting for the outcome. While the two who had their hands on their heads were not as lucky as Zhao Iza and the others. They were individually monitored by the guards. The dart gun barrels loomed in front of them, making them afraid to make any unnecessary movements, fearing that a careless mistake would bring unnecessary trouble. 15 minutes later, everyone saw several anxious figures striding over from a distance. As they got closer, the guards immediately recognized the director, Su Zheng, standing in the center, along with Wang Lao, Chun Lao, and the beautiful team leader Ji Yun of Lonka Institute, who were equally quick in their steps. It must be said that since they began guarding the gate of Lonka Institute, they had never seen the director and the elders so anxious. They looked as if missing a beat would mean losing something important. The few of them looked at the rocket in the truck with excitement, especially Wang Lao and Chun Lao, whose hands were shaking. They even seemed to be on the verge of losing control. Their voices were full of disbelief. "I can't believe Comrade Jiang Chun finished it so quickly. How many days has it been?" Of course, apart from those involved, Zhao Iza and his colleagues, along with the guards at the entrance, were left in confusion. Su Zheng stroked his air mustache with satisfaction. "One day. It has only been 1 day since I placed the order, and Jiang Chun has completed it." The others could not detect any anomaly in his words, which sounded plain. But Wang Lao and Chun Lao understood the implication. Suddenly, in front of everyone, Wang Lao climbed directly onto the truck and gently touched the rocket they purchased from Lonka Institute, the liquid nitrogen methane-powered reusable rocket. His reverent demeanor made it look as if he were cautiously touching some treasure in the eyes of others. "Hurry up. What are you still standing there for? Quickly find someone to carefully move it inside." After Wang Lao spoke, Su Zheng personally added 2 more sentences. "That's right. Be sure to be careful. Be careful." Zhang Xian and Wang Peng, who were crouching by the side, exchanged glances. They whispered, "Should we say it?" "Yes. That's the financier's arrangement." Looking at the guns in front of them, they bit their lips. Gathering enough courage, they suddenly stood up. "No. You must pay in full before you can move this rocket inside." As soon as this was said, not only the guards and the people from Lonka Institute, but even Zhao Iza and Huang Yu turned to look over. The clueless Zhao Iza was stunned. Have they gone mad? What are they talking about? Chapter 40, Touching the Future. 500,000 for a single order? In this situation, Huang Yu found it difficult to explain anything to Zhao Iza. She simply closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and leaned against the wall beside her. She wasn't planning to resist, and decided to take things one step at a time. After all, on the opposite side of Wang Peng and the others were the people from the Lonka Institute. How could Huang Yu grasp their emotions and thoughts? If they got angry and blamed them, there would be nothing they could do but endure it. Although the small boss of that tech company seemed to be no simple character, capable of doing business with the Lonka Institute, she couldn't guarantee that the boss would be willing to say anything to them on their behalf. Seeing this, Zhao Iza was even more confused. He glanced at the 2 guns at the door, pursed his lips, and lowered his voice to ask, "Hey, I'm talking to you. What's going on?" "Ancestor, don't speak for now. Once we leave safely, I will definitely explain everything to you." Huang Yu gritted her teeth, her voice coming out muffled between them. Hearing this, Zhao Iza's brows furrowed tighter. At this moment, Su Zheng was observing Wang Peng and Zhang Xian with a curious expression. The 2 exchanged glances, and at this point, they decided to go all out. "Why, you guys, don't look at us like that. We're just following our boss's orders. So please cooperate," they said. Retreating half a step, the cold guns in front of them made them feel somewhat intimidated. The guard watching over them were also taken aback that the 2 would act this way at such a critical moment. They instinctively raised their weapons. "Be honest. What do you want to do? Rebel?" Just as the guards were about to take them away, Su Zheng raised his hand to stop them. He slowly walked toward Wang Peng and Zhang Xian in front of everyone at the door. Just when they thought they were doomed and had even thought of their last words, Su Zheng slowly took out his phone from his pocket. He waved his hand at the few with closed eyes. "Come over. Pay attention." Huh. The feeling of being taken away that they had imagined didn't happen. Hearing the friendly voice, They cautiously opened one eye. Especially Wang Peng and Zhang Xian, seeing that the guns had been lowered, felt relieved and stepped forward. The man referred to as the director by those around him was operating his phone. In just a few moments, the transfer page appeared on the screen. The bank card number was automatically attached after Su Zheng placed the order. As long as he received the goods, he could click to pay on the order. He placed his fingerprint on it. In total, it took 2 seconds, and Zhao Iza Wang Peng and the others saw the number after the 5, followed by a string of zeros, indicating the payment was successful. See? Now you can safely hand over the rockets to us, right? Su Zheng smiled at them. In his heart, he secretly thought, this Jiang Chun is cautious in his work. But would our Lonka Institute really be that kind of people who default on debts? We should make an effort to visit him more often to increase our presence, so he can understand us better, which will benefit future cooperation. Comrades, we need to borrow this big vehicle for a while. How about we return it to you later? It won't take long. The few still standing there in confusion didn't react to what was happening. At this moment, Zhao Iza, who had been silent, suddenly remembered something and spoke up. How about a borrowing fee of 50 yuan? He hadn't expected himself to say that. It was just that when he was about to drive the big vehicle out in front of the tech company, he saw the label from the passenger seat. Although he knew that the Lonka Institute was requisitioning the vehicle, by the time he realized it, the words were already out. Zhao Iza instinctively raised his hand to slap his mouth. Damn, my mouth. The already turned around Wang Lao and Chun Lao slowly turned back, their eyes looking like they were watching a good show. Su Zheng could tell they were trying hard to hold back laughter. If it weren't for the few outsiders present, they probably would have burst out laughing by now. Good little Jiang Chun, living the good life and being so frugal. The abacus of the Blue Star might have been bought by him. In the end, Su Zheng did not appear when sending these people off. His face was as dark as a pot bottom, and he blamed everything on Jiang Chun. On the way back, Zhao Iza and the others were silent for a long time, their thoughts differing. As the one among them who knew the least, Zhao Iza finally couldn't help but ask the others, don't you guys have anything to tell me? I saw you all talking quite a bit earlier. His tone sounded somewhat sarcastic. The others exchanged a few words and briefly recounted what had happened, especially when they talked about the cool round robots they saw in the tech company's warehouse. Wang Peng and Zhang Xian's eyes were shining. Zhao Iza was taken aback, pouting. Is it really as mysterious as you guys say? I've only seen scenes like you described on TV. By the way, did you guys see clearly? How much was that order from Small Boss? That's a whole 500,000. 500,000. We saw. We're not blind. Can you keep your mouth shut for a while? You've talked enough already. My eardrums are about to burst. Ha ha. The young people had never been so excited before, and they even began to fantasize about their bright future at the tech company. On the other side, after assigning work to his new employees, Jiang Chun happily returned to his small office cubicle, looking very cheerful. After all, in just a few short days, he had transformed from a debtor to a small boss earning money through technology. Now, looking back, he had completely emerged from that brief period of hardship. With his own small team, he was brimming with confidence about future prospects. Unable to hold back, he burst into laughter. Holding his phone, he opened Vblog, wanting to indulge in a little entertainment. A notification for a bank transfer popped up. Suddenly, he sat up straight, eyes wide, staring at the person behind him. Wow. This director is really generous. For the same order, why not just pay 2 million like Lucia? He thought to himself. His current fame was limited to a few leaders at the Lonka Institute and Pengcheng Aerospace University, making business indeed hard to do. Oh well, he might as well accept it. Chapter 41, Su Zheng. What seal are you breaking? Leaning back, Jiang Chun was sliding his fingers across the phone screen, and the page directly switched to the trading platform. Seeing that there was still no order data below, he couldn't help but shake his head. In this day and age, it's still hard to do business. Jiang Chun understood, especially in the tech industry, having technology doesn't necessarily mean someone will want to do business with you. It's even more important to have recognition and reputation. Otherwise, in this vast field of technology, you can only watch the big shots of tech companies feast while you sip on a little soup. Lost in thought, Jiang Chun instinctively felt like his brain was about to crack. Oh no, it seems I need to grow my brain again. This is such a good opportunity. The most important thing is to ensure I get enough sleep to better repair my brain. Sleep, sleep. Rest well to work better. The atmosphere on Jiang Chen's side was undisturbed, living pleasantly and leisurely. However, after the Lonka Institute received the rocket sent over by Jiang Chen's company, especially since everyone knew it was the rocket that had been recovered 2 days ago, the entire institute erupted in excitement. They could hardly sleep. The rocket was parked in a large experimental area inside the aerospace laboratory. That noon, the senior researchers at the institute hurriedly grabbed a few bites to eat before rushing over. Is this the legendary liquid nitrogen-methane-powered rocket? It looks to be about 60 meters tall. Listening to the rising and falling exclamations around him, Old Wang smiled. As one of the first to know, and one of the few present who was informed, he felt inexplicably proud. Of course, it's over 60 meters. Besides its imposing appearance, its various functionalities, when showcased, will refresh your understanding of rockets. Wow! Because he had witnessed the power of this rocket, he was even more excited inside, his hands unable to stay still, rubbing together incessantly. Facing the rocket, Old Chun was equally nervous, his hands trembling, wanting to touch the rocket, but stopping midair just before he could. The others, hearing Old Wang's words, looked at the high-tech rocket in front of them with excitement, examining it closely. Knowing they were in front of a cold, high-tech rocket, if it were a person, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand their eager gazes. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted behind them. However, everyone's attention was glued to the rocket, reluctant to turn their heads. Looking at this group of research enthusiasts, Su Zheng shook his head helplessly. A thought crossed his mind, and he said to himself, "What's going on? Do you all want to keep staring at this? Don't you want to delve deeper into your research?" As soon as he finished speaking, just as Su Zheng expected, everyone quickly turned their gazes back, their faces filled with excitement. "Director, do you mean we can study this treasure?" The researcher who spoke had an urgent tone, ready to leap at Su Zheng's command. The other researchers also looked at Su Zheng, eager for a positive answer. Su Zheng glanced around, but did not respond to their requests, instead asking, "I'm actually quite anxious for everyone to hold a seminar on the research resolution for the rocket, and then we can vote or raise our hands." I agree right now. Director, hurry up and give order. Let us skip the unnecessary procedures. We need to focus on researching this rocket. Exactly. Looking at the increasingly impulsive researchers in front of him, Su Zheng felt he barely recognized them. Aren't these the researchers who always emphasize rigor and caution? Why does it seem like they've broken some kind of seal? They look like a bunch of brutes. Of course, Su Zheng didn't say this out loud. He only thought about it. He was worried that if he spoke up, he would be beaten up by the crowd. Although he considered himself articulate, he hadn't yet reached the level of being able to debate a multitude of scholars. Furthermore, he personally hoped to quickly obtain all the research data regarding this rocket. The sooner the better. After a unanimous decision, they immediately passed the resolution to disassemble the rocket and conduct a detailed analysis and study. An hour passed, and the once passionate crowd stared at the lack of progress in their research, feeling as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. They couldn't help but frown. "Director, is it possible we approached the research from the wrong angle? If we were correct, we should have been able to disassemble at least 1/10 by now, right?" Now, looking at the progress that doesn't even match the tip of the iceberg, the group of self-proclaimed excellent researchers found themselves in a dilemma. How about we have our analysis team conduct a deep analysis first? Reopen the path for everyone. From the crowd, it was unclear where the voice came from, but although this suggestion sounded somewhat like retreating, it was likely the only way forward. "That works. I think this is the only option for now." Olcha nodded. "Yes. It's also possible that we were too eager to obtain key technical data and overlooked the need for grounded research and analysis. After all, nothing in this world can be achieved in one leap." With a newly clarified research direction, the researchers decided to take steady steps and study slowly. Su Zheng stood in front of the expert group's table, pacing back and forth. Logically, he could have stepped back, but this matter was of great importance. If it succeeded, it would be hugely beneficial for Long Country. To say it could allow Long Country to leap to the top of Blue Star would be an understatement. Time dragged on. He noticed the sky outside gradually darkening. The originally orange-red sky had turned to blue-black without him realizing. Su Zheng raised his wrist to check the time, unable to help but mutter, "Why is it still not done?" Although his voice was not loud, in the otherwise quiet research room, everyone heard him clearly. They glanced at the director, but no one responded, turning back to their research and analysis. "How's your research team doing?" "Director, give us 3 more minutes. We'll have relevant analysis results in 3 minutes." As soon as this was said, everyone on site let out a sigh of relief. "Great, just 3 more minutes. 10, 9, 8, 7. Someone unknowingly started counting down, and soon everyone instinctively joined in. To their surprise, their hearts started racing along with the countdown, until the person being watched raised the document in their hand. It was ready. Chapter 42. This technology, none of it is something we can touch. The moment the voice landed, the crowd waiting for the results suddenly surged forward. The light in their eyes did not fade with time. Instead, it became especially dazzling at that moment. Liquid nitrogen, methane power supply, vector thrusters, reusable technology, along with the design and manufacturing of these rockets. Related no-mark laser nozzle welding technology, engine pump backswing technology, high-precision, high-pressure, low-temperature regulators, and low-temperature spring energy storage dynamic sealing technology. The analysts in front were throwing out professional terms one after another, each technology capable of shattering their understanding. These research experts stared wide-eyed at each other. If they had had 100% confidence in the disassembly and analysis of these rockets at the beginning, now, after the analysts announced the results, their 100% confidence had been completely reset to 0 in that instant. Every single technology was still just theoretical text for us. But these rockets are now right in front of us. Doesn't that mean that all these technologies have? The rest of the sentence was left unspoken, but everyone present understood what he wanted to express. Their mouths opened and closed, but no words came out. The originally noisy and passionate scene fell silent in an instant, until a self-mocking voice echoed, "Every single one. Almost every single one. Each technology is something we currently do not possess. If we were to research these ourselves, it would probably take at least a decade to even touch the surface." At this moment, Old Chun took over the conversation, and when he raised his eyes again, the initial eagerness had completely faded. The oppressive atmosphere did not last long before someone could no longer control their inner feelings. "So, Dean, which country did you buy these rockets from? Is there any possibility that we can consult about it?" One of the researchers, seeing that Su Zheng, Old Wang, and Old Chun remained silent, tentatively asked. The others nervously closed their mouths, looking at Su Zheng. Seeing that Su Zheng did not respond immediately, they couldn't help but start guessing. Could it be the Eagle Nation? In their subconscious, the Eagle Nation had always been the fastest developing country in Blue Star technology, with Bear Country following behind. Although their Dragon Country had shown signs of rising in the later stages, compared to them, there were still many deficiencies. These rockets, including the one previously launched at Pengcheng Aerospace University, were all made by a young comrade from our Dragon Country. As soon as this was said, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard in the quiet room, and the next second, once the researchers reacted, the research room erupted with a thunderous noise. "No way. Is this for real? They were actually made by our Dragon Country?" The technologies that had previously seemed unreachable to them. If it weren't for Su Zheng being credible, they wouldn't have dared to believe they were produced by their own people, especially after the analysis results were out. The technological intricacies of the rockets were such that even after decades in research, mastering them completely was not something that could be achieved overnight. Initially, when they learned about the results and speculated that they were foreign technologies, their hearts had already sunk by half, whether in the past or present. Strength always equates to a country's voice. The principle that being backward means being beaten is something the people of Dragon Country understand better than anyone without needing to be taught. Now that they knew the technology belonged to their own Dragon Country, the feeling was even more exhilarating than if they had mastered it themselves. Then, such a talented comrade should definitely be brought back to our Dragon Academy at any cost. Exactly. We would be willing to serve him, even if it means being his assistant. Such matters must not be delayed. The sooner, the better. A young researcher sitting in the corner next to Ji Yun said seriously. As far as I know, the Eagle Nation has already started their next moves, aiming to establish a link with Blue Star in interstellar space to ultimately achieve Eagle Nation's goal of dominance. Damn, how many years have passed? Their ambition to dominate Blue Star is still alive. That said, the most important question now is that our young comrade is unwilling to join our Dragon Academy. Suddenly, Old Chen opened the dry tobacco he had prepared, lit it, took a deep puff, exhaled a smoke ring, and shook his head. Old Wang and Su Zheng nodded in agreement. Surely there must be a way to persuade him, right? If all else fails, we could be a bit forceful. The researcher, who appeared somewhat rough on the outside, hadn't finished speaking when he received a glare from the dean. He instantly fell silent, shrinking back. Then they heard, "Since we can't invite him to join our Dragon Academy, can we at least hire him as a mentor?" One scientist nodded thoughtfully and straightforwardly expressed his opinion. Old Wang, Old Chen, and Su Zheng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. They exchanged knowing glances. Perhaps this is indeed a feasible approach. After all, Jiang Chun is also from Dragon Country. Changing the way we invite him might make him more willing to accept. Recalling what Jiang Chun had said in the office, Su Zheng noted that the biggest concern for this kid was that he would lose the space for independent research after joining the Dragon Academy. Hiring him as a mentor would solve this issue. Old Wang smiled and sighed. Just letting outsiders know that our prestigious Dragon Academy still needs to hire mentors from society would be quite embarrassing. What is the worth of face? As long as our Dragon Country can hold its head high on Blue Star, none of this matters. Old Chen waved his hand. Just watching these three people talking back and forth made the researchers even more curious about this comrade who had never been heard of before in rocket manufacturing. If it weren't for the two big shots and the dean keeping their mouths shut, they wouldn't even reveal each other's names, leaving only a line that they would take care of it and then leave. The researchers were itching to rush in front of Jiang Chun right now. Even if it meant going through great lengths, they wanted to give him a lesson in ideological education. After Su Zheng and the others completely left the research room, everyone couldn't help but start guessing. Do you think this big shot could be an early hidden expert in research and weaponry? As soon as this was said, the crowd was in an uproar. If I were lucky enough to interact with such a person in this life, I can't even imagine. By the way, Jiyin, a few days ago, were you called to the lookout tower for some task? In the corner, the only one who knew some inside information, Ji-yun, had already tried to minimize his presence without getting the dean's nod. He just didn't expect to still be noticed. Chapter 43. Enemies on a Narrow Road. You think I can't do it? At the office building in the North District of Pengcheng, Lu Yuanhang and his assistant Xia Shui were standing with a blueprint in hand, hands on their hips, examining the building in front of them. Is the last one here? Lu Yuanhang bent over to take a closer look, his legs slightly trembling. Xia Shui lowered her gaze and said, "Yes, but it's already after work hours. Can we come back tomorrow to discuss the acquisition?" "How can that be?" Lu Yuanhang chastised in a low voice. "Today's work must be finished today. What would it look like to delay until tomorrow? Besides, we have other tasks tomorrow." Watching the senior white-collar workers leave the office building one by one with their bags, Xia Shui felt a bit bitter knowing she had to stay here and work overtime with her boss. With nowhere to vent her frustration, she couldn't help but complain. "I told you, boss, that you should arrange for someone else to handle this task, but you insisted on coming yourself. Now I have to suffer along with you." Of course, she didn't say this last part out loud. Otherwise, she was afraid she might get fired on the spot. Sighing, she spread out the blueprint in her hand and surveyed the surroundings. This should just be a small company. Are you sure it can catch your eye? I've heard that the original owner of this company had an accident and left. Now it's taken over by his son, who is probably just a kid. Xia Shui pulled a pen from her bag, bit the cap lightly, and with a firm tug, pulled the pen out. She raised her hand to cross out Jianglin Technology Company, just as she heard Lu Yuanhang's voice stopping her. "It's precisely because of such circumstances that I should acquire that small company. After all, I know today's young people too well. They all want their own lives and don't want to inherit their parents' wealth. Doing this might even help that young man find liberation." After saying this, Lu Yuanhang glanced at the marked location and stepped towards the lobby. Taking the elevator, they arrived at the entrance of Jianglin Technology Company. The first thing that caught their eye was the tech feeling signboard. The four characters Jianglin Technology seemed to shine brightly in the night, instantly attracting Lu Yuanhang's attention. He raised an eyebrow and looked at Xia Shui, who had just caught up, her high heels clicking on the floor. "This is good. Take note of it. When we go back, Arrange it for our subsidiaries in Yuanhang Group. Huh? Xia Shue's mouth twitched in resignation. She couldn't help but think, is the boss okay? Has he forgotten that we came out to acquire a company, not for a field trip? Yes, I'll note down now. Xia Shue's smile appeared somewhat stiff. Even though she was deeply dissatisfied with his request, she couldn't express it directly on her face, so she simply nodded in agreement. But when she raised her head to reassess the small company in front of her, she saw that aside from the company's sign, it looked as shabby as a shelter. This made her consider the pros and cons of the acquisition. Boss, this company isn't a dead end, is it? It looks like a shell company. I hope it won't drag our overall tech plan down after the acquisition. Although Xia Shui usually seemed a bit delicate, she always had her unique perspectives and views during critical moments. Lu Yuanhang looked at her thoughtfully. It shouldn't be. After all, it's a tech company that can hold its ground here. Although the owner has changed, the essence remains. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Shui put away her pen and blueprint and strode to the door to knock. Jiang Chun, who had just woken up and was preparing to pour himself a cup of water in the break room, turned and walked toward the entrance. When he opened the door, he seemed to see that quirky girl from the special noodle shop at noon who had swapped her seat for 600 yuan. He murmured, "Am I still dreaming? How come I seem to see that quirky girl?" Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. He noticed that the person in front of him had an instantly darkened expression. Jiang Chun could feel the low pressure radiating from her and instinctively shivered. Feeling awkward, he took a step back, scratching his head. What a coincidence. Are you an employee of Jianglin Technology? This small company seems to have no one left, yet they have someone like you who is practically falling into money working here. Aren't you afraid of causing problems? Xia Shui crossed her arms, and her professional outfit, which was originally quite fitted, seemed like it might burst open at any moment due to her gesture. Though Jiang Chun couldn't be called a successful person, he had once been a top talent in technology research at Lonka University. The girl actually spoke to him like that. "Miss, show some mercy with your words. No matter how much you dislike me, you can't resort to personal attacks. Besides, what happened at noon was consensual. I didn't force you." Jiang Chun casually stretched and leaned against the door frame, lowering his gaze to assess Xia Shui, lost in thought. However, upon hearing his words, Xia Shui's face turned instantly red. A bit angry, she exclaimed, You little brat, call your boss out." "Oh, you want to call our boss? Where is he?" Jiang Chen asked. Xia Shui instinctively turned to look at Lu Yuanhang behind her. She saw him watching the scene unfold with amusement. Lu Yuanhang himself had not expected that the conversation between the two young people would lead to him, feeling a bit embarrassed at still being a mere spectator. He raised his hand to scratch his nose to cover his awkwardness. He stepped forward, took out his business card with gold edges, and handed it to Jiang Chun, saying in a deep voice, "I am Lu Yuanhang, the boss of Yuanhang Group. I would like to meet your company's owner. Can you let me in?" Jiang Chun looked down at the business card, which indeed didn't seem fake. He stepped aside to let Lu Yuanhang in. "You can come in." After Lu Yuanhang entered, Xia Shui followed, but before she could step in, Jiang Chun had already stepped ahead. "Remember to close the door," he said as he walked in. Xia Shui stood there for a moment, and after realizing what happened, she stomped her foot in frustration. Once Lu Yuanhang and Xia Shui sat on the sofa, they were surprised to find Jiang Chun sitting directly opposite them. "What brings you here? You can tell me now. Are you here to place an order or plan for a long-term partnership?" "You?" Xia Shui smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "We're here to discuss something significant. You can't handle it." "Oh, I'm the owner of this company. Why can't I handle it?" Chapter 44, Not Selling. "No matter the price. What have I done wrong to make you have such a big prejudice against me?" Jiang Chun said this with a smile. But the two people across from him felt an unprecedented pressure, even though one of them appeared to be just a young child. The thought that Xia Shui had just been complaining about them made not only her, but also Lu Yuanhang, who had been in business for nearly 30 years, wish he could dig a hole and hide in it. However, given the current situation, he felt compelled to mediate the awkward atmosphere. "What should I call you, young comrade?" "My surname is Jiang." Looking at Jiang Chen's indifferent expression, Lu Yuanhang suddenly saw the image of his daughter, who was unwilling to inherit the family fortune. With this thought, he felt that his chances of successfully acquiring Jianglin Technology had increased significantly, and he instinctively sat up straighter. "All right, young CEO Jiang. I know young people don't like the roundabout ways of business, so I'll get straight to the point. He gestured toward Xia Shui beside him. The latter was still lost in her own emotions and hadn't fully recovered. She looked at Lu Yuanhang in confusion, then quickly took out the acquisition documents from her bag and pushed them in front of Jiang Chun. It must be said that when Jiang Chun saw the big words on the document, his expression darkened. However, the other party was too focused on the acquisition to notice this, especially Lu Yuanhang, who became even more enthusiastic. From his intention to acquire all technology companies in the Pengcheng North District Office building to realizing the grand vision of a unified Pengcheng technology line, he was almost ready to set up a podium and a microphone in front of Jiang Chun. As the minute hand on the wall clock completed a full circle, Jiang Chun nearly lost his patience and yawned. "Mr. Liu, have you finished speaking? If you're done, you can leave quickly. I'm not planning to sell the company." Upon hearing this, both Lu Yuanhang and Xia Shui fell silent, especially Xia Shui, who had conducted a thorough investigation of all small tech companies before coming here. Among them, she had the least faith in Jianglin technology and guessed that this company would be the easiest one to acquire. Yet, the result before her was clearly not what she had expected. She instinctively rebutted, "Are you sure? According to my investigation, your small company currently only has you as the sole commander and a small assistant. How long can such a team last? Moreover, the rent here isn't cheap, right? You're just in your 20s, in the prime of your life. There's no need to lock yourself in this small office building wasting your youth." Xia Shui spoke rapidly, and it must be said that if this were before Jiang Chun awakened his system, he might have been 40 swayed by her words. But now, he not only had no such thoughts, but also believed he could grow Jianglin Technology into a strong company. How could that be considered wasting his youth? It was merely another path to realize his dreams. Besides, with him around, the unfulfilled wishes of his parents would definitely be realized. "You can leave. There's no need to waste your effort. I won't sell." In a daze, Lu Yuanhang looked at the young face in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bit moved. He recalled his daughter from the night before, who looked like she would do anything to keep her parents at arm's length. He couldn't help but sigh. If only Xia could have such awareness someday. "And what if we offer more money? How much would you be willing to sell the company to us?" Xia Shui frowned, feeling a bit anxious. At this moment, Jiang Chun raised 5 fingers. Before he could speak, she exclaimed, 5 million? Or 50 million? You may look young, but your heart seems quite black. Indeed, in this bustling world, most people still chase fame and profit. Lu Yuanhang's appreciation for Jiang Chun dimmed a bit, and his heart sank. Jiang Chun frowned at her words and looked at his palm. "I meant to tell you not to speak. No matter how much you add, I won't sell." 01. Show them out. Yes. CEO Jiang. Just as Lu Yuanhang and Xia Shui were unprepared, a figure flashed in front of them, suddenly revealing a girl dressed as an exquisite assistant. She wore a professional smile and raised her hand to guide them. "Please, this way." As Lu Yuanhang and Xia Shui stood up and were about to leave, they paused. "Young CEO Jiang, I must say, I admire your temperament and aspirations. But the business world is ever-changing, and you won't understand it yet. However, if you leave a business card, I'd be willing to help you out if there's any cooperation in the future." Boss. Xia Shui had worked in Lu Yuanhang's group for many years and could easily guess the weight of this statement. But she thought this young man was unworthy of such an opportunity. "Business card? Sorry, the company only has my parents. Mine is still being printed." Upon hearing this, Xia Shui turned her head sharply, her surprise hard to conceal. This guy, can he not speak properly? Didn't his parents already? What use do they have for a business card? After leaving the office building, Lu Yuanhang felt dazed and helplessly shook his head with a smile. This kid is really interesting. Xia Shui, pay more attention to this side in the future. I'm really curious about how a half-grown kid will run this small tech company. Hiss. The sudden sound of screeching brakes ahead drew their attention. The car appeared to be specially modified, and after it stopped, the sound of 2 doors slamming shut followed. 2 elegantly dressed men got out and quickly walked toward them. Lu Yuanhang, having been in the business world for many years, was well acquainted with observing people and could see their shrewdness in their eyes. "I really didn't expect that there would be so many technologies we can't reach. Yes, it's so late. I hope Jiang Chun hasn't left yet. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to the dean and everyone." Wang Lao and Chun Lao walked in with their heads down, their minds fully focused on bringing Jiang Chun into Lonka Academy as a mentor, without any extra thoughts about the surrounding pedestrians. Until the two figures completely disappeared around the corner of the hall, Lu Yuanhang slowly turned around, lost in thought. These two people seemed extraordinary. He didn't know what kind of person Jiang Chun, whom they mentioned, would be. Boss, our car has arrived, Xia Shui reminded softly. Lu Yuanhang nodded and walked over. Xia Shui, check that car. Chapter 45, The Liar. Why didn't you say something earlier? Not long after Lu Yuanhang's car left, Wang Lao and Chun Lao walked out with their heads drooping. What is this all about? I told you to act faster, and now look, Jiang Chun is not here. How are we going to explain this to everyone when we get back? Is this my fault? If you hadn't insisted on changing into a neat outfit, would we have missed the chance to meet Jiang Chun? All right, I won't argue with you about this. Let's head back. Chun Lao waved his hand and got into the car ahead of Wang Lao. Fortunately, when they returned to the Lonka Institute, the researchers had already been sent back to rest by Su Zheng, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that time, in the Eagle Sauce research base, a commander was throwing a huge tantrum in his office. The floor was littered with glass shards and scattered documents. Only one document was relatively intact, which he held in his hand. Terenlu's chest heaved violently. Smith was such a bastard. Such important news, and I had to investigate personally to find out. The document contained information obtained after translation. The top line stated that the Long Country's rocket had successfully recovered after launch. This was information gathered by his staff in Long Country, who had spent an entire day and night online to obtain this in-hand information. Terenlu was furious, his gaze sweeping over the objects in the room that could be smashed, finally landing on the golden phone on his right. He raised his hand to sweep it off the table, but suddenly changed his mind, slowly picked up the receiver, and began to pound on it with his fingers. Smith, once I catch a break, I will definitely report you to the president. You liar with a mouth full of lies. On the other end, Smith had no idea about the specifics of the situation. Pausing the gramophone, he stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, shaking his wine glass. Oh, my dear Commander Terenlu, where is this coming from? Smith, have been in strategic information for many years, and this is the first time I've heard such nonsense. Terenlu was annoyed by Smith's sarcastic tone. Do you dare say you have no news about the Long Country recovering the rocket? If so, why didn't you report it to us? But if you don't have it, then your strategic information department is indeed derelict in its duties. Just wait for a military tribunal. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he was about to explain, the sound of the phone being hung up caught him off guard. You say I'm derelict in my duties? I'm specialized in strategic information. How could I possibly make a mistake? Smith walked back to his seat and opened the central document, which was a suspected model of the recoverable rocket from Long Country. I told you, give them a few decades, and with their technology, they might not even catch up to the fringes of our technology. The next morning, as Lu Yuanhang arrived at his post, Xia Shui rushed in from outside, looking flustered and even forgetting to knock. Seeing her, Lu Yuanhang was stunned for a few seconds and asked, "What is going on? Don't you know to knock?" "No. Boss, look at this." Following Xia Shui's gesture, Lu Yuanhang looked down. On the tablet, there was a video of a rocket launching and recovering. The video background had uplifting music and a narrator-esque commentary. At first, Lu Yuanhang didn't think much of it, but upon hearing the words Pengcheng Aerospace University and Practical Class, he was stunned. His head slowly lifted, and, after pondering for a long time, he took out the medal he had displayed on his desk. Could this rocket be related to Xiaoya? Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Immediately, a somewhat impatient female voice came from the other end. "Dad, didn't I tell you not to call me during class?" "Xiaoya, when is your practical class?" Lucia had no idea what her father was thinking. "It's already passed. You went to a meeting and missed it, right? I'm asking when." Hearing the urgency in his voice, Lucia didn't hesitate and instinctively replied, "August 31st. Beep, beep, beep. She opened her mouth to ask something, but the call had already been disconnected. "Go check, miss," the spinning direction of her bank card. Xia Shui hesitated for a second, but replied, "Yes." 10 minutes later, Lu Yuanhang received the results. "Boss, the lady placed a 2 million rocket order at Jianglin Technology Company on August 31st. It is said that the rocket was delivered to Pengcheng Aerospace University the next day. Listening to the report from his staff, Lu Yuanhang felt for a moment that his ears were malfunctioning. He couldn't even believe it was true. But when the two pieces of information came together, it was as if the rumors online were suddenly clarified. He slammed back in his seat, his gaze slowly drifting to an acquisition contract he had placed in the corner of his desk. A self-deprecating cold smile crept onto his lips. No wonder they refused to be acquired. If the rumor about the recoverable rocket is true, not only would they not have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives, but even their descendants would live in peace and security. Knock, knock, knock. Guoming. Lu Yuanhang tossed the acquisition document into the trash can, his mind a bit chaotic and uncontrollable. Xia Shui walked in, her high heels clicking. Boss, this is the special car information I encountered last night at the North District of Pengcheng. Jianglin Technology is not simple. Perhaps those two people know about Jianglin Technology's strength and went to negotiate a partnership. Let be for now. I'll take a look later. Lu Yuanhang rubbed his forehead, his words sounding weary. But Xia Shui did not leave immediately, still standing there silently waiting. Is there anything else? Xia Shui bit her lip. She was also shocked about the small company manufacturing rockets yesterday, but that was nothing. The document in her hand was the hot potato. Boss, why don't you take a look at this document? Lu Yuanhang frowned and looked up. He took the document, opened it, and the first line of text made him stand up in shock. Was that the special car from Lonka Institute? A car heading towards a certain office building in the North District of Pengcheng sped down the street. Hurry up, faster. Make sure the people behind keep up. Don't fall behind. Lu Yuanhang urged his driver, nearly flooring the accelerator and speeding ahead. He didn't know how the news leaked, but the head of Huatian Group, Lu Yuanhang's longtime competitor, Wang Hua, also knew about this news. Even the route was the same as his. Lu, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? The luxury car that suddenly pulled up rolled down its rear window, slowly. Wang Hua looked over with a smug face. TSK, TSK. You should change your car. I won't wait for you. I'll go ahead. Chapter 46. Small company? Keep a low profile. The protagonist Jiang Chun was unaware that outside, people were already speeding up for his sake. He himself was leisurely leaning back on his newly bought sofa, tapping on his phone screen. After finishing, he suddenly got up and casually placed the phone on the table in front of him. Looking through the one-way window beside him, he saw that Wang Peng and others, who had joined yesterday, were quite proactive in their work. Had their relevant positions been arranged already? 01 paused from his work and looked up to respond. Everything has been arranged. Jiang Chen nodded and said nothing more. The strength of 01 was evident and beyond doubt. Suddenly, 01 seemed to sense something, and a faint blue light flickered in his eyes. President Jiang, there are two strong presences approaching us. I hope President Jiang can prepare in time. Oh, recalling past events. Jiang Chun couldn't remember his family offending anyone, and as for himself, he had always been cautious at school and had never offended anyone either. Unable to think of anything, Jiang Chun waved his hand and thought, no matter who comes, we will face them as they come. Downstairs at Jianglin Technology Company, two convoys came to a halt in succession. Wang Hua adjusted his suit and looked arrogantly at Lu Yuanhang, who had just gotten out of the car. His tone was unfriendly. I advise Brother Lu not to stir up trouble today. Our Huatian Group is determined to secure this collaboration. Hearing this, Lu Yuanhang's official smile froze on his face, and he couldn't help but turn pale, gritting his teeth. He thought to himself, this is bad. The Huatian Group, led by Wang Hua, was the strongest competitor to his Yuanchang Group in the entire Pengcheng area. Although Lu Yuanhang was only left with money. The current domestic and international markets recognize technology as the primary productive force. To achieve success in the field of technology, technological competitiveness is the greatest advantage. However, thinking it over, Lu Yuanhang admitted that in terms of overall technological strength and human resources, Yuanchang Group was not a match for the other side. He could even say that they had no power to resist at all. But thinking about the technological research and development capabilities displayed by Jianglin Company, he felt a strong sense of unwillingness. As long as the Yuanchang Group could secure this collaboration with Jianglin Company, surpassing Huatian Group would be just around the corner. If that's the case, then Yuan Chang Group would spare no effort today to persuade that little President Jiang. Old Wang, it's better not to speak so confidently before the matter is successful. What if you end up with a slap in the face? Ouch, that would hurt. Moreover, whether President Jiang of Jianglin Company is willing to collaborate with whom, we each rely on our abilities. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Lu Yuanhang couldn't help but smile, striding past Wang Hua with his chest unconsciously puffed out. What Yuan Chang Group wanted up until now had never failed. Even if it meant spending money, he would compete with Huatian Group, as Lu Yuanhang was not timid. Wang Hua watched Lu Yuanhang's back, his smile instantly freezing, his expression cold. Let's go. Inside an elevator. In an instant, it was divided into two halves. The air pressure dropped significantly. Summer Snow, standing in the middle of the two factions, wanted to climb up the elevator cable barehanded to escape this pressure. It was better to be tired than to bear this kind of stress. Until the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival. Summer Snow couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not waiting for the door to fully open, she dashed out. She couldn't help but murmur, wow, the air outside is really nice. Several gazes fell on her, and following the crowd's attention, Summer Snow raised her hand to knock on the door. It was Huanya who opened the door. Looking at the crowd of people outside, she suddenly felt a powerful pressure rush towards her. In the past, she had only worked in a small shop. When had she ever experienced a scene like this? Nervously, she stammered, "Why you? May I ask who you're looking for?" Wang Hua was about to speak, but Lu Yuanhang, slightly stepping back, had no intention of giving him that chance. He squeezed in, wearing a big smile, trying hard to appear more gentle. "Miss, we are here to find President Jiang. Is he in a company?" President Jiang? Huanya was taken aback for a moment, but quickly remembered that their new boss seemed to have the surname Jiang. She nodded. "Why yes, please come in." Including Wang Hua, Lu Yuanhang, and Summer Snow, a crowd surged in. This made the already not very small space feel particularly cramped. Inside, Wang Peng Zhao Iza and others were somewhat at a loss, having to stand up and return to their posts, ready to receive clients. With a thud, the office door opened, and everyone's gaze turned towards it. Under the escort of 01, Jiang Chun walked over step by step. When he saw Lu Yuanhang, he was taken aback. Didn't this uncle just leave last night? Why was he back again? Could it be he was here to acquire my company? A lot of questions popped up in his mind. Looking at the crowd in the room, he felt a strong desire to expand the company for the first time. "Everyone, if you have something to say, please sit down and discuss." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuanhang and Wang Hua took their seats, while the others, including Summer Snow, stood behind their boss. The opposing sides were clearly arranged, making the atmosphere tense. Jiang Chun sat in the center, his gaze lingering between the two sides, inexplicably feeling that the air had become somewhat strained. He couldn't help but wonder if his seating position was a bit off. Why did it feel like he might be caught in the crossfire? Lu Yuanhang lowered his head, thinking about what he should say later. While Wang Hua was sizing up Jiang Chun, the air suddenly fell silent. Lu Yuanhang wanted to quickly refresh the impression he had left on Jiang Chun of wanting to acquire the company. He was the first to speak. "Last night, when we came to your company, we were not well prepared and were a bit abrupt. President Jiang, please don't take offense." Saying this, he reached out to take a brand new document from Summer Snow, placing it flat on the table. "This is our proposal for the collaboration between the two companies. I hope President Jiang is willing to give some feedback." As soon as these words came out, not only Jiang Chun, but even his old rival Wang Hua couldn't help but be stunned. He had heard that Lu Yuanhang was coming to collaborate with a small company that could develop rockets, thinking of inserting himself to make things difficult for Lu Yuanhang. But now, he never expected Lu Yuanhang to lower his stance so much in front of this young lad. Shaking his head, "Lu, how are you getting worse with age?" Chapter 47. Clear out inventory. Lu Yuanhang's words unexpectedly surprised Jiang Chun. He had thought that the other party would not give up and would want to acquire his company. If they could shift to a partnership as per their words, that would be fantastic. The two people across from him looked like seasoned executives who had been in high positions for a long time. Jiang Chun didn't know what group or company the other one was from, but he had checked relevant information about the Yuan Hang Group while in the office. Although their technological strength needed improvement, they had the market, resources, and funds. Moreover, his small company currently had no recognition. So if he could collaborate with a large group like them, just as the idea formed in his mind, a bucket of cold water was splashed on him from across the table. The company had only 6 people. It was evident that it had been established not long ago, and it was probably difficult to even get it running. No wonder he had never heard of it before. After stepping into Jianglin Technology and taking a seat, Wang Hua had almost observed the company inside and out. Considering it was working hours, and there were only 6 people inside and outside the company, he had thought that a collaboration that would matter to Lu Yuanhang would definitely be a substantial opportunity, but now it seemed quite disappointing. If he had known, he wouldn't have fought over it. A shell company wasn't worth Hua Tian's effort. Wang Hua mumbled, and although his voice was not loud, it was enough for the few people closest to him to hear clearly, including Jiang Chun, 01, and Lu Yuanhang. The first 2 frowned at Wang Hua. What is wrong with this guy? Did I strongly request him to come and cooperate with me? Why is he here nitpicking? Jiang Chen's face grew colder, and his glance at Wang Hua showed some impatience. As for Lu Yuanhang, upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel delighted. Yes, that's right. Wang Hua is quite on point today. If I had known he would provide such a backdrop, I should have let him speak first. Especially seeing Wang Hua's words instantly darken Jiang Chen's face. Wouldn't that make the collaboration with Jianglin Technology almost certain? As for Hua Tian Group, by the time they reacted, it would be too late. Thinking this, he cleared his throat and frowned, saying, "Old Wang, what are you talking about? That's quite rude. After all, he is the owner of this company. How can you slander someone else's company in front of them? What are you even here to talk about cooperation for? You might as well go home and wash up." Right, he is still the president of Hua Tian Group. Such behavior is worse than that of a small employee. With their own president starting a verbal battle with Wang Hua, the executives from Yuanhang Group who had come along knew that if they didn't start helping to denounce Wang Hua, the first thing they would have to do when they went back would probably be to write a self-criticism. One by one, they began to shoot veiled comments. This made Wang Hua's face turn awkward, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, someone across the table spoke up. "Hey, everyone, don't say that just because President Wang brought a small team. After all, not all group presidents are as approachable as our President Liu here." This statement was indeed reasonable. Hua Tian was a big company, and it was normal not to look down on such a small company. "Jiang Chun, please don't take offense." The people from Yuanhang Group worked together seamlessly, and with just a few words, they put Hua Tian Group in a difficult position. Lu Yuanhang was very satisfied with the actions of his executives. He secretly gave them a thumbs up from behind. After receiving the boss's approval, they breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they wouldn't have to write a self-criticism after all. Wang Hua looked at the group from Yuanhang and almost wanted to rush forward and tear them apart. They were just stepping on his rise to power, and he really couldn't understand what Lu Yuanhang found so appealing about this young kid. Enough. Y&T noticed that everyone in Yuanhang Group was just good at useless rhetoric. He wanted to see what this small company they valued could offer. Huh. Jiang Chun let out a cold laugh. His eyes also carried a hint of amusement. Our company indeed only has 6 people, but what does that matter? A shell company has nothing to do with us, right? Zhao Iza, Huangya, and the others stood in their positions, but when they heard someone slandering their new company, they almost rushed forward to tear his mouth apart. Now hearing Jiang Chen's rebuttal, they nodded repeatedly. Wang Hua frowned and sneered. "Just with you, few people? Can you build a rocket?" "Of course we can." Jiang Chun responded without any hesitation. Lu Yuanhang agreed with this, not to mention a few people. Even if their tech company only had Jiang Chun left, he could still build a rocket. The rocket his daughter bought was reusable and powered by liquid nitrogen and methane. Upon verification, it had indeed come from Jianglin Technology. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the rocket was built in just one night. At that time, the company had only Jiang Chun working alone. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanhang couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Chen's terrifying capabilities. His gaze toward the other party grew more serious. "Hey, that's the funniest thing I've heard today. 6 people think they can stir up any storm? The tech field ISN T1 you can navigate with just a few people." Wang Hua leaned back, looking at the company and Jiang Chun with disdain. Building a rocket, even just a model, required a complete team, and would take nearly a year to complete. Just relying on these few, inexperienced kids? Could they really build a rocket? I don't know if it's ignorance or audacity, but I really can't imagine that such a company would take months to secure an order. The executives from Huatian Group sneered coldly, especially after their president Wang entered and didn't mention anything about cooperation. They understood Wang Hua's intentions. Originally standing straight. Seeing the current situation, they had become somewhat lax. Ding, ding, ding. A series of notification sound from Jiang Chen's phone interrupted the atmosphere in the room. However, when he pulled out his phone and looked at it, he was shocked. Jiang Chen found that the inventory he had put up on Xinyu earlier had been sold out in an instant. The sudden surprise made him exclaim, "What the heck? What's going on?" 01. Take Xiao Zhao and the others. Quickly verify the buyer's information and clear out the inventory as soon as possible. We are ready to switch to new stock. Chapter 48. Slap in the face. A scene of double standards, fingers swiped across the screen. Watching order information popping up one by one, Jiang Shen couldn't help but smile broadly. He even found Lu Yuanhang and Wang Hua more pleasing to the eye. Seeing Jiang Chen in a good mood, Lu Yuanhang also smiled, but this smile caught the attention of the other two bosses. Jiang Chen and Wang Hua both looked over. Lu, you wouldn't have cleared out the inventory just to curry favor with them, would you? If that's the case, I could mock their Yuanhang group for a lifetime. The senior executives of Huatian Group looked at Lu Yuanhang with a curious gaze. Jiang Chen remained silent. He couldn't be sure if the orders were indeed placed by the other party. He could only wait for Lu Yuanhang's response. At that moment, Lu Yuanhang turned to look at Xia Shui, his eyes questioning. She shook her head repeatedly, shrugging her shoulders to indicate, "Boss, this is not our doing." "Oh, that's strange," Jiang Chen said, glancing at the orders in hand, noticing even the lowest-tier drones have been purchased. Besides Yuanhang Group, who else would buy them? Talp, talp, talp. Jiang Chen's ears perked up. He tilted his head slightly and noticed the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door, where a gap revealed two men dressed in Zhongshan suits, adorned with the exclusive emblem of the Lonka Institute. Two unfriendly gazes scanned the room, sweeping over everyone except Jiang Chen. Upon seeing the Lonka Institute personnel, Wang Hua's mind raced with thoughts of collaboration and trying to get close. He immediately stood up and extended his hand. The contempt he had previously shown towards Jiang Chen and his company vanished without a trace, replaced by a fawning smile. "Hello, officials of Lonka Institute. I am Wang Hua, president of Huatian Group. Here's my name." Before he could finish, old Wang shot him a sideways glance and raised his hand to stop him. "Huatian Group?" Wang Hua's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, that's me." At that moment, old Chen stepped forward with a sneer. "How come I've never heard of you?" "Sorry, but we're not interested." Wang Hua's smile instantly froze, and his lips twitched. His mind went blank as he struggled to find a way to gracefully exit the situation. The other party showed no mercy, walking past them and stopping in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was not someone who couldn't see the situation clearly. Moreover, their actions helped him out of a bind. He quickly stood up. "Old Wang, old Chen, young comrade Jiang Chen, you really are a busy person. Yesterday, old Chen and I came to find you, but you weren't here. Your assistant said you were resting." In front of Jiang Chen, everyone could see that just a moment ago, old Wang had been cold and dismissive towards Wang Hua. But now he stood in front of Jiang Chen, his face beaming with warmth. This obvious difference in treatment was noticeable to anyone with eyes. People were puzzled. Wang Hua should have received more attention compared to this young Jiang Chen. But the outcome was completely different. "Gentlemen, are you mistaken? My Huatian Group is definitely larger than his little company, right? Why this disparity in treatment?" Unable to bear the contrast in front of him, Wang Hua urged anxiously. We don't think Huatian is worth our attention. Do you want to hear the reason?" Old Chen turned around, showing no respect, and bluntly shot him down. "You could talk to us again when you could develop a rocket in one night like he can." With that, he lost interest and turned his back to Wang Hua. The critical liquid nitrogen methane recycling process could not be casually disclosed. After all, this was a crucial period. As long as Jiang Chen agreed to join the Lonka Institute as a mentor, everything would be classified as a state secret. The fewer people who knew, the better. Even senior executives of Huatian Group, including Wang Hua, had no idea how Jiang Chun had risen from Jianglin Technology. Standing downstairs, they stared blankly at the special vehicle. Soon, when Lu Yuanhang and the others from Yuanhang Group came out, recalling how hard Wang Hua had tried to curry favor with Jiang Chun, a surge of anger welled up in Wang Hua's chest, rushing straight to his brain. Lu Yuanhang, you old scoundrel, did you already know about this little company's connection to the Lonka Institute? He looked down at his clenched fist, veins bulging. Lu Yuanhang smiled and raised his hand to pat down Wang Hua's hand. I only found out today. It seems my judgment was correct. The impression has been refreshed, and with a bit more effort, I could climb to great heights. But your Huatian has offended young Jiang badly, so it seems cooperation is off the table. Xia Shui, let's go. We need to revise the contents of the contract. We can't let young Jiang suffer losses because of us. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of car doors slamming echoed in his ears. Soon, Yuanhang's convoy drove away, leaving Wang Hua's face nearly as dark as a pot bottom. He kicked a nearby trash can in frustration. Damn, Lu Yuanhang is a scheming businessman. Boss, what should we do next? Wang Hua's eyes flashed with malice as he looked up at the 18th floor. Let's go back to the company. Jianglin Technology. Huang entered the office to serve tea and then stepped out. She nodded to her colleagues. I remember now. Those were the two big shots who were at the door receiving the goods. Phew, that's great. The boss doesn't have to suffer that old dang's anger anymore. Just thinking about how those big shots dealt with him earlier is so satisfying. Are we now considered national merchants? The group exchanged smiles and looked toward the office. Thank you, elders, for helping Jiang out of bind. Jiang Chun raised his cup of tea, looking earnestly at the two across from him. It's a small matter, nothing to mention. The two exchanged glances, seemingly saying, if not now, then when? Comrade Jiang Chun, we came this time to discuss something with you. Chapter 49, Priceless Treasure. Special invited mentor of Lonka Institute. Jiang Chun reached out his hand to open the drawer, but paused and withdrew it, placing it on the table. He looked seriously at the two people opposite him. Please, go ahead. Both Elder Wang and Elder Chun were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances. In low voices, they reminded each other, aren't you the one who said it? What are you waiting for? When do I get to speak? You go ahead. Jiang Chun furrowed his brows, watching the two of them push each other, feeling somewhat puzzled. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, the two forced a smile. Well, we at Lonka Institute are very interested in the rocket technology you have developed. The dean has mentioned that you had promised to be available for consultation anytime. At this point, Jiang Chun certainly understood the implication. He nodded, and one hand unconsciously began to reach for the drawer under the table. Indeed, I have said such words. Seeing the straightforward admission from across the table, Elder Wang and Elder Chun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Before coming here, if they could say their confidence was 100%, then witnessing the group of big company bosses earlier had dealt a significant blow to that confidence. It also made them realize that industry competition exists at all times, and the national team would not always be their protective umbrella. Having learned from their first lesson, they knew that no matter what price they offered, Jiang Chun would never sell the related technology of the rocket. The rocket technology is a priceless treasure in Long Country, and even in Blue Star. We have discussed with the dean that offering you any amount of money would be inappropriate. As Elder Wang spoke, his hands, which were hanging by his side, curled slightly, and his heart raced a little. However, aside from financial compensation, we can grant you the opportunity to enter and exit Lonka Institute freely, as well as a military identity. Throughout Elder Wang's speech, Elder Chun was observing Jiang Chen's expression. However, Jiang Chen's calm reaction puzzled him. After all, if it were someone else, they would likely be jumping with excitement at such a good opportunity. Yet Jiang Chun remained very composed. Seeing this, Elder Chun was afraid they would leave empty-handed again. So he hurriedly added, yes, having a military identity will also be beneficial for you in the future. Everything will be much more convenient. The air fell into silence for a moment. Jiang Chun lowered his head, looking at the object in his hand, playing with it. The drawer under the table was already open. Although his face remained calm, only he knew that his heart was already surging with excitement. A military identity, such an opportunity, is hard to come by. After agreeing, it was not just about obtaining a green pass for work. He would also have an unbreakable backing behind him. This was a win-win situation for him. Not receiving an immediate response, Elder Wang and Elder Chun began to panic, their smiles freezing on their faces. One could say that during their research at Lonka Institute, they had never experienced such hardship or felt so uncertain. They dare not shift their gaze from Jiang Chun. Since the two elders and the dean of Lonka Institute valued Jiang so much and even made an exception to grant him a military identity, Jiang Chun could not just occupy a position without contributing anything. Having said that, Jiang Chun stopped playing with the object in his hand, stood up, and solemnly walked in front of Elder Wang and Elder Chun. I must do something for Lonka Institute to be worthy of the trust placed in me. He opened his hand, revealing a small metal USB drive lying in the palm of his hand. Elder Wang looked somewhat puzzled. What is this? Aren't you interested in the core technology of the rocket? Jiang Chun replied, this contains all the technical data I have organized, with the password being 6/8. Once opened, you can view it at will. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Wang and Elder Chun were so shocked that they nearly stumbled. Supporting each other, they barely managed to stabilize themselves. However, after steadying themselves, they felt a bit lightheaded. Was this happiness coming too suddenly? Old Chun, pinch me quickly, am I dreaming? Elder Chun was not polite at all, reaching out to attack Elder Wang's arm. Don't embarrass yourself here. Gritting his teeth, he then twisted hard. A howl echoed from the office. The 5 people outside, including 01, instinctively turned to look. But soon, they returned to their work without paying much attention. Elder Wang came to his senses, disregarding the pain in his arm and the urge to retaliate against Elder Chun, his face a mix of shock and joy. Comrade Xiao Jiang, what did you just say? I'm getting old. My hearing isn't very good lately. While speaking, Elder Wang's voice clearly trembled. However, his hand moved without hesitation, shakily reaching for the USB drive and then carefully picking it up, cradling it in his palm as if it were a treasure. Jiang Chun smiled and opened his mouth to explain again, but Elder Chun stepped forward, his gaze towards Jiang Chun appearing more affectionate. You don't need to mind him. His hearing is fine. He just likes to act like a kid. After saying this, the USB drive in Elder Wang's hand was taken by Elder Chun, who carefully placed it into his briefcase. Elder Wang didn't have time to argue with Elder Chun before Elder Chun continued. Comrade Jiang Chun, I would like to thank you on behalf of all members of Lonka Institute. This technology I will take back to Lonka Institute and present it to the headquarters for research and analysis. Besides this, I have another request. Upon mentioning this, even Elder Wang became serious. The largest compartment of the briefcase was opened. Elder Chun took out a document from inside and solemnly handed it to Jiang Chun. Extending a hand, I hope you are willing to become a special invited mentor at Lonka Institute. You will enjoy the status of a core member at Lonka Institute headquarters and the highest treatment. In addition, you will have absolute access to materials. You can view the contents and information of the internal top-secret research files of Lonka Institute at any time. Hearing this series of statements, Jiang Chun felt that his understanding of Lonka Institute was still too shallow, at least only limited to being a researcher at Lonka Institute. For a moment, he was somewhat unable to react, his mind feeling a bit foggy. Elder Wang naturally noticed his confusion and explained from the side. Absolute access means you can view over 90% of the internal materials of Lonka Institute. This is a privilege reserved for the top members of the core team. Even I and Old Chun do not have this qualification. As he spoke, both Elder Wang and Elder Chun looked at Jiang Chun with envy. They envied this young man who was specially invited to enter Lonka Institute, a treatment they had not received despite working there for decades, something Jiang Chun had obtained effortlessly. However, they understood the precision of the liquid nitrogen methane-usable rocket technology, so their envy for Jiang Chun was purely based on admiration. Jiang Chun came to his senses and smiled, firmly shaking Elder Chun's hand that was still hanging in the air. Chapter 50. Enjoy the highest treatment. After listening to the words of the two, Jiang Chun finally reacted completely. Because of the rocket he created, Lonka Institute granted him such a military identity and status. The fact that he could enter Lonka Institute at any time to access most of its research materials deeply moved Jiang Chun. After all, he still had Jianglin technology to operate, and the technologies he occasionally brought out from the space could not be approved through normal research procedures. Staying at Lonka Institute often would not perfectly realize the above 2 points. Thinking this way, The conditions they offered now were simply tailor-made for him. With one hand, he took the documents handed over by Elder Chun and thanked him. "Thank you, Elder Chun." Elder Wang, having been used to being rejected by Jiang Chun. Both Elder Wang and Elder Chun were somewhat dazed as they watched Jiang Chun suddenly accept the invitation from Lonka Institute. But they quickly realized that what Lonka Institute values most is talent. At any time, one must not let the national heroes who forge weapons for the country feel disheartened. Thinking this way, Elder Chen firmly grasped Jiang Chen's hand, his face flushed with excitement. "Welcome, Comrade Jiang Chen. From today on, you are part of our core members at Lonka Institute." Indeed, although he was not yet at the level of a first-level researcher, he was already just one step away from being a second-level researcher. "Congratulations, Comrade Jiang Chen." Elder Wang patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder, feeling gratified and also deeply relieved. Finally, he could explain to the director and everyone else. Otherwise, he would have another sleepless night tonight. Second-level researcher. When Jiang Chen heard this title, he was momentarily stunned. At Lonka Institute in Dragon Country, researchers are divided into 4 levels. Each level has related threshold requirements. The evaluation criteria are assessed from 4 aspects: academic research ability, technical application ability, education and training ability, and scientific management ability. For example, the first-level researcher mentioned by the 2 must be an academician-level figure who has made outstanding contributions to the technological development of Dragon Country. The requirements for all aspects are also the most stringent among the 4 levels. Even the lowest-level 4th-level researcher has quite harsh conditions. Let alone now, he suddenly became a second-level researcher. Listening to Elder Wang and Elder Chun call him Comrade Jiang Chen repeatedly, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. He scratched his head and replied somewhat shyly, "You 2 are my seniors. Please just call me Jiang Chun or Xiao Jiang in the future, so I can feel more at ease." Elder Wang and Elder Chun exchanged excited glances, nodded, and laughed heartily. Good. Remember to return to Lonka Institute in the next couple of days to input your personal information and complete your registration. With this, Elder Wang urged Elder Chun to hurry and leave. At first, Jiang Chen was a bit confused, but after sending them downstairs, he realized that the 2 were eager to bring the rocket technology back to Lonka Institute for research. For Jiang Chen, that liquid nitrogen methane rocket technology was something he exchanged after accumulating enough points, a high-tech solution to the company's crisis. But now, in the eyes of the researchers at Lonka Institute, it was a grand blueprint for the technological future of Dragon Country. After sending Elder Wang and Elder Chen off, Jiang Chen was pondering what he should do next. Ding-ling-ling. A ringing sound snapped him back to reality. Looking down, he saw the name of Elder Pang on the phone screen. "Hello, Elder Pang, I have time now." "Okay, I'll come find you right away." In the Pengcheng garrison area, Zhao Weiguo from the Information Security Department held an emergency meeting after receiving the recover rocket. The schedule for the military technology competition with the Empire was getting closer. In the past few days, soldiers in their military district were eager to show their skills, especially after witnessing the rocket's recovery and stable landing within the military district. Originally lacking confidence in the competition, their confidence had now risen to 90%. "Chief, we are definitely going to win this time." A soldier, cleaning his gun, sat on a stone with a smile on his face, his silver teeth shining brightly in the sunlight. Zhao Weiguo didn't say anything, but the smile on his face was hard to hide. He reached out and gave his soldier a playful pat on the head. "Prepare well. Even with divine weapons to assist us, our army must show its strength without any mistakes." "Yes." The soldier and a few others, upon hearing this, stood up sharply and shouted loudly. Back in the office, before he could even settle into his chair, a guard rushed in holding a satellite phone. "Chief, the Strategic Command Headquarters is calling." Hearing this, Zhao Weiguo stood up, walked around the desk, and strode over. "I am Zhao Weiguo, head of the Information Security Department at the Pengcheng garrison area. Please instruct." "What?" "The date for the military technology competition is postponed." "May I ask why?" "We are already prepared. The rocket is ready to launch again. The trajectory has been planned, and we're just waiting to slap the Empire in the face and bring glory to the people of Dragon Country. And now you tell me it's postponed?" Of course, the voice on the other end was the top leader of the Strategic Command Headquarters. And Zhao Weigua merely grumbled this in his heart without saying it out loud. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by a sigh. I heard it was a last-minute request from the Empire. Military insiders speculate that they must have received some news and went to their Uncle Sam to inquire about countermeasures. This response made Zhao Weigua furrow his brow. The Empire has always looked up to the Eagle. It seems they haven't received any accurate information regarding the rocket and are too afraid to take risks, hence proposing the delay. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. I received your report about the rocket parameters a few days ago. If used in the competition, the Empire would certainly be unable to respond. Although it's postponed now, even if they reevaluate their strategy, they won't come up with anything substantial in a short time. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Weigua sat in his chair pondering for a long time before picking up the phone again. Lonka Institute. This is Zhao Weigua from the Information Security Department. Please connect me to Director Su Zheng's office. Sorry, the director is temporarily unavailable. Would you like to leave a message? Sir? Zhao Weigua frowned at the receiver. No need. This Su Zheng, where could he possibly be at such a critical moment? In the office, Zhao Weigua couldn't sit still, pacing back and forth, and eventually stood up decisively. Someone prepare the car. I need to go out. Chapter 51. This fool is truly hopeless. As the afternoon approached the end of school, many students were entering and exiting the gate of Lonka University. They were wearing the uniform of Lonka University, with the school's emblem pinned to their chests. At this time, Jiang Chun, dressed in casual clothes, stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Hey, it's you again. You're quite fast. Old Pang just called to inform me. You can go in and find him directly. The security guard's attitude was much better than the first time. Jiang Chun nodded, and with a pleasant mood and a smile on his face, replied, Okay, thank you, sir. The guard scratched his head, and, until Jiang Chun's figure disappeared from view, he came back to his senses and began to smile foolishly. No wonder he is an outstanding graduate from Lonka University. He's really polite. Hey, which school are you from? Do you have proof? Lonka University doesn't allow outsiders to enter freely. A young man frowned at the security guard, his temper flaring up. Damn, why could that kid just now get in? Why can't I? Oh, I see. Did he use connections? Just wait to be fired. The security guard looked at the punk in front of him, his eyes wide open, especially after conversing with someone as polite as Jiang Chun. Seeing this young man with green hair throwing a tantrum made his disgust even stronger. People are really different. Some are just trash. Without hesitation, he pulled out the baton from his waist, pointing it at the young man. Are you leaving or not? This baton doesn't have eyes. If I swing it, you'll lose a layer of skin. What? Are you ready to suffer? Looking at the electric baton that was still crackling with electricity, the youth instinctively took a few steps back, feeling scared. He even stuttered, Why you dirty security guard? Just wait. I'll definitely expose you. Get lost. The security guard stepped forward, and the young man ran off even further. That guy is an outstanding graduate of Lonka University, with Old Pang backing him up. Were you a little punk? Muttering to himself, he put away the electric baton and returned to his post. His words were overheard by several students passing by, who were pulling research materials in small carts. They paused, exchanging glances, involuntarily connecting this person to Jiang Chun, whom they had seen in the cafeteria. Could he be talking about that graduate? One whispered, Maybe. It seems like this senior brother came over again. It sounded like it. He seems to have gone to find Old Pang. Once this was said, various thoughts and speculations emerged in their minds. Everyone at Lonka University knew that Old Pang had an exceptional background and maintained close relations with the Lonka Institute and the military district. That kid isn't worried about being outdone by Senior Wang Ming. He is looking for Old Pang to help him, right? Should we tell Senior Wang Ming? They all turned their gazes to the leader of the group. The person's eyes gleamed with cunning. Let us go. Find Senior Wang Ming. Lonka University Library. Old Pang was sitting in his management office, glasses perched on his nose, squinting as he read the documents in his hand. He only put away the papers when he heard the door slowly open. You're here. You're not slow, he said, to Old Pang, who was both his father's teacher and someone Jiang Chun regarded as an elder. Jiang Chun naturally would show a more youthful side in front of him, retracting the imposing demeanor he had in front of others. Old Pang personally looked for me. How could I be slow, right? Jiang Chun sat directly beside Old Pang without needing to be invited. Just as he was about to pick up the book that was upside down on the table, Old Pang sharply raised his ruler, making a crisp sound as it struck Jiang Chun's hand. Jiang Chun quickly withdrew his hand, his face full of grievance. Old Pang, you're too stingy. Can't I even read? Old Pang looked at the half-grown boy in front of him, feeling both a bit of pity and a bit of blame. If you still consider me half an elder, you'd better tell me the truth about that rocket. Confess it yourself. Jiang Chun's playful expression gradually faded. He lowered his head, and they both fell silent for a long time. When Jiang Chun finally raised his head again, he said seriously, Old Pang, that rocket was indeed made by me. Seeing Old Pang open his mouth, Jiang Chun continued, I spent a night on it, all by myself. Hiss. The feeling of hearing the truth rather than guessing was indeed different. As soon as he said this, Old Pang couldn't help but gasp. He was unwilling to believe what he had encountered at Jianglin Technology last time. This Jiang Chun kid, just a few years ago, was still a little brat running around his student Jiang Xianzi. Now, in just a few years, he could build a rocket in one night. With liquid nitrogen and methane functions, it was recoverable, combined with the information he had just seen on the documents. 8K satellite video images could clearly capture the pores on a person's face. He could hardly imagine that all this technology came from Jiang Chun's hands. You. Knock, knock, knock. Old Pang didn't have time to say anything further when the door was knocked on again. He collected himself and tried to maintain his composure. Kumin, with a rush, 5 people squeezed in. Jiang Chun immediately recognized the leader as the one who had challenged him in the cafeteria, seemingly named Wang Ming. Once they entered, they stared at each other in silence. All eyes on Jiang Chun, their hostility unmistakable. Jiang Chun instinctively touched his nose, thinking, did I offend them? Their stares feel like they want to kill me. Senior brother, you remember our challenge, right? Jiang Chun was taken aback. He had indeed forgotten. But he still said, of course I remember. ISNT, it's still not time? Wang Ming sneered, taking a step closer to Jiang Chun. It's not time yet, but for the sake of fairness in the competition, some people shouldn't resort to petty tricks. Old Pang frowned at this kid. He can't possibly be that sick, can he? With his level. Does he need to cheat? Jiang Chun noticed their unfriendly demeanor, the corners of his mouth curling up. I'm facing your team alone, and I haven't said it's unfair. Why are you barking? You. Wang Ming's face instantly flushed red, having hit a soft spot. If you can't do it, don't look for excuses. It's really embarrassing for Lonka University. Hey, we're only respectful to you because of Old Pang. Don't be ungrateful. Since you're so capable, may I ask how far along your rocket model is? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, slowly crossing his arms. I haven't even started. Chapter 52. Certification passed. He turned out to be a colonel. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Ming and the others couldn't help but look at Jiang Chun. The expressions on their faces were even more intriguing. Haha, hasn't it started yet? 2 days have already passed, and making a rocket model, even a minute, is extremely precious. Brother, will you be able to complete the model on time? A few people who came with Wang Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. It seems they can only manage to create a model framework, right? Looking at the room full of brainless students, Old Pang's brows immediately furrowed into a knot that couldn't be untangled. These fools are truly hopelessly stupid. No matter what, the time hasn't come yet. Are you all too idle? If you think there is plenty of time, should I apply to the school to invite you to the library as volunteers? Upon hearing this, the smug expressions on Wang Ming and the others' faces disappeared at a visible speed. The younger students beside him hurriedly responded, No, there's no need to trouble you, Old Pang. Our arrangement for making the rocket model is already very— Shut up, you embarrassing fools, Wang Ming whispered sharply, cutting off their continued speech. Even though they faced numerous challenges in the process of making the rocket model, he didn't want to show any weakness in front of Jiang Chun. His gaze suddenly turned somewhat fierce. Brother Jiang, since you are confident, we won't say much. Just hope you remember not to rely on outside help to win against us. When saying this, Jiang Chun noticed his gaze shifted towards Old Pang beside him. However, Jiang Chun didn't mind, as he had no intention of seeking help from anyone. Naturally, after Wang Ming and the others came out of the library, he suddenly realized that they had come to catch Jiang Chun seeking help from Old Pang. Right? Damn, This kid tricked us. What do we do now? If we go back in, old Pang will definitely keep an eye on us. Wang Ming, surrounded by everyone, stood at the front. He slightly nodded, casting a sidelong glance at the younger students beside him. A trace of disgust quickly crossed his eyes. All right, what's the use of saying this now? You all go back first. I'll step out for a bit. Are you going to ask for outside help, senior? Wang Ming turned around sharply, looking at the person who spoke. What I do? Do I need to report to you? The person immediately lowered his head, looking extremely guilty. Especially after meeting Wang Ming's sharp gaze, the others were too scared to say anything. This feeling only eased when Wang Ming left. The group secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go. The assembly task assigned to us by the senior hasn't been completed yet. In the library management room, after driving away those youngsters, old Pang sighed deeply. He didn't know how they would react after realizing your strength. Jiang Chun chuckled lightly, lowering his head to look at the book on the table. I didn't plan to reveal my strength in front of them. After all, they are all college students with endless possibilities for the future. If I crush them too hard, wouldn't they lose confidence in themselves later? Old Pang was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Chun to say this. In the past, the young and arrogant would choose to strike their enemies with a single blow as long as they had the strength. As if thinking of something again, old Pang stood up and picked up the jacket hanging on the chair, slinging it over his arm. Let us go. I'm taking you to a place. What place? Don't ask, just follow me. Before leaving, he locked up the file he finished reading in his small safe, like a treasure. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a very solemn-looking building on a bicycle. The large sign at the entrance had several gilded characters. Longhua Academy of Sciences. On both sides stood straight guards holding firearms. During the ride, he hadn't seen the road clearly, just thinking about where old Pang would take him. Standing in front of the Longhua Academy, Jiang Chun felt like he was dreaming. Although he was now considered a specially invited mentor at the academy, he still wasn't prepared to come here. Old Pang, why did you bring me here? When he said this, Jiang Chun could hardly find his voice. Old Pang didn't speak. After securing the bike, he directly led Jiang Chun towards the entrance. One hand was rummaging in his pocket. A small square notebook was handed over. The next second, the two guards straightened up sharply, saluted, and exclaimed, Colonel Pang. Jiang Chun couldn't help but gasp. He turned to look at old Pang beside him, feeling a wave of emotions. Old Pang, he is actually a colonel? Then why isn't he in the military district, but appears here at Longhua University, and he is even my father's teacher? In an instant, too many questions flooded his mind. He opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start asking. He passed through smoothly, directly leading Jiang Chun to a building at the far corner of the academy. That building looked significantly different from the other buildings in the academy. It had a silver sheen, almost like it was covered in armor. Moreover, there was no dedicated guard at the entrance, which left Jiang Chun somewhat puzzled. Old Pang calmly walked to the door, while Jiang Chun quietly waited behind. From his position, he could only see old Pang's back, nothing else. Then he heard a long beep. Certification passed. Please proceed. Immediately, the door in front of him slowly opened. Old Pang noticed the person behind him hadn't moved, and couldn't help but turn back to look. Xiao Chun, why are you still dazed? Hurry up and come in. Huh? Oh. Entering this building, Jiang Chun suppressed his curiosity, keeping his gaze focused ahead. In the periphery of his vision, he observed a typical first-floor lobby setup, even looking more ordinary than the lobby in his office building. This building was also known as the Longhua Academy Experimental Building. Walking in front of him, old Pang slowed his pace deliberately and casually said. However, to Jiang Chun's ears, it sounded like an introduction. Buzz. A section of the wall recessed and then moved open to the sides. Some dazzling light shone out from there. Jiang Chun instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the bright light, and after adapting, he slowly lowered it. Seeing the scene before him, Jiang Chun was stunned. Inside, the staff wore mid-length white lab coats and uniformly had protective goggles on. They stood at their respective posts, researching something, until someone noticed their arrival. Old Pang, what brings you here? The speaker was a middle-aged man who put down the tools in his hands and rushed over. I brought you a surprise. Chapter 53. Don't let the national hero feel disheartened. Oh, what a surprise. Before he could finish his sentence, the smile on his face faltered. However, Upon seeing Jiang Chun, who was completely an outsider to the Dragon Institute, his smile instantly faded. But in front of old Pang, he couldn't show a gloomy face. Was this surprise? It was more like a shock. Old Pang, what is going on? You know the rules of the Dragon Institute. Please don't scare me. Old Pang naturally understood the other's meaning. However, he just smiled and didn't respond, instead turning to Jiang Chun. Xiao Chun, let me introduce you. This is Colonel Zhou Hongbin, the building head of the laboratory in the Dragon Institute. Colonel Zhou, hello, I am Jiang Chun, one of your future colleagues. After saying this, he extended his hand to the other party with a sincere smile and earnest eyes. Colonel Zhou Hongbin didn't expect old Pang to put him in a difficult position this time. Under the watchful gaze of so many colleagues behind him, he felt uncertain whether to shake hands or not. A moment's hesitation, regardless of his decision, could leave him in a difficult spot. Colonel Xiao, you must not let that outsider in. A man with the same medal on his chest, as Colonel Zhou slowly approached, a mysterious smile on his lips, his eyes sizing up Jiang Chun. TSK, TSK, TSK. I say, old Pang, isn't this enough of a loss for you? Why haven't you learned your lesson? You said, if it weren't for your stubbornness back then, how could you have been pulled down from your position? Lu Quan, if you don't want your mouth, you can donate it, or I can help you dispose of it. Old Pang's voice was low, almost unrecognizable, and the surrounding aura was released. His sharp eyes shot directly at Lu Quan. The latter's body trembled slightly, goosebumps rising on his skin. Unconsciously, he shifted half of his body towards Colonel Zhou's side. His speaking momentum instantly weakened. The Dragon Institute had its own rules, and outsiders were not allowed in. Hearing this, old Pang wasn't angry. At this moment, his gaze inadvertently glanced at the laboratory, where the board was marked with research related to liquid nitrogen methane rockets. A light bulb went off in his mind. Wasn't he just worried about how to explain things? Now, there was a direct prompt right in front of him, clearing his throat twice. He looked seriously at Colonel Zhou and Lu Quan. In the past 2 days, you both should know about the recyclable rocket powered by liquid nitrogen and methane that's been trending online. The two nodded in confusion. Colonel Zhou was the first to step forward to explain. Yes, the Dragon Institute just bought one from company a couple of days ago. A group of researchers couldn't figure it out, and now they've thrown this problem at us. After saying this, Colonel Zhou helplessly shrugged. He even felt that since taking over the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, the rate at which his hair was falling out had increased nearly 5-fold. Upon hearing this, old Pang instinctively turned his gaze to Jiang Chun behind him. Wasn't this perfect? Perhaps the surprise I brought today could help you. Everyone was puzzled by this statement. Colonel Zhou, you shouldn't be planning to receive us right at the entrance, right? Taking advantage of Colonel Zhou's moment of distraction, old Pang directly led Jiang Chun past him and Lu Quan. Xiao Chun, I brought you here without your permission and made you wait at the door for so long. I really didn't think it through. It's okay, old Pang. I was planning to come over in the next couple of days anyway. So today is just perfect to get things done. Jiang Chun mumbled, his voice getting quieter as he spoke. What did you just say? Nothing. Lu Quan watched as old Pang led the outsider from the Dragon Institute straight past them. He quietly reminded Colonel Zhou, old Zhou, are you really just going to let them in so openly? Inside there are liquid nitrogen methane rockets. If this leaks out, you and I will have to bear the responsibility. What can I do? If old Pang wants to do something, can you and I stop him? Colonel Zhou's brows furrowed into a tight frown. The laboratory of the Dragon Institute, although located in a corner of the Dragon Institute, didn't look impressive. However, the members inside held a status that was on par with the core members of the Dragon Institute. Similarly, the responsibilities they bore were equally heavy. The two remained silent for a long time. Old Zhou, since you're in a difficult position, let me take on the villain. After saying this, Lu Quan pulled out his phone and dialed a number. His gaze fixed on Jiang Chun's retreating figure. He said, Director Su? This is Lu Quan from the laboratory. Old Pang has brought an outsider. On the other side, in the director's office, Old Wang and Old Chun were reporting to Director Su. Seeing the sudden change in Su's expression, they immediately quieted down. It wasn't until Su hung up the phone that he barely spoke. Director, what happened? Su picked up the USB drive in front of him and handed it back to Old Chun. Old Pang has brought back an outsider, and now he has completely ignored Lu Quan and the others and gone in. I need to go take a look. That shouldn't be the case. Although Old Pang has a stubborn temperament, he knows the rules of the Dragon Institute. Old Wong frowned and said, "Yes, could there be some misunderstanding?" Su took a deep breath. "In any case, going to see for myself will clarify things." He took a few steps toward the exit. As if remembering something, he stepped back. "If Jiang Chun comes over, you must notify me. With his contributions to the Dragon Country, I will definitely give him the highest welcome ceremony. Also, based on his contributions, apply for a reward for Comrade Jiang Chun. Whether he mentions it or not, it's another matter. We must never let the national hero feel disheartened." Yes. After giving all the instructions, Su finally left with peace of mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had no idea that Lu Quan had called for Su. At this moment, he was following Old Pang's instructions, looking at the data analysis conclusions on the board in front of him. However, as he looked, his brows couldn't help but furrow. In terms of the liquid nitrogen-methane rocket engine, liquid oxygen is the oxidizer, while methane is the propellant. The two must be atomized into the combustion chamber in a certain proportion. Only after undergoing combustion can they release tremendous thrust. Moreover, its specific impulse cannot be analyzed using the parameters of ordinary solid fuel rocket engines. These two are clearly different. The specific gravity of the liquid nitrogen-methane rocket is significantly greater than that of solid fuel rocket engines. Chapter 54. Is this even worth calling research results? The nearby researcher suddenly realized upon hearing the words. One of them excitedly clapped his hands, saying, "No wonder we couldn't analyze it clearly all this time." It turns out the problem was here. Jiang Chun tilted his head and glanced at the person speaking. "If you think the problem is only here, then you're gravely mistaken. This and this are all sources of error in the analysis conclusions." While speaking, Jiang Chun began to erase the data on the board. Just as he picked up the pen to rewrite on it, Lu Quan and Zhou Hongbin, who had just finished a phone call and turned back, saw him. "What are you doing? Stop!" They shouted in unison, and Jiang Chun halted his actions. They watched as the data they had painstakingly analyzed for nearly 2 days was wiped away in just a moment by Jiang Chun. Even with Elder Pang beside him, they could no longer contain their anger. "Elder Pang, we respect you as a senior and give you face, but you can't just let this kid run rampant like this, right? This is the research result of all of us over the past 2 days. He easily made us revert to square one. An outsider, without permission, intruding into our Lonka Institute's laboratory and maliciously destroying our research results. Young comrade, if I were you, I would already be preparing to face a military tribunal." Elder Pang opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but Lu Quan didn't give him a chance and directly continued Zhou Hongbin's words. He didn't care much about their reaction. He was only worried about Jiang Chun, who he had brought along. If these people angered Jiang Chun, the biggest concern was that he might just walk away and not care anymore. Looking at Jiang Chun, who remained unperturbed, Elder Pang couldn't gauge his temperament. Especially after the recent rocket incident, he clearly felt that the once naive and sunny boy had grown up and transformed into someone he no longer understood. Jiang Chun returned the board eraser to its original position. His fingertip marker turned around. "I really don't know when it started that moving and stacking content from everywhere could be called one's own research results. These contents, clearly marked in the Encyclopedia of Longwa's rocket series, can just be transferred here to become parameters of a liquid nitrogen methane rocket." Saying this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but laugh in anger. If research were really that simple, then I believe Longwa would have already become the #1 on Blue Star. Although he also created the liquid nitrogen methane rocket using the Yanhuang technology system, he had already fully mastered the relevant data, core technology, and manufacturing methods during his subsequent studies. "Ha! Are you implying that a student who looks like they just graduated understands rockets better than we professionals?" Lu Quan's eyes were filled with confusion. On the surface, he was trying to find a sense of superiority based on Jiang Chen's age, but in reality, he was trying to give himself and his colleagues a way out. However, Jiang Chun had no intention of giving them face. After standing still for half a second, he flipped the marker in his hand and took off the cap. As a type of natural gas produced under low temperature and low pressure, liquid methane belongs to hydrogen oxidation synthesis and is a new type of solid hydrogen emergency. Its high energy density, high combustion rate, and convenient storage characteristics support it as a fuel for rocket launches. Additionally, based on previous research in Longhua. The vacuum thrust of a 10-ton liquid methane engine has reached 100 knots, while my recent research conclusion regarding a 200-ton full-flow staged combustion liquid nitrogen methane engine indicates that its sea-level thrust has already reached 2,000 knots. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chun suddenly changed the subject. However, liquid nitrogen itself is not an excellent propellant. The specific impulse is severely affected by the nitrogen molecular weight. A higher nitrogen molecular weight actually reduces the specific impulse. The highest specific impulse should belong to liquid hydrogen. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan was quite shocked, amazed that Jiang Chun, at such a young age, understood liquid nitrogen methane so thoroughly. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but retort. A rocket powered by liquid nitrogen methane has already been built, and the data parameters are quite impressive. So according to you, why not use liquid hydrogen to replace methane as the propellant? The researchers beside him nodded in agreement with Lu Quan's viewpoint. However, their actions left Jiang Chun stunned. He looked at them with a somewhat incredulous expression, as if to say, "Are you idiots?" Their gazes were fixed on him. Jiang Chun sighed. Although liquid hydrogen has a higher weight than alkanes, it has a lower density and is relatively expensive. In comparison, the density of methane is 6 times that of liquid hydrogen, and its cost is less than 1/30th of that of liquid hydrogen. So, do you really think your question shows any technical level? Jiang Chun shifted his gaze back to the board in front of him. As for all the researchers in the laboratory, including Lu Quan, after being rebuffed by Jiang Chun, their faces turned red, wishing they could just find a crack in the ground to hide in. Some even couldn't help but whisper, "What he said does make sense. So what? He's just a kid. I want to see what else he can say." This was heard by Lu Quan, and he felt inexplicably annoyed. "Yeah, what was I worried about just now? It's all just a coincidence. I don't believe he can articulate the applications of liquid nitrogen methane. After all, this was a technology that even Longhua had yet to grasp." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone in Lu Quan's pocket vibrated incessantly. He retreated to a corner, and upon seeing the message, his eyes lit up. "Director, I'm coming out to meet you." Taking advantage of others not paying attention, Lu Quan smiled smugly. "Jiang Chun, just wait until the director comes in. Let's see how he punishes you." Jiang Chun's explanation did not pause for any interruptions in the laboratory. Inside the research room, the sound of Jiang Chun writing quickly became the accompaniment to his speech. He began to explain from here about the assessment of key technologies such as torch igniter hot tests, gas generator scale model hot tests, starting technology, stable combustion technology, cooling technology, and liquid methane engine ignition technology. Listening to Jiang Chun speak eloquently while his writing speed remained unchanged. The once empty board he had erased was already filled with various data again. Even Elder Pang, who knew Jiang Chun best on sight, seemed to no longer recognize him. He tilted his head to observe the reactions of others, only to see their eyes wide open. Chapter 55, Technology Dedicated to the Nation, Without Expecting Returns. The researchers stood there, staring blankly at each other, their eyes wide open in surprise. Their breaths were held, clearly not expecting Jiang Chun to behave this way. Similarly, Zhou Hongbin and Old Pang were equally moved, their feelings no less intense than the others. Especially Zhou Hongbin, who had no knowledge of Jiang Chun, quietly moved closer to Old Pang. His tone was somewhat flattering. "Old Pang, where did you find this little guy? How did he know so much about liquid nitrogen methane rockets?" Looking at the data on the board, all of it was written from Jiang Chun's memory, without him checking his phone or looking up information, which they all witnessed firsthand. If it weren't for his young age, I would suspect that he manufactured the liquid methane rocket himself. Zhou Hongbin's speculation caught Old Pang's attention, making him turn his head to look. "Oh, it seems that there are still some smart members in their experimental building." His eyes brightened slightly, and he opened his mouth as if to say something, but quickly shut it again. Outside the building, the authentication door slowly opened. Su Zheng stood in the center of the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, his face serious. "Director, you finally arrived." The young man brought back by Old Pang is simply outrageous. It's one thing for him to go in, but he even wiped clean our hard-written data analysis. While explaining, Lu Quan led Su Zheng inside. During this journey, Su Zheng listened to his description, forming an extremely negative impression of the young man and old Pang. He even contemplated calling the guard team to apprehend him later. After taking a few steps to the research room's entrance, Su Zheng turned to Lu Quan. You go call the guards and have them wait in front of the building. Lu Quan's expression brightened to the words. Yes, I'll go right now. Su Zheng stood at the door for pupil authentication. With a long beep, the door opened wide. The familiar scene of everyone greeting him did not appear. Instead, he saw everyone gathered in a semicircle around the board, the scene so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The only sound came from the person squeezed in the center. The liquid nitrogen-methane rocket engine employs several cycle methods, including gas generator cycle, expansion cycle, and rich oxygen regenerative cycle, etc. I've marked all of these in front. I want to list them one by one here. In this here, the gas driving the turbine is expelled. Su Zheng squinted his eyes and moved forward, his ears almost perked up. Suddenly, an inexplicable memory began to invade his brain. Hiss! Why does this person's voice sound somewhat familiar? Moreover, the explanation was clearly about the liquid nitrogen-methane rocket, including the term full-flow regenerative cycle. Wait, this is a professional term that appeared on the USB drive brought back by Old Wang and the others. Su Zheng suddenly had a bold thought. In his memory, there was only one person who knew about the liquid nitrogen-methane rocket technology. That was Jiang Chun. Realizing this, Su Zheng's breathing subtly quickened, and his eyes became clearer. Comrades, step aside. Go, go, go. I can't see clearly. Why should I let? The researcher's words were cut off as he turned around to see Su Zheng's face darken. His tone faltered, clearly trembling. Directo, when did you arrive? As soon as these words were spoken, the others turned to look. Among them was Jiang Chun, who had finished writing. Upon seeing Jiang Chun's face, Su Zheng no longer cared about the researchers around him who were greeting him. He raised his hand to silence everyone and stepped forward with a kind and gentle smile. He tried to maintain his composure, but inside, he was already in turmoil. Comrade Jiang Chun, why didn't you say you were coming earlier? If I had known, I would have personally led the honor guard to greet you at the entrance. His gaze inadvertently caught the densely packed data on the board, along with the conspicuously written analysis of recyclable technology in the corner. As soon as Jiang Chun moved, everyone noticed it. Their pupils trembled. What he wrote, is it recyclable technology? Yes, it seems so. My glasses were just fitted yesterday, and everything looks incredibly clear. So, what he just explained was the application principles of liquid nitrogen-methane, engine technology, and now he's writing about recyclability. The same question mark appeared in everyone's eyes, and they felt an unprecedented shock. After all, in Long Country, achieving recyclable technology would take at least a decade. Even the self-proclaimed leading technology of Eagle Sauce barely touched the edge of recyclable technology. Thinking of this, they felt a mix of joy and worry. The joy came from the fact that if what Jiang Chun said was true, it would prove that Long Country was ahead in recyclable technology applications. The worry was also the same. Jiang Chun looked too young, and they were concerned, even with sufficient theoretical data support, they couldn't fully believe what he said. The researchers, Su Zheng and Old Pang, all fixed their gazes on Jiang Chun. If looks could condense into tangible light, Jiang Chun would definitely believe he was being scrutinized like a sieve. Director, I came unexpectedly and didn't inform you beforehand. I'm really sorry. Jiang Chun capped the marker in his hand and placed it on the edge of the board. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the crowd, someone remarked, Wait, didn't you notice the director's attitude when he spoke to him? An honor guard, and personally welcoming him. What kind of identity does he have? While they were whispering, Su Zheng had already crossed over the crowd and stood in front of Jiang Chun. The USB drive brought back by Old Chun contains rocket technology that is unprecedented in the entire Blue Star. I believe that with this technology, Long Country's scientific and technological strength will surely leap to a leading position. So, to express our gratitude, aside from what we previously promised you, let us at least reimburse you for something. With just a few words, everyone was almost shattered by their own understanding. That's not necessary. It's just a few technologies. It's not a hassle. After seeing Jiang Chun repeatedly wave his hands and decline Su Zheng's proposal, they could hardly believe their ears. Their hearts were racing, their heads turning towards the board, densely packed with data and formulas, stimulating their brains and eyes. Were those just a few simple technologies? Buzz. The door opened again. Director. The guards have gathered in front of the building. This kid definitely won't escape from our experimental building. Chapter 56. Did the flood wash away the Dragon King Temple? The sudden voice that appeared in the research room broke the tranquility of the moment, filled with obvious excitement, as its owner seemed to be eagerly waiting for something. Everyone's gaze turned collectively to the back, then back to the dean standing next to Jiang Chun. No one spoke. Their eyes quietly hovered between the two, and the surrounding air fell silent once again. The dean could not have imagined that the outsider mentioned by Lu Quan, who had come with Old Pang, would actually be Jiang Chun. If he had known this from the start, such an awkward scene would never have occurred. Noticing the unusual glances from the crowd, particularly the way Su Zheng's expression had darkened, Lu Quan's smile became somewhat stiff. Tentatively, he asked, Dean, everyone is already prepared, so what should we do next? Fearing that Lu Quan might say something to provoke Jiang Chun, Su Zheng hurriedly interrupted, what should we do? Why didn't you tell me earlier that the person coming was Comrade Jiang Chun? He made frantic gestures to Lu Quan to stop talking nonsense. But at that moment, Lu Quan was only thinking about punishing the outsider Jiang Chun and did not understand Su Zheng's meaning. He stepped forward a couple of paces and whispered in Su Zheng's ear, Dean, are you afraid of alarming the enemy? It's fine. We have many people in great strength. Can't we handle a little brat? This time, Lu Quan completely baffled Su Zheng. What was wrong with this kid today? Was he not understanding human speech? Su Zheng opened his mouth, about to scold Lu Quan, when Jiang Chun, who was less than 2 steps away, slowly spoke up. Dean, there might be some misunderstanding between me and this colleague. If it really can't be resolved, then You can resolve it, definitely can. Just leave this matter to me, and you can rest assured to stay here. Watching Su Zheng anxiously trying to retain Jiang Chun, Lu Quan finally realized that things might not be that simple. This young man, who looked to be in his 20s, probably wasn't as straightforward as he appeared. Before he could react, he saw the dean grab the sleeve of his arm and pull him towards the group of colleagues. Then he returned to Jiang Chen's side. Looking around at the researchers, facing their puzzled expressions, Su Zheng spoke up, Since everyone is here today, I have something extremely important to announce. His gaze finally landed on Old Pang, with an ambiguous smile. Just like the core members, haven't you all been researching liquid nitrogen methane rockets these past few days? Haven't you been at a loss, not knowing how to start? Aren't you curious what kind of genius can lead the world and develop such powerful scientific equipment? After pausing, Su Zheng turned to look at Jiang Chun. The latter responded with a faint smile, showing little excitement on his face. Seeing this, Su Zheng nodded repeatedly. That's right, as the Mount Tai, not arrogant. This is how the youth of Long Country should be. Watching the dean suddenly go silent while staring at Jiang Chun. The researchers below weren't fools. Having worked in the Long Science Institute's experimental building for so many years, they were all quite clever. A bold idea began to form in their minds, gradually taking shape, until Su Zheng raised his voice again. Don't you want to meet the genius behind the liquid nitrogen methane rocket? Now he is standing right in front of you, and it's surprising that some of you even wanted to drive him away. His words instantly stirred a wave of reactions. Many researchers, including Zhou Hongbin and Lu Quan, were dumbfounded and laughed. What is going on? What does this mean? Zhou Hongbin was stunned, murmuring under his breath. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was enough for those around to hear clearly. He suddenly looked to the side at Old Pang, who was leisurely watching the drama against the wall. Zhou Hongbin rushed over and grabbed his arm, excitedly asking, Old Pang, did you already know his identity? Did you know that he was the one who developed the liquid nitrogen methane rocket? Old Pang retracted his gaze, looking like Zhou Hongbin was a fool, and nodded. Though he hadn't said much, it felt as if he had revealed something shocking. In contrast, Lu Quan was even more outrageous, stepping back a few paces unsteadily and grasping his own hair with both hands. He is only in his 20s. How could he possibly be the developer of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Hongbin, who had barely digested this heavy news, finally came to his senses and let out a long sigh. Accept reality, Lu Quan. Look at the data on that board. If it were you or me, we wouldn't even be able to write it down, let alone be on the edge of that technology. Data? What data? Lu Quan moved his feet so he could see the content on the board clearly. Frowning, he subconsciously asked, "When was this written? Did you write this?" As he spoke the second half of the sentence, Lu Quan felt his voice was wavering. Yes, compared to Jiang Chun's calmness. Lu Quan's embarrassment was utterly exposed in front of him. And there's good news. Our institute has now specially invited Comrade Jiang Chun to become a special mentor at Long Science Institute. If you have questions about the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, you can consult him when he comes to Long Science Institute. Special mentor? Inquiry time limit? Each word stimulated their brains, and even Old Pang, who had received the news earlier than everyone else, was stunned. What special mentor? Why hasn't this kid mentioned it? Jiang Chun naturally noticed Old Pang's scrutiny and felt somewhat embarrassed. Of course, Comrade Jiang Chun hasn't completed his identity registration yet. It's understandable that you didn't recognize him this time, but I hope the same thing doesn't happen a second time. Is that clear? Su Zheng's voice suddenly rose, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. Even though some people still found it hard to accept for a moment, they still responded in unison with their colleagues. Yes. Understood. Hearing this, Su Zheng finally nodded in satisfaction. Comrade Jiang Chun, since you're here today, why don't you register your identity with me? Then I'll trouble the dean, Jiang Chun said with a smile on his face. The crowd's gaze fell on the two of them until Su Zheng and Jiang Chen's figures disappeared at the door of the research room. And then they let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, they surrounded Old Pang. Old Pang, do you have something to tell us? Old Pang did not respond, his eyes shifting to the board. You guys have no data left on this board. Let me help you wipe it. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed forward. No. Chapter 57. Sorry, I'm a level 2 researcher. Among the researchers, some directly rushed forward to snatch the board eraser from Old Pang's hand, which he had time to steady. Others quickly teamed up to push Old Pang out of the safe zone. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Who has seen my notebook? Here, take this. Get lost. I don't want your draft paper. Can't you just lower your head in front? We can't see anything here. The research room was in chaos, with the only safe area being a 2-meter radius around the board. Papers and notebooks flew through the air, forming perfect arcs. After a wave of passing writing tools, everyone neatly sat around the board. What Old Pang saw next was the researchers raising their heads, lowering their heads, thinking, and writing notes throughout the process. He couldn't help but feel emotional. Just a moment ago, they were questioning the youth of others and doubting their abilities, and now, afraid they wouldn't be able to record Jiang Chun's notes, TSK, in the archives of the Lonka Institute. Su Zheng brought Jiang Chun in and immediately encountered Old Wang and Old Chun, who were currently archiving technical documents. They hadn't expected Jiang Chun's arrival, and their excitement was evident. They put down the documents in their hands and rushed towards Jiang Chun, their feet flying. The administrator was stunned by this scene. In his impression, Old Wang and Old Chun were the ones who valued personal dignity and image the most in the Lonka Institute. In his lifetime, he never thought he would see such a completely different side of them. The person in charge prepared the process for entering the archive information. As Su Zheng entered the management room, he immediately saw the stunned administrator. He raised his voice to remind him. Yes. Archive information entry? ISNT, it's still not time to recruit researchers into the Lonka Institute today? Why am I being asked to prepare this in advance? Although confused, and knowing that the process for entering the archive was quite complex, he still had to seriously implement the order issued personally by the director. However, he later realized that the scene he imagined of a group of researchers entering the management room to process their information entry was absent. Unable to contain his curiosity, after finishing the fingerprint entry, he asked, "Director, I've prepared everything here. When are the researchers expected to arrive?" Su Zheng glanced at the administrator without speaking, then turned to Jiang Chun and asked, "Comrade Jiang Chun, are you ready on your side?" "I'm ready." Jiang Chun set down the book he had just picked up and hadn't had time to look at. The administrator looked at Jiang Chun, then turned his head to glance at the door. Is it that the other researchers haven't arrived yet? That's not the case. The administrator sighed deeply. I was just saying, the entry process is not that simple. Being able to do it in advance is already quite rare. Turning around, he instructed his assistant while walking toward his office. have them line up, and later let in groups of 5. Hearing this, Jiang Chun instinctively looked at Su Zheng and opened his mouth. Comrade Administrator, it's not that the other researchers haven't arrived. It's just that I'm the only one here to enter the information. Bang! The administrator stumbled slightly, almost falling if he quickly reached out to support himself on the nearby table. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide in disbelief. You said you're the only one? Jiang Chen nodded, yes. The administrator looked to Su Zheng as if seeking confirmation. Seeing the administrator dawdling, old Wang called out. I say, Shaoli, why are you so full of questions today? Just hurry up and finish the task. Upon reflection, it made sense, since the equipment was ready. What difference did it make if a few people came in to register? However, the Lonka Institute has always had specific times for recruiting researchers, and for decades, there had never been an exception. This person could actually make the director, and others make an exception. It was hard not to be curious. Old Wang sized Jiang Chen up and said, come with me. Noticing the administrator's expression, Old Wang frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. Xiao Jiang, let us go. I'll accompany you to handle the registration. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but before he could refuse, Old Wang had already followed the administrator to the front. That's fine. Let him come along. I still have things to handle, so I want to accompany you. The people with authority in the Lonka Institute were so polite to him that Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He repeatedly waved his hand, saying that the director's matters were naturally important, and he could handle these small matters himself. Calm and unassuming, what a good child. Su Zheng nodded approvingly and even specifically asked Jiang Chen to remember his phone number before leaving. When Jiang Chen walked in and sat opposite the administrator, he didn't know Old Wang was scolding the administrator for some reason. You didn't even ask and just filled in level 4 researcher? What is the mouth for? The administrator was stunned and felt a bit wronged. ISNT that the usual content? Who starts at the Lonka Institute as anything other than a level 1 researcher? Of course, he wouldn't dare say this in front of Old Wang. In the Lonka Institute, everyone knew about Old Wang's explosive temper. Offending him was definitely not a good thing. So he nodded quickly, yes, it was my oversight. He quickly deleted the fixed content he had previously filled in. Comrade, you are a level 3 researcher? His tone carried obvious uncertainty. Since he started working in the information management room of the Lonka Institute, he had never seen such a precedent. Entering the Lonka Institute was not level 4, but rather bypassing directly to level 3. His fingers returned to the keyboard, ready to type level 3. Then he heard, excuse me, Comrade Administrator, my name is Jiang Chun, my ID number is, and I am a level 2 researcher. Upon hearing this, the administrator suddenly looked up, his mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Even his fingertips trembled slightly. He was momentarily speechless. Level 2. You can't be serious? No, Old Wang can attest to this. Hearing Jiang Chun mention his name, Old Wang felt a bit euphoric, nodding repeatedly. That's right. I can attest. Hurry up and register Xiao Jiang's information. Old Chun and I have questions to consult him about. Don't waste our time. Hiss. The administrator couldn't help but gasp. Poor Old Wang and Old Chun. They are titans of aerospace in the Lonka Institute. They actually said they wanted to consult a young kid. Chapter 58. This damn charm. What kind of strength does this young man possess to make such a prestigious figure say such words? I just can't figure it out. But this question lingered in Jiang Chen's mind until he finished the information entry. And even as Old Wang and Old Chen left, he couldn't bring himself to ask. However, the lack of an answer left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Did you hear clearly what the dean and the others were saying earlier? The administrator turned to look at his assistant. The latter nodded, then shook his head. Not very clearly. I just heard the dean say to that young comrade, I have something to attend to, so I won't keep you company. Upon hearing this, the administrator's eyes widened in shock, his upper body leaning back slightly. He had already formed his own thoughts. Goodness, could it be that this guy came in through the back door? Suddenly, the administrator really felt he had figured it out. He pouted, shrugged, and sighed. Look at this kid. He probably won't stay long in the Dragon Science Institute. The Dragon Science Institute isn't a place where just anyone could sneak in through the back door. To stay there long term, one must have strength. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible. Because everyone in the Dragon Science Institute shares a common characteristic. Strength is respected. In this institute, strength is the power of speech. Jiang Chun tightly grasped the certificate of a secondary researcher in his hand. From today on, he was finally a part of the Dragon Science Institute. For some reason, he looked up at the sky and felt a sense of bitterness in his nose and redness in his eyes. Was it joy that had nowhere to be shared? Or was it the fulfillment of his wishes, even though his parents were no longer in this world? Inside the dean's office, when Jiang Chun entered with Old Wang and Old Chun, he found the door wide open. Just as he was about to step in, he saw two people being pushed out from inside. They weren't giving up, leaning their upper bodies forward, trying hard to squeeze back in. I told you Jiang Chun isn't here, but you didn't believe me. Also, where did you get the news that Jiang Chun was coming over? The voice of Su Zheng came from inside, tinged with impatience and helplessness. Then where is he now? Can we see him? Yeah, we have many questions to ask him. I heard he explained a lot about the technical principles of liquid nitrogen methane rockets to those clueless guys in the experimental building. That's right, we also want to. Watching the scene before him, Jiang Chun felt as if some invisible force had stopped his footsteps. His handsome face was almost scrunched up. What is going on? Old Wang's gaze shifted elsewhere, not daring to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. As for Old Chun, he also covered his face with one hand, feeling embarrassed. He really didn't expect them to be so unruly and envious of those colleagues in the experimental building. Shaking his head, he looked at Jiang Chun with some difficulty. Why don't you hide for a bit today? If you stay, you might not be able to leave for a while. Jiang Chun seriously considered Old Chen's suggestion. From what he heard earlier, he could sense the scientist's thirst for knowledge. Then I'll head back. Comrade Jiang Chun. Old Wang, Old Chun, why are you standing outside? Aren't you going in? Ji Yun approached with her team members from a distance, and from afar. She saw the tall figure resembling the photo of Jiang Chun she had investigated. Her voice wasn't small, and coupled with the acoustics in the corridor, it amplified by a factor of 2. The scientists crowded at the office door suddenly retreated. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the three outside. Old Wang and Old Chun recognized Ji Yun, and Jiang Chun could only be. Suddenly, everyone in the office instinctively rushed outside. The one at the front was directly pushed against the wall, his face and body pressed against it. His hands were spread out, pushing against the wall. You stepped on my foot. Speaking became difficult. Comrade Jiang Chun, are you Jiang Chun? We are from the research department of the Dragon Science Institute and would like to ask you some questions. Do you have time? A chorus of voices rose in his ears. For the first time, Jiang Chun felt dizzy. He instinctively stepped back. No, this is Old Wang, Old Chun. What's going on? He had never seen such a scene before. Moreover, the behavior of these scientists had completely refreshed his conventional impression of researchers. Looking at his office suddenly becoming empty, he then heard the corridor become lively again. Su Zheng's heart sank. These people had no sense. They mustn't scare this young master away. In a rush, he scanned the office and finally fixed his gaze on a corner where a loudspeaker was. With his other hand, he grabbed a chair, placed it at the door, and stepped on it. Everyone quiet down. Look at yourselves. No rules. No organization. No discipline. Hearing this, the voices in the corridor suddenly fell silent. Everyone pursed their lips, all squeezed into a small area, barely supporting themselves. Su Zheng glanced at them, thinking that if they wanted to ask Jiang Chun about rockets, they had to see if he was willing. What are you all doing now? Forcing someone? You all look like robbers. If I were that young comrade, I wouldn't bother with you. After being scolded by the dean, the heads of the scientists lowered even more. It's Jiang Chun's first time here. Can't the dean give us a bit of face? A person in the crowd clenched his teeth, his lips not moving but forcing out the words. Suddenly, Old Wang and Old Chun shot sharp glances over. Then, they very tacitly stood in front of Jiang Chun. Face? Is face given by others? Now, everyone go back to the research room. How to arrange it? We need to discuss it first. Noticing Su Zheng's undeniable gaze, they exchanged looks. As they left, their eyes seemed to want to take Jiang Chun with them. Once inside the office, Ji Yun suddenly realized that she might have made a mistake. Jiang Chun, look at the situation now, Su Zheng said halfway, tentatively seeking Jiang Chun's opinion. Jiang Chun lowered his head, not knowing what to think. After a long while, he raised his head to meet Su Zheng's gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, may I ask, does taking on the role of a mentor at the Dragon Science Institute count as a job? Pausing for a moment, he continued, Although I won't charge for the related technology, it can't be considered unpaid work. Oh, what? Su Zheng was caught off guard by Jiang Chen's words. He couldn't help but chuckle, of course. You can't be shortchanged on the money side. Chapter 59. The Weight of the Matter. Old Wang and Old Chun exchanged a smile. I have to say, in my life, this is the first time I've seen a scientific genius so obsessed with money. But we can't blame Comrade Xiao Jiang. After all, he has a company to run and 6 people to support. As soon as Jiang Chen's tech company was mentioned, even the usually serious Old Chen couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, a company, 6 people, and we must count Jiang Chen himself. Be serious. What kind of reaction is that? The salary is what he deserves, and besides, he has helped our Lonka Institute and helped Longwa break through a significant technological barrier. Su Zheng glanced at Old Chun and Old Wang, naturally catching their conversation and agreeing with them. Having received Su Zheng's assurance, Jiang Chen nodded, feeling reassured. He got up and said to Old Chun, "Please take me to meet those researchers. I can start working now." He adjusted his clothes and waited for Old Chun to stand up. For a moment, Su Zheng and the others were stunned. Is that it? Shouldn't he ask them about the salary? How is the salary, vacation, and time off arranged? Jiang Chun, aren't you going to ask how much we will pay you? Su Zheng tentatively asked. The few people present found it hard to keep up with Jiang Chen's thoughts. In response to Su Zheng's question, Jiang Chun was now at a loss. Shouldn't that be fixed? Can I still bring it up myself? Moreover, I trust Lonka Institute to handle these matters. Ji Yun, who had been silent, couldn't help but recall when she had just joined Lonka Institute and was promoted to the leader of the software information group. She discussed salary with the director at that time. Jiang Chen's contributions to Longhua are undoubtedly greater, and he hasn't made excessive demands regarding salary. Compared to that, she couldn't help but feel her face flush. She pressed her toes tightly against the floor, almost wanting to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Su Zheng furrowed his brows and stared at Jiang Chun for a long time. Then he said in a deep voice, "Please allow us to discuss this. We will definitely give you a reasonable answer today." "Well, that's fine, but you need to be quick. I can't go back too late. I have things to do at the company." Jiang Chun raised his wrist to check the time and reminded them. His visit to Lonka Institute was, after all, unexpected. If it weren't for Old Peng bringing him over, he might have delayed for a few more days. Once he returned to the company, he must first confirm whether the collaboration with the military materials supplier Su Zheng had previously shared was successful. After resolving those matters, he still had to attend a class reunion at Jinga. Life, after all, is too dull if one keeps binding oneself between work and rest. One must always maintain a balance. It's essential to draw a clear line between work and leisure. That way, one won't live too repressively. In the corridor outside the office, Su Zheng pulled Old Wang, Old Chun, and Ji Yun into a circle. After confirming the door was tightly closed, he turned to face them. "What do you all think about this matter? Are you talking about Comrade Jiang Chen's salary? Or can we respect his wishes? Pay him according to the normal salary of a mentor?" Old Wang pondered for a moment, initially not responding. But upon hearing Ji Yun's words, his expression clearly changed. "I oppose it. As a mentor, do you think what other people offer can be on the same level as Jiang Chen's? If you think it can, then I take back what I just said." Su Zheng nodded. Old Wang was right. "What about you, Old Chen? I think giving Jiang Chen 10 times the salary wouldn't be enough. Moreover, if we say too much, other mentors will definitely not agree, and it might cause disagreements later. So, since we have given Jiang Chen the title of a second-level researcher, why not also grant him the right to freely use and allocate military materials for research and development? Additionally, his salary can be the same as other mentors. What do you think? Just based on the fact that he selflessly contributed the core technology of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, I support him." Old Wang clenched his fist and thumped his chest, looking very excited. Finally, the 3 turned their attention to Ji Yun, who, though a bit awkward, nodded. "I agree." Upon hearing this, Su Zheng stood up straight and said solemnly, "All right, regarding this matter, we have come to a pleasant decision." The group unanimously approved Old Chen's proposal. Inside the office, Jiang Chen occasionally turned to look at the door. He scratched his head. Was it really that difficult? Or did I give him too broad a range to discuss? If I had known, I would have just thrown out a random number. After Su Zheng and the others returned to the office, they announced the results of their discussion to Jiang Chen. At first, Jiangchen looked at the smiles on their faces and couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, unable to guess how they had decided. He pursed his lips. What's wrong? Are you feeling a bit awkward? If so, I could sacrifice a bit and ask for less just to make it easier? Jiangchen's words clearly took them by surprise. After a moment of shock, Old Wang was the first to react. No, you misunderstood. He then turned to Su Zheng, his eyes seemingly urging him. Director, aren't you going to explain quickly? Look at how scared the kid is. Su Zheng cleared his throat. Jiangchen, don't worry. If anyone is in a difficult position, it should be you. We were worried that the salary would be too low. After our discussion, we unanimously agreed to treat your salary the same as other mentors, and additionally, we will grant you the right to freely allocate military materials. That's right. Old Wang also nodded in agreement with a smile. However, their reaction and operation surprised Jiangchen. He widened his eyes, incredulously looking among them. This is truly rare in the world. Most of the time, people complain about being at a disadvantage and bargain until they're satisfied. But here at Lonka Institute, not only did they not lower his salary, but they also granted him such significant rights. This was simply rare. He had never encountered such a situation in his life. However, as one of the beneficiaries, he clearly had no reason to refuse. He readily agreed, perhaps because everything had gone so smoothly. As he followed Old Wang and Old Chun to the research room, his mind and steps felt light. Looking at the black gold card Su Zheng had given him when he was leaving, he felt dazed. It was engraved with the words, material allocation. This was the first time Jiangchen realized the heavy weight of those few words. Chapter 60. Take it down. Is the house stolen? In the research room, a group of researchers was anxiously waiting. The liquid nitrogen methane rocket was placed in the center, but everyone seemed too distracted to study it. All their thoughts were focused on the door. Why hadn't Comrade Jiangchen arrived yet? Had he refused to come? Shut your crow's mouth. Can't you say something more pleasant? Could it be that our earlier commotion scared the little comrade away, and he doesn't want to come over? Not a word was spoken, yet the entire room fell into a tacit silence. It wasn't until they heard a knock at the door that they all jolted, turning in unison towards the entrance. When they saw that it was Jiangchen, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Woo! Thank goodness, the little comrade is here. My pounding heart can finally slow down a bit. Perhaps because he had already witnessed the true nature of these researchers earlier. Jiangchen felt no embarrassment or discomfort upon seeing them again. As for Old Wang and Old Chun, they were both amazed by Jiangchen's popularity, raising their eyebrows and scanning the surrounding researchers. Usually, each one of them was more arrogant than the last. How could they now be so eager to fawn over Jiangchen? They crossed their arms and silently sat at a nearby table. Let's just wait and see how things unfold here. After all, little Jiang won't be able to say much today anyway. I heard there are quite a few of Jiangchen's notes over at the experimental building. After sending little Jiang off, the two of us can take everyone over for a friendly exchange, Old Wang said, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Old Chun cleared his throat, pressing a fist against his mouth. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Just as Old Wang was about to retort and persuade Old Chun, he suddenly changed his tone. Let's take advantage of their mealtime to remove the panel and bring it back. Upon hearing this, Old Wang gave a thumbs up. Old brother, you're clever. I hope the iris data we recorded back then can still help us get in. Standing in the center of the research room, Jiangchen himself had not expected that these researchers, having only met him briefly in the office corridor, would be so enthusiastic. Was the information he had gathered about researchers being solely focused on their work, devoid of emotion or extra feelings, incorrect? Looking at the circle of researchers surrounding him, he slowly spoke. Everyone, I'm just here to meet you today and will be leaving soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the visible disappointment on the researchers' faces was apparent. But then Jiangchen continued, however, I am now a specially invited mentor at the Dragon Science Institute and will be coming to explain the liquid nitrogen methane rocket to you all. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Indeed, the disappointment was fleeting. Those researchers even personally escorted Jiangchen to the door when he left. Back in the research room, they were still murmuring about it. Alas, it's a pity we didn't gain much regarding liquid nitrogen methane today. Yeah, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. By the way, did you notice the person who left with Comrade Jiangchen? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, catching Old Wang and Old Chen's attention, and they both frowned, deep in thought. He looked somewhat familiar. Smack! Old Wang's fist hit his palm as realization dawned on him. No wonder he looked so familiar. That's Old Pang, the Old Pang from the experimental building. Now it makes sense that little Jiang was brought over by the dean from the experimental building. It was Old Pang who brought him. He raised his hand, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, this statement was clearly heard by the other researchers, and they looked at Old Wang with wide eyes. Old Wang, are you implying that Comrade Jiang Chun went to the experimental building before coming to the office? Yes. He spent quite some time there and even shared a lot of knowledge about the liquid nitrogen methane rocket with them. Old Wang almost instinctively answered regarding the researchers' questions. Old Chen couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. What's most infuriating is that those guys initially didn't know Jiang Chun was the rocket manufacturer and even mocked him. Gasps filled the room. Mocking Jiang Chun? How dare they? Not to mention making the rocket reusable and pairing it with an 8K high-definition satellite. Could they even produce a liquid nitrogen methane rocket themselves? Did they truly understand the principles of liquid nitrogen methane energy supply? With just 2 sentences, public outrage was stirred. The researchers began to voice their dissatisfaction for Jiang Chun. Old Chun and Old Wang exchanged glances, their smiles reaching their eyes. This was the effect they wanted. Old Wang stood up, raising his hands to quell the discontent. He put on a difficult expression and spread his hands. What can we do about it? Yes. We can't just take their panel down, can we? Panel? What panel? Someone in the crowd instinctively asked. Huh? You all don't know anything? Did you think little Jiang was just talking in front of them? Little Jiang had written an entire panel of data on the principles of liquid nitrogen methane energy supply for them before leaving. An entire panel. Yes, and there were many formulas and analyses too. Old Chun chimed in, successfully igniting envy and jealousy in the eyes of the crowd. In the midst of this, Old Chen recalled the USB drive Jiang Chun had given him. He didn't mention it, as although it contained relevant formula data, it lacked detailed explanations. What truly attracted him was the content of the panel in the experimental building. That won't do. Why should they have the content introduced by Comrade Jiang Chun? Everyone, let's think of a way. Our research building cannot fall behind, right? In front of technology, who cares about who came first or last? Moreover, it was between the experimental building and the research building, coexisting within the Dragon Science Institute. They couldn't be divided anymore. Observing the atmosphere, Old Chun whispered to Old Wang. I think it's about time. We can tell them now. Old Wang nodded and clapped his hands to gather everyone together. Everyone, I have an idea. At 6:30 p.m., while the researchers from the experimental building happily went to the cafeteria for dinner, a 10-person delegation sent by the research building quietly entered the experimental building, tools in hand, to verify the iris. The last researcher even made a funny face at the camera before leaving. An hour later, when the researchers from the experimental building returned to the lab, they were stunned to see a large section of the wall empty, revealing the bricks inside. They were all frozen in shock, as everything else around them was intact. A chill ran down their spines. Damn it! Who came to steal while we were eating? Zhou Hongbin and Lu Quan rushed in and, upon seeing the situation, were engulfed in fury, directly hitting them in the forehead. Chapter 61. Refusing the order from Lonka Institute? 18th floor of the office building in North Pengcheng. Ding! The elevator stopped, and the door slowly opened to reveal the entrance of Jianglin Technology Company. Lu Yuanhang was leaning against the wall nearby, his head nodding repeatedly. When Jiang Chun got closer and saw him clearly, his eyes were nearly completely closed until Xia Shui spoke up. Boss, Jiang Chun is back. Lu Yuanhang jolted awake, his eyes still slightly dazed. Upon seeing who it was, he excitedly stood up. President Jiang, you're back. His head suddenly felt dizzy, and Jiang Chun quickly supported him, frowning as he asked, Boss Lu, are you okay? Lu Yuanhang waved his hand and, after leaning against the wall to regain his composure, said, No, I'm fine. It's probably just I got up a bit too quickly. Did you need something from me? Come in and talk. As he spoke, Jiang Chun took out his keys to open the door. Once inside, only 01 remained in the company. Upon seeing that there were others behind Jiang Chun, 01 got up and headed toward the tea room. Jiang Chun took off his coat and casually draped it over the chair, sitting down and turning his head slightly to stretch a bit. In contrast, Lu Yuanhang appeared somewhat anxious. Sometimes he doubted himself. How could he, clearly the elder, feel so nervous in front of Jiang Chun? It was truly strange. Boss Lu, just say what you need to say. If we wait any longer, I'll have to leave work. He looked at Jiang Chun organizing some documents. The large characters on top seemed to indicate some clearance list. Lu Yuanhang, feeling anxious, stepped forward a few paces. I wanted to ask, have all the items in your warehouse been ordered by Lonka Institute? Jiang Chun paused his actions. What do you mean? Xia Shui, quick on the uptake, smiled and explained, it's like this. Our Yuanhang group also wants to purchase these items. If Lonka Institute hasn't placed an order, doesn't that mean we still have chance? Hearing this, Jiang Chun was somewhat confused. He really couldn't understand why everyone was suddenly interested in the models in his warehouse. Yes, we've looked at the items on the second-hand market and thought that Lonka Institute probably doesn't need them, so could you let them go? Noticing that Jiang Chun had already set down the clearance list, arms crossed and leaning on the desk, with a thoughtful expression on his face. It seemed he was seriously considering Lu Yuanhang's suggestion. Don't worry, President Jiang. Our boss won't make it difficult for you regarding the price. As long as you nod, our Yuanhang group can pay 10 times the price. 10 times? Clearing out the warehouse items. 01 had already calculated that it would cost a total of 10 million. If they offered 10 times that, wouldn't it be 100 million? In a daze, Jiang Chun felt as if his pupils were filled with the shadow of money. Who would refuse such a request? Besides, the items in his warehouse weren't real materials. They were just simple models. Jiang Chun discreetly opened his phone, noticing that the back end only showed a reservation, and the payment hadn't been completed. He pursed his lips and directly pressed to refuse the order for shipment. 01, prepare the contract. Have Boss Lu sign it. Hey, good. Seeing Jiang Chun change his tune, Lu Yuanhang's face flushed with excitement. As long as this collaboration with Jianglin Technology was successful, there would be a second and a third. A company that could connect with Lonka Institute surely had strength, right? A mere 100 million to secure this relationship and guarantee. It was ultimately Yuanhang Group that would profit. The entire process took about half an hour. Su Zheng on the other side also received notice from his assistant about Jiang Chun's firm refusal to ship. He immediately called Jiang Chun back. Jiang Chun, why did you return all those orders? Do you think the selling price is too low? We could discuss it further. Hearing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but chuckle. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the lights below. His guilt subsided, and he said softly, it's not that. The boss of Yuanhang Group personally came to ask me to purchase those items. I found him quite sincere, offering 100 million. You know, those are just models, and they're not of much use to Lonka Institute. After explaining his thoughts to Su Zheng, the latter sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't dissatisfaction with Lonka Institute, he could accept it. So, do you need Lonka Institute as help with the shipping? Su Zheng was anxious since they had quite a few models. Transporting them would surely be a considerable project. At this point, Jiang Chun remembered the issue of transportation and smacked his forehead, regretting not discussing it with Lu earlier. Now that he thought about it, he felt a bit regretful. Since knowing Jiang Chun, Su Zheng had never heard him say such things, always thinking that nothing could challenge him. Plus, Jiang Chun was straightforward, not the type to be two-faced, and his personality was refreshing. Unable to help himself, he laughed and said, do you really want my help or not? Jiang Chun smiled and thought, if that's the case, wouldn't I be securing 100 million while saving on shipping costs? I can't let this bargain go to waste. That is quite embarrassing. I'm really troubling the director. I'll contact Lu later and send you the address and information. Su Zheng was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Chun to agree so quickly. It was just a polite exchange, right? However, he understood that people involved in research rarely had convoluted thoughts. All right. After hanging up, Jiang Chun picked up a black business card with gold edges that he had used as a file divider and dialed the number on it. Boss Lu, this is Jiang Chun. I'll send you the information for the shipping personnel shortly. Please pay attention to the coordination when you receive the goods. After finishing the call with a joyful expression, Lu Yuanhang's smile deepened. As expected of Jianglin Technology, their efficiency is really high. It seemed that delivery would be made tonight. He decided not to return to the company and headed directly to the Yuanhang warehouse. On the other side, after leaving the company, Jiang Chun casually rented a shared bicycle and headed toward the Pengcheng warehouse area. Upon arriving at the entrance, the old man who used to guard the warehouse was lying on a lounge chair, a newspaper covering his face. He was fanning himself slowly with a palm fan. Hearing the footsteps, he suddenly sat up, his gaze turning towards the entrance. His murky eyes still held a sharpness to them as he sized up Jiang Chun. "You're from Jianglin Technology, Jiang CNS son?" Chapter 62, Special Escort. Jiang Chun blinked and said, "Yes, but I am not the younger son. I am Mr. Jiang Xianji's only son." "Oh, ha! When I first met you, you were this small." The old man stretched out his hand to demonstrate, stopping just above the table in front of him. "By the way, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for children." Jiang Chun took out the key he had been holding tightly in his palm and politely handed it to the old man. "Sir, someone might come to pick up the items from warehouse 818 of Jianglin Technology soon, to clear everything out. This is the key." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the old man was clearly taken aback. After taking the key, he couldn't help but ask, "Is Jianglin Technology no longer in business? Why are you clearing out the warehouse?" Realizing what had happened to his parents recently, the old man instinctively slapped his mouth. "Look at my memory. I'm sorry. I'm getting old and forgot about your family-esque situation. This might be good. You can pursue your own dreams." "No, sir. I will make Jianglin Technology bigger and stronger. I am now the owner of Jianglin Technology." After putting down the required payment, Jiang Chun turned and left the warehouse. Watching the figure gradually disappear, the old man chuckled to himself. His palm was clearly warmed by the key, a warmth that represented responsibility and ideals. For a moment, his eyes turned slightly red, appearing somewhat moist. He picked up the newspaper he had placed on the small woven coffee table beside him and spat in frustration. How heartless is this empire? How crazy must they be to discharge nuclear wastewater into the ocean? They're not even 1/1000th of our Dragon Country's youth. Lying back on the recliner, he had just settled in when a series of rapid screeching sounds came from the door. Then came the sound of car doors slamming. The synchronized footsteps made the old man's mind involuntarily recall a certain black organization he had seen in a TV drama. His body jolted and he sprang up, swearing that it was the most agile leap he had ever made in his life. Scanning his surroundings, his gaze finally fixed on a shovel. Gripping it tightly, he nervously moved toward the door, feeling his heart racing. He muttered to himself, "If my people can safely get through today, I will definitely resign from this job. It's just too dangerous at night." "Captain, the address sent by Director Su is right here." The leader was a tall, handsome young man. He nodded and turned to remind the members of his team. The task assigned by the director is undoubtedly very important. "Everyone, take your positions and be prepared for anything. Remember not to disturb the nearby residents. We must ensure the residents' safety to the greatest extent." "Yes." The footsteps and responses were uniform. The sound waves reached the warehouse, and the old man furrowed his brows, realizing something was off. So organized and strong, two words flashed in his mind. Country. Duong. The shovel fell to the ground. With blurry old eyes, he raised his hand to wipe away the glistening on the creases of his cheek. As he stepped outside, he saw a team of young men in military uniforms with badges on their chests from the Dragon Country. The last remnants of his fear vanished in that moment. The leading young man stepped forward solemnly. "Hello, comrade. I am Han Guohua, the captain of the Dragon Country's Ministry of Defense team. We are here to transport the items from Mr. Jiang Chen's warehouse at Jianglin Technology." The old man was stunned by these two sentences. Jiang Chen, the young man who had just come to ask him for help, he actually has connections with the Dragon Country's military? Then what about Jianglin Technology? The old man couldn't dare to think further. He nodded repeatedly and said, "All right, I'll arrange it right now," then retrieved the key Jiang Chun had left on the table. He offered it with both hands. "This is the key left by Jiang Chun. Their warehouse is number 818, just inside and to the left, the innermost room." Han Guohua took the key and turned to hand it to his subordinate. "Get ready." Checking his watch, at the moment Han Guohua nodded, they all rushed to their positions. In a breath's time, The figures vanished in front of the warehouse. The old man stood aside, dumbfounded, scratching his shiny bald head in confusion. What is going on? Do we really need to be this tense just to take some models? His voice was so low that only he could hear it. He walked back to the warehouse, watching two armed guards rush inside. 2 minutes later, he heard a call from the intercom. Captain, this is Chu calling the captain. There's a situation at warehouse 818. Requesting instructions. Over. Han Guohua frowned and put the intercom to his mouth. Everyone prepare, stay alert, and ensure the safety of the residents and the items. While speaking, Han Guohua rushed towards warehouse 818. Hidden in the shadows, the sniper adjusted his grip on the sniper rifle, squinting his eyes, not daring to blink, staring intently at the lens in front of him. Nearby, another sniper surveyed the surroundings, but did not find any snipers hidden outside the team. He was also uncertain about the situation's development and could only wait for the captain to issue the next instructions. However, thinking he had discovered something important, Han Guohua arrived at the door of warehouse 818, only to see his team member standing at the entrance with an awkward look. Unable to help himself, he asked, "What's going on? Why are you standing here?" The team member, Chu Ying, scratched his nose and awkwardly replied, "Captain, the situation inside. I can't describe it. Why don't you go in and see for yourself?" After saying that, the young team member stepped aside. The next second, he bolted back out, looking down at the ground, momentarily doubting his eyes. Did I see it wrong? The intercom was on, and the other team members naturally heard Han Guohua's words, each one unable to contain their curiosity. Han Guohua rubbed his eyes. Yes, I must have seen it wrong. Let me take another look. Taking a deep breath, he stepped back inside. In front of him on the rack were drone models, various models of fighter aircraft, and rocket models, neatly arranged, even carefully categorized. So it really is models? What did Director Su say when he assigned us this task? Chu Ying stepped forward, saying it was extremely urgent. Their team gathered, then looking back at this pile that couldn't even be considered toys, models. For a moment, mixed feelings arose in his heart. What kind of danger could this pose? They could transport it boldly on the road without anyone trying to rob them. Let us move it to the destination assigned by Director Su. Chapter 63, Lu Yuanhang. I was completely stunned at that moment. Buzzing. Inside the taxi. Jiang Chen's phone kept buzzing. At the top of the chat group, labeled Lonka University Graduates, the avatar was flashing a red dot, with the number 99 displayed behind the mute symbol. Since the incident at home, Jiang Chen hadn't clicked in to communicate with his former classmates. After thinking for a moment, he realized he shouldn't always live in the shadows of the past. After all, one should always look forward. Taking a deep breath, he clicked in again and found that there were quite a few messages mentioning him in the group. Mentioning Jiang Chen, I say, class monitor, our outstanding graduate. Do you have time? You should at least respond. Yeah, are you already soaring high and looking down on us old classmates? Not necessarily. Maybe you haven't done well and are too embarrassed to see us. You all shut up. Jiang Chen is not that kind of person. This was a voice message, and the familiar voice came to his ears, making the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth involuntarily curve up. Shaking his head, he whispered, still as temperamental as ever after all these years. A few days ago, if it weren't for this childhood friend, Chun Jing, notifying him about a gathering, he might not have known anything at all. After thinking for a moment, he decided to respond in the group. Time and place, I will definitely attend on time. After sending it, his phone went dark, and he stuffed it back into his pocket. He turned to look out the window at the rapidly receding scenery. His expression was indifferent, resembling those disillusioned youths. The driver in front, observing Jiang Chen in the rearview mirror, hadn't relaxed his brows since Jiang Chen got in, especially since he had only one expression throughout the journey. The driver couldn't hold back any longer. After gathering his words, he asked, "Young man, is there something bothering you? If you don't mind, would you like to chat with an old man like me?" "What?" Jiang Chen was taken aback by the question. He turned his head to look over, slightly amused. "What did you say? Bothered?" "Yeah, I can see you're not in a good mood." Jiang Chen shook his head. "No, I have plenty of work every day, no time to think about anything else, let alone being bothered." "Ha, that's good. Speaking of which, you're really the quietest customer I've had." Seeing that the driver had a cheerful personality and was easy to talk to, Jiang Chen chatted more with him along the way. Perhaps because the conversation went deep When Jiang Chun got out of the car, the driver even gave him a business card. Not his own, but a girl's. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Could this be what they often refer to last semester? That you can't stop the peach blossoms from coming? It really is. Quite special. His mind was filled with the driver's reminder to remember to check it out, as this might be fate. Then came a burst of laughter. Jiang Chun even felt a bit envious, thinking that even the driver seemed to be living more freely than he was. Ding. Mr. Jiang, your house has been successfully re-registered in your name. Just as he got out of the car, the voice of 01 echoed in his mind. The payment information appeared on his phone as well. Lu Yuanheng emptied the money from his warehouse, instantly losing 1/5 of it. Half an hour later, he returned to the home of his memories, turned on the lights, and surveyed his surroundings. The furniture was covered in dust. Everything was unchanged. 2 adults were missing, and 2 photo frames had been added. He looked up at the clock. It was 9 o'clock. After rummaging through the kitchen and fridge, he found that besides a pound of noodles and some spoiled cold dishes, there was nothing else. He quickly made a bowl of noodles, opened the window, and fell asleep on the couch with the cool breeze. On the other side, Lu Yuanheng stood at the entrance of the warehouse, glancing at the time on his wristwatch from time to time. He also looked into the distance. Xia Shui naturally noticed the urgency on his face. Boss, do you think Jiang Chun will deliver the goods on time? It's already 10 o'clock. Lu Yuanheng stared at her tired eyes and turned back. He scanned the 2 rows of workers standing behind him who were helping to unload the goods, feeling a bit anxious as well. At this moment, he replied uncertainly. He should arrive on time, right? There's still 5 minutes until the agreed time. Even the workers behind him could see the awkward smile on Lu Yuanheng's face. Not to mention Xia Shui, who had been following him closely. If the boss hadn't been personally waiting there, she would have already thrown in the towel and gone home to sleep. In the distance, the sound of car engines approached. Everyone's bodies suddenly tensed. Their gazes unconsciously turned towards the sound, as if they had seen a savior. Finally, it has arrived, but in just a few seconds. When they saw the specially designed, camouflage military truck getting closer, Lu Yuanheng's mind went blank. He turned back to look at Xia Shui uncertainly. This can't be coming here, right? His voice carried obvious uncertainty. Not only Xia Shui, but even the workers responsible for unloading and loading goods behind him were stunned in place. Usually, they saw only small trucks and vans. When had they ever seen such a large scene? Leaning slightly back, wow. A surprised exclamation rang out. And Lu Yuanheng looked towards the source of the sound with clear confusion in his eyes. The worker pointed, that's not just one. There's a long line behind it. Hearing this, the others also leaned over to look into the distance. They gasped. It was indeed true. Lu Yuanheng frowned, his heartbeat deafening. It can't be coming here, right? After all, although the Yuanheng group did a decent business, they had never had the opportunity to cooperate with the military. Just as he finished speaking, the line of military trucks in the distance drove past the entrance of the Yuanheng warehouse. Everyone's expressions fell, and the next second, the truck swerved. The truck stopped right at the entrance of their warehouse. With a loud bang, the sound of the door closing echoed. A fully armed young man, with only his face visible, jumped down from the truck. He strode up to Lu Yuanheng and stopped. Taking out his credentials, he said, "Hello, comrade. Eo Imhanguhua, captain of a team from the Ministry of National Defense of Longhua. I am here to transport the goods belonging to Mr. Jiang Chun of Jianglin Technology Company. Please cooperate and show me the proof." Lu Yuanheng was completely stunned. He stood there, not knowing how to react. On the other hand, Xia Shui, with an official smile, took out the documents signed with Jiang Chun from her briefcase, as well as Lu Yuanheng's business card and proof. "Hello, Captain Han. This is our boss from Yuanheng Group. The goods from Jianglin Technology are to be delivered to us." After receiving the documents and credentials and checking them, Han Guohua waved his hand, preparing to unload the truck. Chapter 64. Shock Upgrade System. He returned the document to Xia Shui. He nodded to Lu Yuanheng, unsure if it was possible to arrange for unloading now. Lu Yuanheng opened his mouth, but yes, of course. Just right, I have some guys behind me. It's completely feasible. Before he could finish his sentence, the doors of the row of military trucks behind him were opened, and with a bang, they closed in unison. Even the footsteps of those soldiers landing were synchronized. The members of Lu Yuanheng's squad were momentarily stunned. His mouth instantly shut, not even knowing what to say next. Is this the pressure from the national team? Tonight. Even if I don't sleep, it's worth it. Agreed. I dare say what happened tonight is definitely something I can brag about for a lifetime. After receiving Liu Yuanhang's permission, Han Guohua immediately gestured to his comrades. Get in the truck. Unload. With a command, those fully armed soldiers began to take action. The goods entered the Yuanhang warehouse in less than half an hour. A hint of surprise flashed in Liu Yuanhang's eyes. The guys behind him were completely astonished by their efficiency. All the checkboxes on the documents were ticked off. Han Guohua passed the documents in his hand to Liu Yuanhang. The boss needs to confirm if it's correct. 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 That's good. Turning to his comrades behind him, he said, Gear up, prepare to return to the camp. Han Guohua stepped on the edge of the truck door and with a push jumped up. With a wave of his hand, the convoy of military trucks set off, leaving behind a series of astonished exclamations. Boss, have you hitched a ride on the national team's coattails? One bold guy, not caring about the hierarchy, exclaimed. Liu Yuanhang was stunned for a moment. The national team's coattails? The mortal world? Maybe. After pondering for a long time, he turned to Xia Shui and said earnestly, Now you understand why I was willing to spend a fortune to buy Jianglin Technologies items, right? Being able to chat with the aerospace big shots from Lonka Institute is definitely not something trivial. Don't underestimate him just because he is young. Remember, in the future, Jianglin Technologies matters will be our top priority in Yuanhang Group. Xia Shui took note in her heart, already placing Jianglin Technology at the forefront of cooperation. Morning. As a crisp alarm clock rang, Jiangchen struggled to get up. Opening his blurry eyes, he searched the living room for the source of the sound. After looking around and finding nothing, he recalled the alarm clock from when his mother was alive. He got up, swayed his body, and went to his parents' bedroom. After turning off the alarm, he leaned back against the wall and slowly slid down to sit on the floor. One leg casually bent, his arm resting on it. He tilted his head back, lost in thought. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of his phone pulled him back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he reorganized his emotions and walked out to the living room. Seeing the name Chun Jing on the screen, Jiang Chun wasted no time and answered the call. Jiang Chun, you little brat, you're not still in bed, are you? Did you see the message in the group? Group message? What message? Exiting the call screen, Jiang Chun opened the class group chat. It's been 2 years since everyone got together, right? Pengcheng Grand Hotel, tonight at 6. I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Such a grand gesture. No wonder you got promoted. What? Promoted? Shouldn't we give you a good scolding then? After browsing through the messages, especially seeing that the speaker was Huang Tian, who even personally insisted he must be present, Jiang Chan was taken aback. Initially thinking he had read it wrong, but after confirming, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. It's him? Why is it him? On the other end, Chen Jing said, You mean Huang Tian? I heard he works at Lonka Institute and should have been promoted. Suddenly, her tone changed. Be very careful. I suspect he might be setting a trap specifically for you. Me? What does he want to target me for? Jiang Chun casually walked back to the living room, lazily lying back on the sofa while fiddling with the TV remote. Oh my, Jiang Chun, you should be more alert. Everyone in our class knows that no matter what event the school holds, as long as you participate, Huang Tian has always been the second place behind you forever, right? What do you think he suddenly shows up for, aside from trying to outshine you? Nana, are you wearing this outfit for tonight's gathering? Chun Jing turned around and saw her mother, who always worried about everything, standing at the door without her knowing. I can't talk to you anymore. I have to hang up. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, the other end had already hung up, and he heard the busy tone in his ear. After a quick tidy up, he went to the commercial street downstairs in the North District office building for some breakfast. When he arrived at the company, he realized he was actually the last one to arrive at work. Looking at those young people, who were only a few years older than him, all sitting at their posts working diligently when he entered, they only looked up to say hello before burying themselves in their work. Everyone is working so hard, so as the boss, I naturally can't fall behind. He settled down, focusing his attention on the system. Not knowing until he looked, he was shocked to find that his Yin Huang technology system had unknowingly accumulated 988 technology points. With technology points in hand, aside from those advanced and bizarre technologies in the system, Didn't that mean he could exchange for any technology he wanted? Thinking of this, Jiang Chun felt an excitement in his heart that surged like a river flowing continuously to the sea. Unstoppable. Long-range box rocket launchers, amphibious assault ships, 3D projection development, military technology, 20 times the speed of sound flying cars. Jiang Chun stood there dumbfounded, staring at the display wall filled with equipment that was in a dim state, waiting for him to unlock with technology points, his mouth agape, as if he were Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. He felt as though his understanding of high technology and worldview had been completely shattered and restructured. Each technology involved in these devices, when taken individually, was of extremely high difficulty. Suppressing his curiosity, he clicked on the star symbol on the transparent page with one hand. Suddenly, he felt his body twist, and it was as if he was soaring into the air. His mind followed in a moment of chaos. The next second, a dense array of text began to materialize before him. Does the host choose to spend 10,000 technology points to upgrade the system? Chapter 65, Ground Attack. Battle in the building after upgrading the system were the most obvious changes in its functions. Jiang Chun instinctively asked. However, once he realized it, he couldn't help but lightly pat his own cheek. Regardless of which aspect of the system was upgraded, it was all beneficial for him. The next moment, the system gave him a response. Comprehensive upgrade, and the device will enjoy an 80 discount on technology points when the host chooses to unlock it. After seeing the prompt in front of him, his eyes lit up and his breathing became rapid. 10,000 technology points could bring him so many conveniences. Comprehensive upgrades may have been unclear to him in the past, but he had used the inventor system before and understood much more now. This was simply his super invincible golden finger. Such good news, who wouldn't hesitate? Even a second of hesitation would be disrespecting his benefactor. Upgrade, Jiang Chun said decisively. Although he usually didn't like playing games, he'd seen pigs run, even if he hadn't seen them slaughtered. Upgrading and leveling up. Even if it was just one level higher, the effects were incomparable. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as various pieces of information began to flood his mind. Successfully consumed 10,000 technology points. Remaining technology points, 8,988 points. The Yanwang Technology Inventor System is upgrading. Upgrading in progress. Suddenly, Jiang Chun felt an invisible force beginning to swirl around him, and his body gradually felt weightless, until his entire body completely left the ground, floating in mid-air. He noticed through the large floor-to-ceiling window that fine strands of light blue energy were floating around him. A powerful force erupted instantly, and all the items in the office began to slowly float up, breaking free from gravity. Damn! Fortunately, he managed to stop himself in time and didn't say anything inappropriate. Indeed, the most important lesson in life is to learn self-control. Slowly closing his eyes, Jiang Chun felt the power flowing within him. The sizzling sound was hard to ignore. The inventor system upgrade was successful. Jiang Chun slowly descended. In the moment his toes touched the ground, information about the inventor's usage after the upgrade was simultaneously transmitted to his mind. Taking the previously exchanged liquid nitrogen methane rocket manufacturing cost as an example, the consumption of technology points had decreased from 998 points to 798 points. Moreover, according to the information he just received, he could also choose whether to increase its attack power during the process of manufacturing the circular robot liquid nitrogen methane rocket. He could even set the level of attack power according to his will. Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The inventor really knows how to get things done. Unexpectedly, he even rounded down the cost to a whole number for him. With a crash, the items that were floating in his office fell to the ground, creating a mess. Even so, he didn't care at all. His heart was filled with a joy that was indescribable. Just thinking about the nearly invincible liquid nitrogen methane rocket he designed, in addition to its already powerful abilities, now being equipped with ground attack capabilities. If it went to space, what could the Eagle Sauce and Bear Country S celestial weapons compare to it? Just thinking about such a powerful weapon that would soon become a unique high-tech weapon of Long Country, as long as he diligently accumulated technology points, made him unable to contain his excitement. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Jiang Chun was lost in his happy thoughts, his phone's ringtone pulled him back. in a good mood. He didn't even have time to look at the caller ID before hurriedly answering the call. However, as soon as the call connected, Su Zheng's anxious voice came through. Is this Jiang Chun? Hey, you should hurry to Lonka Institute. Don't wait for another day. If you don't come over soon, there will be chaos at Lonka Institute today. Upon careful listening, he could even hear the background noise was quite loud. Jiang Chun frowned and asked, what happened? Why are you saying that, Director? Isn't it because of the section you wrote about the analysis of liquid nitrogen methane rocket technology? Of course. Su Zheng could differentiate between good and bad and naturally wouldn't say these things out loud. Sigh. It's because the experimental building and the research building are fighting over the section you wrote. In other words, it was the same old story. Su Zheng felt embarrassed just mentioning it. They had all been working at Lonka Institute for over 10 years, and some for nearly decades. Now, they were fighting over resources. It really showed how idle he was as the director. Hearing this, Jiang Chun was surprised. He had even thought of a possible enemy attack. But upon hearing it wasn't that, he clearly let out a sigh of relief. After all, he hadn't developed the liquid nitrogen methane rocket with attack capabilities yet and didn't have the confidence to confront those Western countries. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and replied, Okay, I'll head over now. No need to take a taxi. I have someone already downstairs at your company, Su Zheng immediately said. Jiang Chun stood there for a moment, quickly realizing that the director must have been prepared. After responding, he went out and instructed 01 to tidy up his office. After giving the instructions, he quickly rushed downstairs. Sure enough, as the director said, there was a car with Lonka Institute's logo waiting downstairs. Seeing Jiang Chun approach, the car door opened with a whoosh, and a guard got out to personally open the door for him. Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly got in. The engine started, and the car drove away. Half an hour later, the car steadily drove into Lonka Institute, heading straight for the core building. Jiang Chun frowned as he looked over. He had only seen this building on his phone map before. Standing in front of the building, he felt an inexplicable excitement. Upon closer inspection, in front of the building stood Su Zheng, Old Wang, and Old Chun, each either standing, squatting, or leaning against the wall. Except for Su Zheng, who looked relatively normal, the other two had obvious expressions of guilt. Who would have thought that the big shots at Lonka Institute would be waiting for him in front of the building? Jiang Chun's heart was filled with mixed feelings, unable to express the taste. You too. Why aren't you apologizing to Jiang Chun? Otherwise, why would he need to come over in person? Chapter 66, A False Alarm. From a perspective that Jiang Chun couldn't see clearly, Su Zheng was desperately signaling to Wang Lao and Chun Lao. The two understood and cooperatively stepped forward, slightly nodding. Facing the two senior figures from the Dragon Academy, Jiang Chun naturally did not dare to make any demands. He repeatedly extended his hands to support them. Wang Lao and Chun Lao, in such a situation, were still being polite to me. So what exactly is the situation now? At this point, Su Zheng's face suddenly darkened. He shifted his gaze and placed his hands behind his back. You guys explain the situation to Jiang Chun. I really can't bring myself to say it. After saying that, Su Zheng lifted his foot and walked towards the core building. Wang Lao and Chun Lao exchanged glances and decided to speak while walking. Through their explanations, Jiang Chun finally understood that the cause of this incident was the jealousy of the researchers in the research building towards the liquid nitrogen methane rocket data written in the experimental building. They proposed to remove the panel and wait for the main idea from the research building. However, their actions were quite ostentatious. Before leaving, they deliberately left provocative footage in front of the cameras, which would understandably infuriate the researchers in the experimental building. As for why the two sides ended up in the core building, the reasons were twofold. Firstly, the core building is the gathering place for the core academicians of the Dragon Academy to discuss major events, and over the years, most of the research proposals regarding aerospace science and technology in Dragon Country have originated from here. Secondly, the core building is both a solemn birthplace for aerospace research proposals and a place where members of the Dragon Academy receive punishment for any principled misconduct or ethical errors. At this moment, the researchers from the experimental building and the researchers from the research building all had a bit of color on their faces, reflecting on their mistakes in the confinement room. Unfortunately, every time Su Zheng entered, they stood firmly in their respective positions, facing the wall. Neither side wanting to be the first to admit their mistakes. If it weren't for the situation having reached a deadlock, Suzhong wouldn't have brought Jiang Chen over. After all, he had just agreed to become a special invited mentor at the Dragon Academy, and seeing the image of the researchers and scientists there, it was hard to imagine how he would think about the academicians of the Dragon Academy now. The more Su Zheng thought about it, the more tightly he furrowed his brow. Walking in front, he felt troubled and shook his head, softly sighing. Alas, a bunch of grown-ups, just looking for trouble for me. Jiang Chen followed behind and arrived at the deep blue iron door at the end of the third-floor corridor. Along the way, he also noticed that he smoothly passed through the checkpoints that verified the identity of Dragon Academy members. He couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the Dragon Academy. The information entered yesterday afternoon was already allowing free entry and exit today. He opened the door. The guard nodded and turned to open the door, and a slightly lazy voice came from inside. "Director, please don't pressure us. No matter how many times you ask, we are justified in the experimental building. Unless the researchers apologize first and return our panel intact, this matter is not over." Nonsense. If you hadn't hidden the data written by Comrade Jiang Chen and refused to share it with us, would we have resorted to such measures? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched at the intense atmosphere, especially when he saw the person who spoke yawn. He instinctively asked, "How long have you been at this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hongbin, who had just appeared lazy, suddenly froze. This voice sounded a bit familiar. The line of researchers and the line of experimental building researchers turned their heads in unison. At that moment, when they saw Jiang Chen appear at the door, their eyes fell on him as if they had seen light. One by one, they were eager to move. If it weren't for the director standing next to Jiang Chen with a serious face, they would have rushed over. Just when Su Zheng thought these guys would complain to Jiang Chen about the other side, they all shifted their speaking direction in unison. "Comrade Jiang Chen, why have you come over? Look, this little matter has even alarmed you. I just reflected a bit and discussed it with my colleagues from the research building. Indeed, we were wrong. We shouldn't have removed your panel without your consent. So, Lao Zhou, later we will fund a replacement for your experimental building." Zhou Hongbin managed to squeeze out a smile, which to Jiang Chen looked worse than crying. Given Zhou Hongbin's temper, he would definitely not forgive them. Su Zheng muttered quietly beside him, but just as he finished speaking, Zhou Hongbin stepped forward and shook the other person's hand. "No need to go to such expense. Just finish recording those notes and reinstall the original panel for us." Watching the overly friendly scene inside, Su Zheng was stunned. They don't usually act like this. If there were disagreements over research resources, wouldn't they usually start a Cold War for at least 2 months? After pondering, when he looked back at Jiang Chen, it seemed he understood something. His eyes darkened. These cunning foxes. Jiang Chen probably wouldn't think of leaving the Dragon Academy all day today, unaware of the situation on the ground. Jiang Chen didn't even have a chance to speak and was directly taken by the leaders of both sides to the reporting hall closest to the confinement room. Standing at the podium and looking at the complete teaching tools in front of him, he realized that he had been schemed against by these researchers. He shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless and helpless. However, he was not angry at all. He understood what they wanted, even if they seemed to be arguing fiercely on the surface. Their ultimate goal was the same: to improve the technological level and overall strength of Dragon Country as soon as possible. All right then, since that's the case, let us begin. Director Su, shall we count today? The latter, who was sitting in the front row, looked over. After a half-second of reaction, he realized the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. This kid is quite clear about voluntarily contributing and dividing the work for teaching. He nodded. "Of course, today counts. This is your first day at work." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, looking at the crowd ready to take notes. "Before we start, let's first address the parts you didn't understand yesterday. Now everyone can ask questions freely." There was silence below. The researchers looked at the many questions they had circled and drawn on their notes, showing difficulty on their faces. After a stalemate, a researcher from the experimental building stood up. "Comrade Jiang Chen, you explained it very clearly yesterday. We are currently quite interested in recyclable technology." Chapter 67, Exposed. That kid took the back door. When he finished speaking, he clearly felt a decisive gaze from the side, filled with researchers. Thankfully, their eyes couldn't kill, otherwise, he felt he would have been bloodied on the spot. Jiang Chen, in front, could naturally see the little movements of the researchers. He didn't expect these researchers to have such an interesting side. Weren't they always emphasizing the importance of asking questions? Now they seemed all reserved. Chuckling softly, he thought that the recycling technology wasn't urgent, as they had plenty of time to discuss it. If everyone had no objections, he wanted to review the content from yesterday. Beside the research building, those looking at Jiang Chun had dazed eyes that gradually became clear, tinged with a hint of red and glistening. They were all trembling. They had thought Jiang Chun would adopt the opinions from the experimental building to finish the lecture faster, directly skipping yesterday's content to start with the recycling technology. But Jiang Chun genuinely considered their feelings, so he decided to start with the application principles of liquid nitrogen and methane. This hydrocarbon, made up of one carbon atom and 4 hydrogen atoms, can produce natural gas under low temperature and low pressure. Its use in rocket energy supply is based on its high efficiency, low cost, and environmentally friendly renewable characteristics. Beside the research building, people looked at each other, especially as they watched Jiang Chun confidently speaking at the front, displaying specialized knowledge effortlessly, their eyes filled with respect. In the reporting hall, the only sounds left were Jiang Chun's lecture and the scribbling of the personnel from Lonka Institute below. Old Wang and Old Chun even took out their prepared notebooks and sat down to listen attentively. The content on the blackboard was filled and wiped clean, then filled again, going through the same process twice. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's tone changed. It's getting late. Everyone should head to the cafeteria for a meal. Teacher, we're not hungry. Yes, I can listen for another 2 hours. Seeing the enthusiasm from the audience below, Su Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Raising his hand to stroke his air mustache, he thought, our Longhua has such pillars. It's gratifying. Turning back to look at Jiang Chun on stage, he noticed Jiang Chun's expression darkening. You may not be hungry, but I am. So, given that I've worked hard to lecture for so long, could I have a chance to eat? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit awkward. Their faces flushed, and the researchers who had stood up looked at each other with accusing glances before sitting back down. They all crowded around Jiang Chun and marched into the cafeteria. Coincidentally, they ran into a group of administrators from the archives, finishing their meal. The administrator who had processed Jiang Chun's file yesterday immediately recognized him, standing in the middle. Looking at the surrounding academicians from the experimental building and research building, he rubbed his eyes and recalled his impression of Jiang Chun. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he leaned toward his colleague to say something. Suddenly, the gazes of the archive administrators changed dramatically. Wow, I didn't expect that our Lonka Institute has a monkey calling himself king now. One of the administrators remarked sarcastically. I heard someone took the back door to get in yesterday. Unworthy of the position. How could he have the face to stay here? These two statements immediately drew the attention of the researchers from the experimental building and the scientists. Chi Baohua, what do you mean by taking the back door? Did you approve of someone who took the back door? Lu Quan's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, but he didn't notice that Chi Baohua's gaze was fixed on Jiang Chun. Yes, who let him have such a powerful backing? Old Wang and Old Chun, standing at the back of the crowd, frowned at him. They said nothing, but their eyelids kept twitching, feeling indescribable emotions. At this moment, Zhou Hongbin couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, indignant. Having a powerful backing doesn't mean anything. Does he think our Lonka Institute is some children's playhouse? Little Chi, who are you talking about? If he's not capable, our Lonka Institute won't accept him. Yes, we absolutely won't accept him. Jiang Chun looked at the crowd behind him, who were all echoing in agreement, and then at the person named Chi Baohua, whose gaze was constantly flicking towards him. His heart skipped a beat. This guy, could he be talking about me? Raising his head to meet that person's gaze, confirming their eye contact, Jiang Chun realized the result. It really was about him. Thinking this way, it became quite interesting. With his arms crossed, he remained silent. To be honest, he was a bit curious about everyone's reaction once they realized the person who took the back door was him. Chi Baohua didn't say anything further. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Chun. The others, who were curious, couldn't wait any longer. Who is it? Don't keep us in suspense, just say it. They stood in the center of the cafeteria, blocking the entrance, causing the elderly behind the window to peek outside. Hey, the last time such a scene appeared in the cafeteria was during the resource war between the experimental building and the research building. Indeed, they seemed quite formidable. Aunt Lin, Could you move over a bit so I can see too? Hey, why don't you go outside to see? It's clearer out there. Sure. Why did they suddenly stop talking? Among them, a few sharp-eyed individuals noticed Qi Bao's gaze was fixed on Jiangchun. They had a bad premonition. Opening his mouth, one of them tried to intervene, but they heard Qi Bao extend his hand, pointing towards Jiangchun, and coldly said, "It's him, a newly arrived researcher. And it's one thing to make an exception for him alone. But being directly promoted to the position of a secondary researcher, does he have that capability?" As soon as he finished speaking, except for the shocked administrators behind him who shared his viewpoint, Qi Bao didn't hear any other voices of agreement. He didn't even hear the questioning voices he had imagined regarding Jiangchun. All he saw were the researchers from the experimental building and the research building staring coldly at him. His momentum instantly dissipated, and his tone clearly lacked confidence. Why is everyone silent? Zhou Hongbin, standing in the front, exchanged awkward glances with Lu Quan, turning his head to look at Jiangchun. He was almost cursing Qi Bao in his heart, especially Lu Quan, who felt even more resentful, thinking, "This kid has ruined my good impression in front of Jiangchun." Raising his hand to cover his forehead, he thought, "A secondary researcher? How can that compare to Jiangchun? If you don't know the whole story, don't go around talking nonsense." Exactly. Have you ever seen anyone who took the back door and has the capability to independently develop rockets? Zhou Hongbin and the researchers from both buildings expressed their dissatisfaction. Chapter 68. Be more mindful. If those who walk through the back door can also develop a liquid nitrogen methane rocket and give lectures to so many of us, then we wouldn't mind having more people like that. The representative from the research building also stepped forward, looking very grave. It was well known within Lonka Academy that the experimental building and the research building had always been in open competition. Now, seeing them join forces to refute him together, it was hard to describe the shock this scene brought to Qi Bao. He was instantly speechless. After hearing their words, he felt more shocked than anything else. The first thought that popped into his mind was, how old is this young man? How can he have such strength? If he weren't so familiar with the people in Lonka Academy, Qi Bao would have instinctively thought that they were all acting in collaboration with this young man named Jiangchun. After listening for a while, the elders Wang and Chun at the back also pushed through the crowd and walked over. "Shao Qi, it's better to clarify the situation before speaking. Otherwise, it will harm both others and yourself, don't you think?" Elder Chenis imposing aura soudainly érupted, causing Qi Bao to break out in a cold sweat even after stepping out of the cafeteria. Yes, it was Elder Wang who had been entering information with Jiangchun that day, which made him forget that Elder Chun was always upright, under his watch. How could any backdoor dealings be allowed to happen? "Chigo, are you all right?" Qi Bao was snapped back to reality. "I'm fine, just go back. Write a report and report to the dean. Otherwise, he won't have a good day today." Inside the cafeteria, everyone was inexplicably quiet during their meal. From time to time, someone would glance at Jiangchun, observing his expressions and reactions. "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and eat. I have a gathering to attend at 6 this afternoon, and there isn't much time left for your lectures." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sighed in relief, but then tensed up again. Picking up their bowls and chopsticks, they began to eat rapidly. Normally, they would finish their meals in 15 minutes. But after Jiangchun's words, they managed to finish in just 5 minutes. Jiangchun lowered his head, a slight smile on his lips. At the moment they started to eat, he received a message from 01. "President Jiang, the raw material supplier sent by Dean Su of Lonka Academy has successfully signed a contract with us. The first batch of goods has been stored, with a total cost of 60 million. Should we initiate remote control to execute the manufacturing of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket with the accompanying ground attack capabilities?" When Jiangchun heard this from 01, his body noticeably paused. The moment he raised his head, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. Remote control? Has the Yanwang technology inventor system already upgraded to this level? Execute. Yes. 01 has received President Zhang's order. Ding. The Yanwang technology inventor system is executing the host command. Target scanned. Successfully loaded upgraded liquid nitrogen methane rocket technology. Technology reading completed. Information data fully enhanced. Material scanning successful. Upgraded liquid nitrogen methane rocket is ready for manufacturing. costing 798 technology points. Estimated time required, 2 hours. When a light blue screen appeared in front of him, Jiang Chun was momentarily startled. But when he looked up at the reactions of others, he realized that this system notification page should only be visible to him. The page displayed images of the company's storage room, and the number of round robots had increased from dozens to over 100. Moreover, the glow emitted from the edges of those round robots was no longer colorful, but radiated a golden halo. They operated in an orderly manner, and a faint, buzzing electromagnetic sound began to echo in the silent storage room. Seeing Jiang Chun lost in thought, the elders Wang and others next to him waved their hands in front of his eyes. What's wrong with this kid? Jiang Chun? The incessant murmurs around him jolted Jiang Chun back to reality, and he stood up, picking up his bowl and chopsticks. Let's go, we have a class to attend. Jiang Chun strode ahead, and the others behind him were uncertain of his current mood, so they silently followed. It must be that Qi Baohua and the others provoked Jiang Chun. Remember to report this situation to Ji Yun in the information building when we turn back. Hiss. Okay. One researcher, caught off guard by this decision, was stunned. Zhou Hongbin, following nearby, couldn't help but look at Elder Wang with new respect upon hearing his decision. His fingers hanging by his side twitched, almost giving Elder Wang a thumbs up. Realizing too late, the researcher scratched his head. Can I go after the class? I don't want to miss anything. His voice grew fainter as he spoke. Sure, Jiang Chen's class is quite important. Before Elder Wang could respond, the researcher had already received Elder Chen's permission, feeling a bit excited. If this were in the past, Elder Wang and Elder Chun would never have allowed tasks issued at that time to be postponed. With the experience of attending Jiang Chen's lecture in the morning, they had gained some understanding of his teaching style. In the center of the board, it boldly read Rocket Reusability. Jiang Chun spread his hands, leaning on the podium in front of him. Bowing his head, he began to recall the relevant materials transmitted to him by the system. When he raised his head again, a confident smile appeared on his face. How much do you know about the large Falcon rockets from Eagle Sauce and the Zenith rockets from Bear Country? Propellant, second stage, separation, or the landing ballet of the heavy Falcon rocket? Dual-side boosters? As he spoke, the researchers in the audience began to visualize the landing ballet footage they had seen online at that time. Suddenly, one researcher turned on the previously dark screen, and the large display lit up. His fingers flew over the keyboard, and in the next second, the recovery technology principles of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket were fully presented on the screen. To switch gears, the liquid nitrogen methane rocket I designed has only one stage for recovery. If you haven't seen the relevant data of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket with your own eyes, you might doubt its capabilities. But here, what I want to talk about is that at high separation points, the rocket's propellant engine falls back under gravity, and through precise calculations, it can rely on remote control to change its return path at any time, achieving a perfect recovery. After speaking, he looked at the audience, only to find them all bewildered. Some opened their mouths, but under his gaze, they forced themselves to hold it back. When he glanced at Elder Wang and Elder Chun, their old faces flushed, and they turned their heads to avoid his gaze. Oh no, is he going to expand on this? Jiang Chun couldn't help but facepalm. Can this even be finished today? Chapter 69. Can text be visualized? He's at it again. The researcher's invisible front. A light blue page appeared before Jiang Chun, already switched to the system all. In his memory, there were relevant operational techniques for text-image visualization within the system all. He thought, if they don't understand the relevant data and text content, wouldn't it be easier to grasp the principles if converted into images? Looking at the science points labeled under the text visualization technology, 666. ISNT, it just a technology? Why is it more costly than the liquid nitrogen methane rocket manufacturing with attached attack skills? Should I not exchange it? Slowly explain it to them. Then let them digest it. Before this thought took shape, he noticed the confused eyes in the audience. On those big heads, there were even bigger question marks. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead. Forget it. Since it's their money, he should do a good job for them. If he didn't explain clearly, he wouldn't feel right when he received his salary. Gritting his teeth, he exchanged it. Ding. Activating text visualization technology. Triggering computer black technology skill. Data deep analysis. Integrating. Consuming science points 666. Technology implanting will be completed in 30 seconds. A series of system prompts rang in his mind, and suddenly, a massive amount of information related to computers flooded into his brain, combined with the knowledge transmitted to him by the system. Jiang Chun felt that his current computer skills could rival world-class competitors. After the reading was completed, under the tense gaze of everyone, he pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. All right, since you are all researchers, I believe you must be tired of seeing these texts, right? Today, let us change the way we present. With that, he began typing on the keyboard, and on the screen, the data regarding the principles of liquid nitrogen methane rocket recovery automatically transformed into images under the watchful eyes of the audience. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Quan, sitting in the center-left position of the first row, couldn't help but rub his eyes. Heavens, are those words on the screen dancing in front of me? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongbin immediately shared his thoughts. No, this operation, we cannot explain. If the information cloud is gathered, it should be clearer. In Lonka Institute, Ji Yun was known as a leader in software information, a figure among the younger generation. Her status could be compared to Zhou Hongbin, who was equally experienced and capable in the experimental building. You two are overestimating me. I can't understand how he automatically converts this. The sudden voice made Zhou Hongbin and Lu Quan turn around. Yi Yun, when did you arrive? Just as Jiang Chun sat down, Ji Yun spoke without even looking at them, her eyes glued to the screen as if stuck to it. She couldn't believe that such cutting-edge technology could be mastered so proficiently by someone whose profession was so unrelated. According to the information they had at Lonka Institute, Jiang Chun studied aerospace equipment research and manufacturing, which had nothing to do with computer software. Look here, regarding the rocket subdivision. When I began my research, I divided it into several major parts: energy, engine, control system. As for the energy aspect, I believe everyone can understand what we discussed this morning, so I won't waste time on it here. Next, let us look at the engine part. The text on the screen transformed into images, paired with Jiang Chun's appropriate commentary, making the explanation process nearly perfect. The images changed in real time, sometimes combining to generate complete 3-view diagrams of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, and sometimes automatically splitting into subsystems under Jiang Chen's operation. This even made Ji Yun, who always considered software and communication her stronghold, a bit shaken. She mumbled, if these engineering tasks were handed to me, could I complete them? Or how far could I get? Looking at the audience, including Ji Yun, who later took notes from her colleagues, their brows, initially tightly furrowed, gradually relaxed. Shock value from Ji Yun gained 13,800. Gained shock value from Wang Lao and Chun Lao 36,720. Gained shock value from Zhou Hongbin 54,000. Gained shock value from Lu Quan 41,020. Gained from text visualization technology accumulated experience 28,600,000. Host science points balance total 46,124. Enhanced science inventor level 3. Upgrade reward package will be automatically issued to the host backpack in 24 hours. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, not expecting that exchanging this technology could also yield shock value. It seemed he had grasped some exchange rules of the system as shock value. Did it mean that after exchanging technology from the system and presenting it to the public, he could gain related shock value? At this moment, Jiang Chun understood the truth. He lightly licked his dry lips and exhaled a deep breath. So, can everyone understand this? As soon as he finished speaking, it felt like a stone sinking into the sea with no response. For these academicians at Lonka Institute, Jiang Chun had explained clearly, combining vivid dynamic images with the content. They could understand each section. However, in the final integration, they could not. In their minds, the content of each section was like broken links in a chain, unable to connect, as Jiang Chun did. Thus, regarding the liquid nitrogen methane recovery technology, the content in their minds was completely fragmented. Jiang Chun couldn't help but frown. Is it still not understandable? On the table, his long fingers tapped rhythmically. His gaze shifted to Wang Lao and Chun Lao sitting in the center, testing the waters. The latter barely lowered his head, scratching his head while looking at his notes. Jiang Chun, what you explained is very clear, but I believe we lack practical experience. If we could disassemble the liquid nitrogen methane rocket and analyze it in depth, combined with your theoretical knowledge, we members should be able to absorb it faster. Chun Lao slowly spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. However, after saying this, he regretted it upon receiving the anxious glances from others in the research building. How could he forget that during the last collaborative research on the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, they were unable to disassemble the relevant systems at all? Sure, that's completely fine. Didn't I sell the Institute a rocket before? We could just disassemble that one, right? Jiang Chen nodded, believing this was indeed a feasible approach. Chapter 70. Things went awry. Do you think building a rocket is like going out to buy groceries? After gaining Jiang Chen's approval, the experimental building team, unaware of the truth, became excited. However, when they met the hesitant gazes of the research building team, their excitement immediately dimmed a few shades. Jiang Chen, observing everything from the stage, shook his head and suddenly thought of something. There's no need to worry about wasting resources. If one rocket isn't enough, I can just make a few more for you. How about 2, 3, or even 4? Now that I have enough experience points, making a few more rockets is no problem for me. Especially now, with the system fully upgraded, the round robots have increased to over 100. With a single command, I can produce 3 liquid nitrogen methane rockets in one night without any attack capabilities. Immersed in his own joy, Jiang Chen didn't notice that, in the already quiet reporting hall, everyone was gasping in shock at his words. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. How could manufacturing liquid nitrogen methane rockets sound so easy when he said it? It sounded as simple as selling cabbage on the street. For a moment, they were caught off guard, not expecting Jiang Chen to speak so casually about building rockets. Everyone present, one by one, couldn't help but wipe the fine sweat from their foreheads. Minter, you can't be talking about model rockets, can you? Zhou Hongbin paused, and even though Wang Lao and Chun Lao showed no expression, he still asked uncertainly. For them, not to mention manufacturing liquid nitrogen methane rockets, even creating a regular rocket would take them months, despite having a complete team and professional technology. As time went on, they found it increasingly hard to understand Jiang Chen's words and could not follow his train of thought. Their expressions turned serious, their gazes fixed on the podium. Eagerly, they strained to catch and analyze every word Jiang Chen said. Of course, it's not a model. What could a model bring you? It has to be the real deal. So, how many rockets are you planning to get? Looking at the elites from Lonka Institute in front of him, their mouths agape and their chests heaving, Jiang Chen worried that his statement might scare them, quickly added, to prevent you from regretting it later, why don't I quote a price first? Thinking about the principles of the liquid nitrogen methane rockets Jiang Chen mentioned, Zhou Hongbin's expression became solemn, and his heart raced. He quietly said to Lu Quan, for such an advanced rocket, the price must be over 500 million. 500 million? Although they all knew that paying a high price for high-tech equipment was worth it. Lu Quan and the researchers besides Zhou Hongbin couldn't help but feel their hearts bleed. They looked at Wang Lao, who was responsible for reporting funding to the higher-ups, with a bit more sympathy in their eyes. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was unaware of their thoughts. He pursed his lips, coughed lightly, and said, 2 million per rocket. The company is relatively small right now, so we can't negotiate. With Jiang Chen's last words, someone sitting at the edge of the audience lost balance and fell to the ground. 2 million? His mouth was wide open. He had just heard Zhou Hongbin mention 500 million. 2 million? This was not just a small difference. This was a liquid nitrogen methane reusable rocket. Just the liquid nitrogen methane power supply alone could raise the price to 200 million or more, and with the reusable technology, asking for 500 million was already a favor. Was their genius little Minter out of his mind? Asking for such a small amount of money? It didn't make sense. Someone who could develop such leading technology couldn't possibly have any issues with their intelligence. The scene fell silent, and Jiang Chen looked at the speechless crowd, feeling a bit awkward. What is 2 million too much? His face showed a hint of difficulty, and his brows furrowed tightly. After Zhou Hongbin came to his senses, he noticed that even Wang Lao and Chun Lao, along with the row of Ji Yun behind them, were not as excited as he was. His expression darkened. What? You all know the inside story, but we in the experimental building don't. 2 million for Jiang Chen's rocket. Several people silently nodded. Zhou Hongbin raised his voice. It really is 2 million. How can you take advantage of us like this? He slammed his palm on the table, too excited to speak, his eyes even reddening. Trembling, he stood up and walked towards Jiang Chen, reaching out to grasp Jiang Chen's hands, shaking them vigorously. Comrade, Jiang Chen, good comrade. We are truly fortunate to have you in our long country. Suddenly, before he could react, Jiang Chen felt a large amount of glistening liquid fall onto the floor. Looking down, he saw a large circle of glistening liquid on the floor. He was stunned and raised his gaze to see Zhou Hongbin holding his hand, wiping his nose and tears. This operation left Jiang Chen completely bewildered. For a moment, he was at a loss and looked at Wang Lao and Chun Lao behind him, hoping for help, but they clearly had no intention of stepping in to stop it. No, let's talk it over properly. There's no need for this. We can still negotiate the price, right? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongbin looked up again, firmly wiping away his tears, and said no. What you want is not much. Lonka Institute can definitely afford it. Okay. So how many do you want to start with? Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, watching as a researcher specially brought him a cup of hot water, smiling and thanking him. When he looked up, Zhou Hongbin had already turned to Wang Lao. That needs some discussion. 5 minutes later, he returned with a grin. Jiang Chen, how about we start with 100 rockets? Puffed. Even though he had prepared himself for them to quote a large number, he still couldn't help but be taken aback by this statement. The water in his mouth hadn't been swallowed yet and was completely sprayed out. If Zhou Hongbin hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been drenched. 100 rockets? Yes. In a couple of days, if Wang Lao negotiates, I believe the approval can be in our hands soon. Then we can proceed with the legal process as per the procedures. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, feeling a sense of helplessness as if the situation was no longer under his control. This was bad. He had messed up, hadn't he? The technology points in his hand were maxed out, and he could only produce 57 rockets. What about the rest? Chapter 71, The Gathering's Difficulty. Shall I introduce you to a rocket boss? The moment Jiang Chen stepped out of the Dragon Science Institute, he felt as if his steps were unsteady. What kind of trouble had he gotten himself into? This time, he had nearly spent all his technology points. Ring, ring, ring. As he answered the phone, an anxious voice came through. Jiang Chen, where are you? The gathering is just waiting on you. If you don't hurry over, Huang Tian might have something to say about you. Looking at his watch, he raised an eyebrow. Wasn't there's still half an hour left? Why were they in such a hurry? While speaking, he called a taxi. Pingqing Hotel. Thank you. I knew you would say that, so hurry up. Chun Jing said as she hung up and glanced at a man nearby who had been eyeing her like a dog. She stomped her high heels and cast a fierce glare at him. The man immediately seemed to take an invisible hit and hurriedly fled. Chun Jing sneered, "Humph. Well, lowly type, daring to think about my ladyship." As she turned to leave, she suddenly remembered she was wearing high heels. I knew I couldn't wear these. My sneakers are much more comfortable. When the gold-flecked door to the private room on the second floor opened, everyone instinctively turned their gazes toward it. Oh, Xiao Jing, didn't you say you were going to find Jiang Chen? Where's he? Could it be he's too embarrassed to show up? I heard his company went bankrupt and he's in debt. Lulu, what nonsense are you spouting? Maybe the class monitor is on his way from the construction site. Well, we've waited this long. A little longer 1T hurt, especially since the main character hasn't said anything yet. Every word struck a chord with Huang Tian. Everyone, don't talk about Jiang Chen like that. No matter what job he's doing now, he will always be an excellent graduate of Dragon Science University. Though his expression was serious, and he tried to stop them from continuing to speak ill of Jiang Chen, he was secretly delighted, wishing he could record this moment. Once upon a time, he had always been in Jiang Chen's shadow, known as the perennial second. Now, he finally had a chance to show off. Chen Jing was well aware of Huang Tian's calculations. With a sarcastic smile, she knew he could see it under the lighting. His smile froze slightly. Everyone has waited a long time. I'm not late, right? Chen Jing boredly fiddled with a napkin on the table until she heard Jiang Chen's voice, which piqued her interest, and she looked toward the door. Jiang Chen entered with a bright smile, and for a moment, everyone saw the confident genius from university days. The reactions of others made Huang Tian's hands under the table clench involuntarily. However, considering his image in front of everyone, he suppressed his emotions and stood up to greet Jiang Chun. "Come, our class monitor, sit here." Jiang Chun nodded, a vague smile on his face. The others looked on with great interest, as nothing was more exciting than the silent rivalry between the first and second. Once Jiang Chun sat down, those who had been speaking ill of him immediately fell silent. But the atmosphere was quiet for only half a second when a girl named Lulu looked Jiang Chun up and down, clearly showing her disdain. Then, she spoke to Jiang Chun in a sarcastic tone. "I say, class monitor, you look pretty busy. What job are you doing now? Can you afford your own expenses every month? Did you take the bus here? And have you redeemed your house in Pengcheng? I heard your family." Smash! Jiang Chun, shaking a wine glass in his hand, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the latter part of her sentence, slamming the glass down on the table. It shattered into pieces. His gaze toward Lulu was so fierce it seemed like it could bleed. There was a chilling anger in his eyes. "Do you dare say that again?" Each word was squeezed out with difficulty. The air around him was so tense that others found it hard to breathe. Chun Jing understood that for Jiang Chun, his family was his Achilles heel, and a hint of worry crossed her brow. At that moment, Huang Tian, who had been silent for a while, couldn't help but break the ice. "Hey, where's the waiter? Why is the food at this table taking so long? Hurry up." Another tightly closed door opened in response. Jiang Chen's gaze drifted over, instantly realizing their scheme. He sighed deeply. "Come, let us raise a glass to Huang Tian. He is officially a level 4 researcher at the Dragon Science Institute now. Oh wow, that's impressive. ISNT at less than 2 years since he graduated? Exactly. He is truly the pride of our graduating class. Indeed, what is the use of performing well in school if you can't withstand the test of society? That is real strength." Listening to the praises around him, Huang Tian was almost lost in himself. He noticed Jiang Chun sitting beside him drinking. Huang Tian cleared his throat and subtly signaled to those around him. Time passed, and since they often gathered to discuss Jiang Chun, they were indifferent to his current emotions. Holding his wine glass, Huang Tian casually draped an arm over Jiang Chun's shoulder. The latter frowned slightly, subtly trying to shake it off. "Oh, why are you being so tough? Jiang Chun, the time when everyone revolved around you in school is over. Wake up." While speaking, he patted Jiang Chun's shoulder. His eyes filled with disdain and deliberate humiliation. Huang Tian is now a level 4 researcher at the Dragon Science Institute and is about to join the research project for liquid nitrogen methane rockets. Have you heard of it? It's the hottest topic online right now. The smile on Huang Tian's face was uglier than that of an AK. "I'm just being low-key. I've only met the creator of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket a few times. It's an honor to receive his personal guidance." Hearing this, Jiang Chun was now called out by name. If he kept his head down, it would be his fault. He glanced over, his eyebrows raised, as if to say, "When did I ever meet you at the Dragon Science Institute? Guidance? Where? In your dreams? You? Receiving personal guidance from the creator of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket? Really?" Jiang Chun's light remarks made Huang Tian's heart skip a beat, feeling a little guilty. He swallowed hard. Of course, he is a genius in rocket manufacturing. His eyes shifted, and he seemed to think of something, smiling proudly. "I remember you're also researching this kind of technology. Do you need me to recommend you?" Jiang Chun nearly couldn't hold back his laughter. "What? Nowadays, does he need someone else to recommend him just to meet me?" Chapter 72. Taking the unconventional path from Jiang Chen's perspective, Huang Tian's emotions were clearly a bit strained. With a hint of amusement in his heart, he curved the corners of his mouth. "Well, I want to take all the advantage for myself. When will you take us to meet that big shot?" After saying this, Jiang Chun didn't give Huang Tian a chance to refuse and immediately continued. "There's no time like the present. Let us do it today, since we're all here." Huang Tian was genuinely caught off guard by Jiang Chen's request. He thought Jiang Chun would refuse out of embarrassment. Moreover, the reason he had hinted at this to his old classmates was merely to show off. But in reality, he knew whether he had met the liquid nitrogen methane rocket manufacturer. "Huang Tian, have you thought it through? We're all waiting for your response. If you can let everyone meet the liquid nitrogen methane rocket manufacturer today, I bet Lonka University will invite you back for a lecture once they find out." Seeing Jiang Chun turn the tables and take control of the situation, Chun-Jing was stunned. For a moment, she felt a sense of relief, as if her family's son had finally grown up and no longer had to endure their bullying. What do you call that feeling? It's like being vindicated. At this moment, if she didn't chime in, when would she? It's certain that Lonka University would extend an invitation, and who knows, maybe those big groups in Pengcheng would treat you with respect when they meet you. Huang Tian, are you really willing to take us to meet that big shot? Under the persuasion of Jiang Chun and Chun-Jing, many people at the table were already tempted, directing their attention towards Huang Tian. The latter gritted his teeth, the smile on his face cracking a bit. As long as everyone wants to meet, then it's no problem, but it depends on whether he has the time, right? I'll go ask him now. You all wait here for a moment. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at the response. This guy really was too concerned about his pride. Would it hurt to admit he and met me? Huang Tian picked up his phone and walked to a corner, while everyone's eager eyes followed him. Lulu, can you pinch me? I feel like I'm dreaming about meeting the rocket big shot. As soon as the words fell, Lulu didn't hold back and reached out to pinch the inside of his arm. With a yelp, the sound caught the attention of everyone in the private room, even the guests passing by the door. They turned to look at Huang Tian, who was clearly faking a phone call in the corner. Jiang Chun rubbed his forehead. How had he not noticed before that they were not just talkative, but also a bit slow-witted? Now he was curious if they knew he was the genius manufacturer of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket they were talking about. How would they react? 10 minutes later, Huang Tian walked back from the corner. His face was bright with smiles, as if he had just stepped out of spring. How was it? Did the big shot agree to meet? A table full of people looked at Huang Tian with eager expressions. I just called. I heard that the big shot is very busy right now, working on new high-tech stuff, so he might not have time to come over. Oh, I see. That was completely understandable. Given his status, it made sense. Huang Tian's eyes shifted. But the big shot said to let me apologize on his behalf, and that he would definitely meet you all when he has time. Really? I knew our brother Huang Tian had the ability. As old classmates showered Huang Tian with flattery, Chun-Jing twitched her mouth. What is so great about that? He just knows someone who makes missiles. If Jiang Chun had insisted on getting into Lonka University, his abilities and status would definitely surpass yours. Don't you think so, Chenzi? Jiang Chun chuckled, not responding and certainly not refuting her. I heard the big shot is drinking right now, and it's at this hotel. Are you sure you don't want to meet him? His voice echoed softly. He raised his glass to his lips, taking a small sip. Delicious. But upon hearing this, Huang Tian's smile faltered a bit. What do you know? Have you met the big shot? Are you closer to him than our brother Tian? If you don't know, don't speak carelessly. It's hard to meet the big shot. If you had worked harder back then, you could have met him too. But who told you not to put in the effort? Hey, don't mind him. Maybe he has just sour grapes because he can't reach the grapes. The old classmates quickly melted away the coldness on Huang Tian's face. They were all waiting for him to meet the big shot, so they couldn't annoy him. Jiang Chun scanned the crowd with a look as if he were looking at fools. Just then, the sound of clear footsteps approached, followed by a chorus of surprised shouts. Jiang Chun, you're here eating too? Others turned to look, their gazes frozen on the newcomer. Striding in was a stunning beauty, tall and radiating an aura of confidence. She was dressed in formal attire, possibly just off work, with a name tag pinned to her chest. With a bright smile, she walked towards Jiang Chun. What a coincidence. I thought I wouldn't see you again after that day. One sentence made the atmosphere bubble with pink excitement, while the remaining single male and female classmates felt a mix of emotions. Especially the male classmates, their eyes filled with unspoken jealousy. As for Chun-Jing, she glanced back and forth between Jiang Chun and the beauty, her gaze shifting between the two in anticipation. When Jiang Chun first saw Lucia, his mind went blank until he noticed her name tag. Only then did he respond. You're the wealthy teacher from Pengcheng Aerospace University who placed an order with our company? Wealthy teacher? Not only Lucia, but even Chun-Jing was taken aback. This foolish boy was such a bookworm. Why was he so straightforward? The look in the beauty's eyes towards him was clearly not innocent. Lucia nodded, about to speak when a man in a checkered shirt interjected with a laugh. You placed an order with their company? My gosh. What were you thinking to order from a company that's already bankrupt and only has an empty shell left? This beautiful teacher, you weren't scammed, were you? Don't worry, we're all here. If this guy scammed you, will help you seek justice. Right? Lucia looked at the drunken man in front of her with disdain, avoiding him. She turned to Jiang Chun with a questioning gaze, as if asking, "Is this guy okay in the head?" Jiang Chun shrugged. "Oh, you don't need to trouble yourselves. The rocket order between me and General Jiang has already been completed." Upon hearing this, everyone else looked even more surprised. "What? You bought a rocket from a shell company? Surely you didn't end up with a model that can't fly Chapter 73. I'm not hiding it anymore. I am that genius." "What are you saying? His family is just a shell company. It's a total scam." "Yeah, girl, if you want to return it now, you should still be able to." Those people were all talking over each other, giving Lucia no chance to speak. "By the way, how much did you spend on the rocket model from his company?" Lucia instinctively rolled her eyes at this group of people. If it weren't for Jiang Chun, she wouldn't even want to say a word to them. Her tone was clearly impatient. 2 million. "Oh, 2 million? Then you might still be able to get it back." Halfway through, everyone, including the speaker, realized something was off. They widened their eyes and looked at Lucia, gasping, 2 million? 2W? "Jiang Chun, are you robbing people?" The voice suddenly escalated, and Lucia, unprepared, frowned and instinctively stepped towards Jiang Chun. "Girl, don't let him trick you. How could a broken model cost so much? Our comrade Huang Tian here has some expertise in rocket making. He is now a level 4 researcher at the Lonka Institute, and he has been personally guided by someone who has worked with liquid nitrogen methane rockets. Have you heard of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket? It's super popular online right now." Listening to him ramble on endlessly, even Jiang Chun, who was patient and willing to play along, started to feel a bit impatient. She gave him a disdainful glance and said, "Shut up. You're so annoying." However, Lucia was not simple. With just a few words, she could tell the conflict between them. Did these people not know that Jiang Chun was the one who made the rockets? Confused, she looked at Jiang Chun, the maker of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket. Wasn't he that him? And why were these people mindlessly targeting Jiang Chun? Until she casually caught a glimpse of the man called Huang Tian sitting at the head of the table, his jealousy burning like fire. Suddenly, she understood the situation. But seeing that Jiang Chun wasn't leaving or indicating his identity, she thought it would be boring to reveal it directly. Suddenly, a hint of mischief flickered in her beautiful eyes. She pulled out a chair and sat close to Jiang Chun, her long, straight legs crossed. With interest, she looked at Huang Tian. "Have you met the maker of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket?" "What coincidence, I have too." As soon as she said this, Huang Tian's heart sank. His right eyelid couldn't stop twitching. He forced a somewhat awkward smile, looking Lucia up and down. "You? How could a university teacher have met a big shot in rocket manufacturing?" "Why not? That rocket was launched from our Pengcheng Aerospace University. You know that, right?" Lucia stared at Huang Tian with her innocent deer-like eyes. "To be honest, that rocket was bought by me, and I personally clicked the launch button during the practical class. How about that? You didn't know this? All right, Chinzi, your friend is really something. Look at Huang Tian. His face is black as a pot bottom." Xinjing leaned closer to Jiang Chun and whispered. The other classmates couldn't help but start murmuring. Indeed, I remember the very first video uploader mentioned that the rocket was launched from Pengcheng Aerospace University. But Huang Tian, he shouldn't even know about this. He looked up and saw that Huang Tian's face was indeed as dark as a pot bottom. Given the current atmosphere, Lucia felt it was about time. She stood up, looking as if she no longer wanted to play along. "Mr. Jiang, the liquid nitrogen methane rocket I purchased from you earlier performed exceptionally well." While speaking, she disregarded the gazes of others and pulled out a card from her bag, handing it to Jiang Chun. "This is a commendation from the Ministry of Education for you. I also have intentions to purchase new products from your company. Do you have time to talk now?" With just a few sentences, Lucia ruthlessly exposed Huang Tian's lies. After all, she was the one who launched the rocket. But since it was indeed bought from Jiang Chun, didn't that mean the launched liquid nitrogen methane rocket was made by Jiang Chun's company? In an instant, they had never felt so clear-headed, realizing the truth. They never expected that coming out to eat would lead to such a huge revelation. Seeing that his cover was blown so quickly, Jiang Chun shook his head, losing interest. He knew very well that Lucia was helping him out. Accepting the bank card, he was indeed interested, but let us change to a private room to talk. This place isn't suitable. After walking a few steps, he remembered something. He turned back to Jing. What are you still doing here? Aren't you coming with me? Jing, realizing, quickly grabbed her bag and followed Lu Xia and Jiangchun. Of course, I'm leaving. This place stinks. I can't stay here for a second. Her voice gradually faded as they reached the door. The air in the private room became so suffocating that it was almost unbearable. A group of people awkwardly stared at their toes, with Huang Tian being the most affected. He even shamelessly claimed he had met the maker of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket and had received guidance from him. Jiangchun was exactly that person, and he had seen him more than once. He could see him every day in college. He and T received guidance from him, but had competed against him for 4 years. Now that he thought about it, his earlier demeanor was like a fool. The wine in his hand suddenly lost its flavor. He slammed it against the wall. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances. Huang Tian, I just remembered. I have something at home, so I'm leaving first. Yes, my boss just messaged me too, asking me to work overtime. Let us meet another day. One by one, the old classmates at the table left, and soon, Huang Tian was left alone. Not long after, a waiter from Pengcheng Hotel approached him. The form in his hand was spread out in front of him, starting to calculate. With an official smile on his face, "Sir, due to your malicious damage to our hotel walls, you need to pay for that, plus the food and drinks at this table, a total of 248,000 yuan. What? Is it that expensive?" He instinctively raised his head to question. After receiving the waiter's sharp gaze, he immediately fell silent and quietly took out his bank card. No password. Beep. "Sir, insufficient balance. Please pay promptly." With no other choice, Huang Tian had to shamelessly initiate an AA system in the group. And after collecting the money, he automatically left the class group chat. Stepping out of the hotel, he looked up at the sky, the chilly wind seeping into his collar, and a desolate smile appeared on his face. 2 years after graduation, while others achieved nothing, he returned still crowned as a genius. Chapter 74. Reward Stacking Hotel Corridor. After Jiangchun left the private room, the vibrations from his phone in his pocket never ceased. Lu Xia and Chun Jing, who followed closely behind him, slowed their pace, crossed their arms, and walked leisurely, seemingly indifferent to the situation. "Miss Lu, are you a teacher at Pengcheng Aerospace University?" Chun Jing blinked. Her face filled with curiosity as she looked at Lu Xia. "Yes, why? Do I look like I don't?" Lu Xia raised her hands and slowly turned around. The smile on her face, illuminated by the lights, made her look exceptionally gentle. Chun Jing couldn't help but stare, instinctively shaking her head. "No, you look so beautiful and even younger. If it weren't for the name tag on your chest, I would believe you were a student." Clearly, Lu Xia was impressed by Chun Jing's words. Later, when Jiangchun turned back, he found the atmosphere between the two women was very harmonious, making him feel like an outsider. He couldn't help but shake his head. "You girls really build relationships easily. This bank card is for you. Thank you for helping me out earlier." Looking at the bank card presented to her, Lu Xia did not take it. Instead, she looked seriously at Jiangchun and said earnestly, "I really want to talk to you about future cooperation. Do you think I was joking earlier? Still want to cooperate? But our company only manufactures liquid nitrogen methane rockets at the moment. Isn't there a future?" Lu Xia replied, "This bank card could be considered as reserving a priority custom order with you, right?" Since the other party had already made a request, Jiangchun naturally wouldn't refuse the money. He smiled and nodded, of course. Their cooperation was thus established. Now, it was Chun Jing who was stunned, her slightly dazed gaze shifting back and forth between Lu Xia and Jiangchun. From the moment Lu Xia mentioned that the rocket in her practical class was purchased from Jiangchun's company, combined with her understanding of Jiangchun, she had automatically categorized Lu Xia's words as a way to help Jiangchun out. But now, seeing their interaction, it was clear that the reality was not as simple as she imagined. "Xia, that rocket, could it really be made by Chinzi?" Chun Jing spoke, almost unable to perceive her own voice. Even after seeing Lu Xia nod in affirmation, her legs felt a bit weak. If it weren't for the handrail beside her for support, she might have stumbled and fallen. Looking at Jiangchun, who was smiling just like he used to, Chun Jing felt for the first time that she hardly recognized this old friend. She had known about Jiangchun's talent in aerospace research, But after the incident at his home, she had worried he might waste his abilities. However, it seemed now that he not only hadn't wasted his talent, but had also achieved an even more outstanding version of himself. Thinking of the hardships he had faced in the past 2 years, Chun Jing couldn't help but feel her eyes moisten. She raised her hand and slapped Jiang Chen's arm hard. "You kid, you've been hiding it deep enough. You didn't even tell me. You're really something. I even worried that Huang Tian and the others were setting you up." As they talked, the three of them laughed. After leaving, they drove to a roadside stall, drinking until 8 o'clock before heading home. Of course, Jiang Chun was the exception. As the only male present, his task was to ensure both ladies got home safely. While dropping Lu Xia off, he coincidentally ran into Lu Yuanheng, who was taking a walk in the yard. At first, Jiang Chun was a bit skeptical upon seeing Lu Yuanheng, but connecting it to Lu Xia's family background, he quickly understood. "Dad, shouldn't you be in a meeting at this time? I heard you received a batch of goods last night." On the other side, Lu Yuanheng also didn't expect to see Jiang Chun at his doorstep, and his eyes lit up. His steps unconsciously quickened. When he stood in front of the two, he didn't even acknowledge his daughter. "President Jiang, what brings you here? Come in and sit." "No need. I had dinner with Miss Lu and some friends, and now that I've safely brought her back, my task is complete." Jiang Chun waved his hand repeatedly. "Come in and sit, won't take much of your time." "Really? No trouble needed. I have things to handle in my company." "Oh, in that case, I want to keep you, President Jiang." As he watched Jiang Chen's figure gradually walk away, Lu Yuanheng couldn't help but sigh. It's really infuriating how some people are just so much better. What a great kid. If only he were my son. I'd be over the moon. Turning around, he finally noticed Lu Xia, who was standing beside him with a resentful look. He opened his mouth, quickly searching for an excuse. "Hey, didn't you just say something to me?" Lu Xia rolled her eyes silently. "I asked you why you were still in the yard so late after receiving a batch of goods last night. Speaking of that, I have to tell you, Jiang Chun is really something. Do you know who delivered the goods?" An hour later, Jiang Chun took a taxi back to the company. When he entered, the lights in the company were still on. "Hey, why is everyone here today?" In the past, at this time, everyone except for 01 had already left work. Huang got up from the tea room to pour Jiang Chun a glass of water, her movements very practiced. "Boss, you don't know. There were quite a few orders placed in our company today." In the office area, Wang Peng stretched and said, "Yeah, we are working hard. I still have some orders that aren't completed." Xiao Zhao and the others went to the manufacturing room and started learning how to use the machine to make models since noon. "I wonder how they are doing now." Jiang Chun walked over and picked up the printed form to take a look. Raising his eyebrows, "That is quite a lot. Which ones are checked?" Wang Peng tilted his head to look. "Oh, those are urgent ones. They need to be delivered by tomorrow afternoon." Nodding, he handed over the form. "You'll learn how to use those machines quickly. Just be sure to take breaks." "All right. Thank you, boss." As Jiang Chun was about to step into his office, he raised his hand in a wave. The moment he stepped inside, the system's prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! The liquid nitrogen methane rocket with attack skills has been manufactured. Consumed 700 technology points. The system will automatically deduct it after 10 seconds. 700? At first, Jiang Chun thought he had misheard, but after checking, he found that the system had upgraded to LV3, and the reward stacking had reduced the required technology points for many devices. The liquid nitrogen methane rocket had even dropped to 598 points. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun jumped up in excitement. "Doesn't that mean I can easily manufacture 100 rockets? I can even give them attack skills." Chapter 75. Reversal. Who made you move so fast? Checking the reward information in the backpack, Jiang Chun realized that combined with the previous remaining technology points of 46, 124, the remaining technology points in the backpack had now reached 76, 124, after experiencing the inventor upgrade and an all-around performance enhancement. Even if he manufactured 100 liquid nitrogen methane rockets with attack skills, he would still have 124 technology points left. In this way, the technology points needed to manufacture 100 rockets would be enough. Ding dong. From vblog, forwarded content, providing shock value of 3,500,000. From WeChat Moments, forwarded content, providing shock value of 2,870,000. From certain app, Forwarded content, providing shock value of 6,840,000. These system prompt sounds echoed in Jiang Chen's mind, making him feel incredibly excited. Even his breathing became rapid. After all, according to the system's 1,000 conversion to technology points, these could be converted into 13,210 technology points. Ding! The current technology points of the host are 89,334. A total accumulation of over 89,000 technology points. For Jiang Chen, this was even better than a bank account deposit. With these, let alone liquid nitrogen methane rockets with attack skills, even higher technology could be manufactured as long as he exchanged it in the system. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, a sudden phone ring sounded. Jiang Chen, sitting on a roller skating office chair, turned his head to look at the desk, exerted force with his feet, and slid over. When he answered the call, he didn't even check who was calling and responded cheerfully. Hello, this is the Jianglin Technology Company office. I am Jiang Chen. On the other end, Old Wang took his phone away from his ear, in confusion, and looked at the contact name. He muttered quietly, I didn't dial the wrong number. What good news has you so happy? Have you calculated that our approval funds have arrived? Hearing this, Jiang Chen was stunned. So soon? Wasn't it said that the approval process was quite complicated? It had only been a few hours. He unconsciously voiced his doubts without considering anything else. Ha ha ha. You don't know this. Old Chen and I both have a major decision-making power to apply for approval directly to our superiors once. He has already used his, but luckily I still have mine. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly this time. Old Wang on the phone said proudly. He even didn't forget to wink at Old Chen beside him, who was silently listening to their conversation. If I hadn't used my opportunity, you wouldn't have had the chance to show off in front of Jiang Chen. The more he talked, the more frustrated Old Chen became. He tilted his head and drank the tea in his cup in one go. A small cup of tea made him act as if he were drinking alcohol. Old Wang quietly waited for Jiang Chen's praise. However, on the other end, there was silence. The smile on his face abruptly stopped. He couldn't help but swallow hard and tentatively asked, Jiang Chen, are you listening? The approval funds have already arrived. Why don't you see when you have time? And we can come over to sign the contract? Jiang Chen frowned as he looked at the light blue system screen in front of him. The things produced for the country must be the best. After thinking for a moment, he immediately rejected. No, we can't sign just like that. Since Old Wang and Old Chen weren't in front of Jiang Chen, they couldn't see the righteous expression on his face. They immediately thought Jiang Chen was preparing to backtrack. The hearts of the few of them suddenly twitched heavily. Hurriedly getting up, Old Chen, Ji Yunshu, and experimental building Zhou Hongbin all crowded around Old Wang. Everyone present knew how precious the power of direct approval was. Not to mention how cumbersome and troublesome the approval would be if it followed the normal process. Just the privilege of Old Wang and Old Chen to be prioritized was extremely valuable. Especially within the Dragon Academy, there were many urgent projects. Yet Old Wang and Old Chen had never thought of using their privileges to expedite the approval. But when they proposed to Jiang Chen to manufacture 100 rockets yesterday, their minds automatically linked it with their priority. Afterwards, after Jiang Chen left the Dragon Academy, Old Wang didn't hesitate at all and directly called the superiors. After explaining the ins and outs of the matter, the approval was immediately granted. Just thinking about how countries like Eagle Sauce were still exploring liquid nitrogen methane rockets, while Dragon Country was about to have 100 liquid nitrogen methane rockets, made him so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. But now Jiang Chen said he couldn't sign the contract, which meant that the power he had used was about to go to waste. That wasn't the most serious part. If the superiors pursued it, then the responsibility would have to be borne by the Dragon Academy, and by then, even the original privilege of Old Wang and Old Chen, which was every 5 years, would be completely revoked. It would be a loss outweighing the gain. Sensing the nervous emotions of everyone, Old Wang also consciously turned on the speakerphone and placed the phone in the center of the table. Jiang Chen, if your company has any difficulties in manufacturing and production, just let us know. We can solve it together. It's not a difficult thing. If we can't finish it in 5 years, we will use 10 years. Yes, Jiang Chen, as long as we work together, there is no hurdle we can't overcome. Through the phone, Jiang Chen sensed the urgency and panic from a few people on the other end. With a faint smile, he said, "This matter I have already decided. I'm going to the Dragon Academy to meet everyone and discuss the specific details." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun couldn't wait to present the order for 100 liquid nitrogen methane rockets with attack skills to everyone at the Dragon Academy. He wondered if they could handle this surprise. What Jiang Chun didn't know was that he was thinking too beautifully. But inside the Dragon Academy's office, dark clouds were already looming. Everyone sat dejectedly on the sofa, looking at the administrative printed contract placed on the table, which was somewhat glaring. "Take it down first. It's making me anxious just looking at it." "What now?" "Jiang Chun has rejected it. How do we explain this to the superiors?" Su Zheng said sternly. "I already said that you should discuss this matter with Jiang Chun before applying." Facing Su Zheng's reprimand, the others indeed didn't dare to refute. And they had no reason to refute. After all, this matter was collectively approved by them. What to do now? We can only wait for Jiang Chun to come and try to salvage it. "You," Su Zheng sighed heavily, standing with his hands behind his back in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, pacing back and forth in the office. Half an hour later, the office door opened. Jiang Chun found that the air pressure in the room was extremely low, especially when a few people rushed up as soon as he opened the door. "Jiang Chun, is there really no room for negotiation on this matter?" Chapter 76, Improving Quality. "You call that garbage? If it really doesn't work, our researchers from the experimental building can go over and follow your orders. We can't give up this privileged opportunity." "Yes, if the comrades from the experimental building are not enough, we still have our research building. Our information building can also help." The words in my ears came one after another. The voices were clearly filled with panic. However, Jiang Chun couldn't quite discern the reason for their behavior at that moment. His mind was somewhat muddled. He quickly stepped forward, breaking away from the crowd. Only when he reached the center of the office did he breathe in some fresh air. Rubbing his head, "What are you all talking about? I don't quite understand. I don't know where the researchers got their information." But just as Old Wong was about to close the door, it was suddenly slammed open by a huge external force. His gaze swept around the office. Finally, bypassing the obstructing Old Chun, he caught sight of Jiang Chun. "Professor Jiang, are you really going to give up the order for those 100 rockets? After you left yesterday, Old Wong and the others started preparing for this matter. The standardized contract from the Institute was already printed out by the administrative building early in the morning, just waiting for your signature. This rare opportunity to bypass the review process was something Old Wong exchanged for with his once-in-5 years privilege." Looking at the excited researchers in front of him, Jiang Chun felt even more confused. For a moment, he was somewhat at a loss, and for the first time, he felt dizzy. "No, you all have me confused. When did I ever say I wanted to give up the order for those 100 rockets?" As soon as he said this, Old Wong's eyes lit up. Pushing aside the researchers blocking him, he rushed forward. "You didn't refuse? But didn't you say on the phone?" Receiving the glances from Old Chun and Su Zheng, the words Old Wong was about to say instantly died on his lips. No one present wanted to hear the contents of the phone call repeated. Reflecting on what he had said before coming, Jiang Chun suddenly realized, smiling, "You misunderstood. From the very beginning, I agreed and never thought about giving up." "Then did you say no, that we can't sign like this?" Ji Yun, known for being straightforward at the Dragon Academy, spoke up without hesitation. After Jiang Chun finished speaking, she instinctively asked. Jiang Chun paused for half a second and continued, "What I meant by refusing to sign the current contract is that I want to change some content. Not that I don't want to manufacture rockets." Seeing everyone nodding and understanding, the worry that had initially appeared on their faces vanished at that moment. Seeing this, Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. He just never expected that these people would misunderstand his intentions. Unable to help but smile while rubbing his forehead, he said, "So now everyone can rest assured, right?" Su Zheng and the others silently nodded, seemingly thinking of something, then shook their heads. In the entire office, more than half of the senior leaders from the Dragon Academy fell into silence within a short 5 minutes, all speculating about what Jiang Chun would say next. They even worried that Jiang Chun might demand more money based on the original contract. Although this was understandable, considering the rockets he developed, it was still hard to resist guessing. Later, when they thought about it, they realized that if they proposed it themselves, it would certainly carry more sincerity than if Jiang Chun said it. Feeling the gaze of many people on him, Su Zheng cleared his throat a few times and took the initiative to say, Jiang Chun, I've thought about it. The total amount of 2 billion approved on the contract might really not match your 100 liquid nitrogen methane rockets. How about we raise it a bit based on this? His voice carried a tone of testing and inquiry. Take a look at this contract. If there are no issues, after signing, 1 billion will be deposited into your account. Hiss, 2 billion? 100 liquid nitrogen methane rockets, and they come with satellites. What does that mean? Signing such a contract for Comrade Jiang Chun is no different from giving the Dragon Academy rockets for free. No wonder Comrade Jiang Chun suddenly wanted to modify the contract. This is likely the reason. A researcher standing by couldn't help but whisper, "Shoo, this isn't something you or I can decide. The director hasn't kicked us out, allowing us to watch, so be thankful and stay quiet." The researchers instantly fell silent, their eyes glued to everything happening before them. As for Old Wang, Old Chun, and the others, they also tacitly closed their mouths, not daring to say much, fearing it would affect Jiang Chun's decision. Jiang Chun took the contract handed over by Su Zheng and glanced at it. Under the influence of the inventor system, his brain had already reached an extraordinarily enhanced state. In less than 2 minutes, he had automatically recorded all the relevant information on the contract. At the moment, he closed the document. His eyes cleared as he looked up at Su Zheng and then scanned the other people present. The contract will definitely be signed, but I want to change some content. Regarding the functions of the liquid nitrogen methane rockets, I will make some adjustments on this order. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Could it be that the time required to manufacture the liquid nitrogen methane rockets was too long? Was he going to cut some functions? Since it was called a liquid nitrogen methane rocket, at the very least, the liquid nitrogen methane power supply should not be withdrawn or changed. But if that were the case, would the changes be to the 8K ultra-high-definition satellite functions or the reusability features? When applying for the 2 billion approval funds from the higher-ups, they had agreed so readily, partly due to their privileges, but more importantly, it was because of the high-tech functions of the liquid nitrogen methane rockets that he had guaranteed. He had even promised it with his integrity to the higher-ups. Was he really going to change it now? Would his lifelong reputation in the Dragon Kingdom be ruined by Jiang Chen's injury? Thinking of this, Old Wang's lips began to tremble. Come on, just say which function you want to cut. Give me a break. My heart really can't take any more shocks. After speaking, a mask of pain spread across Old Wang's deeply lined face, as if he might faint on the spot at any moment. Jiang Chun raised his eyebrows playfully. Who said I was going to cut functionality? If we reduce the rockets any further, wouldn't they just become garbage? I plan to add ground attack capabilities to it. I wonder if you all have any objections? After saying this, fearing everyone would react as they did earlier, he hurriedly added, I just think that since it's being submitted to the state, it naturally can't be filled with garbage. Of course, the cost won't change. It will still be 2 billion. Garbage? Are you crazy? You actually call the liquid nitrogen methane rocket garbage? Chapter 77, Feasibility? I've already built it. Many big shots from a Dragon Institute were momentarily stunned upon hearing this. The liquid nitrogen methane rocket hasn't been fully developed in other countries yet, especially not in the U.S. If they heard Jiang Chun referring to the liquid nitrogen methane powered reusable rocket as trash, they would surely explode with anger. However, Jiang Chun not only didn't he reduce any of the functions of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, but he also added a new feature, an attack capability. Moreover, it was the most terrifying high-altitude ground attack capability. Even the experienced leaders of the Dragon Institute, who had seen a lot, were completely taken aback by Jiang Chun's wave after wave of operations. After a moment of silence, Elder Chen stepped forward, his brow furrowed. He asked if there were any successful precedents in previous research regarding the attack capability to be added to the rocket. Jiang Chun frowned and nodded as if he were really thinking. Then he shook his head and stated emphatically no. Upon hearing Jiang Chun's blunt response, Elder Chun immediately countered, what about related feasible plans? Haven't any been proposed? Jiang Chun shook his head again. With such responses, the people in the office fell into deep thought. Even the joy on their faces gradually faded. If they couldn't control the risk range during the development process, it could easily lead to unpredictable damage and consequences. This was a real lesson learned from blood for the experienced leaders of the Dragon Institute present. They pursued innovation. But blind confidence and a reckless pursuit of entirely new products could easily lead to project failure if not handled carefully. The overall theme of their research and innovation was to seek progress while maintaining stability. Exchanging knowing glances, Su Zheng finally stabilized his emotions and explained, "Since there are no precedents and no feasible plans, our unanimous suggestion is to avoid adding this attack capability." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun's eyes flickered, a hint of dissatisfaction quickly flashing across his forehead before disappearing. Even so, Ji Yun and Elder Chen still caught the change in his expression. They stepped forward to add, "Of course, if we fully understand the principles of this attack capability and can control it comprehensively, we could give it a try. Yes, if we were to add a ground attack capability to the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, I wonder how confident Comrade Jiang Chun would be in its success." After saying this, Elder Wang regretted it somewhat. Forget about whether the final development could succeed. Just the level of confidence for them at the Dragon Institute was basically zero. After all, for the first three aspects, they only roughly grasped the application principles of liquid nitrogen methane. The recovery technology was still in its infancy. And regarding the 8K ultra-high-definition satellite imaging technology, they knew nothing at all. Now, with the hypothesis of the ground attack capability, it was yet another high-tech concept beyond their grasp, one after another. Sometimes, one really couldn't help but wonder if their IQ had regressed after encountering Jiang Chun. They recognized every single word Jiang Chun said, but once those words were combined, they couldn't understand them. Jiang Chun nodded, neither responding nor denying. As his gaze shifted, the corner of his mouth curved slightly. "Su Yuan, Elder Wang, Elder Chun, Team Leader Li, Colonel Zhou, are you interested in coming with me?" The few exchanged glances, then nodded seriously. In the special vehicle for the Dragon Institute, they squeezed a little to fit inside. Jiang Chun sat in the passenger seat, occasionally guiding Zhou Hongbin on the direction. Half an hour later, under Jiang Chen's guidance, the car slowly drove into the main warehouse of the Pengcheng North District. With a swish, the car's front turned around directly. Jiang Chun didn't react in time and instinctively reached for the handle beside the roof to steady himself. The members of the Dragon Institute, who had become familiar with Zhou Hongbin's driving style, exchanged knowing glances. After getting out of the car and looking at the big characters in front of them, main warehouse of Pengcheng North District, everyone couldn't help but frown. Until Jiang Chun submitted his identity verification and the security guard let them in, Elder Wang couldn't help but ask, "Weren't we discussing adding new skills? What are we doing here now?" The others nodded in agreement upon hearing Elder Wang's words. Seeing everyone's expressions filled with both anticipation and confusion, Jiang Chun organized his words in his mind. Facing the senior members of the Dragon Institute, he had no intention of hiding anything. "Didn't you ask me earlier how confident I was in its success? I can now assure you, the success rate is 100. This, including the two elders." Everyone was greatly shocked. A 100 success rate. Even the experienced and well-established figures in the entire Blue Star scientific community wouldn't dare to say such a thing lightly. Although they acknowledged Jiang Chun's abilities in research and manufacturing, hearing such unreserved and even somewhat smug words now made them frown. "Jiang Chun, I know you want to provide more advanced equipment for our Dragon Country, but we also have to consider reality." Elder Wang was right. According to the current technological level of Dragon Country, times are always advancing. We shouldn't always be concerned about our current level. Only considering endless limiting factors will cause our technological development to stagnate. Before Elder Chun could finish speaking, Jiang Chun directly interrupted him. Seeing everyone fall into silence, Jiang Chun's tone suddenly shifted. "The 100 success probability is not something I'm saying casually. I have already built the liquid nitrogen methane rocket with the ground attack capability. Didn't you come here to witness it for yourselves?" After saying this, Jiang Chun no longer stood stiffly in front of them, but turned and walked into the warehouse, calling out, "Hey, I'm here to get the keys." As for the few people left behind, after hearing Jiang Chun's words, their minds felt as if they had been struck by an inexplicable force. For a moment, they were still somewhat dazed. Among them, Elder Wang and Elder Chun, who were well-versed in research and manufacturing, were the first to react, their eyes reddening with excitement, their lips trembling. Their voices carried a clear sense of probing and uncertainty. Wait, what did he just say? Is there something wrong with my ears? As they spoke, tears couldn't help but flow from their eyes, weaving through the lines on their faces. Jiang Chen's figure in the warehouse instantly grew larger in their minds. He said he'd already built it. Could it be true? Old Chun, pinch me. I still can't believe it. Chapter 78, this is simply his showcase masterpiece. No, you should pinch me first. I really feel lightheaded right now. Saying this, Old Chun had already stretched his arm out in front of Old Wang. Su Zheng was even more dazed, his gaze closely following the figure of Jiang Chun in the warehouse. Suddenly, the 100% success rate wasn't just a casual statement. It was the liquid nitrogen methane rocket with ground attack capabilities that I have already built. Ji Yun's phone rang, and surprisingly, it was Jiang Chen's voice. Seeing everyone looking over, he scratched his head. He had intended to send a voice message to his team members, but hadn't he managed to say anything before accidentally hearing Jiang Chen speak? The two elders nodded, their faces filled with excitement and tears. After a moment of daze, Su Zheng extended a hand and pointed his index finger at Ji Yun's phone. Quickly recall it. This project is currently a top secret of our Lonka Institute. Activate the top-level information protection mode. Even among Lonka Institute personnel, nothing should be disclosed before the matter is settled. Yes. Ji Yun quickly agreed and decisively tapped the phone screen to recall the voice message sent just 2 minutes ago. Only when he saw the line, "You have recalled a message," did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The phone buzzed twice. Looking down, it was a question mark from his team member. She simply replied with a few words, casually stuffed the phone into her bag, and quickened her pace to catch up with Su Zheng and the others. Nothing was more important now than witnessing the newly upgraded rocket. At first, the old man didn't pay much attention, and since the key originally belonged to Jiang Chun, he handed it over without hesitation. His gaze kept sizing up Jiang Chun. The grand scene when the national team personally came to escort the goods from Jiang Chen's technology company still left him in awe. Just as he was about to inquire about some related matters, he noticed 4 people walking towards him from the door out of the corner of his eye. 3 men and 1 woman. The badge on their chests might not be familiar to others, but for the old man, who was extremely attentive to national affairs and often read the news, he recognized it at a glance. That was the symbol of the internal high-level personnel of Lonka Institute. While he was pondering, Jiang Chun had already passed by him and joined the 4 people. The key turned in Jiang Chen's hand. "Academy, let's go." The old man watched them leave in a daze. Suddenly, Old Wang walked halfway back. With a friendly smile on his face, he said, "The comrades should have guessed our identity by now, right?" Hearing this, the old man nodded repeatedly. He was also clever and quickly expressed his attitude. When the state is doing its work, it is certainly a matter of great importance. Please rest assured, leaders, I will definitely not blow the whistle to the outside. Old Wang nodded in satisfaction, even more shocked by the other party's keen reaction, saying good 3 times before turning to leave. Watching their figures disappear around the corner, the old man's smile deepened, and 2 symmetrical flowers bloomed at the corners of his dark eyes. He waved his fan and thought, good, the new generation surpasses the old. Each generation is better than the last. His eyes, bright yet murky, turned around. He stepped to the door, flipped the sign from occupied to vacant, and then directly closed the door, lying back on his lounge chair, gently rocking, picking up the newspaper he had just finished reading. The Eagle Sauce Aerospace Sector announced that it has now broken through the research bottleneck of liquid nitrogen methane rockets. Remembering the massive object wrapped in black protective cloth that Jiang Chun had driven in last night, estimated to be over 60 meters tall, his furrowed brows relaxed and tightened again. His guesses were basically taking shape, and he comfortably closed his eyes. Good. What a blessing for the Dragon Country. It seemed he thought of something again, suddenly sitting up. I wonder if that small warehouse can still hold other equipment after this is placed in? Why not just reassign him a luxury warehouse? Without hesitation, the old man pulled out his old mobile phone. He adjusted his reading glasses that hung around his neck up to his nose, squinting as he scrolled through his contacts. Finally, the light fell on the head of the North District branch of Huatian Group in Pengcheng, and after connecting the call, the old man cleared his throat and said, "The usage period of your company's warehouse has expired. You have 3 days to vacate it." After saying that, without caring about the other party's reaction, he hung up the phone with a snap. Lying back on a lounge chair, he looked at the distribution map of the warehouses on the wall. The North District branch of Huatian Group, relying on being a part of a large group, occupied nearly 2/3 of the warehouse space. He had long been dissatisfied with it. Other talents aside, he still had the distribution rights of the warehouse. Meanwhile, when Su Zheng and the others followed Jiang Chun to the small warehouse, they surveyed the surroundings. Their brows tightened the closer they got to Jiang Lin Technology Company's warehouse. Jiang Chun, walking in front, paid no attention to these details, turning the key to enter. Once inside, the first thing the group noticed was the towering, massive object. Goodness, it's a good thing this building is an open warehouse. Otherwise, wouldn't it be pierced through by this rocket? Old Wang sighed as he looked up. His feet moved uncontrollably towards the rocket, his eyes glued to it. Jiang Chun, is this the liquid nitrogen methane rocket with ground attack capabilities you mentioned? Old Chun felt a tremor in his voice as he spoke. The others tacitly turned back, their eyes filled with expectation and enthusiasm as they looked at Jiang Chun. Seeing this, Jiang Chun smiled slightly. After closing the door, he walked close to the rocket, where there was a 2-meter-high control platform. Jiang Chun knew it had been built by a circular robot 10 minutes before leaving. The screens and control keyboards, buttons were all specially made. If it weren't for Jiang Chun having the relevant manufacturing methods and usage in his mind beforehand, he would definitely have felt intimidated in front of these people. The few stepped back a few paces. Good. As they stepped back, Jiang Chun's fingers tapped on the control platform. A cold mechanical voice slowly played. Liquid nitrogen methane strike rocket initiating. Please wait patiently. As the voice fell, the other's eyes flashed. What is this? It actually has an automatic broadcast function. A second after the notification, the shape of the rocket directly revealed itself before their eyes. The body's streamlined design, no nut connections. Just looking at the exterior, it was not hard to tell that although this rocket resembled the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, it had obvious differences. From top to bottom, it was full of technological sense, and there was no part that did not look like Jiang Chun's showcase masterpiece. Chapter 79. The information is overwhelming. Let us take a break. The overall design ratio of the rocket is simply perfect. The two elders are well-known tech enthusiasts in the Dragon Institute. Now, seeing such a technological masterpiece, they couldn't help but circle around it a few times. Just walking around the rocket's body took them 5 minutes. Instantly, their faces were glowing with excitement. Jian was shocked, but she was even more interested in the control panel in front of Jiang Chun. Unconsciously, she leaned closer, and seeing that Wang Lao and the others were still inspecting the rocket, she turned to Jiang Chun and asked, Jiang Chun, is this also developed by your company? What is its function? Facing Jian's question, Jiang Chun simply looked up at her and said, you will know what it can do soon. As he spoke, Jiang Chun's hands didn't stop moving for a second. The tapping speed even increased. With one final tap, he raised his hand. Clap. He slapped the large red button at the top. Immediately, the row of raised sections on the control panel began to open with the sound of machine humming. A 2-meter-long screen slowly rose from inside. Su Zheng and the two elders couldn't help but turn their heads upon hearing the sound. Looking at the large screen that had risen, it displayed the shape of the rocket in front of them. In a flash, Wang Lao and Chun Lao dashed over here. What is this? This is my latest developed simulation operation device. Through this device, I can connect to any rocket and simulate its launch. And most importantly, it will completely restore all relevant data of the rocket. The few of them nodded, somewhat understanding but still in a daze. However, they quickly reacted. Their eyes widened in disbelief. So, this means we can save the cost consumption of a rocket launch? We just need to tap the keyboard to collect the relevant parameters? That's basically it. Jiang Chun nodded, then continued amidst their astonished gazes. However, it doesn't require us to record the parameters ourselves. When a rocket simulates its launch and returns, it will automatically generate complete parameters. Suddenly, Su Zheng saw Wang Lao and Chun Lao's legs go soft, their upper bodies colliding directly, and both fell to the ground. Gasping for breath, they momentarily couldn't control their excited emotions. Elders, are you okay? Jiang Chun asked tentatively. Looking at the two sitting on the ground, ready to help them up, But the next second, Wang Lao and Chun Lao raised their hands to stop him. Don't mind us, sitting on the floor is cool, it can help us calm down. Yeah, this information is a bit overwhelming. Let us buffer for a moment. After a long while, the two helped each other slowly to their feet, awkwardly dusting off their clothes, their lips trembling as they opened and closed their mouths. Can you show us now? No problem. His skilled operation dazzled the onlookers. At first, Jian focused intently on Jiang Chun's hands, intending to memorize his movements and understand the control principles of the control panel. But soon, after less than 10 seconds, she automatically gave up. She admitted that this technology was beyond her grasp. Even after watching for a while, she couldn't understand it. Thinking that Jiang Chun was even a few years younger than her, Jian instantly felt like a deflated balloon, her eyelids drooping. She twisted the hem of her shirt, quickly creating noticeable wrinkles. Glancing at the few people standing beside her, her features almost twisted together. After thinking for a moment, she finally spoke up to explain. From what I understand, among all the active rocket types on Blue Star, few come with satellite capabilities, which also limits my modification for rockets to carry ground attack capabilities. Later, I simply shifted my focus to researching satellites. The categories of Blue Star satellites are divided into 5 types: meteorological, resource, navigation, reconnaissance, and communication. After multiple attempts, I found that attacks could not be included in any of these categories, so I took a different approach. I later discovered that by combining reconnaissance and navigation, satellites could collect neutron energy and light energy and powerfully compress them to launch the strongest point attack on targets. Of course, this is just a small part of it. What surprised me the most was that after several attempts and results, this satellite with attack capabilities can lock onto targets, not just on Blue Star. Their eyes were fixed on the 2-meter screen in front of them, ears almost perked up, carefully listening to Jiang Chun's insights during the research process while watching the rocket simulate its launch, especially when they saw the rocket ascend to outer space. The satellite began capturing images over Blue Star with the same satellite capabilities as the liquid nitrogen methane rocket. The images were clear enough to see the pores on human skin. Does that mean it's over? No. At the top of the rocket launcher, a beam of intense light energy gathered, dazzlingly bright. The next second, it directly aimed at the Empire's active volcano with a powerful bang. Launch hit. In less than 3 seconds, the active volcano displayed on the screen was completely awakened at that moment. The Empire's island violently shook, the crust cracked, and magma surged. Around the island, a raging tsunami swept over the entire Empire Island. In an instant, within the corner of the screen showing Blue Star's map, the area belonging to the Empire was completely submerged by seawater, blue replacing green as for the rocket in outer space. It now aimed at the nearest rainbow star to Blue Star. A single-point explosion shot directly through the core of Rainbow Star, until Jiang Chun issued the recovery command. The rocket slowly returned to a location randomly set by Jiang Chun. Throughout the process, everyone held their breath, their faces filled with shock, deeply shaken. When they came back to their senses, they realized that everything they had just seen was simulated by this control panel. The excitement in their eyes couldn't help but diminish a bit. Noticing their reactions, Jiang Chun promptly said, "What this control panel displays is the fully restored skills of the rocket, so you don't need to doubt that. Is this true?" Su Zheng asked, his face flushed with excitement. Jiang Chun responded seriously, "It's true. Jiang Chun, do you know what a huge contribution you have made for the Dragon Country? I know. I will reapply to my superiors for additional approval funds. That is not necessary. It hasn't cost me much anyway. As long as you can provide me with the corresponding support in military materials in the future, that is enough." Jiang Chun scratched his head, smiling as he spoke. "Of course, we will definitely provide you with the best." After saying that, the few of them reached out carefully to touch the rocket in front of them. Great. Chapter 80. Hesitating for even a second is disrespectful. So, is making this rocket more challenging than the liquid nitrogen methane rocket? After saying this, Old Wang was worried that Jiang Chun might misunderstand. So he quickly added, "I don't mean to rush you. It's just that manufacturing 100 rockets is a huge project." Hearing Old Wang's words, Old Chun and Su Zheng nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun didn't say much else. Instead, he followed the normal procedure and clicked to shut down the control panel in front of him. That's all for today's demonstration. There are regulations in the warehouse that we can't stay too long, so let's head back. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from Jiang Chen himself, the others showed varying degrees of reluctance as they left. As for Ji Yun, who was watching the control panel with anticipation by the time it ended, she hadn't even had the chance to fully understand the functions and usage of the control panel before its screen went dark. Her head drooped suddenly. She silently stared at her own toes. When she looked up again at Jiang Chen's back, who was talking to old Chun at the front, she couldn't help but feel a sense of disparity between people. Is this how it should be? Having been accustomed to excellence at the Dragon Science Institute, the sudden appearance of a talented person like Jiang Chun created a considerable gap in her heart. Half an hour later, the group returned to the Dragon Science Institute. By the windows of the experimental building and the research building, there were hidden sentries. The moment the Dragon Science Institute's vehicle drove through the gate, their eyes lit up. They are back. A shout rang out, and the researchers who were working at the workstation rushed over to the windows. Each one peeked outside, their eyes scanning around. Where are they? There. Following the direction of a pointed finger, they looked over. They saw Su Zheng, the two elders, and Ji Yun, each wearing serious expressions, while only Jiang Chen's face was rare in its relaxation. This left everyone at the Dragon Science Institute confused. So did it succeed or not? One person tentatively asked in a low voice. He knew that everyone was particularly sensitive to any mention of a failed collaboration with Jiang Chun, but he couldn't control himself in time, stepping right into everyone's sensitive area. It seemed the chances of failure were quite high. Should we go take a look? Su Zheng seemed to know what they were thinking. As soon as he said this, the others hadn't even had time to respond when a serious and deep voice came from the speaker above the door. Comrades, in light of the incident this morning where members of the research building intruded into the office, I must issue a public reprimand and clarify related regulations. During working hours, if anyone is found wandering away from their posts again, they will be treated as violating regulations and disobeying authority, resulting in a demotion. Moreover, they will be ordered to withdraw from the core departments of the Dragon Science Institute. Beep. A long beep sounded, and the voice from the speaker ceased. The crowd, who had originally been clamoring to check the office situation, immediately fell silent, staring wide-eyed at each other, standing still without making a sound. Eventually, they all tacitly returned to their posts to work. In the director's office, Su Zheng put down the microphone, stood up, and returned to the half-circle sofa, sitting opposite Jiang Chun. His complexion was rosy, and the look of satisfaction on his face was in stark contrast to the serious tone of the speaker just moments before. Jiang Chun, this is my treasured Longjing tea. Come, have a taste. After speaking, he glanced at Old Wang, Old Chun, and Ji Yun, who each held a cup of Longjing. His cheeks visibly twitched. He thought to himself, this time, you really got a good deal. Old Wang and Old Chun noticed Su Zheng's expression, exchanged glances, and chuckled behind their cups. As for Ji Yun, she was still immersed in Jiang Chen's self-made high technology and hadn't come back to her senses. After pondering for a moment, she let out a heavy sigh. Her gaze became resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. Jiang Chun, I would like to ask you some questions about that control panel. Is that okay? Her words came quite suddenly. Just as Jiang Chun was about to taste the Longjing tea, he heard Ji Yun speak. With a slight smile, he slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Of course, no problem. However, explaining this control panel can be quite difficult. How about this? Once we finalize the contract, I will explain it to you alongside my phone. Mentioning the contract reminded Ji Yun that it was a massive deal for 100 rockets. Indeed, the most important matter currently for the Dragon Science Institute and even the entire Dragon Country. Thinking of Su Zheng and the two elders waiting nearby, a hint of apology flashed across her face. When Jiang Chun turned to look at Su Zheng and the two elders, he realized that he hadn't had a drop to drink since morning, and now finally had the opportunity. He picked up the teacup again, gently swirling the lid over the surface of the tea, blowing lightly, and then brought it to his lips. In the entire office, apart from the sound of Jiang Chun drinking tea, nothing else could be heard. Realizing this, his face flushed, and he looked up at the others. To cover up his inner embarrassment, he clenched his fist against his mouth and coughed lightly. However, the tea was clear and fragrant. with a fresh and sweet taste that lingered in his throat, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Looking at the last sip left in the cup, he pursed his lips and couldn't resist it. He drank it all in one go. One cup of tea made him feel as if he had drunk wine. He took a tissue from the coffee table and lightly wiped his mouth. So how is it? You all have seen the power of this rocket. Although it's a simulation, it's also 100% restored. So now I want to hear your opinions. I'll give you 5 minutes to consider whether to add that attack skill or not. I'm open to your suggestions, no pressure. Upon hearing this, the previously confused minds of the group were suddenly awakened. They exchanged excited glances for just half a second before their expressions became fervent, and they spoke in unison. Add. Of course add. They had witnessed the effectiveness of that attack skill with their own eyes. Given such a good condition, if they hesitated for even a second, it would be a sign of distrust in Jiang Chen's hard work. It would also be a disrespect to the liquid nitrogen methane fighter rocket. Having engaged in scientific research for many years, they were equally eager to see such powerful and groundbreaking technological equipment emerge in the Dragon Country. Looking at the group before him, excited like children who had just received candy, Jiang Chun felt a bit dazed. Once upon a time, these prominent researchers on the front lines of technology were all idols in his heart. Now, it was evident that the status between them had quietly changed without anyone realizing it. He too looked forward to the mass production of liquid nitrogen methane rockets equipped with attack skills. Chapter 81 Report to the Dean. The warehouse has been emptied. In the face of common interests, no one from the Dragon Country hesitated at this moment. Jiang Chun nodded, picked up the contract document on the table again, turned to the page with the feeable items, relevant details, and amounts. He took a pen from his pocket at his chest, wrote down the relevant items and amounts, then directly flipped to the last page and signed his name on it. He turned and clipped the pen on the details page, handing it to Old Wang. As for the details, aside from the military supplies issue mentioned at the beginning, I don't have too many requests. If you think there is no problem, just sign it. Good. We will definitely sign. After receiving the contract from Jiang Chun, Old Chun, and Su Zheng also leaned in. When they saw the content Jiang Chun had just filled in, their eyes flickered. Liquid nitrogen methane strike rocket. Amount, 2 billion yuan. A short line of blank space was directly filled by Jiang Chun. He even used the formal numerical form in the contract. This way, even if they wanted to make changes, they wouldn't know where to start. For a moment, an inexplicable bitterness rose in several people's hearts. Jiang Chun, what are we supposed to do with you doing this? Su Zheng and the others were dumbfounded. None of this matters. If it weren't for Su Yuan, our company wouldn't have good military suppliers. After all, high-quality military supplies are also very important for equipment manufacturing. Su Yuan treats me sincerely. I can't just take advantage of that. The smile on Jiang Chun's face was faint, clearly showing that he didn't care much about the remuneration offered by the Dragon Institute. Old Wang was even more excited, handing the contract in his hand to Chu Luo beside him, and directly pulled out a mini safe from his briefcase. Trembling hands rolled the 7-digit password on it. As his fingers rolled, tears streamed down his face unconsciously. Seeing this, Old Chun pursed his lips, his eyes reddening. The next second, the lid of the safe was opened. A dark red exclusive seal directly emerged from inside. Old Wang hadn't signed in advance, but had already pressed the seal down, fearing Jiang Chun would regret it or that there would be any changes. After all, this stamped contract would be effective immediately. It had legal effect and was protected accordingly. After stamping, with tears still in his eyes, he smiled contentedly while looking at the contract in his hand. It looked pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. Old Chun saw his old partner's seemingly worthless appearance and stepped aside with disdain, secretly giving a thumbs up behind his back. He couldn't help but think, the older, the spicier. After he finished signing his part, he carefully handed one copy of the contract to Su Zheng. Watching Su Zheng put the contract back in the safe, his heart finally settled down. He then handed the other copy to Jiang Chun, saying, "This one is yours. According to what S marked on the contract, it will take effect. You will receive a 50 deposit from the finance department of the Dragon Institute shortly. That S right? According to the relevant procedures on this. You can go to the procurement department whenever you have time and ask the minister to retrieve the military supplies you want." Saying this, Su Zheng had already taken out a piece of white paper from the drawer with a clear flowchart on it and handed it to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate at all and directly reached out to take it. Good, since I have time now, I will retrieve it today. The manufacturing of 100 rockets does indeed need to be expedited. Explaining the reason, Jiang Chun turned and left the dean's office. Su Zheng and the others watched him leave, with the flowchart given by Su Zheng and his proof as a secondary researcher. He encountered no obstacles while retrieving military supplies from the procurement department. However, after he transported the military supplies with a heavy truck out of the Dragon Institute, a young girl wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and a white lab coat rushed to the dean's office door. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door. Mean, Dean, something serious has happened. Lin Xiaoya looked flustered, and when she entered, she immediately saw that besides Su Zheng, Old Wang, Old Chun, and Ji Yun from the information building were also sitting inside the office. Realizing she was a bit rude, she forced a shy smile on her face. Raising her hand to wave, "Oh, it turns out everyone is here." The other hand lifted her glasses frame. "Comrade Lin Xiaoya, please be serious. Report anything quickly." Su Zheng shouted Li. Only then did Lin Xiaoya remember her purpose for coming. Anger surged in her heart again, and her features almost wrinkled together. "Dean, you don't know, I was only out for a short while. The warehouse has almost been emptied by that guy named Jiang Chun. It's simply too much. He has still a new face. I've never seen him before. In our Dragon Institute, which research doesn't need military supplies." After finishing her words in one breath, she noticed Su Zheng and the others were staring at her, but their faces showed no signs of anger. They emptied it, so what? Out with the old, in with the new. It's not a big deal. They could just send more supplies again. Hearing Old Wang's indifferent tone, as if talking about something trivial, she instinctively lowered her voice and froze in place. "Huh? Old Wang, what did you say?" "Ahem, then will he leave us?" Old Chun coughed lightly and stepped forward a few pieces of steel, not even enough to make a 1-meter-high rocket body shell. "Isn't that fine? It's not like they really emptied us out." Before Lin Xiaoya could finish her words, Old Chun interrupted her loudly. Ji Yun, sitting on the sofa, looked around. Since they were all discussing Jiang Chun, he naturally couldn't be idle. He stepped forward, patted Lin Xiaoya on the shoulder, and gently comforted her. "It's not a big deal. When the warehouse is restocked, I will have some members from the information building help you." Under the collective persuasion, Lin Xiaoya didn't even realize how she eventually left the dean's office. Standing in the corridor, she turned back slightly, scratching her head. What is wrong with everyone today? The house has been emptied, and they're so calm. If it were before, whenever the experimental building and research building used military supplies, they would be scrambling to budget carefully. Shaking her head, she walked away from the core building in a daze. What she didn't know was that the people in the office were still discussing. "Do you think the military supplies Jiang Chun took are enough for him? Should we go to the main factory and get him a few more heavy trucks?" Chapter 82. The joke's on you? Pengcheng Far Sailing Group. After Lu Yinhang arrived at the company, he found Xia Shui standing outside the lobby, pacing back and forth with a huge furrow on her brow that seemed impossible to smooth out. It was only when she saw Lu Yinhang getting out of the car from a distance that she stepped in her high heels and walked briskly towards him. As Lu Yinhang headed straight for the elevator, Xia Shui reported the relevant situation beside him. Early this morning, Wang Hua, the president of Huatian Group, arrived with several CEOs from the neutral positions in the Pengcheng economic zone. From their words, it seemed they wanted to change to a more visionary group as a guiding beacon. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinhang paused as he stepped into the elevator, turning to look at Xia Shui, stunned for half a second. The guiding beacon of the Pengcheng economic zone was established by him with 40% strength and 60% financial power. Besides holding an absolute position in front of major groups, he also had the priority development rights for land resources in various aspects. Of course, under such circumstances, the group owner referred to as the guiding beacon must possess strong vision, preferably able to provide reference opinions for other peers. Wang Hua had always coveted the guiding beacon title of the Far Sailing Group, and this time, it was likely aimed at that. Lu Yinhang said in a deep voice, his sharp eyes glinting with shrewdness. "Have you conducted any relevant investigations on this matter?" Suddenly questioned by her boss, Xia Shui felt a bit flustered and at a loss. She slightly nodded, saying the arrival of Huatian Group's president was sudden. I wasn't prepared. By the end, her voice was as weak as a mosquito's buzz. Liu Yanheng raised his hand to cover his forehead, slowly sliding down to cover his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he thought, well, it's already come to this. Let's face it head on. Ding! The elevator door slowly opened. The floor opened directly into the president's office. Liu Yanheng immediately spotted several people sitting in the center, enjoying tea as if no one else were around, until they caught sight of Liu Yanheng entering. Their smiles faded quickly. The atmosphere on the entire floor suddenly became oppressive. Just 3 hours ago, Wang Hua received a heavy piece of news. Liu Yanheng spent 100 million to buy a warehouse full of technology models. If this news were to get out, it would be utterly ridiculous. Even if he agreed, the other CEOs of the Pengcheng Research Group Alliance would never allow Liu Yanheng's group to continue as the guiding beacon. He sorrowfully shared this news with several other CEOs. To his surprise, they immediately called him and rushed to the headquarters of the Far Sailing Group. You all come uninvited and casually drink my tea. What? Do you plan to treat me, Liu Yanheng, as if I don't exist? He walked at a leisurely pace to face Wang Hua. Adjusting his clothes slightly, he sat down steadily, his eyes, like a hawk, fixed on Wang Hua as if he wanted to tear him apart. However, Wang Hua, at this moment, was focused solely on bringing down the Far Sailing Group and did not care about Liu Yanheng's gaze. He spread his hands. There's no other way. As a member of the alliance, we must ensure the collective's interests. Oof. Liu Yanheng, you better tell us. What is the origin of the products you just bought from that warehouse? One older man, nearly 50 years old with distinctly silver strands in his hair, coldly glanced at Liu Yanheng. The posture of someone who had long been in a high position was evident. Uncle Lin, what I choose to purchase should be my private matter. There's no need to report to the Research Group Alliance, right? Liu Yanheng retracted the fierceness in his eyes and put on a smile, his tone carrying a hint of flattery. At this moment, Lin Zhenghua did not say anything further. Instead, a middle-aged man with narrow eyes and a wide nose spoke up. I heard that what President Liu bought back is all models. President Liu, we are also worried that you might have been deceived. If you were tricked by some unscrupulous merchant in the contract, we could help, right? Yes, we all mean well, with no other motives. The most important thing is, if you really spent 100 million to buy a pile of scrap metal, your reputation and that of the Far Sailing Group would. The man's words were not finished, his face carrying a sarcastic smile as if watching a show. How dare brat scheme? Liu Yanheng snorted coldly, glaring at the young man who had just spoken. When I was doing business in the market, you were still playing in the mud. How dare you, a mere manager, point fingers at me? Who gave you the guts? The last few words were clearly squeezed out of Liu Yanheng's mouth. Liu Yanheng, have you forgotten that I'm still alive? The latter frowned. Don't call me uncle. I want to know the truth. Lin Zhenghua forcefully struck his cane on the floor. With no choice, Liu Yanheng had to lead them to check the warehouse. The Far Sailing Group's warehouse was right next to the main group. After just a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the entrance. Boss. Liu Yanheng nodded and opened the door. Once inside, led by Wang Hu, his group of friends directly abandoned Lin Zhenghua and Liu Yanheng, rushing into the warehouse. Excitedly opening the door, Liu Yanheng's eyes were gloomy as he stared at them from behind. Seeing there weren't many people around, he approached Lin Zhenghua and whispered softly, Uncle Lin, if you trust your nephew, come with me to the monitoring room. I'll let you know the truth. I believe you will support my decision. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenghua suddenly raised his head to look at Liu Yanheng. As the only survivor from the founding generation of the alliance, his nod and words carried significant weight and prestige. Looking at the already open warehouse, and then at Liu Yanheng, who seemed very confident, Lin Zhenghua already had an answer in his heart. This nephew probably really bought back a pile of scrap metal, compared to the scrap metal inside the warehouse. He was equally curious about the reasons behind it. After pondering for a moment, he said seriously, All right, I'll go with you. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhenghua followed Liu Yanheng and sat in front of the monitoring screen, watching the entire process of the national team transporting that batch of models. His expression changed from indifference to shock. For businessmen like them, who were neither strong nor weak in research, getting involved with the national team was always a lofty ambition. His lips trembled, and he soon said, Wang Hua, and his bunch of self-righteous fools. Chapter 83. Gathering of Heroes. Wang Hua and the others in the warehouse were unaware that a change had occurred. Each of them leaned against the wall, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. One young manager, unable to contain his impatience, spoke up, "Mr. Wang, it's been so long. Lu Yuanhang couldn't he have tricked President Lin away? Could he? I've heard he's just a model for a warehouse, but it seems we underestimated him. Even in a regular warehouse, he could fill 2 of them." A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Wang Hua's mouth, exuding a sense of schadenfreude. It was said that when Lu Yuanhang's father was alive, President Lin had intended to take him as his godson. Do you think this time Lu Yuanhang will seize on that? The words were not fully spoken, but the pause that followed left much to the imagination. Wang Hua played with a rocket model in his hands, a calculating look flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he stood up. "Let us go. We need to check it out." "You don't need to go out. We've already come in." A deep, yet vigorous voice echoed from outside the door. Lin Zhenghua and Lu Yuanhang slowly approached from outside. "If you have something to say or any grievances, feel free to say it right in front of me." Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a cane striking the floor resonated, causing Wang Hua and the others to exchange glances. By the time they reacted, Lin Zhenghua and Lu Yuanhang were already in front of them. "Uncle Lin, these gentlemen were just joking. Please don't take it to heart." Wang Hua stepped forward with a forced smile, reaching out to help Lin Zhenghua. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhenghua dodged him. A brief flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Hua's face, but he quickly recovered. "Uncle Lin, this time it's not that we misunderstood Lu Yuanhang. You see, this is just scrap metal he bought from small company." As he spoke, Wang Hua's schadenfreude was immediately recognized by Lin Zhenghua, who shook his head, unable to help but think about why he had been so easily swayed by him back then. In a low voice tinged with warning, Lin Zhenghua said, "Young Hua, this is not something you should interfere in. Today, for the sake of my old face, let this matter pass. If anyone brings it up again in the future, it will be a disregard for my dignity." Seeing Lin Zhenghua's complete change in attitude, the other executives who had come with Wang Hua were stunned. "Old Lin, this is against the rules. Yes, we need a reason. Otherwise, if Yuanhang Group issues any documents in the future, who will believe them?" The voices of dissent rang out persistently, and Lu Yuanhang raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Zhenghua, as if to say, "See, I guess their reaction's completely right." Retracting his gaze, Lu Yuanhang took the tablet from Xia Shui's hands and handed it to the opposing executives. "Take a look at this." A group of people who were considered big shots in the aerospace business in Pengcheng were so easily used by someone else. If this gets out, they will be the ones to be laughed at. Originally just a 10-minute video, it ended up being passed around and watched for 2 hours. If it hadn't been for Lu Yuanhang's signal, Xia Shui would have snatched the tablet away. Those executives likely wouldn't have let go. When they looked at Lu Yuanhang again, he seemed like a golden thigh to them. They completely ignored their previous mockery of him, smiling and rubbing their hands as they approached. "Old Lu, Mr. Lu, we were blind to your brilliance before. Were these scraps? Things that the national team values so much can't be useless, right?" Wang Hua's gaze returned from the tablet in Xia Shui's arms. At that time, he had thought it was merely a coincidence that Longku Institute was involved, but now, with the video of the national team personally escorting the goods, his stereotype of that small company, Jianglin Technology, was shattered. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Speaking of which, the Longku Institute should have sharper insights in this area of technological research than we do. I believe these models must have other value. Once this was said, the other executives looked at the models they had previously dismissed just over 2 hours ago with newfound desire. One after another, they couldn't help but ask Lu Yuanhang, "Mr. Lu, you see, our 2 groups have collaborated on quite a few projects. How about selling me a few models? What do you think? Get out of here." If we're talking about collaboration, who can compare to our Jinka technology? Since the establishment of the alliance, my father has been working with Mr. Lu's father. You, a latecomer, can't possibly compare. In an instant, the warehouse was in an uproar, with several executives, who usually cared about their personal image, arguing fiercely over these models. However, Lu Yuanhang admitted one thing. What they said made sense. Therefore, before determining whether these models had any other uses, he rejected all purchase requests. 10 days later, at Pengcheng Long-Ku Institute, a national technology elder exchange meeting was held. The purpose was to allow researchers from various regions to exchange and discuss relevant professional technologies. Meanwhile, this meeting is held in different locations every 3 years. This time, it happened to be hosted by Pengcheng Long-Ku Institute. If they had no confidence in this exchange before, after receiving Jiang Chun's exclusive notes and personal instruction, their confidence had skyrocketed. To put it grandly, they could even directly crush the industry big shots from Beijing. In the aerospace research room, it was divided into 13 areas. Big shots from the research field across the country formed groups of 4 to conduct corresponding experimental project research. They were divided into 2 rows, with Di Jing and Peng Cheng at the forefront. Hee, old Wang, old Chun, don't worry. This time we won T, let you lose too badly. An expert from the Di Jing representative team, wearing a badge that marked him as a top researcher, said with a smug smile. Even so, the movements of his hands didn't slow down. Hearing this, along with the researchers from Pengcheng Long-Ku Institute, including him and old Chun, had long been well fed with knowledge in architecture and other aerospace skills by Jiangchen. Faced with this provocation, they were not willing to back down. Oh really? Old you, the outcome of this time is not up to you to decide. We are fully prepared. Yu Qing was taken aback for half a second. We're just 2 steps away from finishing. The outcome is already decided. Just accept it. Old Wang didn't respond this time, focusing on his work with old Chun, Ji Yun, and the others. Soon after, a chime sounded in the research room. Pengcheng Long-Ku Institute completed the project research. Chapter 84. 100 units in 10 days. The Dragon Institute team is panicking. On the other side, Yu Qing, who had just made bold claims, visibly changed his expression upon hearing the announcer's voice. After all, just a second ago, he had boasted that he would soon defeat Pengcheng, and the next moment, the other party had completed the project first. However, his decades of research experience did not make him anxious. Instead, his actions became even more steady and meticulous. Seeing this, Elder Wang and Elder Chun exchanged glances and nodded silently. By the time Elder Yu's side completely wrapped up, an hour had already passed since Pengcheng's Dragon Institute had completed their project. During the discussion phase, the Beijing delegation, led by Elder Yu, directly approached Elder Wang and others from Pengcheng. As one of the few aerospace experts in the Dragon Kingdom, it was impressive that they could complete these projects in such a short time. Truly admirable. Elder Yu's face crinkled with a smile as he gave thumbs up. Unable to help but praise, even though we didn't win. It's clear from the playback of the Pengcheng project research process that many of the showcase technologies are ones I've never seen before. There are many aspects that I don't quite understand. So, I believe that Pengcheng must have made significant breakthroughs in a short period. This is great news for the entire Dragon Kingdom. Progress in Pengcheng means progress for the Dragon Kingdom and for us in Beijing. It's all interconnected. Elder Wang humbly waved his hand, saying, not at all. If we're talking about the few aerospace experts in the Dragon Kingdom, you should be the one at the top. Besides, if it weren't for the guidance of the greats behind us, we probably wouldn't have made any breakthroughs during this critical phase of aerospace development. Elder Chun, who was originally standing behind him, felt a bit dissatisfied with the mutual flattery between the two, but seeing that Elder Wang remembered to credit Jiang Chun, he decided not to pursue it further. His clenched fists slowly relaxed as he crossed his arms, silently standing behind. However, Yu Qing had a somewhat disbelieving look on his face and retorted, Elder Wang, are you joking? Is there someone in the aerospace field whose strength surpasses yours that I don't know about? Unless it's a hidden master from after the War of Resistance. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. After saying that, he raised his hand to stroke his slightly graying beard and squinted his eyes. If you ask me, isn't this person's age greater than the sum of our ages combined? Upon hearing this, Elder Wang laughed heartily and turned to look back at the crowd who had met Jiang Chun, and they all started to laugh as well. Yu Qing, seeing this situation, felt a bit dazed. What? Isn't that so? Could it be that they are over 100 years old? No. The great person I'm talking about is only in his early 20s, just graduated 2 years ago, and is now the president of a tech company. What? Yu Qing exclaimed in surprise. Realizing that the gazes of those around him were upon him, he quickly silenced himself. Are you joking with me? Of course not. Elder Wang's words were interrupted as his phone, which had been set to silent, suddenly rang out loud, echoing in the entire research room. Others might not know, but he was very clear. Even family calls were set to silent when he was working. The only exception was Jiang Qin's contact information. Seeing him excitedly answer the call, Yu Qing's expression darkened further. What kind of person could make him break the rules of the Dragon Institute? As he was pondering, his gaze suddenly caught Elder Chun, who was paying close attention to Elder Wang's phone. He leaned over and asked, Elder Chun, can you tell me? Sure, just wait a moment. Hey, what is going on with you two? Elder Wang suddenly turned around with the phone raised, startling Yu Qing, who had not been prepared, and he was pushed aside. Then they heard an extremely young voice. Did you just yawn? Elder Wang, bring Elder Chun and the others over. We're done here. Also, remember to arrange 100 heavy-duty trucks for me. I've completed the manufacturing tasks here. By the way, this time, the security level for the transport must be top-notch. It's best to have more people for protection. With those casually spoken words, Yu Qing hadn't caught much of it, but he saw Elder Wang's hand tremble as he held the phone. Bang! With a muffled sound, the phone fell directly to the floor. Elder Chun and the others almost stumbled. Hello? Elder Wang, are you listening? Hello? Jiang Qin's voice came from a phone on the floor. The usually composed Elder Chun was the first to react, swallowing hard, under the strange gazes of Yu Qing and the others. He hurriedly squatted down and picked up the phone as if it were a treasure. In a gentle tone, he responded, All right, we'll arrange it right away. Can you please wait a moment? This version of Elder Chun stunned the other researchers, including Yu Qing, who were taken aback. Watching them hurriedly rush out, they couldn't help but start guessing who that young person on the call could be. Elder Wang collected his emotions and was about to leave when he was directly stopped by Yu Qing. Take me with you. After the discussion earlier, plus the way Elder Wang and Elder Chun valued that young person, Yu Qing suddenly had a bold guess in his heart. To verify this, he had to follow and see for himself today, no matter what. Okay, but you better keep up. Don't slow us down. Leaving behind those words, Elder Wang dashed out. Yu Qing's mouth twitched. Hey, who do you look down on? Although I'm older, my body is still strong. I can walk pretty fast. However, he had only paid attention to the caller's voice earlier. When he stepped out, he found that within the vast Pengsheng Dragon Institute, heavy-duty trucks were slowly driving out one after another, and beside each truck, there were 2 special forces vehicles following closely. After a rough estimate, Yu Qing could confirm that there were nearly 100 trucks, if not exactly 100, leaving. Such a grand scene, even he had never witnessed before. After getting into the car with Elder Wang and the others, he couldn't help but exclaim, You guys have a big task ahead. What are you picking up? Elder Wang got in, closed the door, glanced at Yu Qing, and looked around before lowering his voice. I can tell you, but you have to keep your emotions in check. After over 20 years in research, what haven I seen? Just say it. Elder Wang nodded. We ordered 100 recoverable liquid nitrogen methane rockets with attack capabilities 10 days ago, and they're completed today. We're going to pick them up. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His lips moved, but he couldn't utter a word. After a while, he finally reacted. What? Liquid nitrogen methane rockets? The kind reported online? Elder Wang and Elder Chun nodded. Recoverable, and now with added attack capabilities? The 2 elders nodded again. Hiss! In that moment, Yu Qing felt his understanding of the world collapse and reorganize. Damn, what did I just say? That's not just cargo. That's a treasure. Chapter 85 Arrangement. I want 100 heavy trucks. Imperial Island. In the office of the General Headquarters, a man dressed in a samurai training uniform, with a white headband tied around his head, is kneeling at the table. In a deep voice, he repeatedly says 3 hey s before hanging up the phone, a fierce ambition flashing in his narrowed eyes. Then he picks up the phone again. Hello, is this the Eagle Sauce Military Control Headquarters? I am Aroda, requesting to be connected to the Eagle Sauce Commander's office. After a 2-minute wait, the call connects. On the other end, the Eagle Sauce president has just woken up, his face still groggy, yawning as he answers the call. What's the matter? Commander Eagle Sauce, I am Hiroda. The Empire has important intelligence to report to you. Half an hour later, a major event occurred at the International Forum. The Eagle Sauce officials released a statement accusing Dragon Country of falsely reporting military matters and deliberately concealing its technological achievements from the international community. Once this post was released, the first to be affected were Smith from the Eagle Sauce Strategic Information Headquarters and Commander Trenlu from the Aerospace Base Headquarters. At the same time, they were stripped of their ranks by the Eagle Sauce commander. When they met at the prison gate, the guards failed to control Trenlu, resulting in him throwing a punch directly at Smith. Instead of being surprised, Smith laughed excitedly. "Commander Trenlu, why are you so anxious? Everything doesn't have a clear result yet. The commander won easily convict us. It's easy for you to say. If you had listened to me and properly verified Dragon Country's true capabilities, would we be in this situation now?" Facing Trenlu's questioning, Smith said nothing, just shrugged. "In any case, I still don't want to believe that Dragon Country has such technological strength. Just wait and see. We will get out, trust me." Watching Smith's confident back as he left, Trenlu was stunned, momentarily doubting his own speculation. "Please bear with it for now, Commander Trenlu. During this period, you must cooperate with us 100%. Sitting on the bed inside, looking through a pane of glass in the wall, Trenlu gazed outside. But his thoughts had already drifted to Dragon Country. He was eager to know everything about Dragon Country's research on liquid nitrogen methane rockets. At that time, Dragon Country Strategic Bureau. In the office, two elderly men with graying hair were sitting at a chess table playing chess, with a pot of tea beside them. "Old Goo, I heard something happened at the International Forum. How is it? Is everything all right?" The elderly man in uniform, about to place a black piece, spoke. As he dropped the piece with a click, the man in a tang suit smiled and stroked his beard. "When did foreigners start learning to put on a show? Since they like to make a fuss, let us watch them. These are baseless claims. We are not afraid of them making a big deal out of it. In the end, they will be the ones embarrassed." The white piece settled. Gu Jinhua looked up at the opposite side. "What is wrong, Brother Wang Hai? Instead of managing your Ministry of Defense, you are worried about our Strategic Bureau? That is because there's nothing urgent for our Ministry of Defense at the moment. But your Strategic Bureau is different. Not only must you protect domestic information, but you must also be on guard against little moves like those from Eagle Sauce. It's tough." The two exchanged barbs verbally while being decisive and ruthless at the chess table, showing no mercy. As they countered each other's moves, time quickly passed in the gap between their strategies. Dingling. The phone of the strategic headquarters rang. They both looked over at the same time. Wang Hai had a look of amusement. "See? Trouble is coming again. Hurry and handle it. This is important." Leaning back, he picked up the tea and leisurely began to savor it. Gu Jinhua shot him a sidelong glance and got up to walk over. After hearing a few words from the other end, his expression suddenly became intriguing. "Okay, I will call him over." Suddenly, Wang Hai had a bad premonition in his heart. "You're not in your own office? This call is not looking for me. It's looking for you." With a serious face, Wang Hai took the phone. On the other end, Su Zheng said solemnly, "Minister Wang, we have a major task to execute, and we need full protection and cooperation from the Ministry of Defense." Hearing this, Wang Hai raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I remember a team was already assigned to you a few days ago. ISNT, that our Ministry of Defense's most elite unit? Is that not enough?" "Not enough." Wang Hai initially thought the other party would cooperate a bit. However, he did not expect such a straightforward response, which made him curious about what kind of tasks Su Zheng and the Dragon Institute were about to undertake. "All right, if you want more personnel, just give me the details and I'll consider it." Hearing this, the other party hesitated for a few seconds, but soon responded. "I don't know. It's a rare, ancient, monumental work, a quantity of 100. Does such a task count as significant?" As soon as the words fell, Wan Hai Xiao Pupin Sudenli Gonstit, his hand gripping the receiver, could not help but tighten. In terms of electronic communication, they have always guarded against external signals. Therefore, when communicating with the Dragon Institute, many important research equipment inventions are referred to using specialized terminology. Ancient monumental work implies that Dragon Country is still only at the theoretical hypothesis stage and has not yet made or has rarely made discoveries in technology. And Su Zheng actually prefixed it with ancient, which means that Dragon Country has technology that has not even been proposed as a hypothesis. Such equipment. He had not received any news about it, yet it had already been developed. What was even more unbelievable was that there were as many as 100. If he refused Su Zheng's request today, it was hard to imagine the consequences. He bit his lip, suppressing his rapidly beating heart, and said solemnly, "Comrade Su Zheng, please rest assured, all active soldiers from the Ministry of Defense will cooperate with your actions in the coming week." Hearing the promise from the other end, Su Zheng also breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. Thank you, Minister Wang." After hurriedly hanging up, Wang Hai didn't even have time to ask for the details of the situation. Of course, the most confused was Gu Jianhua, who sat beside him, witnessing his old friend Wang Hai's change in attitude. It was quite significant. "What's going on?" Wang Hai did not respond, but seemed to recall something and looked over with great interest. "Old Gu, your strategic bureau really has derelict its duty this time. Do you think I would believe what you said?" Gu Jianhua pretended to be calm, leaning against the sofa, observing Wang Hai closely, waiting for him to show a flaw. However, as the clock on the wall ticked, he gradually realized that Wang Hai was not talking nonsense, and from his expression, this matter was not simple. Connecting it to the accusations from Eagle Sauce, he couldn't help but sit up straight. Could it be true? Chapter 86. The pattern opens up. Times have changed. Unable to resist the invasion of curiosity in his heart, Gu Jianhua found himself pondering this matter all night, leading to a restless sleep. The next morning, after a hurried breakfast, he drove to the Ministry of Defense to meet with Wang Hai's troops. Upon arriving at the entrance, he happened to encounter a convoy departing. Wang Hai was sitting in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, lowering the window and sticking his head out. "Old Gu, what's up? Are you here to visit me today?" "Sorry, but I have a mission today, so I can't accompany you." Seeing Wang Hai's knowingly questioning expression, Gu Jianhua felt an urge to pull him out of the car. Without saying much, he quickly crossed over a few steps. Regardless of Wang Hai's expression, today he was determined to get to the bottom of things. He directly reached for the car door, got in, and fastened his seatbelt. The series of actions flowed smoothly like a stream. The soldier in the driver's seat glanced at Gu Jianhua through the rearview mirror and saw him looking at him sideways, coldly saying, "What are you dawdling for? Why aren't you driving?" The soldier then looked at his direct superior, unsure of how to respond. Wang Hai rubbed his temples and waved forward. "Let's go. Let him hitch a ride for free, and we can come back later. You'll have to pay extra." On the entire road from Daijing to the northern district of Pengcheng, a long defensive line was raised. What was once a bustling road, full of life, was now deserted. Even the old man guarding the warehouse in the northern district of Pengcheng was given a 7-day paid vacation. The residents around the commercial district had never encountered such a scene. Although they were all locked inside their homes, not a single one was indifferent to the changes outside. Peering out with curiosity, buzzing, the sound of several military helicopters' rotors filled the air. The scene on the streets was no less impressive than that in the sky. Many residents watched in person as heavy trucks passed by, with special forces clearing the way in front. They initially thought that was all, but soon they discovered that nearly 1,000 soldiers, armed with heavy machine guns, were scanning the surroundings with eagle-like sharp eyes, seemingly ready to eliminate any danger signals. Ultimately, their assumptions were too subtle. Some meticulous residents pulled out their treasure cameras and set them up in front of the window to start filming. After filming, one resident took a whole day to carefully analyze the entire event, especially noting that the heavy trucks were carrying enormous objects wrapped in black cloth, each measuring several dozen meters high. The wrapping was so tight that even upon close inspection, one could not discern their general shape, let alone guess their prototype. He then decided to publish his reasoning process and the related videos online, crowdsourcing thoughts and pooling ideas. Within 5 minutes, his video received 50 million shares and likes. Many netizens responded in the comment section. One user, named Wangxing Wuzi, spent an hour roughly reconstructing the rocket's appearance, covered by the black cloth on the heavy trucks. Many netizens were immediately shocked. "Wow, speaking of this, I can't help but think of the rocket that was launched at Pengcheng Aerospace University back then. To be honest, I'm a military enthusiast, and I haven't seen this rocket style before. I suspect it's a new invention by our dragon country. Is it more powerful than the rocket launched at the university? If I were to take it out, how would you respond?" Accompanied by the video of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket launched at Pengcheng Aerospace University. In no time, the internet was abuzz with heated discussions. On the other side, After meeting with Su Zheng and other informed personnel from the Lonka Institute, Wang Hai and Gu Jinhua felt unsettled after learning the general truth. Sitting quietly in the office, they struggled to digest the news quickly. Knock, knock, knock. Kumin, director, there's a piece of news online that has caused a stir among netizens. Suddenly, Gu Jinhua looked up. He took the tablet from his assistant's hands. His fingers scrolled across the screen, quickly finding the source of the news. His attention was particularly drawn to the comments from netizens whose IP addresses were overseas. He and Wang Hai exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. At the moment they nodded at each other, years of tacit understanding replaced their usual mutual disparagement. Notify the Information Technology Department to immediately cut off the dissemination of related news, gradually infiltrate, and clear all related videos and images. Yes, 20 minutes after the Information Department received the order, all videos and posts regarding the transportation of the 100 rockets were cleaned up completely online, leaving no trace of their existence. Of course, the netizen who first published these videos was also summoned for a meeting with Gu Jinhua, where he left the strategic headquarters. He looked dazed, repeatedly muttering, "As a citizen of the Dragon Country, I am proud. I must protect all important information of the country, absolutely not to be leaked." After handling all this, Wang and Gu returned to their chess table, calmly playing chess. They exchanged smiles at the camera left behind. Now, Comrade Jiangshun can confidently showcase his skills. We will be responsible for protecting his information. We must hold this defensive line. A week's transportation time passed. At the Lonka Institute in Pengcheng, 100 giant rockets stood tall in the center of the grand square. Researchers from Daijing and other places looked on enviously. Yu Qing, leading the group, rubbed his hands together, wanting to touch but hesitating. Inside the core building, Dean Su Zheng, Elder Wang, Elder Chun, and various department heads and researchers were surrounding a young man in his 20s who had just walked out. Yu Qing was the first to react, rushing forward. As he got closer, he heard the Strategic Bureau Director, Gu Jinhua, asking, "Are you sure we don't need a test flight?" "Don't worry, Elder Gu. We've seen the power of this rocket. Its attack power is truly frightening. If it launches a shot, it could pierce through a star." "Elder Wang, don't scare everyone." Jiang Chun spoke softly, feeling a bit shy under the gaze of so many people. As his voice fell, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Pierced through a star? That's simply unimaginable. Unfortunately, they had no opportunity to witness it. Looking at the people in front of him, their expressions shifting from anticipation to disappointment, Jiang Chun suddenly proposed, "How about we launch it for everyone to see the effect? After all, they are all recoverable." As soon as these words were spoken, the others' brains felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Was their understanding of rockets too narrow, or had the times truly changed? Chapter 87. High-Tech. Launch all at once, a powerful sense of oppression rushed towards them as their gaze swept across the enormous objects in the Dragon Institute square. Looking at the rockets in front of him, Gu Jinhua instinctively voiced his doubts. With so many rockets, if we launch them one by one, won't it take until tomorrow night to successfully launch them? Upon hearing this, the other researchers and senior leaders present, apart from those from the Dragon Institute, nodded in agreement, fully supporting Gu Jinhua's words. "There's no need to complicate things. I can activate it with just a click of a program here." As he spoke, Jiang Chun took out his phone from his pocket. This phone was unlike any currently available on the market, having only a thin layer of transparent film, similar to the protective layer on ordinary phones. In Jiang Chen's hand, it was hard to notice he was holding anything at all without a closer look. The crowd's eyes trembled as they instinctively reached for their own phones in their pockets, feeling how much thicker they were in comparison. "Old Wang, have you seen this phone in Jiang Chen's hand? How powerful is it? Were it specs? Such a phone was truly rare. I thought his phone's film had fallen off. Can something so small really launch so many rockets? Is this for real? What a boast. Not to mention launching 100 rockets successfully at once. The scientists present were most skeptical about how many of the 100 rockets could actually take off, considering the possible errors in their development processes. Thinking of this, the other researchers felt somewhat reassured. So the big shots all say this. I thought so too. With this many rockets, even the most skilled professionals can't guarantee a 100% success rate. Shoo, keep your voice down. It seems old Chun just glanced over at us. The person speaking immediately closed his mouth upon hearing this and quietly turned to look in the direction where old Chun was standing, only to meet his icy gaze, which carried a clear warning. In the next second, Jiang Chun pointed his thumb at the film-covered phone, and the entire transparent device seemed to be instantly activated. A faint blue light emanated from around the screen. The display was also quite different from a normal phone, with dark and crimson codes rapidly scrolling across it. When Jiang Chun held the phone parallel to his face, a beam of light automatically began scanning his pupils. With a beep, the phone emitted a machine prompt. Ding. Yinwang Intelligence is at your service. Unlock successful. Immediately, as the crowd's eyes widened in shock, Jiang Chun casually placed the phone on a 1-meter-high platform beside him. Centered around the phone screen, a 3D interface materialized in midair. Jiang Chun's hands hovered in the air, tapping away with such speed that it dazzled onlookers. After a series of operations, the 3D interface changed, revealing 100 blinking points that interconnected with one another. They then rose up, forming a scaled-down virtual model of the 100 rockets in the square. At this moment, those who had previously doubted Jiang Chun were left speechless, their faces filled with astonishment. What kind of high technology is this? How have I never seen anything like it before? Forget seeing it. We've never even heard of it. Indeed, even in dreams. I wouldn't dare imagine such a scene. Also, how did he just operate that? They stared blankly at the 3D model, muttering. Jiang Chun glanced at them without paying much attention and said, Team Leader G, please check if the network is stable. I need to send you this control program now. Pay attention to receive it. Without waiting for Ji Yun to respond, he made a fist with one hand, reached towards the center of the 3D image, opened his fingers, and then closed them. Suddenly, all the images began to convert into data, bouncing in midair before merging into a virtual beam of light that formed a folder in front of him. Jiang Chun, I'm ready on my end. You can start the launch, Ji Yun said, his fingers that had been rapidly typing on the keyboard suddenly stopping. He looked up at Jiang Chun. Beep. A long tone sounded again from Jiang Chun's phone. The phone reported, program transfer successful. Recipient, Team Leader Ji Yun of the Dragon Institute Information Building. Authentication successful. Now granting permission to unlock the file. With each report, seemingly ordinary, it was easy to notice that Jiang Chun's phone had also set up a recipient identity authentication system. Such a feature was something they had heard of before. It was like withdrawing money from a bank. If the password is correct, you can withdraw money. But if the password is wrong, the card gets swallowed. For the file sent from Jiang Chun's phone, as long as the recipient he inputted was authenticated, they could open the files. If the recipient didn't match what Jiang Chun said, the files would not be received. This feature is brilliant. Doesn't it add a solid layer of security to information transmission? In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Jiang Chun's phone became even more fervent. At this time, within the program Ji Yun received, the computer screen displayed 100 virtual rocket models. Looking at the screen, which only showed rotating models without any control buttons, Ji Yun was momentarily stunned. He instinctively looked up at Jiang Chun for help. Next, follow the steps I tell you, and remember, this will be useful later. Upon hearing this, everyone at the Dragon Institute, including Ji Yun, instantly became serious. They pulled out new notebooks from their briefcases. The visiting researchers were left dumbfounded. Why are you carrying notebooks? Di Jingyu asked as he leaned forward. Old Chen was busy recording Jiang Chun's steps and didn't respond. While jotting down notes, Old Wang explained, because we can't guarantee that what Jiang Chun says will be invaluable scientific skills. So carrying them around helps us record his notes anytime. This reason made others twitch their mouths, initially skeptical. However, after listening to Jiang Chun's explanation, they also asked the researchers from the Dragon Institute for pens and notepads. Finally, a pop-up appeared on the screen, detected and connected to 100 rockets. Would you like to launch all? Select all, then just click launch, Jiang Chun said casually, before anyone could recover from his words. Chapter 88, Resonance in Sync. 100 rockets launch simultaneously. Why does he sound so indifferent when he says that? Who would he feel that way? For some reason, I suddenly had a bad premonition, my heart racing rapidly. The scientists around were whispering among themselves, instinctively stepping back. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun picked up his phone, urging everyone to keep their distance. If the academy has a protective shield, no matter the cost of activating it. It's best to turn it on this time. After saying this, Jiang Chun directly stepped towards the building. Ji Yun did the same, grabbing his laptop and following Jiang Chun, but his hands kept moving, directly selecting the Select All command according to Jiang Chun's instructions. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and move. Defense Department, be ready to activate the shield. Turn on the highest level. After the prompt, he waved his hand, and everyone moved forward. It wasn't until everyone stood within the protective shield's range that Ji Yun spoke. Ready? Launch. His finger moved directly to the launch button and clicked. Buzz. A tremendous roar erupted, and the rockets, like well-trained soldiers of Longhua, responded with a hum as soon as they received the launch command. The sound of 100 rockets launching merged into one, and at the same time, everything in the entire area where the Lonka Institute stood trembled. It was as if they were paying homage with their unique top-tier etiquette. Everyone's mouths dropped open, almost ready to hit the ground. Whoosh, white vapor sprayed out between the rockets, and the bases of the 100 rockets slowly descended, firmly gripping the ground. On the screen, the synchronization of the rockets reached 100%, with every action after receiving the command perfectly consistent in every frame, producing an extremely strong resonance. The spectacular scene left everyone present feeling chilled down their spines. More scientists and researchers from the Institute gathered around, looking up at the distant spectacle. Rocket launch. 10-second countdown now starting. 10, 9, 8. Boom! In the air outside the protective shield, amidst flashes of lightning, they saw the massive shockwave created by the rocket launch wildly sweeping around, and heard the sound of electromagnetic friction. The green plants and trees closest to the square were uprooted at that moment, swept into the air, and fell to the ground a few minutes later with a thud. Visible cracks also appeared on the protective shield in front of them. At the same time, Jiang Chun retracted his gaze and looked indifferently at Ji Yun beside him. He opened the settings for the counter-surveillance project and activated the stealth mode. With a whoosh, the crowd, still in shock and staring ahead, widened their eyes. They examined Jiang Chun from head to toe. Even Wang Lao and Chun Lao nearly lost control of their breathing. Counter-surveillance? Stealth? You never mentioned this to us. Does this rocket really have that function? After saying this, Chun Lao regretted it. He shouldn't have questioned Jiang Chun's capabilities. But the other party was so much more advanced that it was impossible to keep a low profile. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chun nodded, stating that such basic functions should be inherent to all rockets. Only this way can we avoid being under the watchful eyes of outsiders. Upon hearing this, the scientists present felt their faces flush, their feet firmly planted on the ground, embarrassed to the point they wished they could dig a 3-bedroom apartment right there. Once activated, it was time to showcase the improved satellite capabilities. As the moment of climax approached, the others immediately became interested. One person wanted to see the screen clearly and even jumped onto a nearby stone pillar. Many others followed suit. On the screen, a person's face suddenly appeared, with pores clearly visible. If they wished, they could count the numbers precisely. Wow, 8K ultra-high definition. Seeing is truly believing. Gu Jinhua stroked his beard, unable to contain his admiration. Beside him, Wang Hai nodded even more, truly feeling that sending the entire Defense Department on a mission was worth it. Jiang Chun. How do we showcase his pinpoint attack capability? We can't actually aim at a planet, can we? Yeah, targeting an Imperial Island's volcano isn't realistic either. The voices behind grew noticeably softer. Even domestically, they had to speak cautiously. Unsure, all eyes finally focused on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun lowered his head, actually searching his memory for relevant information about the rocket. After a moment, he raised his head, saying, "Who says we can't aim at them? We activated stealth. Who would know it was us? Besides, we just need to control the force a bit, right?" Everyone, including Ji Yun, who was in charge of operations, was stunned. Can we really say that? Seeing their stunned expressions, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, putting his phone back in his pocket. "Forget it. You're not familiar with the operations. Let me handle it." Ji Yun stood up to give way, and Jiang Chun's fingers flew across the keyboard. They couldn't see clearly, only catching glimpses of 2 flickering shadows. Finally, on the screen, Jiang Chun adjusted the attack power to 0.00001 and clicked launch. As if worried that his comrades behind wouldn't see clearly, Jiang Chun rarely pulled out his phone again. "Everyone come into the hall. I'll project it for you." As soon as he said that, everyone rushed in. The 3D projection continuously expanded, placed in the center of the circle formed by everyone. At this moment, they disregarded etiquette, sitting on the ground, eagerly watching the 100 rockets that had entered space. 50 were aimed at the Imperial space station set up by the Eagle Sauce, and the other 50 were targeting the Imperial Islands and volcanoes within Blue Star. Each one was mighty and ready. It was as if they were soldiers waiting for Jiang Chen's command to launch an attack at any moment. Will we really not be discovered? Of course not. We trust mentor Jiang Chun's capabilities. A researcher from Lonka Institute cast a cold glance at the others, turning back to continue watching. This statement caught the ear of Yu Qing, another aerospace expert. Mentor? No wonder Pengqing District has progressed so quickly. A gradually forming idea arose in his heart, and his gaze towards Jiang Chun became even more fervent. After yawning, Jiang Chun casually pressed the attack launch button. In a 3D display, the gathered light and neutron energy from the 100 rockets converged into a beam and, in the blink of an eye, was launched. Wow, this operation is simply incredible. Haha, for some reason, I can already imagine the shocked expressions of those Imperial folks. Chapter 89. Prepare for rain. Knowing nothing, Jiang Chen's hands were still moving in an orderly manner. As if recalling something, he turned to look at the director of the Strategic Bureau, Gu Jinhua. After a few seconds, he finally remembered to address him. "Director Gu, regarding this matter, the Eagle Nation and the Empire are likely to explode with emotion soon. If they suspect us, the Dragon Nation." Hearing this, Gu Jinhua's eyes lit up. "Don't worry, our Dragon Nation knows nothing about this. Others naturally won't be able to pin this hat on us. Besides, the colleagues in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are not easy to deal with. So you can rest assured." Seeing Jiang Chun nod and turn away, Gu Jinhua took out his phone and walked a few steps out. He had to communicate with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs about this matter in advance. This was the first small task assigned to him since meeting Jiang Chun, and he couldn't let it be messed up, at least not completely. "Comrade, Zhao Chong, I am Gu Jinhua, the director of the Strategic Bureau. I have important matters to instruct you." In the office of the Dragon Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a middle-aged man was slightly bowing his head, his gaze unfocused, quietly listening to Gu Jinhua's words. The more he listened, the more shocked his expression became. Half an hour passed unknowingly, and the narration on the other end finally approached its conclusion. "So, Comrade Zhao Chong, do you understand the situation?" Zhao Chong remained silent for a while. Under Gu Jinhua's repeated reminders, he finally regained his senses. He removed his black half-rim glasses with one hand, his elbow propped on the table. He was repeatedly shocked by the news about the homemade liquid nitrogen methane rockets and the plan to manufacture 100 upgraded versions with attack capabilities within 10 days. Especially when he heard that the young comrade aimed all 100 rockets at the Empire's islands, as well as the Eagle Nation and the Empire space stations. He nearly fell off his chair. Later, he wiped the thin sweat that had formed on his forehead with the back of his hand. After stabilizing his emotions, he tentatively asked, "The Dragon Nation launches one rocket, and the Eagle Nation can detect it. 100 rockets. Are you sure there won't be any problems?" Is that young comrade being overly confident? For certain reasons, Zhao Chong did not voice his latter thought. From Gu Jinhua's excited narration, he could roughly imagine his feelings at the time. "Your concerns are not without reason. But have you received any news from home or abroad regarding the rocket launch?" The answer was clearly no, but he should not overlook that it was 100 rockets. Moreover, the most important thing was that those aimed at the Eagle Nation and the Empire had already been launched before I called you. "Duong." Zhao Chong suddenly stood up. "What? Why are you only telling me this now?" He pushed aside his chair and rushed toward the door, hastily grabbing a suit jacket and rushing outside. "Given the situation, I have to go check it out. At that time, I really might have to pretend to be ignorant, as you said. Otherwise, the Dragon Nation will face fierce retaliation from the Empire, the Eagle Nation, and their allies." Eagle Nation Strategic Headquarters. A soldier rushed in urgently, holding a freshly printed, still warm report. "Duong, Duong, Duong. Commander, urgent report. Our space station in outer space has 3 damaged and 2 scrapped. Long. Oh dear, I think you should stop knocking." Commander Smith was already taken away. A woman dressed in a fiery red mermaid dress with blonde hair and blue eyes leaned lazily against the doorframe, shaking a glass of whiskey. She glanced at the soldier with a flirtatious look and said casually. The soldier frowned, clearly not believing her words. He quietly peeked through the door crack to assess the situation inside. They were indeed aware that their commander had been taken away, but they didn't pay much attention to it, not expecting it to end up like this. The report in his hand was crumpled. He shot a glare at the woman, his frown deepening. I need to request the use of Mr. Smith's dedicated phone. There is important military information to report to the superiors. Oh, that's not possible. This office can only be used by Mr. Smith. Now the situation is urgent. I can't care about that. If I delay even a moment, the consequences are something you can't afford. Before she could finish, the soldier pushed the woman aside and barged in. Thank you. You brat. Do you believe I? Shut up. Don't hinder me from handling official business. The woman stared at the soldier in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Mr. President, please forgive my rudeness. The situation is urgent. We just received news that our space station has encountered problems. What? The space station has 3 damaged and 2 scrapped? On the other end of the phone, the Eagle Nation's president showed an expression of disbelief, his face filled with horror. His emotions surged within, unable to calm down. This news was like a bolt from the blue for him. He had just made a promise to assist the Empire in fighting against the Dragon Nation a few minutes ago. In that instant, it felt like a heavy blow to his head, plunging him into an ice cellar. Can we find out where the rockets were launched from? A ruthless glint flashed in the president's eyes. If they could trace back the launch, they could take the party that attacked their space station to a military tribunal according to the relevant guidelines of the International Alliance. The other side fell silent for a few seconds, sounding somewhat guilty. No, we currently have no clues at all. With a snap, the Eagle Nation's president hung up the phone, sitting back on the sofa in a daze. A strange smile appeared on his lips. You don't know? How can they not know? We, the Eagle Nation, are the leaders at the forefront of technology on Blue Star. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the desk rang again. The president frowned and quickly walked to the desk, secretly praying that everything he just heard was just an illusion. Taking a deep breath, he raised one hand and drew characters in front of his chest. Mr. President of the Eagle Nation, I am the president of the Empire. There's bad news. We are encountering trouble over here in the Empire. Upon hearing this, the Eagle Nation's president felt his forehead throb. He pressed down hard with his hand. Bad news? I want to see what could be worse than losing a space station. Tell me, could it be that your space station was destroyed? On the other end, there was a pause. President, how did you guess? When he said this, Hirota's voice trembled. Chapter 90, The Legendary Dog-Eat-Dog? As he spoke these words, Hirota felt an extremely terrifying thought arise in his heart. Could it be that the Eagle Nation was launching an attack on our empire? Why did the voice of the Eagle Nation's president sound so strangely suggestive? What was his current behavior supposed to mean? Was he coming to us? But he didn't have the guts to question him. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, the floor beneath him began to shake violently. Hirota, who had been kneeling on the floor, got up and rushed outside with the phone in hand. What was happening? Report, General. The defenses by the seaside have been breached, and the second wave of the tsunami has begun. Not only that, but it seems a volcano has also come under attack and could erupt at any moment. Just 2 simple sentences left Hirota frozen. Damn it! Rage surged through his brain, especially when he heard the voice in the receiver continuing to speak. His anger reached its peak. Do you Eagle Nations really need to put on a facade in front and act differently behind our backs? Our empire has always respected and supported your decisions. Was it just about borrowing a dozen of your latest rockets? Even if you were unwilling, there was no need to make things so extreme. The Eagle Nation's president was stunned, moving his lips. What are you talking about? Are you crazy? If that's the case, don't blame us for being rude. Beep, beep, beep. Before the Eagle Nation's president could finish his sentence, the busy tone of a disconnected call echoed in his ears. Damn it, crazy people. The Empire Island is filled with lunatics. With his hands on his hips, he paced back and forth in his office, walking like a tiger, his mind in chaos. Somehow, all that echoed in his head was the last furious and mad voice of Hirota from the Empire. He silently moved his lips. Could it be that they were staging this themselves? But did they have the capability to do so? In the Dragon Country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Zhao Chong had prepared everything. As soon as there was any movement from the Eagle Nation or the Empire, he could be the first to organize everyone for a live broadcast and hold a press conference and deny everything. However, he could not yet guarantee that, with the technological capabilities of the Eagle Nation and the Empire, they truly would not be able to detect that those rockets were launched from their Dragon Country. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, causing the hearts of everyone present to race. They looked toward the door, which slowly opened, revealing a girl in a professional outfit, wearing black-framed glasses, who rushed and holding documents. "Minister! Minister!" The girl panted, bending down and resting one hand on her leg, trying to steady her breath. Zhao Chong and the others present were so anxious that they could hardly speak. Their eyes were fixed on her, waiting for her to continue. "Are you saying that there is some situation with the Eagle Nation and the Empire?" Zhao Chong asked cautiously. The girl nodded, and Zhao Chong immediately raised the loudspeaker in his hand. "All departments, get ready." Hearing this, the girl shook her head. No, that's not what I meant, Minister. You should look at this first." The girl pulled out a tablet from her pocket and handed it over. On the tablet, the background featured the Empire's national flag, and the person standing in the center was someone Zhao Chong recognized, with whom he had even dealt with diplomatically. It seemed to be a press conference organized by the Empire's Foreign Affairs Department. Wait, why are they holding a press conference ahead of time? Doesn't that put us in a passive position? As soon as he finished speaking, the Empire's diplomat on the live video bowed and then began to tearfully recount the tragic experiences of their empire in just one day. 2 space stations were destroyed. The crust was in violent motion. A second large-scale tsunami occurred along the coastal islands. And even a volcano that hadn't awakened in nearly 100 years was showing signs of activity. Viewers from various countries watching online were all expressing their feelings. What kind of disaster has befallen the Empire today? It's too tragic. Yeah, even novels and scripts wouldn't dare to write it like this. I would call it the king of misfortunes. Huh? Am I the only one curious about who did this among so many people online? This person is right. After all, earthquakes and tsunamis, even if they happen, are just coincidences, but our space station was destroyed for no reason. It must be someone with malicious intent behind it. As soon as these words were spoken, countless foreign netizens immediately targeted the Dragon Country. I heard that the Dragon Country had previously launched a rocket into space, and it even penetrated the Eagle Nation's space station. What? Are you implying that we in the Dragon Country did this? Hey, did I say that? You are the one who wants to stand up and admit it. Watching the rapidly scrolling comments on the screen, Zhao Chong felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest. He had never felt this exhausted in diplomatic debates. His hands gripping the tablet tightened. "All departments, prepare." On the screen, the diplomat nodded frequently, seemingly pleased with the netizens' comments. Just when he thought the Empire's diplomat was about to point the finger at the Dragon Country, he spoke seriously. "We asked the International League to judge the inhumane actions of the Eagle Nation. What they have done completely leaves no way for our Empire's citizens to survive." After this statement, everyone present in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, including Zhao Chong, was stunned. Those who were tidying up the scene and had already prepared to go live immediately stopped their actions. He walked over with a leisurely pace. When it doesn't concern them, their mood is indeed different. What's going on? Are they actually biting the Eagle Nation? In the Dragon Academy, those who had not left and were gathered in the hall waiting for further news could not help but ask. Even Jiang Chun himself had not anticipated such a situation, feeling a slight sense of delight in his heart. His hands, which had been on the keyboard, retreated, crossing his arms and leaning back against the chair. This must be what is known as a legendary dog-eat-dog scenario, though I wonder how exciting it will be. The leaders sitting in front, upon seeing this situation, breathed a sigh of relief and then exchanged smiles. The invisible pressure that had weighed down on them suddenly lessened. The Eagle Nation probably just received the news. How could they let this go? The most important thing is that the Empire has always been a capable leg for the Eagle Nation. Now that the leg is not obedient, what do you think the Eagle Nation, used to being the master, will react? They discussed casually, their smiles reaching their eyes. The follow-up is sure to be exciting, but at this moment, we cannot be idle. Team Leader G, let us bring the rocket back first. Don't wait for the Eagle Nation and the Empire to regain their composure and investigate when they see our rocket retrieval. Jiang Chun sat there, his lips moving and fingers working, easily delivering a heavy blow to the Eagle Nation and the Empire. Chapter 91, When I Encountered Someone Digging My Corner. Eagle Sauce Domestic. Senior leaders gathered together, angrily staring at the large screen in front of them, especially at the moment when that imperial diplomat opened his mouth and dumped a chamber pot on their heads. The anger in their hearts reached its peak. Thank you. How dare they, the Empire, bite us? If you ask me, our space station is indeed their doing. What do you call this? In the words of Long Country, it's like a tree that doesn't shed its bark must die, and a person without shame is invincible in the world. With such behavior, even dogs would despise them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. The president at the forefront even awkwardly cleared his throat. In a lowered voice, he angrily reprimanded. Some words and phrases, if you don't know their meaning, just don't say them. Are the relevant departments ready? Mr. President, everything is ready. Don't think that only they will hold a press conference. Today, the international big screen can only be ours. Upon meeting the president's cold gaze, the senior leaders realized that their president was angry. Upon careful reflection, the Empire had indeed touched their bottom line in this regard. According to the president's account before the meeting began, in this matter, they Eagle Sauce were clearly the victims, especially during the phone call with the Empire's Guangtian. The president didn't even have time to say a word. Just a few minutes after ending the call, they received news of the Empire holding a press conference. Under the guidance of the Empire's public opinion, many netizens have already started leaving comments under their Eagle Sauce's official website. A glance reveals all kinds of unsightly words. Of course, all of this is thanks to the Empire. On the other side, having watched 100 rockets land smoothly, Jiang Chen's task was also considered complete. Just as he stood up to leave, everyone's gaze followed, particularly anxious. Is Comrade Jiang Chen leaving? They haven't seen Eagle Sauce confront the Empire yet. As soon as Wang Hai finished speaking, he immediately felt a bit regretful. Before he could explain, Jiang Chun smiled faintly, not directly responding, but raised his chin slightly, indicating, well, the exciting part you want to see is here. I have something to do, so I won't join the fun. He turned and walked out, casually waving his hand. Seeing this, while everyone hadn't fully reacted, Yu Qing quietly took a few steps back. He slipped out of the hall. In the corner, old Chun, who could see the whole situation, frowned slightly upon noticing Yu Qing's movement. He had a vague, bad premonition in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward to follow. Comrade Jiang Chun, wait a moment. Just a moment. The foot that was about to step out paused in midair. He looked back in confusion. His gaze first swept to the nameplate on the visitor's chest. This person is actually a researcher from the Long Institute in the imperial capital. Observing his demeanor and aura, he was indeed the typical posture of someone used to being in a high position. Given this appearance, combined with the earlier conversation with Old Wang and Old Chun, as well as many leaders, Jiang Chun boldly guessed that this person should be on par with Old Wang and Old Chun in terms of status. Not knowing the other party's surname, Jiang Chun nodded slightly as a greeting. Hello, sir. May I ask what you need from me? Seeing the other party's straightforwardness, Yu Qing, in contrast, appeared a bit awkward. Could he directly say to the other party, I specifically came out to dig your corner? No, right? It definitely wouldn't be appropriate, right? But thinking again, if he didn't speak up, when would the Long Institute from the imperial capital ever have the chance to cooperate with Jiangchun? In just a few months, they had already been surpassed by Pengcheng by such a large margin. He couldn't even imagine whether the Long Institute from the imperial capital would still be a rival to Pengcheng in the future. Although the progress of each district Long Institute was a great boost to Long Country's technology, making everyone happy, maintaining the dignity and status of a Long Institute in the imperial capital was more important than face. Gritting his teeth, Yu Qing stepped forward and handed over his business card. It's like this, Comrade Jiangchun. I am academician Yu Qing from the Long Institute in the imperial capital. During my stay in Pengcheng these past few days, I have witnessed their progress. Of course, this is not without your assistance. If you would also be willing to become a mentor for our Long Institute in the imperial capital, we will definitely present all kinds of resources and conditions with both hands as long as you speak. Jiang Chen's body trembled slightly. He had thought of several possibilities for the person in front of him to stop him, but he never expected that he would actually invite him to become a mentor at the Long Institute in the imperial capital. With hesitation on his face, he opened his mouth, but didn't have time to speak. A roar came from not far away. "Good for you, old you. I was wondering why you secretly ran out. Turns out you wanted to dig the corner of our Pengcheng. Don't forget, you are still on the territory of our Pengcheng Long Institute." Old Chun strode over, his hands not forgetting to roll up his sleeves vigorously. It must be said that Jiang Chan was seeing this side of Old Chun for the first time. After all, since they met, Old Chen's image in his mind had always been steady and serious, never smiling. Caught in the act, Yu Qing also felt a bit embarrassed, but upon careful thought, he was only striving for the imperial capital and had not infringed on the interests of Pengcheng. So what was wrong with that? Jiang Chun looked left at Yu Qing, right at Old Chun, regretting that he had slowed down a few steps earlier. Otherwise, how would he have encountered such an awkward scene? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt his arm being gripped tightly by someone. Then, Old Chun appeared in front of him. He opened his arms and glared at Yu Qing. Coldly, he said, "You go back to the hall now, and I'll pretend that what happened just now didn't happen." At this, Yu Qing's temper flared up immediately. "What? Is Comrade Jiang Chun your private property in Pengcheng? Doesn't he have his own thoughts? Doesn't he have the right to choose? I'm asking for Comrade Jiang Chen's opinion. What does it have to do with you? He hasn't said no yet, and you are blocking him directly, not allowing him to speak." Old Chen paused, wishing that Old Wang were here. He would have been more eloquent. The two sides glared at each other, and neither spoke again. The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Jiang Chun let out a long breath and said, "Gentlemen, don't let this small matter ruin the harmony. It's not worth it." Small matter? This is not a small matter. As soon as Jiang Chun said one sentence, he was simultaneously retorted by both of them. Stunned for a second, feeling a bit dazed. "Aren't you two quite in sync? This, old you, I am willing to hand over the technology. But that doesn't mean I have the time to stay at the Long Institute. I have my own things to do." Ding, ding, ding. The ringing interrupted his words. At the moment it was connected, it was Old Peng's anxious voice. "Jiang Chun, where are you? Don't forget that you need to come to the Long University competition today." Chapter 92. The Appointment. Unexpected. Jiang Chun coughed slightly and moved his lips. He indeed forgot about this matter. He tentatively asked, "How much longer? Can I make it if I rush over now?" On the other end, Old Peng heard his voice, crouched down to avoid the students who had come to watch, and moved to a quieter spot. Lowering his voice, he said, "Good kid, you really forgot about this? There's still 3 hours until it starts. You can make it, but have you prepared your model? The remaining time is too short. If you haven't prepared your work, it might be better not to come." Students from Lonka University are not easy to fool. Lonka University? Yu Qing, who was trying to get closer to Jiang Chun, immediately caught the key words. "It's south, not close from here. Besides, didn't he just rush over from the capital?" Suddenly, his eyes flickered, feeling that an opportunity to help Jiang Chun was coming. Due to being too immersed in his own thoughts, Yu Qing didn't hear the latter part of Jiang Chun's words. Only the last sentence. "I will try to arrive on time." What happened? Is there something going on? Old Chen was focused on defending Yu Qing and didn't pay much attention to the content of Jiang Chen's call. But he could see a hint of worry on Jiang Chen's face. Putting away his phone, he casually said, "It's nothing. Just an appointment with a student from Lonka University that I forgot about. I need to rush over now." Old Chen nodded, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Yu Qing beside him. "So, you're going to the capital?" "Just in time. I'm also going over to check out a small competition. Shall we go together?" A subconscious reaction made Old Chun sense a hint of danger at that moment. "No need to trouble old you. I'll arrange a special car for Jiang Chun right now." Saying this, Old Chun didn't give Yu Qing a chance to respond. 3 minutes later, a military off-road vehicle appeared in front of everyone. After Old Chun and Jiang Chun got in the car, he didn't forget to wave to Yu Qing. "Old you, I wanted you to come with us, but considering you have your own car, we'll leave first." The engine started. At Old Chen's command, the driver slammed the gas pedal down. The military off-road vehicle sped away. At the end of the long road, as the car was about to turn, Old Chen looked back at Lonka University and found Yu Qing still standing in place, pounding his fists and stamping his feet. A smirk curved at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, Even the cunning old fox can't outsmart this old hunter. Thinking this, his smile grew wider. Jiang Chun, where are we going next? Directly to Lonka University? At that moment, Jiang Chun was fiddling with the phone in his hand, his palm shrinking and then opening, not revealing what he was manipulating. He quietly responded, "No, I need to go back to the company first. The model hasn't been produced yet." Old Chin's pupils constricted. "Didn't you just say time was tight? You're only starting to make the model now. Will you make it in time? It's just a model. It's simple to make. Besides, excluding 1 hour of travel time, I still have 2 hours left to produce it. Even according to the current technology at Pingching Lonka University, 2 hours wouldn't be enough to produce a model. Even drafting a blueprint would take at least 2.5 hours. Old Chin realized this kid was incredibly talented, but this strength was just abnormal. No way. Such an exciting scene couldn't be only watched by him alone. Plus, once they reached the capital, it would be Yu Qing's territory. Their designated mentor couldn't rely on other regions Lonka University to support the scene. Seeing Jiang Chun focused on his operations, he quietly took out his phone and found Old Wang's contact page. After sending 2 messages, he only felt relieved once he got a response. His gaze inadvertently glanced at Jiang Chun's phone, which was filled with high-tech elements. Next to the 3D display, besides the model's calculation data, there were also basic parameters about the phone flashing continuously. But with a strong curiosity, he turned his head to look at that corner. Not knowing until he looked, he was shocked when he saw the parameters of the phone. Phone name, Yanhuang Technology version 1. 0, memory, 9,000 metric tons, battery capacity, unlimited signal reception range, within the Milky Way, CPU calculation speed, infinite protection performance. Earlier at Lonka University, they only noticed the phone as high-end features, but they had no idea it had such powerful performance. Now, the more Old Chin looked, the more shocked he became. 9,000 metric tons memory, unlimited battery, infinite calculation speed. These were acceptable, but the signal reception range within the Milky Way. Was this a phone? Was that a function it should have? Was it confirmed to exist? He panicked. What Jiang Chun held was no mere phone. It was essentially a living brain. Knowing that future phones could be this impressive, even Martin's coffin board might not hold up. Seeing the virtual numbers rapidly bouncing in front of him, Old Chun suppressed his heart rate, which was pounding like a war drum, and tentatively asked, "This phone, where did you buy it? Or did you invent it yourself?" Hearing Old Chin's question, Jiang Chun paused his actions and turned his head over. Nonchalantly, he said, "Oh, you mean this phone? I just made it for fun when I had nothing to do." Just this one sentence made Old Chun wish he could explode on the spot. Especially after hearing Jiang Chin's casual tone, he felt even more imbalanced. Both of them were engaged in scientific research. Why was he so outstanding? Suppressing the urge to throw Jiang Chin out, he took a deep breath several times before saying, "Do you have plans for mass production of this phone?" "Not yet," Jiang Chin replied. Hearing this, Old Chun breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense. Producing such a phone would certainly require a lot of time and effort. Moreover, such exquisite technology, if it didn't come from Jiang Chin's hands, would probably be impossible to achieve. But Jiang Chun had to take care of his company and also serve as a mentor at Lonka University. How could he have extra time to create these? After all, although Jiang Chin's strength was formidable, his energy was always limited. But he kept convincing himself that Jiang Chun was just like ordinary people. His energy was limited too. Next to him, Jiang Chun casually said, "I plan to wait until the phone upgrades to the highest version before going into mass production." Old Chin's eyes widened in shock. His lips trembled. The highest version? This ISNT the highest? Of course not. Once it's outside the Milky Way, it won't receive any signals. How could it be called the highest version? At this moment, Old Chin quietly stuffed his own phone deeper into his pocket. Chapter 93. Is it really a palm-sized model? Old friends meet. For a moment, Chun Lao, who considered himself at the forefront of technology in Longhua, inexplicably felt an urge to find a block of tofu to throw himself against. Jiang Chin's phone had such powerful performance, yet it was still being criticized. If it were his own phone taken out, wouldn't it be treated as trash and thrown into the garbage bin? I have to say, although Jiang Chun is young, his vision is truly high. As for Chun Lao, due to their differing thoughts, he feared that his little heart couldn't withstand the stimulation from Jiang Chun. for the next 20 minutes of the journey. He simply kept his mouth shut, either watching Jiang Chen operate or listening to Jiang Chen's instructions. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the company, and Jiang Chen's actions came to a halt. All right, the model is completed. According to Jiang Chen's request, Chen Lao stayed in the car to wait. He hadn't even reacted to the news that Jiang Chen had created a rocket model in just 20 minutes. And soon he saw Jiang Chen bringing the model out of the car, especially seeing that the model was so small that it was not even the size of a palm. He froze. He felt like his language system had been completely disrupted at that moment. He stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. This is the model you mentioned? Yes. It's just a gesture. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bullying the students if it got out? Chen Lao's face twitched. The feelings in his heart were hard to describe at that moment. Why do I feel like bringing out such a model is an insult to others? 20 minutes to create, it is indeed a bit rushed. Suddenly thinking of something, he was startled. Could it be that their company's military materials were running low? After all, they had just finished making 100 rockets. Thinking of this, he nodded silently, feeling he had found the truth. He took out the contact information for Dean Su Zheng and briefly explained the situation before contacting the head of the procurement department, Lin Xiaoya. Minister Lin, the task is completed. Here are all the procurement orders. Lin Xiaoya rubbed her slightly tired eyes, pressing down her constantly blinking eyelids. After taking the procurement orders, she said, "All right, you all go back and rest. I will summarize one last time." Just thinking about how everyone else in the institute would be admiring the spectacular scene of 100 rockets launching, while she had to rush to replenish the military supplies with the procurement department, made her feel extremely unbalanced. Ding! This was the information prompt she specially set for Dean Su Zheng. As soon as the sound rang, she jolted, suddenly waking up. She silently prayed, "Please, please. I hope nothing similar to that Jiang Chen incident happens again." Taking out her phone to check. Shaolin, the military materials on Jiang Chen's side should be running low. Arrange for a heavy truck to replenish the military materials from the warehouse and prioritize them for Jiang Chen's use. After browsing through this message, Lin Xiaoya angrily turned her phone face down on the table. She shoved her hands in her hair, rubbing it irritably. "Minister, is there another urgent task?" Lin Xiaoya's gaze fell heavily, and the procurement staff who was speaking instantly fell silent. "Let's go fill the stock for that Jiang Chen." An hour later, an extremely eye-catching military off-road vehicle drove directly to the entrance of Lonka University. Besides the security guard at the entrance, Jiang Chen also spotted another figure. He stuffed the model into his pocket and opened the door to step out, with a smile on his face. "Old Pang, didn't I say to wait for you inside? I couldn't stay at the practice field, so I might as well wait here for you to come over. At least I can chat with old Bai." As he spoke, the security guard nodded. "Old Pang, I never expected that the one who just called Jiang Chen was you. Last time I heard you went to Lonka University, I was sorry I didn't get to see you." Chen Lao walked over step by step, exuding confidence. Old Pang obviously didn't expect Chen Lao to come back. He paused for half a second before stepping forward to shake hands, his eyes slightly red. They were old comrades from the past. Is old Wang not coming? Chen Lao glanced at Jiang Chen and whispered, "He'll be here soon." Noticing Chen Lao's gaze, Old Pang instantly understood and nodded in satisfaction. "Hurry up. It won't be appropriate if you're late." He led Chen Lao and Jiang Chen inside. Old Pang's gaze swept behind him, frowning slightly, filled with doubt. Why didn't he see the rocket model that Jiang Chen had prepared at the practice field? What was initially thought to be just a small model competition had attracted a crowd of students in Lonka University uniforms, all eagerly looking at the center of the practice field, as if something there was strongly attracting their attention. "Old Pang, isn't it just a small model competition? Why are there so many people here to watch?" Jiang Chen frowned at the somewhat noisy scene, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. "Yeah, who says it isn't? But even now, I still don't know how everyone found out about it." While saying this, his gaze slowly shifted to Wang Ming and his team, who were gathered together. Old Pang could tell that this Wang Ming was not a good person. A few minutes later, Wang Ming noticed them and whispered something to the instructor Zhang Ye before walking over. Especially Zhang Ye, having mentored both Jiang Chen and Wang Ming, could be considered one of the main characters in today's competition. "Jiang Chen, today is the day you and Wang Ming agreed to meet as the main character. Why are you only just arriving?" "Wang Ming came to invite me early this morning. Zhang struck a superior mentor pose, leaning towards Wang Ming's words, revealing his true thoughts. Jiang Chun, neither angry nor happy, smiled lightly. Am I late? It hasn't even started yet. Zhang's mouth twitched slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. Senior, how can you speak to the instructor like that? Even if you have graduated, the instructor was your mentor before. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Before he could finish, Jiang Chun shot him a glance. Wang Ming instantly shut his mouth. He couldn't understand why he felt flustered just from that look. Old Pang, how has the threshold for hiring teachers at Lonka University dropped so much in these years? I never thought instructors could also call themselves mentors. Hearing this, Zhang Ye's face turned green instantly. What do you count as? He hadn't said it yet. Just as he was about to engage in a debate, he looked up and saw the nameplate on the person's chest. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. This is Chun Lao, the aerospace master from Lonka Academy in Pengqing District. Why is he here? And standing next to Jiang Chun, could it be a coincidence? Upon further thought, Jiang Chun, who was once reluctant to even give him a greeting, couldn't possibly have contact with such a person. Chapter 94, the competition begins. Such thoughts quickly dissipated in his mind. Zhang Yining would rather believe that Jiang Chun entered with Old Chun by coincidence than accept that Jiang Chun knew someone like him. Senior brother, we are already over here. What about your work? Why haven't we seen it? Wang Ming tilted his head, surveying the area around Jiang Chun, especially after seeing nothing. He couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. To better complete their rocket model, he had paid a hefty price. He had even given away the SS-level collectible rocket model from his study at home. With Huang Tian's help, they barely finished the rocket model at the last second of the 20-day deadline. Furthermore, after Huang Tian became a Level 4 researcher, his brain had absorbed the latest scientific knowledge from the Dragon Science Institute. This was also the most important reason he was willing to pay such a painful price. As long as he could beat this senior brother, who was crowned a genius, and dampen his spirit, Wang Ming would be considered a prominent figure in school from now on. The more he thought this way, the more excited he appeared. If it weren't for Huang Tian not having arrived yet, he would have wished for the competition to start right away. In contrast to his excitement, Jiang Chun appeared calm. You will see my model. After saying this, Jiang Chun had no intention of staying to listen to their useless chatter. Before turning to leave, he nodded slightly at Zhang Ye as a greeting. He sat down in a seat marked for participants, gazing blankly ahead, emptying his thoughts. Zhang Ye's reaction made him somewhat disappointed. Shaking his head, he wondered why he had agreed to compete with such a little brat in the first place. One hand slipped in his pocket, gently rubbing the palm-sized rocket model. As the competition time approached, the students from Dragon Science University at the entrance suddenly became noisy. Wow, is that a car from the Imperial Capital Dragon Science Institute? I never expected that even big shots would take the time to come to such a small model competition. If I had known earlier, I should have joined senior brother Wang Ming in making models. Rescue you? With your level, you'd just be a slacker. Senior brother Wang Ming wouldn't want you. You'd be better off with Jiang Chun. Speaking of which, senior brother Wang Ming's model was already brought over and displayed there. But have you seen senior brother Jiang Chen's model? The few people gathered together shook their heads, casting disdainful glances at Jiang Chun. Heh, he graduated 2 years ago. He must have forgotten all his professional knowledge by now. I don't think he prepared any model at all. TSK. But look at his calm demeanor. Does he really not care about anything? Now that the people from the Imperial Capital Dragon Science Institute are here, won't he be embarrassed later? Ding! Jiang Chen's phone vibrated. He lowered his head to check the time. Is the performance starting? Respected leaders, fellow students, thank you all for taking the time to attend the spontaneous rocket model competition. Sitting in the participant seat, Jiang Chun listened to the host's polite words, stifling yawns. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside him, and he turned to look. I was just caught up by those leaders from Dragon Science University, but thankfully, old you came in time, so I managed to escape their pleasantries. Remembering the mini rocket model in Jiang Chen's pocket, Old Chen expressed his concerns. In this competition, just relax. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Clearly, he did not think that a mini rocket model made in just 20 minutes would have any significant value. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiang Chun caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. His lips moved slightly. How did Huang Tian come here? The voice was small but clear enough for Old Chen to hear. Frowning, He directed his gaze over. Upon seeing that person, his brow furrowed even tighter. Isn't he a researcher from our Pengcheng District Dragon Science Institute? How'd he end up here? Old Wang and the others haven't arrived yet. Filled with doubt, the two observed and found Huang Tian stepping over to the participant's seat opposite Wang Ming. And most importantly, he was sitting in the central position. Turning to examine the rocket models displayed on the side, and recalling Huang Tian's current status as a level 4 researcher, Jiang Chun instantly understood, not revealing it, just reassuring Old Chun. But Old Chun was also sharp, especially after seeing Huang Tian sitting across from them. There was nothing he couldn't figure out. The senior brother you said you would compete with is Jiang Chun? As Huang Tian settled down, he had already noticed Jiang Chun across the way, his gaze flickering and his brows knitted tightly. As for Wang Ming, he still hadn't realized the seriousness on Huang Tian's face. He even said proudly, "Yes. I heard he graduated 2 years ago. He probably forgot all his professional knowledge. But senior brother, you don't know, that day in the cafeteria, he scoffed at the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, TSK. I believe once you see it, you won't be able to hold back." With Wang Ming's incessant chatter filling his ears, Jiang Chun knew well enough about his own strength. Especially after the class reunion last time, he finally understood that the liquid nitrogen methane rocket that ascended in the Dragon Country was clearly made by Jiang Chun himself. Cursing Wang Ming quietly beside him, "Damn. If I had known I was competing with Jiang Chun, would I still help you for a double S-level rocket model? How stupid can you be? Do you even know who Jiang Chun is?" But Huang Tian couldn't find an opportunity to interject at the moment. Next, let's invite our 2 participating contestants to the stage to showcase their respective rocket models. The host on stage, gripping the microphone, excitedly announced. After exchanging pleasantries with Yu Qing and the senior officials from Dragon Science University, he took a half step towards Jiang Chen's direction, only to have an arm cross in front of him. Looking back, he saw the president of Dragon Science University smiling broadly at Yu Qing. "Mr. Yu, please join us." The latter bit his lip. It was indeed inappropriate to refuse in front of so many people. Nodding, he took a position farthest from Jiang Chun in the judging area. "Wang Ming, please bring your model to the center of the stage." "Mr. Jiang Chun, you too." As the words fell, all attention in the audience shifted to the two. Wang Ming stood up, adjusting his school uniform jacket, and walked confidently toward the makeshift platform in the practice area. He pointed at the 3-meter-high rocket beside him. "This is the rocket model that my team and I created. However, since entering, I haven't seen my senior brother's model, and I'm really curious now. Does my senior brother want to surprise everyone?" Chapter 95. Half-Baked Technology on Display. Jiang Chun slowly stepped onto the stage, unfazed by Wang Ming's provocation, not even giving him a glance. In the audience on Wang Ming's side, Zhanya quietly walked towards the host after standing up. He cleared his throat to get the host's attention and signaled with his eyes. Upon seeing this, the host immediately approached with a smile. "Mr. Jiang Chun, please bring your model over now." Jiang Chun's gaze swept around the venue and finally settled on a display stand on his side. Around that stand, 8 cameras were positioned at different angles. A white curtain hung above, resembling a projection screen. Initially puzzled, Jiang Chun watched as Wang Ming pressed a button, causing the curtain to flicker and light up, particularly when he noticed a 3-meter-tall rocket model appearing on the screen. Jiang Chun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He didn't expect Lonka University to take this competition so seriously. Naturally, he couldn't let all the preparation go to waste. In his pocket, the hand holding the model moved slightly. He took a few steps to the front of the display stand. The host paused for a moment. "Mr. Jiang Chun, are you going to do this alone?" "Yes," Jiang Chun replied succinctly. Many students on site were clearly stunned upon hearing this. They had witnessed the arduous process Wang Ming led his team through to develop their rocket model. And yet, Jiang Chun was doing this alone? Wasn't that a bit unfair? The numbers were simply not equal. "Sure, be careful with your words. Are you suggesting that Instructor Zhang Ye is being unfair? Keep it down." After this warning, those who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Jiang Chun immediately silenced themselves and redirected their attention to the stage. Before they could take a closer look, a gasp echoed around them. Looking up, they saw a palm-sized rocket model prominently displayed on the screen. "What? Is he giving up?" "Yeah, that's just a toy rocket model bought from a toy store, right?" Ha ha ha. Elder Chun frowned as he glanced at the students laughing around him, his expression turning cold. He then looked worriedly at Jiang Chun on stage, whose calm and indifferent demeanor made his heart skip a beat. He had a bad feeling. He instinctively clenched his hands on the armrests of his chair. The host, holding a small notebook, and Wang Ming, also present, were equally taken aback. The palm-sized rocket model indeed looked like a toy. The host's mouth twitched. Mr. Jiang Chun, you must be mistaken. Are you sure this is the model you want to use for the competition? Jiang Chun nodded and lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. The host wanted Jiang Chun to explain to everyone, but it seemed that he had no such intention and was instead engrossed in his phone, scratching his head awkwardly. The host realized that this gentleman had misunderstood the competition format. Knowing he was alone, he decided to exploit the loophole in the rules, even reducing the rocket size. Well, this also proves that our competition is absolutely fair and just, the host thought to himself, trying to find a way out. This was undoubtedly the most awkward moment he had experienced as a host. Hearing the host's commentary, Elder Chin shot him a sidelong glance, dissatisfied. What a lack of insight. If you get slapped in the face later, don't complain about the pain. Senior, you spent 20 days to make this tiny thing? What can it do? It might break with a single step. Why not change the model for the competition? Surely your company has other models. As soon as this was said, the audience whispered among themselves, this senior runs a company? Is the model he brought something he made himself? Or silence. Yu Qing said coldly, and the surrounding chatter immediately ceased. Who was Jiang Chun? Was he someone you could casually discuss? Heh. A cold smile appeared on stage as Jiang Chun toyed with his transparent, thin phone, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. The competition has a specified rocket size. Your 3-meter-tall rocket model seems to me to be merely for show. Half-baked technology, and you dare to flaunt it? I truly wonder who will end up more embarrassed. You. Wang Ming glared at him, his anger igniting within his chest, almost ready to explode. However, considering the students present, school leaders, and many prominent figures from Lonka Academy, he held back and even forced a smile. In that case, since my junior is so confident, I want to steal your thunder. For fairness, would it be better if we demonstrated together? In a moment their eyes met. Jiang Chun instantly saw the calculation that flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. He immediately interjected, together? Wang Ming, confused, wondered if Jiang Chun had hit his head when he left home. Did he really want to present that toy-like model alongside his 3-meter-tall rocket model? Wasn't this just showing off? However, Wang Ming was skilled at seizing every opportunity. Considering Jiang Chun might change his mind, he quickly agreed. The stage was set. In a corner of the testing ground, Old Wang led a few researchers from Pengqing Lonko Academy into the fray. They looked on as Jiang Chun and the opposing university students walked towards their respective rocket models. Hiss! Jiang Chun's model didn't he get moved here? Old Wang whispered as he sat beside Elder Chun. Elder Chun suddenly turned around, glancing at Old Wang with disdain. Are you blind? Isn't that Jiang Chun's model on the stand? Upon hearing this, Old Wang's entire being felt as if struck by lightning. What kind of model is that? Did you all rush here and just buy one on the way? Of course not. Jiang Chun made that remotely while on the way. Before Old Wang could ask anything else, Elder Chun impatiently interrupted. Just watch. We don't know how that model will perform. What? Are you saying it hasn't been tested yet? On stage, Wang Ming took out a remote control and directly operated it. The 3-meter-tall rocket model began to emit a buzzing sound. Simulating a real rocket, the model extended its supports, firmly anchoring itself to the ground. White vapor quietly emerged. The senior leaders and students from Lonka University gasped. Could it really take off? Heavens, it's only been 20 days. How could Senior Wang and the others be so impressive? The praises nearly made Wang Ming lose himself in pride as he lifted his head. Senior, you should start quickly too. Everyone is waiting. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the small model. Chapter 96, Winning Big. From now on, all the rage at Lonka University. At some point, the palm-sized rocket model that was originally on the display stand had slowly lifted off. Unlike the white vapor of Wang Ming's 3-meter model, this one had a tail propeller that even emitted a striking blue-purple gas. This little model, resembling a toy, surprisingly had a complete rocket structure. Was that a vector thruster? TSK. Though small, it seemed to have everything, with Jiang Chun showcasing such a model. I now looked forward to how Wang Ming would respond. The department head of Lonka University squinted his eyes and spoke to the principal beside him. Meanwhile, there was no sign of Jiang Chun on the platform. He was now leaning against a nearby tree, yawning from time to time, casually operating a smartphone with one hand open and closed. Noticing the astonished gazes of many, including Wang Ming, Jiang Chun finally looked over and said, "What? Aren't you going to launch a rocket? Didn't you say you wanted to compete?" Wang Ming was stunned and momentarily didn't know how to respond. The booster was emitting blue-purple gas, something they had studied in class. Rockets, regardless of size, could be differentiated based on acceleration, flame color, and some buzzing sounds. His hand holding the remote started to tremble as he swallowed nervously. When they set the launch program for their rocket model, it had always ended in failure. Now Jiang Chun was asking him to launch his rocket model as well. Wasn't he that pushing him into a corner? In a moment of desperation, he turned to Huang Tian, sitting nearby. His confidence was clearly lacking. "Senior." Huang Tian was intently watching the mini rocket model in the air. Hearing Wang Ming's call, he retracted his gaze. "What? Didn't you add the launch device at the end? Just control it. Why are you looking at me?" His tone was somewhat cold and clearly distant. "Senior, let the rocket take off." "Yes, what are we waiting for? Jiang Chen's model has already lifted off." Indeed, our Jiang Chen's model had been waiting for his to launch for a long time. Wang Laoda chuckled, stroking his beard, his eyes filled with amusement. Wang Ming felt anxious, his eyelids twitching, sensing something bad was about to happen. But now, in front of all the teachers and students, he had no choice but to move forward. Gritting his teeth, there was no other way. He clenched the remote tightly and took a deep breath. As if making a huge decision, he pressed the button. Buzz! The model trembled violently a few times, and the white vapor at the bottom thickened. The base lifted off the ground and slowly moved upward. Wang Ming himself tightly closed his eyes, not daring to look at the scene before him. Wow, it took off. This is incredible. The gasps of astonishment gradually relaxed Wang Ming's tightly furrowed brows. He tentatively moved his ears, and indeed, there was the sound of a rocket taking off. He opened his eyes and saw the rocket at eye level. He jumped up excitedly. "Senior, we did it, did you see?" At that moment, Huang Tian's expression was not very good when he heard this, trying to avoid making eye contact with Wang Ming. But upon seeing Jiang Chen's ambiguous gaze, he wished he could dig a hole and escape. Retracting his gaze, Jiang Chun frowned at the 3-meter rocket model across from him. Not good. He quickly took a few steps forward and pushed Wang Ming, who was overly excited. The latter stumbled, almost falling flat on his face. "What are you doing? Didn't my rocket take off too? Why are you pushing me?" Wang Ming struggled to get up and brushed the dust off his pants. Just as he was about to argue with Jiang Chun, he suddenly heard Jiang Chun shout, "Everyone retreat." Quickly, the crowd, still in a state of excitement, hadn't even had time to calm down before the sudden turn of events. Bang! A loud crash. The 3-meter rocket model crashed to the ground. A huge pit appeared in the center of the experimental area. "What's going on?" The students in the front row, who were the first to react, were dumbfounded and looked horrified. Seizing the opportunity, they quickly got up and rushed back to avoid being hit by the rocket. Even if it was a model, its power shouldn't be underestimated. "Evacuate in an orderly manner. Everyone stay calm." The host shouted into the microphone, his feet never stopping as he ran towards the distance. Looking at the chaotic scene, even Chun Lao and the others wanted to help clear the way, but they had no idea how to start. The white vapor hit the dust on the ground, and the rising sand particles made the scene blurry. The lying rocket model was restless, flames flickering around it, as if it was about to launch off the ground at any moment. The atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could solidify, making it hard to breathe. "Please follow the evacuation route displayed on the screen." A calm voice rang out from above. The restless teachers and students gradually calmed down. They looked up to see that the source of the voice was the palm-sized model they initially had no expectations for. And even the evacuation route on the screen was captured in real time by the small model. Moreover, every student's head appeared on it, with no blurriness typical of regular cameras. The images were exceptionally clear. "Oh my God, this is so cool. Is this really just a small model? Who said it was a toy?" Seriously, they must have been blind. Sizzle. Behind the crowd, in the center of the rocket platform, the lying rocket model twisted its head and shot forward. Wang Ming, standing right in front of the rocket's tip, felt his legs give way and fell directly to the ground. His face shimmered with sweat, his lips moving, but no one could hear what he was saying except for himself. Jiang Chen sighed. Why didn't this person know to dodge that rocket tip? Complaining in his mouth. His hands were still moving. Starting attack skill, please lock onto the target. 3-meter rocket model. Locking complete. The electronic voice of the small model echoed in the air. The entire faculty and student body halted in their tracks. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was leisurely leaning against the tree, they instantly felt their spirits soar. Their gaze followed the small model, agilely moving in the air. The route seemed chaotic, but the experts engaged in research on site immediately recognized the orderly trajectory. As the saying goes, only those in the know can see the subtleties. Target locked. Conservative destruction. The command was issued, and in the blink of an eye, a beam of intense light shot out from the small model as the focal point. Everyone instinctively shielded their eyes, and a burnt smell soon filled the air. Chapter 97, when he operated, I didn't even blink. A sharp explosion echoed from the white mist. Many students from Lonka University recognized it as Wang Ming's scream. Director, Wang Ming is still inside. Yes, I saw that the rocket was moving directly towards Wang Ming. Well, shut up. The school leaders and the experts from Lonka College are here. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Yi scolded softly, his gaze fixed on the thick mist ahead, his eyes flickering. His lips moved, but he didn't say anything. It's just unfortunate that Wang Ming didn't study the rocket properly and launched it carelessly. Now that an accident has occurred, it's just his bad luck. Lao Yu, we're both here. With something like this happening, we can't escape responsibility, Elder Chen said quietly, looking ahead. They were now in Dijing, and important human resources still needed to be directed by Yu Qing. After stabilizing his mind, the latter let out a long breath and dialed the phone number. Defense Department, send the nearest team to Lonka University to resolve the issue with the rocket model malfunction. Hurry. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. On the other end of the line, as the voice fell, the president of Lonka University, along with several senior officials, arrived in front of Yu Lao and the others. Sweating profusely, he tentatively asked, I'm sorry to have startled everyone. The school's security personnel will be here soon. Why don't you all go to the lounge to rest for a while? Hearing this, the silent Elder Pang furrowed his brow and opened his mouth as if to say something. The straightforward Elder Wang showed no consideration for the other party and said somewhat irritably, Jiang Chen hasn't come out yet. How can we old men leave? If anything happens to him, none of us will have a good time today. Elder Yu's face darkened. Yes, if anything happens to him, it will be a huge loss for Longhua. Watching the aerospace experts exchanging words, these simple sentences directly revealed Jiang Chen's importance to them and to Longhua. Elder Pang did not expect their reactions and felt even more gratified. It seems that Xiao Chun has truly won over these old stubborns with his strength. However, the leaders of Lonka University present were confused, exchanging glances, all thinking the same question. How could a young man in his 20s receive such attention from them? Especially the elders Wang, Peng, Chun, and Yu, who looked as if they wanted to rush in themselves. They recalled that the young man had just used a palm-sized model to guide everyone to escape smoothly and orderly. Furthermore, during the 3-meter rocket operation, he had set a standard route to intercept. He clearly remembered that not long ago, the liquid nitrogen-methane rocket had 8K ultra-high-definition satellite images. Connecting the dots, the president of Lonka University suddenly had a bold idea, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Where are the security personnel? Why aren't they here yet? Hurry up. It's too foggy. Is there a fire inside? Call the firefighters too. Quick. Seeing the president personally directing the operation, all the faculty and students immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Many physically fit students rushed into the nearest teaching building, grabbed fire extinguishers, and charged over. Xiao Chun, how are you in there? Give me a sign. Elder Pang stood at the edge, anxiously looking inside. His cane thudded heavily on the ground, resonating in everyone's hearts, creating unbearable tension. A few minutes later, the sound of alarm bells grew closer, and everyone turned to look as if they saw hope. Bang, bang, bang. We are members of the Dijing Defense Department, here to assist. We're the first firefighting team of Dijing. Look, Wang Ming is actually in midair. Before the firefighting captain could finish his words, a shout from the crowd drew the attention of most faculty and students. Following the direction of the person's finger, they saw a blurred, disheveled figure hanging in the air, moving towards the safe area where they were. Wang Ming's teammates and Huang Tian couldn't believe their eyes. Did I see wrong? Wang Ming is being hoisted out. Moreover, it seemed that the thing lifting Wang Ming was the small model created by Jiang Chun. As this was said, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, trying hard to see the true nature of the object behind Wang Ming. Different from their focus, the firefighting captain raised his hand to stop his teammates and pulled out the hose. Cease operations, prepare to enter, and check for survivors. Initially puzzled, the team members and faculty only realized what was happening when they saw the hook from Jiang Chen's rocket model release the collar of Wang Ming's shirt. They then noticed that the once hazy area had become clear. Rescuing people, fighting fires, automatically planning routes, clear video footage, automatic voice broadcast. My goodness, are these really functions that a rocket model should have? Not to mention the faculty and students of Lonka University. Even the aerospace experts present were momentarily stunned. In the history of rockets in Longhua, no rocket has ever possessed even one of these skills. Old Chun, did you see the process of Jiang Chun making the rocket? Do you know about these functions? Elder Chun was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, I didn't even blink when Jiang Chun was operating beside me. But how come I know nothing about these functions? As everyone was puzzled and sorting through their thoughts, Elder Pang, while waving away the still lingering mist, called out hoarsely, Xiao Chun, how are you? Respond to me. I am Grandpapan. A crunching sound came from his feet. Elder Pang looked down and discovered that the 3-meter-high rocket model had likely been destroyed in the chaotic process by Jiang Chen's model. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dirty arm with torn clothes stained with bright red blood. Xiao Chun. Elder Pang felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body trembled for half a second, and he immediately suppressed his grief. Throwing away his cane, he rushed towards Jiang Chun. Come, someone. A stretcher. Is there a stretcher? Elder Pang shouted at the top of his lungs, wanting to pick Jiang Chun up, but his injured leg couldn't support the weight of both of them. In his anxiety, his eyes turned red. When Elder Chun, Elder Wang, and the others arrived, they saw Elder Pang desperately dragging Jiang Chun towards the exit. Shocked, they hurried forward to help. They hadn't expected Jiang Chun to be affected, but thinking of the time they had wasted in the safe area, all the experts fell into deep self-reproach. Chapter 98. The Theory of Threats. The cannons pointed at your doorstep. Imperial Capital Battlefield Hospital. A middle-aged man rushed through the hospital entrance. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Upon closer inspection, his calves were slightly trembling. Director, are you sure you want to come in person? You just finished an 8-hour surgery last night, and you haven't even rested for 3 hours since then. Your body can't handle it. I can take over today's surgery. The footsteps of Jiang Huhai didn't slow down due to his colleague's words. Instead, they became more hurried as he rushed towards the elevator. Taking advantage of the brief seconds of rest, he stated seriously, No, old you personally called me over. This matter definitely won't be simple. I must be on the front line. Through the reflective elevator, Jiang Huhai finally saw his current appearance. Frowning slightly, he thought, How did I end up like this? Taking a breath, he decided to meet old you first. Ding! The elevator hadn't fully opened when Jiang Huhai squeezed out sideways. The vice president behind him hadn't even reacted when his figure had already disappeared from sight. At the surgery door, several aerospace experts from the Imperial Capital Fanglong Institute and the Pengqing Long Institute were anxiously pacing back and forth outside. They occasionally checked the indicator lights above. Why is it taking so long? Why isn't he out yet? Calm down. Jiang Chun was only pulled in for 3 minutes. Old Chun said, his fingers trembling. Old Yu and Old Pang exchanged glances, understanding but not voicing it. Old Yu, you've waited long. Seeing Jiang Huhai arrive, Old Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. Quick, the comrade inside is carrying the hope of our dragon country's future. You must ensure he comes out safe and sound. This is a task assigned by the organization. Please be sure to accomplish it. As he finished speaking, Yu Qing raised his hand and solemnly patted Jiang Huhai's shoulder. With each pat, Jiang Huhai felt an unprecedented weight. This feeling was reminiscent of when he followed the Expeditionary Army to the front lines during the war, facing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At that time, countless lives were lost, and to drive the Eagle Sauce out of H country, he personally witnessed the Dragon country sacrificing too many people. During the peak of the war, missiles from Eagle Sauce were randomly dropped from the sky in the makeshift battlefield hospital. If it weren't for Old Yu's assistance, Jiang Huhai wouldn't have been one of the fortunate survivors who returned. Later, under Old Yu's guidance, he successfully advanced from a medical assistant to the position of director of the Imperial Capital Battlefield Hospital. Although he and Old Yu were now of equal rank, in his heart, Yu Qing's directive was a task that must be accomplished at all costs. Yes, Jiang Huhai guarantees to complete Old Yu's instructions. Jiang Huhai's body trembled, instantly standing upright, raising his hand to salute. He spun around and stepped into the changing and disinfection room next to the surgery. As for the vice president and some intern doctors who had been standing in the corridor, they were clearly stunned by the scene. They exchanged glances, their expressions revealing obvious shock. Was the person who just stood here really their usually kind and gentle director? That sharp aura in his eyebrows and the hoarse voice he yelled with suddenly pulled everyone in the corridor back to the bloody battlefield, making them involuntarily feel a sense of respect. 1 minute later, Jiang Huhai changed into a white coat, disinfected his entire body, and donned protective goggles, then led a group of medical staff into the operating room. He had made all the preparations, both in actions and in mindset. However, upon entering the operating room and seeing Jiang Chun on the operating table, he was struck hard. The hope of the Dragon Country's future is indeed very young. Old Yu never mentioned that this hope was so young. Director, did we make a mistake? Did we enter the wrong operating room? A nearby medical staff's words struck right at Jiang Huhai's heart. You go out and confirm. Hurry. As the medical staff went out, Jiang Huhai began checking Jiang Chen's physical condition. Even if they had entered the wrong operating room, what lay before him was still a living life. Not a second should be wasted. 3 minutes later, when a medical staff sent out to confirm the situation looked back at Jiang Chun, his face was filled with shock. If it weren't for Jiang Huhai's reminder, his brain, which felt like it had been struck by lightning, seemed like it would still be in a state of crashing. Director, it's definitely him. But Old Yu and the others asked me to bring you a few words. Upon confirmation, Jiang Huhai's expression remained calm, and his movements were swift and orderly. However, upon hearing the medical staff explain the reason for Jiang Chen's injury and the incident involving 100 rockets launching, the hand holding the stethoscope visibly trembled. He stumbled, almost falling onto Jiang Chun. However, his glasses weren't as fortunate, falling directly beside Jiang Chun. A trace of bright red stained the frames, glaringly reflecting in Jiang Huhai's eyes at that moment. Such a talent could be considered a well-deserved hero of the Dragon Country. No wonder so many aerospace bigwigs were waiting outside. Now Jiang Huhai finally understood the doubts in his heart. But at the same time, the pressure on his shoulders seemed to have increased. The pressure he felt in his mind lasted only a second. He knew what he was doing. During the surgery, he couldn't let himself think too much. He only needed to know that getting Jiang Chun to wake up quickly was the top priority. On the international forum, the debate between Eagle Sauce and the Empire had reached a boiling point, especially after the higher-ups of Eagle Sauce began to interfere with the Empire's live press conference. The Empire seemed to be instantly enraged, turning its cannons toward Eagle Sauce. They declared that if you still couldn't admit your mistakes, then we would never withdraw our cannons. In the face of the Empire's threat, Eagle Sauce scoffed, showing no regard for their childish tactics. They immediately convened a high-level meeting, and after intense discussions, they resolved to investigate the truth. A thorough investigation. After all, the whole incident had occurred in a rather absurd manner. If it were related to the Dragon Country's reusable rockets, it would make sense. Where are Smith and Trenlu? Have them return to their posts immediately. If this matter isn't resolved, they will be directly dismissed from Eagle Sauce. At the door of the confinement room, the stubble on Smith and Trenlu's faces almost covered their expressions. I hope you won't hold me back this time. Leaving this statement, Trenlu glared at Smith and walked past him. Chapter 99, Madman. A group of research madmen. Top, top, top. A series of hurried footsteps echoed through the hospital corridor. Chun Lao and the others, who were already tired and gradually falling asleep, were suddenly startled awake. Opening their eyes, they saw Su Zheng jogging towards them, along with two soldiers in military uniforms, adorned with numerous medals on their chests. The few of them quickly stood up and reorganized their emotional expressions. They straightened their bodies and saluted. "Hello, Chief." "Hello, Su Yuan." The three nodded perfunctorily, and all three pairs of eyes turned towards the closed operating room door behind them. "How is it? How is Comrade Jiang Chun doing now?" Ding! The warning light installed above the operating room seemed to respond eagerly to the chief's inquiry. Just as the words fell, it turned to a dim state. The crowd went forward in response. Jiang Huhai rushed out from inside, and when he noticed the two leaders, his gaze suddenly contracted. He then stood firm and solemnly spoke. "I report to the leaders. The task has been successfully completed. We are just waiting for the patient to wake up." Good, good, good. Comrade Jiang Huhai, you have successfully safeguarded the high ground of our dragon country's aerospace technology research and development. You have made a great contribution, one of the leaders said, and the other leader followed up. "After I go back, I will write a commendation application for you to the higher-ups. You did very well this time." Jiang Huhai stood there in a daze, his eyes slightly red. He hid his trembling hands behind his back. Isn't it just 30-some hours without sleep? What's the big deal? Compared to the chief's praise, it's nothing. As a demoted colonel, Old Peng was undoubtedly the one with the lowest rank among the crowd. He was quickly squeezed to the back and could only watch from a distance. However, witnessing Jiang Chun being surrounded and sent to the ward by a leader, Old Peng's eyes turned red with comfort. He quietly slowed his pace and wiped away his tears. What a good kid. No wonder he's the son of Xianji. He has a future. Inside the ward, only Su Zheng and the two leaders remained, while the others were all sent out on the grounds that too many people would disturb Jiang Chen's rest. The benches outside were not enough for Chun Lao and the others to sit down. One by one, they either stood, leaned against the wall, or paced back and forth at the door of the ward. Jiang Huhai, who had finished all follow-up work, rushed over without even taking off his white coat. He hadn't had time to take a closer look when he noticed the red, bloodshot veins in his eyes and his haggard, weathered appearance. But Jiang Huhai seemed completely unconcerned about his image, even panting as he asked, "How is Comrade Xiao Jiang? If all goes well, he should wake up around this time." While speaking, he took the report form from the medical staff behind him. "Here are the dietary and other precautions I've compiled. The fragments embedded in his arm have been surgically removed, and the main reason for his fainting was the impact on his head. We will have to observe the other situations after Comrade Xiao Jiang wakes up." After a few sentences, the three elders listened attentively. As soon as Jiang Huhai finished speaking, Wang Lao got up to leave, automatically taking on the responsibility of solving Jiang Chen's meal situation. They noticed that Jiang Huhai said Jiang Chun was about to wake up. "He is awake. Comrade Xiao Jiang is awake." Wang Lao, who had already walked to the corner, paused, wanting to turn back, but thinking that Jiang Chun was still hungry. He resolutely stepped away. As his figure disappeared around the corner of the corridor, the others exchanged brief glances and all rushed into the ward. The few scientists left outside jumped up excitedly, crying tears of joy. "Great! Comrade Jiang Chun is awake. I finally have the chance to ask him about the liquid nitrogen methane rocket. Heaven bless the dragon country." Even Jiang Huhai, the attending physician and director of the battlefield hospital, was stunned by this group of research madmen. In his memory, he had never seen these scientists so disregarding their image, crying in front of others. He had never seen a group of scientists guarding the door of a ward in such a disheveled manner. In the past, if they were asked to do anything outside of research for even a minute, they would feel like they were wasting time. But now, they stood at the door for 3 hours, and each one was as stubborn as a plaster, no matter how the medical staff tried to drive them away. Coming back to his senses, he raised his eyes to see the group of researchers surrounding him. "Director Jiang, Comrade Xiao Jiang must be fine now, right?" "Yes." He was struck on the head. "Will Comrade Xiao Jiang have any sequelae?" "Director Jiang." In his ears, one would say Director Jiang, and another would ask if Comrade Xiao Jiang would be all right. Jiang Huhai had never felt that these researchers were so difficult and noisy before. Stop! Jiang Huhai raised his hand to rub his ear. For a moment, he even thought about throwing this group of people out the window. But out of his inherent upbringing, he ultimately held back. He very patiently said, "Comrades, just keep your hearts at ease. Comrade Xiao Zhang's body is currently fine. All right, then we will trust you. If anything happens to Comrade Xiao Zhang later, we will definitely come to you." After saying this, they turned and entered the ward, leaving Jiang Huhai alone in a state of confusion. He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Why do I feel like I've been tricked by this group of people?" Inside the ward, Jiang Chun woke up to see a crowd surrounding him. With a somewhat pale face, his features were all scrunched up. "Su Juan, Jian Lao, Wan Lao, what are you all doing here?" There were quite a few people. "You finally woke up. Jiang Chun, how do you feel now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Jiang Chun recalled the scene before he fainted, when the 3-meter rocket model was blasted apart by his own palm rocket. Since he had not tested it before, even he found it hard to control its power. He never expected that the position he stood in would be affected. The sharp pain from the fragments embedded in his arm was still fresh in his memory. He thought about it and tried to move his arm. Apart from numbness, there was no other sensation. He didn't say much, just instinctively furrowed his brows. One of the leaders immediately shouted, "Jiang Huhai, explain to me what is going on right now." Hearing the voice, everyone, including Jiang Chun, jolted. Jiang Huhai rushed in, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. "Chief, Comrade Xiao Jiang is still under the effects of the anesthetic." Chapter 100, Fraud. "You still say this is a model? My entire arm is numb right now because the anesthetic hasn't completely worn off. It has nothing to do with this doctor." Jiang Chun attempted to prop himself up, leaning against the headboard of the hospital bed, his voice still hoarse as he spoke. The air in the ward instantly became tense. As for the leader who spoke earlier, upon realizing he had misunderstood Jiang Huhai, his expression turned a bit awkward. Standing beside him, Su Zheng glanced at Jiang Huhai and Jiang Chun, then at the leader who had come with him. Suddenly, he thought of something and stepped forward to clarify. "By the way, Jiang Chun, I've sent someone to bring over that small rocket you demonstrated at Lonka University." As he spoke, a researcher from Pengcheng Lonka Institute, leaning against the wall, walked over holding a silver safe. When opened, inside lay a small rocket that emitted a constant humming sound. Seeing this, Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. Why did they bring it over without closing it? He reached out, ready to take the model. However, due to the effects of the medication, he couldn't lift the model from inside the safe at all. Everyone watched as Jiang Chen's fingers grasped the rocket model, and with an unsteady grip, it was about to fall to the ground. Several researchers reacted quickly, diving for the direction the rocket was falling. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled thuds sounded. The rocket was caught, but the person fell hard onto the floor. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. "Are you all okay? It's just a model. There's no need to go to such lengths." "Just a model?" The people from Pengcheng Lonka Institute, used to Jiang Chen's nonchalant tone when delivering shocking statements, felt no further turmoil in their hearts. However, to the researchers from Dijing Lonka Institute and the 2 leaders, it was earth-shattering news. Just as they were about to say something, the rocket model held by the researcher automatically started playing a voice recording. "Beep. The competition video has been recorded, now playing automatically. Connection with mobile terminal established. Please confirm." On the bedside table, Jiang Chen's personal items were neatly arranged. A transparent phone emitted a faint blue light. "Turn off the flash," Jiang Chen ordered. The phone's original vibration and faint blue light disappeared simultaneously. "Cancel playback." "Comrade Jiang Chen, we've already heard about the power of that small rocket outside. May we see the video?" Following the sound, Jiang Chen recognized another leader standing by his window. He didn't understand what was so interesting about a short video. However, out of respect for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, he nodded in the end, even though he didn't quite understand. "That is my phone. Please, Su Yuan, take it out and point at my left eye." Following Jiang Chen's instructions, Su Zheng operated the phone while the researchers in the room, along with Jiang Huhai facing Jiang Chen's bed, dared not blink, fearing they might miss something. They heard the prompt, "Unlock successful." The phone screen changed, no longer displaying a hollow, transparent color, but now showing some crystalline text. Jiang Chun continued to direct, Now place the phone on a flat surface. Clench both fists above the screen, and then spread them apart. If the researchers from Dijing Lonka Institute still didn't quite understand such actions, the next moment, when a 3D view appeared before their eyes, everyone nearly dropped their jaws. Leaning against the side of the hospital bed, Jiang Chun yawned quietly and then said, "To enlarge the 3D image, just extend both fists above the screen, open them, and pull your palms apart." Hearing this, Su Zheng swallowed hard, unable to hide his excitement. Having lived most of his life, he had never seen such black technology, let alone now being the one to operate it. After his manipulation, the 3D image continued to expand until it covered the entire ward. Wow, I was already prepared to tiptoe to watch the video. And it can actually expand by itself? What kind of divine operation is this? Our institute has never had related research. Not to mention, I doubt the entire Dragon Kingdom has similar proposals, right? The two leaders trembled slightly, their gazes towards Jiang Chun on the hospital bed becoming even more fervent. This treasure must be cherished and held in the palm of our hands. The leader gazed up at the 3D image, his heart racing, unable to suppress a gasp. Open the switch on that model, and the competition footage can be displayed. After adjusting the angle, Su Zheng casually pulled over a chair and sat down beside him. The footage of Jiang Chun competing with that student at Lonka University appeared. An hour later, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of emotion. A palm-sized small rocket can lift an adult man and bring him to safety, and Jiang Chun says this is a model. Moreover, this small rocket can automatically calibrate and plan a route. The people from Lonka University say this is a toy. At the scene, surrounded by white mist, no one could see what was happening inside, but due to its automatic recording feature, the small rocket had preserved all the footage. It could emit laser-like energy and easily shatter a 3-meter rocket model. Is this really something a model can do? Suppressing their astonishment, the people in the ward exchanged glances. Just as they were about to discuss, Jiang Huhai let out a long breath, reminding them that Comrade Jiang Chun must be too tired and has fallen asleep in such an environment. With so many of us, we should leave. A room full of big men, when they went out, tried to suppress their footsteps, making as little sound as possible or no sound at all. This scene was something they had never imagined. When Old Wong rushed back with fruits and meals, what he saw was a group of big men sitting on the ground, quietly discussing something outside the ward. Unfortunately, as he approached them, they had just finished their discussion. One by one, they left or stayed. In the end, only Yu Qing and Old Wong remained in the ward, watching over Jiang Chun. Old Wong learned of Di Jing's ambitions from Old Chun at Lonka University, keeping a distance from Yu Qing the whole time, not even exchanging a word. In the Di Jing leader's office, Peng Jiangwo and Zhang Linhua sat facing each other. Looking at the teacups on the table, they remained silent, but their hearts were already stirring with waves of turmoil. What do you plan to do with this comrade Jiang Chun? And what about his inventions? If no measures are taken, they might soon be leaked abroad. Peng Jiangwo pulled out a pipe, lit it, and placed it in his mouth. He squinted and took a deep breath. As he exhaled, circles of smoke obscured both of their views. Let's deliberate carefully. Chapter 101. Is Eagle Sauce joining in? Then let's fight. The Information Security Department of Bear Country. Fan Shalov looked at the report on his desk, lost in thought. The contents displayed were gathered from the Panda Space Station, especially the several images attached to the back of the document, showing the Eagle Sauce's space stations with remarkably clear penetrative images. As he flipped through them, Fan Shalov couldn't help but exclaim, "My goodness! Eagle Sauce's space station was completely penetrated? When did their strength weaken to this extent?" This shock transformed into awe as he flipped to the last page. In the battle photos, there was a rocket that exuded an imposing aura just by its appearance, with a bright red emblem prominently displayed. Familiar, yet strange. Is this the emblem of our brother country? Is it for real? Crisp. Fan Shalov kept flipping through the photos in his hand, his breathing gradually becoming rapid. The photo of the liquid nitrogen methane rocket seemed as if it would launch through the photo at any moment. Kumin, Kumin, amidst a series of exclamations. Two information security officers rushed in through the door. They adjusted their hats, stood tall, and then stomped their feet. "What are your orders, Commander? Is there any movement from Dragon Country recently?" Fan Shalov clasped his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in front of the two. After saying this, his eagle-like gaze shot toward them. The two instinctively swallowed hard. There were rumors at the International Alliance Conference about Dragon Country launching a liquid nitrogen methane rocket. But so far, Dragon Country had not given a clear response. Additionally, Eagle Sauce and the Empire space stations have been successively destroyed recently, for reasons unknown, with the Empire suffering the heaviest losses, including damage to surrounding islands and dormant volcanoes that hadn't erupted in a century. Upon hearing this, Fan Shalov raised his eyebrows, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable joy. However, he only let it show on the surface and did not reveal it directly. There's one more matter to report. Right now, the Empire and Eagle Sauce are at odds, each pointing their cannons at each other, and war could break out at any moment. Oh, Fan Shalov's interest was instantly piqued, his eyes lighting up. However, that excitement was fleeting. After considering the reasons behind it, he could not help but feel a bit dimmed. They wouldn't stand up. The two exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding the situation. When is the military exercise between Dragon Country and the Empire? In 5 days. Help me submit a cooperation application to Dragon Country as soon as possible. Once Fan Shalov was left alone in the office, he walked to the window and pulled aside the semi-transparent curtain. The master and the dog, even if they fought, were just putting on a show for others. Without the support of Eagle Sauce, how could the Empire possibly navigate the international arena smoothly? Moreover, the confrontation between the Empire and Dragon Country was just 5 days away. With the Empire's greatly reduced strength, how could they possibly turn against Eagle Sauce at this time? As for his brother country, he truly underestimated them. The more Fan Shalov looked at the photos in his hand, the more he liked them. He couldn't help but click his tongue. A rocket as imposing as this seemed tailor-made for our warrior nation. If I get the chance, I will definitely buy one back at a high price and place it at my doorstep for my children to play with. At the military headquarters in Pengcheng, Zhao Weiguo clenched his fists tightly. He only realized after returning from Dragon Academy that Su Zheng and the two elders had gone to the imperial capital. His plan was thwarted. With less than 5 days left until the military exercise with the Empire, he was anxious. He heard footsteps at the door, and he suddenly turned around. How's it going? When will Su and the others be back? Report, sir. They probably won't be back for a short time. I heard Su went to the battlefield hospital with Chief Peng. It seems he is there to visit someone. After hearing his assistant's words, Zhao Weiguo had some vague suspicions. The only person in all of Dragon Country who could make Su Zheng and even old Peng regard him with such importance was probably just one person. That night, Zhao Weiguo drove straight to the battlefield hospital in the imperial capital, spending an hour and a half on the way. When he arrived and inquired about Jiang Chen's ward, he hadn't even entered the room when he heard loud laughter from inside the corridor. Through the glass on the door, the first thing he saw was Jiang Chen leaning against the bedside, sipping rice porridge. His heart skipped a beat. With a bang, he opened the door and rushed in. What happened? Jiang Chen, Wang Lao, and the others were completely unprepared for Zhao Weiguo's sudden intrusion and were startled. Wang Lao patted his chest, and when he recognized Zhao Weiguo, he was taken aback. Commander Zhao, with the upcoming exchange with the Empire, shouldn't you be preparing for battle in Pengcheng? How could you come here? I went to Dragon Academy to find you, but you weren't there. I heard you all came here. Jiang Chen, lying in bed, knew that the visitor was a commander. It was inappropriate to continue drinking the porridge. Coupled with Wang Lao's earlier words, he could roughly guess the purpose of his visit. So he simply set the bowl on the bedside table and prepared to get up. Sorry for troubling you, Commander. There's not much I can offer you here. Please have a seat. Zhao Weiguo responded, wanting to say something but hesitating, his face showing clear difficulty. Wang Lao and Yu Lao were not blind, and they exchanged knowing glances before stepping out. As the two left, Zhao Weiguo slowly spoke. In 4 days, we have a competition in scientific weaponry between our Dragon Country and the Empire. As we all know, the Empire has always been focused on Eagle Sauce. Even if the battle situation is tense these days, that is an unchangeable fact. With the Empire's support, if we use the liquid nitrogen methane rocket you developed, we might achieve victory. However, if Eagle Sauce also joins in, the chances of success would diminish greatly. The youth of Dragon Country have deeply rooted national grievances and familial hatred. The moment the competition with the Empire was mentioned, Jiang Qin's blood boiled with excitement. Confronting the Empire? I wonder if there are any limitations on numbers? Zhao Weiguo did not expect Jiang Qin to ask this, especially when he saw the inexplicable excitement in Jiang Qin's eyes. He was momentarily taken aback. Normally, people would frown with worry upon hearing this. But why was his reaction so different? It seemed he was eager to clash with the Empire. He opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He could only shake his head, saying, "There aren't any restrictions on numbers, but even so, we can't produce more technological equipment. After all, Eagle Sauce's technological foundation is there." Slap. Jiang Qin's already recovered hands slapped his thigh. "Who says we can't produce more? I just built 100 rockets." Chapter 102, remember, it's a notification, not a discussion. As the words fell, Zhao Weiguo couldn't sit still anymore, suddenly standing up with his eyes wide open, sizing up Jiang Qin again and again. Perhaps due to shock, his speech became somewhat intermittent. "Why, you said what? 100 rockets?" "Yes, they were made a couple of days ago, and the test flight was successful. As for the attack power, we only made a small profit," Jiang Qin replied. The Eagle Sauce and the Empire space station, as well as the islands around the Empire, danced together with volcanic ash and the sea. Zhao Weiguo choked a bit, almost coughing on his own saliva. "The news yesterday was that you doing it? Why couldn't even Eagle Sauce detect it?" The two exchanged glances. Jiang Qin smiled without saying a word, while Zhao Weiguo looked curious. Because that rocket not only had all the skills of a liquid nitrogen methane rocket, but also included ground attack capabilities. Moreover, Jiang Qin added anti-reconnaissance skills, making it undetectable by the satellites of those Eagle Sauce countries. At some point, the door to the hospital room opened, and Su Zheng walked in with a smile. Zhao Weiguo, still in a daze, mumbled, "No wonder our information strategic headquarters hasn't received any news." As if he thought of something, he suddenly looked up at Su Zheng. Could it be that the huge Sum Wong Lao sacrificed for the privileges was used here? Su Zheng nodded, stroking his beard proudly. "That's right, just as you thought. I really didn't expect that your Lonka Institute would also have a day of taking advantage of young people. TSK, TSK." Hearing the unexpected answer, Su Zheng immediately wiped the smile off his face. "Director Zhao Weiguo, what do you mean by that? If you can't say anything nice, then don't say anything at all. Hey, don't be stubborn. Jiang Qin is here too. I heard that you only applied for 2 billion. You tell me, does that match the rockets produced by Jiang Qin?" With that one sentence, Su Zheng was instantly rendered speechless. After a long while, he couldn't refute a single word. Zhao Weiguo cast a cold glance at Su Zheng beside him, then looked at Jiang Qin with shining eyes. "Comrade Jiang Qin, do you mean that we can borrow a few rockets?" Seeing Zhao Weiguo's unworthy expression, Su Zheng chuckled twice, but, considering the current situation was indeed unfavorable for him, ultimately chose to remain silent. Besides, the rockets were made by Jiang Qin, and the benefits were given to the Lonka Institute by him. Even if Jiang Qin wanted to lend out all 100 rockets, they had to accept it without complaint. Thinking this way, the next moment, he heard a voice beside him. "A few rockets? That's not enough. The Empire's tiny islands often provoke us, and now Eagle Sauce wants to join in? Let's hit both at once. 100 rockets, not a single one could be left out." Zhao Weiguo's breath caught, and he felt a wave of cool air flow through his limbs. That kind of power struck directly at the top of his head. His body and mind felt unprecedentedly refreshed. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed 3 times. Having no chance to linger in the hospital room, Zhao Weiguo was ushered out by Su Zheng under the pretext that Jiang Qin needed a rest. He felt as if he were in a dream. His recent experience seemed somewhat unreal. The liquid nitrogen methane rocket had already shocked him immensely. It was hard to imagine how astonishing a rocket capable of attacking the enemy would be. Rockets that come with satellites? Or satellites with attack capabilities? In the cool night, Zhao Weiguo's heart began to race. His blood was boiling. Such rockets, such advanced technology, belonged to their dragon country. And it wasn't just one. There were 100 of them. A full 100. The next morning, in the office of the leaders of the dragon country, Long Hua and Zhou Huiran sat across from each other, looking at the cooperation application from Bear Country on the long table in front of them. "What do you think? I wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on Bear Country's attitude this time?" Zhou Huiran shook his head, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. In this confrontation with the Empire, many countries look at our dragon country through color glasses, but Bear Country's willingness to help is still commendable. But then I wonder, why didn't they help earlier or later, but only now? Longhua slowly picked up the cooperation application, taking a deep breath. You're right, but we can't refuse too harshly, right? After all, their strength is apparent. Plus, our dragon country has always advocated for peaceful development. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Picking up the cooperation application, Longhua returned to his seat and calmly looked toward the door. Kumin. An assistant walked in with a stack of documents, wearing an official smile. We received a transmission of images and data from the Imperial Capital and the Pengqing Lonka Institute. He handed the top red document box to Longhua and then turned to leave the office. Longhua and Zhou Huiran were stunned for a moment. When the District Lonka Institute's report work, different colored boxes represent different levels of importance. The red document box is not only expedited and encrypted in document transmission, but the content conveyed is also the highest level of scientific research secret. Zhou Huiran couldn't sit still anymore. You know, the last time the red document was activated by the Imperial Capital in Pengqing was during the campaign to help our country confront Eagle Sauce. 3 hours later, every document on the table was nearly flipped through to pieces by the two, especially the video data, with 100 rockets launching into the sky. The immense roar made them feel as if they were there. When they heard Jiang Chan decisively using the Empire and Eagle Sauce for experiments in the video, they were profoundly shaken. They remarked that this kid was a bit reckless and impulsive, but the admiration in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Is this the young man who created the liquid nitrogen methane rocket, as Su Zheng and the others said? Good. He is impressive. I'm looking forward to meeting him more and more. Old Zhou, this time I'm taking charge. He must attend the showdown between our dragon country and the Empire. What a great young man. Rewind the video. I want to watch it again. Longhua picked up his teacup, using the lid to tamp down the tea foam. Taking a shallow sip. We've wasted a bit of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't take 10 days. Puffed. Jiang Chen's nonchalant voice came from inside, causing Longhua to spit out a mouthful of tea. What did he say? 10 days? Zhou Huiran's face was equally filled with shock, and after a moment of buffering, he barely digested this information. My ears just finished an examination yesterday. There is definitely no problem. In an instant, Longhua straightened his back even more and lightly coughed. Notify Bear Country that we will solve our own problems. Chapter 103. Can't figure it out, can't understand. In the strategic headquarters of Bear Country, in the center, there's a long table that leads directly to the entrance, equipped with a 3D strategic terrain map. The location marked on the map is the southeastern sea area that Long Country and the Empire had agreed upon early on. Several imposing and fierce generals stand around the long table, their deep gazes fixed on the 3D strategic terrain map. One general, with eyes the color of dark green, yawns and expresses his confusion, wondering why the military exercise between Long Country and the Empire has to involve them. He then looks at the other generals, who also seem to have had a restless night, and asks, "Did you all receive the last-minute notice last night? The Marshal's direct order?" "Yes, but what I received was just a request to prepare in advance. We were supposed to cooperate with Long Country. Whether they agreed or not is another matter." General Gria, I advise you not to jump to conclusions. As soon as these words were spoken, the expression of the tall man with dark green eyes instantly darkened, clearly unhappy both in his heart and on his face. What do you mean by that? If Long Country doesn't want to embarrass itself in a military exercise against the Empire, do they have any other choice but to accept our help? I agree with General Gria's statement. After all, the equipment of Long Country is truly hard to describe. Losing without a decent performance would be a luxury for them. Winning is impossible unless they rely on our valiant Northern Combat Team. Our soldiers are born for battle. Plus, with advanced weapons, although the Empire has the help of Eagle Sauce, our cannons are not to be underestimated. It seemed like General Gria thought of something, his gaze disdainful. Although this cooperation request was submitted by us, we still need to make it clear to them when we meet with Long Country who the big brother is. Ha ha ha, that's for sure. At that time, we can do it this way. The generals at the strategic headquarters were openly discussing how to establish their authority and the subsequent cooperation to combat the Empire and Eagle Sauce when the door to the long table suddenly swung open. The Marshal of Bear Country and Vanchilov entered, bringing in a gust of cool wind. From a distance, it was evident that both of them were not in good spirits. A pang of anxiety hit them, and they stood straighter, especially Vanchilov, whose face was nearly as dark as the bottom of a pot. Submitting the cooperation request to Long Country was his idea, but he hadn't had a chance to report it, and he didn't expect Long Country to respond so quickly. Moreover, they directly sent back a message of rejection to the Marshal. He found himself caught off guard. The Marshal shot him a cold glance before slamming his palms on the table. No more discussion. Long Country has rejected our request. They intend to go solo this time. After this statement, the meeting room fell into silence. It took a while before someone voiced a doubt. What? Did I mishear? Long Country is going to handle it themselves? Have they forgotten that the Empire still has Eagle Sauce's equipment? The Marshal waved his hand irritably. Long Country's attitude towards this matter is very firm. If that's the case, we can only sit back and watch and wait. Although he couldn't understand the reason behind Long Country's arrangements, he was unwilling to believe that Long Country had such strength. In the office of the capital leaders, Peng Jianguo and Zhang Linhua had just arrived in the office when they received a secret order from the leaders. Most importantly, this secret order was transmitted specifically via satellite. Zhang Linhua shivered. Don't open it yet. Let me guess, our military exercise with the Empire won't have their help, right? Peng Jianguo snorted coldly, opening the document by himself. Are you talking about Bear Country? Ha! If they wanted to help us against the Empire and Eagle Sauce, they would have said it long ago. Why wait until now? The most important thing is, don't forget, there are less than 4 days until the military exercise starts. Peng Jianguo's 2 sentences were like a bucket of cold water poured over Zhang Linhua's head. Although the competition with the Empire was just a drill, you know that the deep-seated hatred of the Long Country people would definitely come out during the competition. But even with our sentiment and passion, it would still be hard to win against the sharp weapons provided by Eagle Sauce to the Empire. Zhang Linhua's words fell like a stone sinking into the sea, and Peng Jianguo did not respond for a long time. Then he heard a sharp intake of breath. Noticing the change in Peng Jianguo's expression, Zhang Linhua stood up and leaned over to take a look. What's going on? His gaze fell on the document in front of him. Zhang Linhua frowned tightly, springing up from leaning against the chair. Bear Country proposed cooperation with us? When did this happen? Why are we in the dark? Faced with Zhang Linhua's triple questioning, Peng Jianguo couldn't answer immediately, but the curve of his mouth betrayed his inner emotions. Ignoring Zhang Linhua, who was babbling on by the window, he continued to scroll through the document. 2 minutes later, Peng Jianguo said in a deep voice, "Don't fantasize about Bear Country sending out their most advanced northern fleet." Bang! He pushed the keyboard away and rubbed his temples. Everything you fantasized about will not come true. The higher-ups have made it clear that they rejected Bear Country's cooperation request. What? Zhang Linhua strode over to Peng Jianguo in 2 steps, pushing him aside to sit down himself. He scrolled the mouse, reading rapidly. In that moment, he even felt his potential about to be unleashed. After a moment, he paused his scrolling hands, mouth agape. Old Peng, what's wrong? Did your mood calm down after reading it? Peng Jianguo's voice carried obvious regret. Did you see this? Zhang Linhua turned the computer screen towards Peng Jianguo. Zhao Weiguo from Pengqing District is also going to join this competition. Pengqing District? Peng Jianguo's mind jolted. According to the internal strength ranking of Long Country's military, the station forces in Pengqing District are among the weakest. If they participate, Peng Jianguo had no hope at all. If they were put in a military exercise, they would probably struggle to last even 10 minutes. My God, Comrade Jiangshun is also going to attend this competition. Peng Jianguo felt weak in his legs. He had just had surgery. What was he going to do? Zhang Linhua swallowed hard. The higher-ups didn't specify too much. Chapter 104, Force Silence, became a hot commodity in the southern war zone of Long Country. Peng Jianguo stood outside the door, his mind heavy as he gazed at the soldiers inside. Ready for action, his thoughts drifted, unable to find a clear direction. Good morning, Chief. A sharply dressed officer with 2 stripes and a star on his shoulder called out. This voice snapped Peng Jianguo back to reality, and he suddenly realized where he was. After organizing his emotions, he raised his hand and patted the officer's shoulder. sizing him up from head to toe. Not bad. Looks like everyone is almost ready. The officer, full of spirit, beamed with confidence. Absolutely. This time, in the battle against the Empire, our soldiers are all eager and fighting to sign up. By the way, Chief, everyone hopes to see you. I wonder if you have time now? As the head of the Southern War Zone, Peng Jiangwo had no reason to refuse the soldier's request. All right. As Peng Jiangwo strode into the room, the officer perked up and immediately followed. He clapped his hands to signal everyone. Everyone, the chief has arrived. With a rustle, the soldiers, who had been sitting on the ground cleaning their weapons, all stood up. After exchanging knowing glances, they soon erupted into a unified chorus directed at Peng Jiangwo. Good morning, Chief. As his gaze swept over the soldiers present, especially when he saw their fighting spirit and readiness. He couldn't help but feel the weight of the documents he had seen, with Zhang Linhua earlier pressing down on him even more. However, showing fear before battle was a major taboo in the military. As the leader, he must not project such negative emotions onto his soldiers. The applause that continued in his ears ignited Peng Jiangwo's blood, which had been quiet. Yes, nothing has been decided yet. Why should he feel disheartened here? His eyes suddenly sharpened. You all have worked hard. He stepped up to the podium, raised his arms, and made a downward motion, silencing the applause and greetings immediately. In 3 days, we will have an important evaluation organized for us. Are you all ready? The officer beside him stepped forward, clenched his fist, and shouted, reporting to the chief. The soldiers of the Southern War Zone are always ready. Always ready. Always ready. At this moment, Peng Jiangwo's emotions were fully ignited. Although this was just a military exercise for the glory of Long Country, we must give our all and demonstrate the spirit of Long Country soldiers. Yes, yes, yes. The shouts echoed throughout the venue. The overwhelming momentum created a bigger wave of sound, sweeping over the entire place. Back in the Eastern War Zone, Zhang Linhua did not choose to passively accept the situation. According to the notice from above, he immediately convened a meeting. A few officers took their seats, their moods heavy as the military exercise was imminent. But upon hearing Zhang Linhua's announcement, their expressions grew even heavier. With a long face, Zhang Linhua, sitting at the head of the table, could naturally sense their feelings. However, this was not the time to feel down. With a sharp clap, Zhang Linhua's hand hit the table, startling the surrounding officers. They immediately turned their attention to him. Everyone, you need to understand that I've called you here to solve problems, not to see your gloomy faces. Now, let's hear your thoughts. Zhang Linhua's gaze fell on the 2 officers in front. Seeing that they couldn't avoid it, the one on the right straightened up. In my personal opinion, the inclusion of Peng Cheng will not affect the overall military exercise. Therefore, the best approach is to stick to our previous arrangements to deal with the Empire. Don't have too high expectations of them in Peng Cheng. I agree, but I have a question. In which formation will Peng Cheng be arranged to face the enemy? As soon as this was said, the others also turned their gazes towards him. This was indeed what they wanted to ask. Although they knew it didn't mean much, at least they needed some psychological preparation. Zhang Linhua shook his head and raised a hand to indicate a number. In the conference room, everyone couldn't help but collectively gasp. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Linhua was not surprised, and the person who had asked the question sat back down dejectedly. The entire room fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. The invisible pressure seemed to press down on everyone's necks, making their heads droop low. Zhang Linhua frowned, observing the aura of despair emanating from everyone, and he felt a surge of anger rising in him. Worrying about Peng Cheng's strength is one thing, but losing confidence in this military exercise is entirely another. What? The military exercise hasn't even started, and you all are ready to give up? If that's the case, you might as well withdraw now to avoid embarrassing Long Country later. Noticing Zhang Linhua's displeasure, several officers exchanged glances, their faces looking quite grim. Chief, that's not what we meant. Since the leadership has arranged it this way, it means that our colleagues stationed in Peng Cheng also have their strengths. Seeing Zhang Linhua's expression soften a bit, the officer across the table continued to speculate. Could it be that the station Peng Cheng has their secret weapon? Upon hearing this, Zhang Linhua's eyes brightened. Associating it with Jiang Chen's abilities, this reasoning seemed plausible. Moreover, The leadership had specifically noted that Jiang Chun would also participate. Could it be that there is really a turning point in this matter? In just a few seconds, Zhang Linhua's expression completely changed to one of optimism, with his eyes almost blooming with joy. In that case, let's end today's meeting here. Everyone, go back and continue preparing. Once everything is ready, we will set off. As the meeting concluded, the officers walked out, dazed. Why are you staring at me? Do you understand the chief's meaning? I get it. No matter what happens in Pengcheng, we still need to hold our positions. Zhang Brigade Commander is right. In this battle, we must showcase the spirit of Long Country. Obey orders and follow commands is what we need to do and must do. That night, in the Imperial Capital Hospital, a heated debate arose among the researchers from Pengcheng and the Imperial Capital regarding whether Jiang Chun should accept the invitation to be a specially appointed mentor at the Imperial Capital Long Science Institute. Jiang Chun himself was flanked by Elder Wang and Elder Chun on either side of his hospital bed. Isn't it up to me to decide? Jiang Chun asked, looking at the intense discussion unfolding before him. Elder Chun handed Jiang Chun a peeled apple and said, "You already refused old you in Pengcheng. Did he listen to you then? You can trust the dean with this matter. He won't let you down." Chapter 105. Settling in the Southeast Sea Region. 3 days later. Southeast Sea Region. The military helicopter looked down. The entire island appeared as if it were welded into an iron cage, forming an impenetrable barrier. Report, Commander. Our helicopter is approaching the target island. Prepare to land. Zhao Weiguo responded decisively. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Jiang Chun, who had come with him, leaning back in his seat with his eyes closed, resting. Comrade Jiang Chun, after 2 days of sailing, is your body still holding up? It's fine, Jiang Chun replied, half lifting his eyelids. He slightly lowered his forehead, making it difficult for Zhao Weiguo to see his expression. For a moment, Zhao Weiguo felt somewhat uneasy. After all, he was still just a 20-something kid. If it weren't for these days of military exercises, Jiang Chun should still be recuperating in the hospital. Although Long Ku Institute's Ji Yun had completed the control of 100 rockets under Jiang Chun's command. In the context of military exercises and competitions with other countries, such a large-scale situation, if faced with uncontrollable factors, she still lacked confidence in managing it well. Therefore, to ensure that the military exercise could proceed smoothly without any mistakes, the night before departure, the team at Pengcheng District Long Ku Institute discussed and ultimately decided that it would be more prudent for Jiang Chun to personally control the 100 rockets. Moreover, Jiang Chun was also a designated participant in the documents, so all arrangements were justified. Report, Commander. The heavy truck formation is nearing the edge of the island. Report complete. Over. Received. Show proof and prepare to accept the organization's test. Along with issuing the order, he reminded Jiang Chun, who was sitting beside him. Comrade Jiang Chun, we are also preparing to land. The latter nodded, okay, receiving the response. Zhao Weiguo looked at Jiang Chun's lukewarm attitude and felt somewhat awkward. When had he, the commander of the Pengcheng garrison, ever been intimidated by a young person's aura? But now he was tensing his toes against the ground, feeling embarrassed enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. However, this situation underwent a significant change after the helicopter landed, including Jiang Chun. The personnel of the Pengcheng garrison could feel the indifference on the faces of the soldiers from the Eastern and Southern Theater commands. Jiang Chun frowned, feeling somewhat suspicious inside. What was going on? What is this all about? They're not some pestering plague gods. Or is there some estrangement between the Pengcheng garrison and these soldiers? But why are they so indifferent to him? He had just arrived and hadn't offended anyone. Suddenly, a heavy truck sped towards them from not far away, making a sharp turn just before reaching Zhao Weiguo and Jiang Chun. The heavy tires left blackened arcs on the ground. A strong smell of rubber wafted towards Jiang Chun's nose as the tires heated up from friction with the ground, accompanied by a cloud of dust. He frowned in disgust and took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Zhao Weiguo stepped forward and shouted angrily, "Which theater are you from? Get down and apologize immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you on behalf of your commander. It's early in the morning. Commander Zhao really is quite the temper. I didn't do it on purpose." Following this, the heavy truck door opened, and a rugged-looking soldier jumped down. He had thick eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, with a scar running from his ear to the corner of his mouth, and an unknown smile on his lips. His gaze, however, was sizing up Jiang Chun beside Zhao Weiguo. Especially upon seeing how young Jiang Chun was, his pupils involuntarily shook, but he hesitated for only half a second before quickly returning to normal. Why is Commander Zhao bringing a rookie here for such an important occasion? Is he planning to train him, or should I help you test him first? Jiang Chun frowned, coldly eyeing the soldier in front of him, choosing not to say much. He just tilted his head, examining the greenery, the equipment hidden behind the rocks, and the soldiers checking their weapons and ammunition clips. Then he looked back at the soldier in front of him and let out a cold laugh. Su Kuang, who was closely watching Jiang Chen's expression changes, asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "Me? I'm laughing at your inability to discern the importance of the situation, at your ignorance of right and wrong. I'm laughing at your arrogance, at you being a brainless fool." Hiss. After these words came out, the soldiers who had come with Su Kuang carefully observed his reaction and couldn't help but gasp. Even the soldiers who had been checking their weapons couldn't resist glancing over. Some couldn't help but whisper, "This kid is brave, daring to mock Major General Su Kuang. Indeed, who in the military doesn't know about his fiery temper? Even if the commander personally intervenes, it might not be controllable. Did you see Major General Su Kuang's expression? I bet this kid is finished today." Two soldiers who were inspecting their ammunition clips muttered under their breaths. Suddenly, another soldier approached, carrying 5 rows of clips and sporting a face smeared with special colored substances. He frowned at the scene, set down the clips in his arms, and scratched his head. But this kid came with the Pengcheng garrison, could it be? Since entering the military camp, Su Kuang had carved out a path for himself with his passion. When faced with the enemy, when had he ever endured such humiliation? In an instant, he couldn't help but laugh in anger. He tucked his thumbs into his belt buckle and twirled them. "When I was out there fighting, you were still playing in the mud. Don't even look at your own soft, pale appearance. Who gave you the confidence to talk to me?" As he spoke, Su Kuang crossed his arms and leaned against the tire of the heavy truck behind him. "You." Zhao Weiguo stepped forward, ready to teach him a lesson, but his arm was suddenly pulled back by Jiang Chun. Turning to look, Jiang Chun had already stepped past him, standing face to face with Su Kuang. His tone was neither warm nor cold. "With the imperial military exercise imminent, yet you cling to me, a rookie. Aren't you the one unable to discern right from wrong? Don't you know the urgency? There are many veterans with richer combat experience than you, like Wang Lao and Chun Lao, and even Commander Zhao's military rank and service years surpass yours, right? Aren't you the arrogant one? With you in long country, I really don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse." Jiang Chen's sharp eyes shot towards Su Kuang, making the latter feel as if his soul was being penetrated. His heart trembled, and his back felt cold. "What are you all doing standing around? Time is tight. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me for not showing mercy in front of the allies." Peng Zhengwo strode over from the tent. He immediately noticed Jiang Chun in front of the heavy truck, his eyes brightening. "Comrade Jiang Chun, why didn't you say anything when you arrived? I could have come to pick you up." Chapter 106. The sudden appearance of the Eagle Sauce aircraft as soon as Peng Zhengwo finished speaking. Zhang Linhua's voice came from behind him again. "Ha ha ha, Comrade Jiang Chun, you're just in time. Old Peng and I have developed a brand new combat plan together with the commanders, and we were just waiting for you to come and discuss it with us." Zhang Linhua clapped Zhao Weiguo on the shoulder, urging, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come with us." Soldiers from the Eastern and Southern Theater watched as the leaders of the Southern Theater, Peng Zhengwo, and the Eastern Theater, Zhang Linhua, surrounded Jiang Chun and Zhao Weiguo. Heading towards the tent, the soldiers around the heavy truck carefully observed Su Kuang's expression, which was dark and brooding. He suddenly turned and kicked the tire. "Damn, who is this kid? When did he get so close to the commanders? You want to know? Why not just come and ask me directly? Why provoke Comrade Jiang Chun?" A cold yet authoritative voice came from behind. Su Kuang froze and stiffly turned around. "Chico Mandir, E." Peng Zhengwo raised his hand to stop him, glancing sideways. "You don't need to explain to me. You should know the discipline in the army. This is a special situation, and I won't hold it against you now. But I'll make a note of it in the records for rewards and punishments. We'll settle this when we get back." After speaking, Peng Jiangwo glared at him and left with his hands behind his back. Su Kuang clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding together. Jiang Chun, I want to see what abilities you have in the upcoming military exercise. Inside the tent, after the three commanders and many officers had redrafted the combat plan, they saw that Jiang Chun had no different opinions and prepared to send their subordinates to their respective posts. Once the officers left, only the three commanders and Jiang Chun remained in the tent. Jiang Chun quietly gazed at the combat map of the Southeast Sea region on the long table before finally speaking. I have two small items prepared for you, one for the Eastern Theater and one for the Southern Theater. Upon hearing this, Peng Jiangwo and Zhang Linhua's eyes brightened. Jiang Chen's hand, hidden under the table, couldn't help but tighten. So now I need to meet with the information strategy technicians from both your theaters. All right, we'll arrange that right away. Half an hour later, Peng Jiangwo and Zhang Linhua left the tent with their respective technical personnel, who were each holding a thumb-sized USB drive. They stared at the USB drives in their hands, their expressions filled with silly grins, as if they were holding something fake. Zhang Linhua nodded and leaned closer to Peng Jiangwo, lowering his voice. How about it? With this, do we have a better chance of winning? I've been worried for so long, but Comrade Jiang Chen already had a countermeasure. Peng Jiangwo's furrowed brow didn't ease as he gazed at the distant waves. Let's see how it goes. These two small items may not necessarily turn the tide in our favor. With that, Peng Jiangwo walked with his hands behind his back, each step seeming to bear an invisible weight. Late at night, the Southeast Sea region was eerily quiet, apart from the sound of waves crashing against the shore. The only noise came from the machines running inside the tent. The soldiers on night watch changed shifts repeatedly. Inside the Pengcheng Garrison's information department tent, Jiang Chun sat on a makeshift bed, fiddling with his phone. Ji Yun, stationed in front of the electronic equipment, and two other members of the information department focused intently on the screen. Ji Yun's fingers flew over the keyboard, a thin layer of sweat already forming on his forehead. He occasionally wiped his brow, his lips pressed tightly together. Why can't I get past this last hurdle? The first long alarm sounded. The screen suddenly went black. Ji Yun and the other two members looked at each other in shock, frowning. Team leader, this is already the 59th failure we've had this afternoon. Why don't you take a break? One of the members couldn't help but suggest. Ji Yun shook his head. No, we must complete this installation as soon as possible. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Hong Chan behind him, feeling puzzled. The method and steps he taught me that day were clearly these. So why can't I make it work when I try it myself? Did he not teach me the key points? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought before it fully formed. Someone who could lower the price of their developed rocket to the minimum and even submit all the core technology to the country must be broad-minded and not secretive. Suddenly, alarms blared outside the camp, one after another. Intermittent red lights flickered, illuminating the positions of surrounding sentries. The sound of hurried footsteps was dense yet orderly. Jiang Chan paused for a moment, looked outside the tent, then returned to his task. What's happening outside? Go check. Yes, team leader. One of them opened the tent, and a flying vehicle zipped past, marked with the distinctive emblem of Eagle Sauce. This was a new type of aircraft from Eagle Sauce equipped with an automatic identification system. Wherever this aircraft flew, all terrain and guard posts would be recorded. Damn, isn't that an Eagle Sauce aircraft? The one that can monitor locations and sounds. One member turned back to the others in the tent, astonished. The inner panic quickly replaced the earlier disappointment of not having installed the program successfully. Especially thinking about how the aircraft had just passed over, all their infantry deployments were probably already on the desks of the Eagle Sauce and Empire camps. Realizing this, the officers who had come outside looked up at the flashing red lights and the several aircraft flying recklessly in the sky, feeling anxious. However, after calming down and analyzing the current situation, they realized it was not the time to despair. Finally, they all turned their gaze to Zhao Weigua. Commander, what do you think? In this situation, they could only rely on themselves. Zhao Weigua took a deep breath to steady his mind. Everyone, don't lose your composure. Return to your posts and stand by. Yes, everyone responded decisively, leaving without hesitation. Zhao Weigua turned and walked into the Central Information Department tent behind him. Jiang Chun had just completed the final operation and stood up. Their eyes met. Commander Zhao, you're just in time. I I prepared a good show. Chapter 107. Just a polite notice. Jiang Chun stood up and approached the electronic equipment, and Jian also showed great insight, immediately getting up to give up his position. At this moment, Zhao Weigua's gaze was also drawn to the electronic equipment occupying about 1/3 of the tent. Not knowing before, but now shocked upon seeing it. Those electronic devices had actually gone dark. Immediately after, Jiang Chun spoke up. These devices are dark not because of an improper operation process, but due to an unknown virus invading during the computation. Unable to contain his surprise, Zhao Weigua instinctively looked at Ji Yun, who awkwardly scratched his head and averted his gaze. Originally sent by the Pengcheng Long Science Institute due to his expertise in software information to help. Now that such a mistake had occurred, it was like a slap in the face. Is it my problem? Is the situation still serious? The air fell into silence, and then what responded to her was the sound of Jiang Chun's subordinate rapidly typing on the keyboard. The few people in the tent were unaware that, while Jiang Chun appeared calm and unruffled on the surface, his mind was filled with shimmering, semi-transparent numbers and data. The other half displayed the dissection diagrams of the aircraft sent over by the Eagle Sauce. During the data scrolling, a massive amount of information surged into his brain. The Eagle Sauce aircraft had already reached a speed of at least Mach 2, and if they continued their in-depth research, they could likely surpass the most advanced stealth fighter jets of today. Upon hearing this, Zhao Weigua and Ji Yun were astonished by the data regarding the Eagle Sauce aircraft. Instantly stunned. Right, I can attest to that. When I went out earlier, if I had reacted a bit slower, that aircraft would have taken off my nose. The information department member who had first opened the tent expressed with emotion. So what do you plan to do now? Those aircraft are still outside. Are we just going to wait for them to replicate our strategic deployment? Calm down. Give me one more minute. 1 minute. Inside the tent, everyone held their breath, even daring not to take a deep breath, fearing that even a slight breath might affect Jiang Chun's operation. Half a minute later, Jiang Chun stood up, took a few steps to the bedside, picked up his phone, and as he walked back, the once dark electronic equipment